Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. If you were to embark on a one-way journey through time and inadvertently transform into a girl, would you entertain a daring thought? Perhaps to let it be. Yet, a certain time-traveling white-haired lowly merely wished to exclaim, "To hell with time travel, and to hell with this transformation." She yearned to return home. Time travel could be acceptable, and transformation, while not entirely unwelcome, was certainly not desirable. However, could she, a mere office worker, truly navigate the world of Dragon Ball? Her home planet had been obliterated, reduced to mere fireworks, and now relentless foes pursued her without relent. This was utterly absurd. "Princess Bellis, you cannot escape, Kikyo." From behind, a voice echoed, one that had swallowed several elder souls from the Soul Palace. Here they came again. Observe the quintessential villainous sneer. Would one typically smile, thus, if they were a hero? The white-haired lowly tugged at the corners of her mouth. At present, she resembled a little white rabbit being chased by a big bad wolf, weak, pitiable, and utterly helpless. "I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellis. You have mistaken the person," the white-haired lowly retorted loudly. "Ha ha ha, mistaken? How could I, the illustrious Jinyu, possibly mistake you?" The laughter continued from behind, belonging to a purple humanoid creature named Jinyu, who sported two long black horns atop his head. He flashed a sinister grin, raising his right hand to hurl a purple energy blast. "The only white-haired scion of planet Vegeta, a subject of great interest to Lord Frieza, I could never mistake you." The white-haired lowly swiftly evaded, the energy blast whizzing past her ear. Upon hearing Jinyu's sardonic tone, had it not been for her several years of being a corporate worker after university, she might have unleashed a tirade of curses. So what if she had white hair? Did white hair consume your ice? It wasn't as if she chose to have white hair. It was simply her natural state. What could she do about it? Could one truly conclude that a mere white-haired girl was a super scion? Pray tell, are super scions so cheap? Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you? Beware the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis was on golden hair, not white. Here she was, a weak and helpless white-haired girl, not a muscle-bound Barbie, hardly resembling a super scion. If you think otherwise, I could change, if that's what you desire. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, enveloping the area in thick smoke. The purple energy blast hurled by Jinyu struck a mountain several kilometers away, obliterating it in a cataclysmic explosion. The released energy formed a colossal mushroom cloud that rose ominously, with shockwaves radiating in every direction. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, forming a barrier of energy to shield herself from the oncoming tempest of destruction. Even so, the force of the blast still hindered her flight speed. Haha, now you cannot escape. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu accelerated, swooping down from above the white-haired lowly, and slowly descended before her. Jinyu, towering over 2 meters, loomed ominously over the girl. Meeting Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired lowly tightened her facial muscles, fiercely declaring, "What do you want? I have told you, I don't know you, and I am not a scion." Jinyu produced a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it mockingly before her. "At this juncture, do you still wish to deny your identity? With a battle power nearing 60,000, if not for the king's orders, I would truly consider recruiting you into my Jinyu force." The reading of nearly 60,000 startled Jinyu. He had never encountered Bellis the Scion Princess, had always maintained a low profile, with a combat power of merely 2 to 3,000. However, as the only white-haired scion in existence, she was a shining white amidst a sea of black, thus drawing Frieza's attention. The photograph in Jinyu's fingers depicted Bellis's recent appearance. Before the annihilation of the Scion race, Frieza had already instructed that this rare Scion princess be captured. Was there a recording device aboard the spaceship? Bellis furrowed her brow at the photograph. Perhaps she had been photographed before leaving the planet, but she was certain she had removed the tracking device. "How did you find me?" At this point, denying her identity held no significance. This question was tantamount to an admission. "Ha, dear princess of the Scion clan, if you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. There have always been 2 tracking devices aboard your vessel, a gift from the king. The systems you dismantled were merely superficial, however. Because you removed the overt tracking system, it is I who has come to pursue you. Had it been anyone else, I suspect you would have dispatched them effortlessly. Reflecting on it, the king's wisdom is truly commendable. He is indeed the emperor of the cosmos, Jinyu mused. Who will emerge victorious is yet to be determined. Do not presume your victory is assured. Bellis assumed a battle-ready stance. A battle power of 60,000 does afford you a modicum of resistance, Jinyu remarked, not perturbed by the prince's desperate defiance. He adjusted the device on his eye. Do you know what my battle power is? Jinyu spread his legs, his fists slightly clenched, confidently pointing a thumb at himself. I, the captain of the Jinyu force, the foremost warrior underlord Frisia, possess a battle power of 110,000. How does that make you feel? Is despair creeping in? Bellis remained unfazed, yet Jinyu stroked his chin and chuckled. How about this? I shall stand idle, without retaliation, while you attack me for a minute. What say you? Bellis paused, astonished. Are you certain? Is there truly someone so foolish as to allow her free rein to strike? Am I unable to wield my weapon? I speak only the truth if I move. I am but a dog. Jinyu crossed his arms, reinforcing his own energy. With a battle power of around 60,000, even scratching his skin would be implausible. Do not regret this, Captain Jinyu. Bellis's energy began to rise steadily. Indeed, this is merely the extent of your power, though it surpasses those self-proclaimed superior warriors by a significant margin. Observing the final reading on the battle power tester, Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest. Come now, Princess of the Scions, whom Lord Frisia has specifically marked for attention, let me witness your prowess. Bellis slowly raised her hands, placing them gently against her forehead. What technique was this? A look of confusion crossed Jinyu's face, yet he paid it no mind. Before absolute power, all tactics are rendered futile. You shall face grave consequences for your arrogance, Jinyu. With a commanding shout, Bellis unleashed a blinding light from her hands, enveloping herself in a radiant glow, emanating a terrifying energy akin to a scorching sun. Solar flare. The blinding brilliance surged towards Jinyu's widened eyes. In an instant, Jinyu was blinded, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Jinyu's face contorted in agony as he pressed his hands against his eyes, which had been pierced by the intense light. His head spun, the pain in his eyes resonating through his nerves, making him feel as if his head would split apart. Damn it, that cursed monkey, that accursed scion. Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, aiming forward to unleash energy blasts. The task of capturing Bellis was the least of his concerns now. He merely wished to obliterate that despicable scion. This time, he would not hold back. Suddenly, a deadly sense of crisis surged within him. In a split second, Jinyu twisted his body to evade the imminent threat. Swish! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously. My leg! My right leg! A searing pain shot from the root of his thigh, transmitting through his nerves to his brain, merging with the anguish in his eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Jinyu's furrowed purple forehead. Oh! Jinyu roared, his furious voice resonating throughout the heavens, as layers of energy exploded outward from him, creating a terrifying energy cyclone that obliterated everything in proximity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellis gasped for breath. The solar flare had disrupted Jinyu's vision, allowing her to strike with an energy slash. This was one of the strategies she had devised to confront Jinyu. Yet, it had ultimately fallen short. The energy slash had failed to sever Jinyu's head, merely slicing off one of his legs. However, this was within her expectations. With a battle power exceeding 100,000, Jinyu was not a foe to be trifled with in this era, where differences of 1 or 2,000 could represent insurmountable gaps. Bellis inhaled deeply, mentally simulating her strength in comparison to Jinyu's. The advantage lies with me. I merely need to be cautious of Jinyu's transformation beam. I can win. Bellis possesses a formidable trump card, a prowess that solidifies the Scion's reputation as a warrior race, boasting a battle power of approximately 10,000. Transformation. Upon metamorphosis, a science-based combat strength multiplies tenfold. Utilizing an artificial moon diminishes the effectiveness of this transformation nonetheless. Even in her transformed state, she wields a battle power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to dispatch Jinyu with ease. Her reluctance to transform earlier stemmed from a lack of opportunity furthermore. Her enlarged form post-transformation posed a risk against Jinyu. Jinyu, possessing the ability to swap bodies, was a constant threat that Bellis had to guard against. Currently, Jinyu was at a disadvantage, having lost a leg and rendered nearly blind, unable to sense energy, making his defeat a relatively simple task. Jinyu, I am not like those foolish scions who met their demise. I am composed and will not grant you any chance of comeback. A smirk graced Bellis's lips as she slowly raised her right hand, revealing an incompletely constructed artificial moon in her palm. Bellis furrowed her brow, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the sky. In an instant, a shocking spectacle unfolded before her eyes. A colossal energy wave, wide as the horizon, pierced through the clouds, plummeting at a steep angle. It drew nearer to the ground with alarming speed, its impact point far removed from Bellis's position, leaving her no time to pursue or intercept it. Bellis fell into silence. With a fierce grip, she crushed the artificial moon into a fine powder. Curse you, Jinyu. You lack honor. As the energy wave struck the horizon, a cataclysmic plume of smoke erupted, shrouding the sky. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, laden with terrifying energy, rapidly radiated outward. The surface began to collapse at a visibly accelerated rate, the area of devastation expanding exponentially. The planet entered a countdown to obliteration. Bellis had no time for any form of remedy. The energy released by the planet's destruction engulfed her body and consciousness entirely. In the fleeting moments before her awareness faded, she vaguely perceived a sound. Ding! Energy replenishment acquired. Chat group loading. Dragon Ball. After being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Please bookmark. Dragon Ball. After being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 2. The god of destruction and the death notice issued by the chat group. In the vast cosmos, a planet on the brink of its demise. Endless warfare serves as the melody of this world, with flames of conflict and smoke rising in tumultuous waves. A deity descends quietly. Her arrival marks the conclusion for this irreparable planet. The god of destruction, a divine being tasked with annihilating planets to maintain the balance of the universe. This was the mission bestowed upon her by the cosmos. Destruction. Her voice, devoid of emotion yet tinged with youthful innocence, resonated throughout every corner of the planet. The beings inhabiting this world paused in their labors. Even the combatants embroiled in the fiercest of battles ceased their strife in that singular moment, distancing themselves from the cacophony of war. In unison, they lifted their gazes to the heavens. The tattered atmosphere, imbued with a purplish glow, painted a magnificent aurora in the sky. Before long, the earth itself transformed into shades of violet. A delicate veil of purple energy enveloped all living beings, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. Have we angered the divine? One quivering voice dared to utter such words. Perhaps this was the final testament of the planet's inhabitants. The ground began to fracture, while the sky dimmed ominously. Before their eyes, the purple energy consumed everything in its path. Dissolution, decomposition, until all was rendered void. In mere seconds, no trace of the planet remained. This task is hardly enjoyable, the young girl mused, observing the planet's demise from the cosmos. Her flowing white hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned in the garb reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, lending her an air of solemnity. Slowly, she lowered her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm swiftly dissipating. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanished into the cosmos, the realm of the god of destruction. At the edge of the universe lies a peculiar space. The girl lay languidly on the grass, her form sprawled in a relaxed manner. No longer clad in pharaonic attire, she donned a light white sundress, exuding an air of casual charm, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. 20 years, she counted on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, the name Bellis had accompanied her for 2 decades. A decade ago, following the planet's explosion, she transitioned from the 7th universe to this one. By chance, she was discovered by the former god of destruction, who brought her to the realm of destruction, making her a candidate for the role. 5 years ago, she ascended from candidate to official god of destruction, and since then, her appearance had remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her journey no longer concerned her. Or perhaps, it had never truly mattered. When one learns that the planet they inhabit will explode in a matter of years, jeopardizing their very existence, would they still dwell on such trivialities as gender? In a perilous world where one could effortlessly extinguish a celestial body with a mere wave of a hand, the concept of gender pales in comparison to the magnitude of power. As for Jinyu, one wonders if he still draws breath. Despite the passage of time, Bellies remains vividly reminded of Jinyu's petulant demeanor when he was unable to triumph, resorting to overturning the table in frustration. However, if Jinyu refrained from obliterating planets, it is unlikely that the chat group would awaken, nor would she find herself in the current universe, let alone become a candidate for the god of destruction, ultimately transforming into a new deity of destruction. The chat group system saved Bellies' life during the climactic moment of a planet's explosion, transporting her to the present universe, yet it has remained stuck on loading ever since. Years have elapsed since she transitioned from a candidate to the god of destruction, and the chat group has yet to complete its loading process, leaving her in uncertainty about when it will conclude. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Bellies' mind. Ding. Chat group loading successful, Bellies. With a spring-like motion, she sat upright. What did she just hear? Is the previously dormant chat group finally ready for action today? The mechanical voice of the chat group echoed in her mind once more. Ding. Inviting members. Ding. Old age spot has joined the chat group. Ding. The ill-fated priestess has joined the chat group. Ding. I'm not a spider has joined the chat group. With 3 consecutive notification chimes, Bellies noted the dynamics of the chat group and briefly perused its features before her gaze shifted to the newly added members. All rather peculiar titles. Within the chat group, aside from herself, 3 avatars were illuminated. Bellies proceeded to send a message. World's #1 princess. Hello. Is anyone there? If so, please respond that I am the group leader. Bellies, my nickname seems rather odd as well. Just as Bellies was about to greet the group, the message took an unexpected turn. World's #1 princess, referring to her. It seemed that in this world, she indeed bore the title of princess. After an extended silence, no one responded. Ding. Old age spot has died. Bellies. The sudden notification left her utterly bewildered. However, the subsequent events rendered her speechless. The chat group continued to scroll notifications. Ding. I am not a spider has died. Ding. The ill-fated priestess has died. I in the realm of destruction. Witnessing 3 consecutive death notifications, Bellies was left agape, her forehead adorned with beads of sweat. They had barely settled in before meeting their untimely demise. Samuji, you're not inviting people. You're issuing death notices, aren't you? Ding. Sending member death playback to the group leader. Bellies glanced at a corner of the chat at her face. The previously empty section for group leader attachments now contained 3 videos. Samuji, how considerate of you to provide videos, Bellies quipped. Bellies opened the first death playback. The initial sight was of a dimly lit cave. Within sat a gaunt old man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his white hair cascading to his waist. He gasped for breath, appearing exceedingly frail. Abito, during my revival, you are the walking embodiment of Uchiha Madara. The emaciated elder, swaying, struggled to rise, his voice strained. With your eyes, observe this desolate shinobi world, and you shall understand that only the infinite Tsukuyami can save it. With a decisive pull, the old man severed his connection to the outer path's demonic statue. The life-sustaining tube supplying him with vitality fell to the ground. Coughing violently, the elder, bereft of the statue's support, aged rapidly, his body gradually collapsing. Images of his cherished friends flooded his mind. 2 youths seated on a cliff, discussing peace and the future. This scene, too, was captured by the chat group's recording. The old man's consciousness began to fade. Hashirama, in the years following your death, 3 great ninja wars erupted, each more ferocious than the last. And the tailed beasts you distributed became instruments of slaughter. You were mistaken, Hashirama. Ding. Sensing your profound obsession, inviting you to join the chat group. Who? The voice interrupted the elder's reverie, hastening the descent of his consciousness into oblivion. Ding. Your consciousness is about to dissipate. To avert unforeseen circumstances, we will forcibly pull you into the chat group. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the chat group. After watching the video, Bellies found herself at a loss for words. So, you dragged a dying person into the chat group just to meet a quota. Despite her myriad questions, Bellies opened the second video. This perspective is rather peculiar. In a classroom, students listened attentively. The video played out in a distorted manner, reminiscent of images reflected in a funhouse mirror, where neither lines nor surroundings seemed harmonious. This group member peering down from the ceiling, Bellies mused, glancing at the member's nickname and avatar. I am not a spider. So, this member is a spider? With a thunderous bang, an explosion engulfed the classroom. A blinding light filled the screen. That was rather abrupt. They likely perished in the explosion, Bellies pondered. Such intense energy could not have originated from a mere gas pipe explosion. Hearing the familiar ding from the screen, Bellies had lost the desire to critique the system. Surely, this was yet another instance of someone being dragged in just before death, leading to their swift demise. Without hesitation, Bellies clicked on the final death playback. In the video, a woman clad in white and red, dragging her grievously injured body, slowly approached her village. The fabric of her white garment, near the chest, was torn by sharp claws, blood seeping from the wound, staining her attire crimson. The priestess guarding the Shirkan jewel? Upon seeing the woman's cold visage in the video, Bellies deduced her identity. As the seconds ticked by, the playback reached its conclusion along with the priestess's demise. Just after Bellies finished watching the playback, a voice emanated from the chat group. Ding! All members detected as deceased, initiating emergency measures, binding souls of members. Binding successful. Ding! Uchiha Madara, Spider Child, Kikyo have joined the chat group. Dragon Ball. After being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 3. Uchiha Madara's provocation. The chat group revealed the identities of its members. The legendary figure of the 5 great villages embroiled in constant conflict. Uchiha Madara, the reincarnated spider protagonist, Spider Child, and the dog lover from the Inuyasha world, the priestess Kikyo, protector of the Shirkan jewel. Bellies promptly shared the death playback on the public screen, clearing her throat. She typed a message in the chat group. World's #1 princess. Welcome to the chat group. I am the group leader, Bellies. Uchiha Madara. What is this chat group? Is it an illusion? World's #1 princess. All information regarding the chat group has been transmitted to your souls. You may peruse it at your leisure. After sending the message, a silence enveloped the public screen. It was not long before the rolling notifications shattered the stillness. Spider Child. Oh, a platform for cross-dimensional communication. It seems quite impressive. Can it assist me? I may be facing imminent death. Kikyo, what transpired on your end? As the guardian of the Shirkan jewel, Kikyo had long suspected that this peculiar chat group was the doing of the jewel. Yet she sensed no presence of it. Most perplexing was that whenever her consciousness drifted away from the chat group, she perceived nothing but an expanse of white, as if everything around her were frozen in time, leaving her as the sole moving entity. Thus, when Spider Child emitted what appeared to be a distress signal, Kikyo couldn't help but probe whether this was indeed the work of the Shirkan jewel. Spider Child, exactly. After I awoke, I found myself in a bizarre world. It is terrifying, and there are spiders devouring their kin. Spider Child shared a brief clip from the chat group, depicting a scene where swarms of tiny spiders surrounded and devoured unhatched spider eggs, crunching on the shells and their contents, creating an unsettling cacophony. Uchiha Madara. Oh, the creatures from other worlds appear quite intriguing. Upon perusing the messages within the chat group, although he harbored a degree of skepticism, Uchiha Madara had a general understanding of their purpose. Having observed the video shared by the Arachnid, he commented with great interest. Arachnid. This is utterly unamusing. I can't shake the feeling that things are only going to deteriorate further. Kikyo. Is this the spider's lair? Arachnid. Have you transformed into a spider? Kikyo. having witnessed the playback of Arachnid's demise, found the video's perspective rather peculiar, yet it seemed unlikely to have taken place in their current location. Thus, it appeared that Arachnid had traversed to another realm, becoming a spider. From the perspective of a priestess, the phenomenon of a soul possessing another body was not entirely implausible. Arachnid. Indeed, I have become a spider, despite having once been human. After uttering these words, Arachnid sent a panoramic selfie to the group, a creature that was distinctly unlike an ordinary spider, resembling some sort of yokai. Arachnid, world's first princess. Are you there? Could you possibly rescue me? It's terrifying here, truly. It is frightful. As an ordinary student, why was she compelled to confront such dreadful circumstances? Traversing to another world seemed utterly unnecessary. Look at that spider beside me. It just bit off the head of another spider. How horrifying. World's first princess. Regrettably, I cannot assist you at this time, but I can offer you some advice. The place you currently inhabit is not Earth. It is a realm imbued with magic and a skill system. Arachnid. What? Not on Earth. I thought I had landed in some remote wilderness, yet it seems I have merely encountered a system with numerical values. Indeed, this is far from Earth. How terrifying. World's first princess. Arachnid. The system can empower you. Once your strength reaches a certain threshold, you may revert to your human form. Arachnid. Human. I can truly become human again. Filled with excitement, Arachnid leaped up, her movements exuberant. One could only imagine the depth of her despair since transforming into a spider to world's first princess. Indeed, but you must survive. Should you perish, reverting to human form will be impossible. Arachnid, I shall strive with all my might. Thank you, esteemed group leader. I am filled with determination to regain my humanity. Roar, world's first princess. Do your best. In the realm of destruction. Bellies rubbed the sweat from her brow. Was Arachnid truly socially anxious? She appeared quite lively in the group chat. However, it must be noted that her perceived social anxiety was merely a self-assessment based on her memories. Bellies did not divulge excessive information regarding Arachnid. If she were to perish, such knowledge would be of no consequence, and Bellies could not guarantee that the chat group would retrieve her should she meet her demise. In contrast to Arachnid, Uchiha Madara and Kikyo remained considerably more reserved within the group. Aside from an initial gathering of information, they exercised utmost caution until that moment. A new dialogue appeared on the chat screen. Uchiha Madara. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. A platform connecting different worlds. Uchiha Madara, can once again take flight. After a thorough examination, Madara confirmed that he was not ensnared by any illusions, for he had indeed passed away, yet his spirit resided in the Pure Land. Thus, this chat group was likely in existence surpassing even that of the sage of Six-Path Hashirama. Your temperament remains woefully narrow. Once I realize our shared ambitions, I, Uchiha Madara, shall ensure my name resonates across all realms beyond the ninja world. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara brimmed with combat fervor. His gaze fell upon the final option in the chat group. The group leader undoubtedly possessed unique advantages. Uchiha Madara had no intention of becoming beholden to anyone. In the realm of destruction, Bellies was munching on the fruits of the Tree of Spirits. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Had Uchiha Madara taken flight? The chat group relayed a message to her. Uchiha Madara has issued a challenge, wishing to defeat you and seize the position of group leader. Ding! Due to a system error that led to the demise of a member upon entering the group. A compensation method is provided. The member entering the chat group has the opportunity to challenge the group leader. Should the original leader refuse, the position will automatically transfer to the challenger. Friendly reminder, is it not shameful to refuse a mere member as challenge while sitting in the position of group leader? Bellies, is she being scorned by the system? Should Uchiha Madara succeed in his challenge, he would automatically become the group leader, while the original leader would be downgraded to group administrator. Belly sighed in resignation and casually clicked to agree. Ding! Group leader, world's first princess, accepts Uchiha Madara's challenge. The leader challenge match will be broadcasted live, ensuring the authenticity and integrity of the event. Arachnid. Kikyo. The pinned message flashing across the screen left the two group members in a state of confusion. In the arena, Bellies and Uchiha Madara were simultaneously drawn into the fray. Standing upon a verdant planet, Bellies expanded her perception, gathering information from her surroundings that a self-contained space had conjured a planet, and everything within it appeared remarkably real. The capabilities of the chat group exceeded her wildest imaginings. Feeling the corporeal essence of her body, Bellies was certain that this was not her original form. This specially created body could almost fully unleash her strength. At that moment, a boisterous voice captured Bellies' attention. Huh. This is the true sensation of being alive. Uchiha Madara ruthlessly bit into his own arm, crimson blood gushing forth to splatter upon the ground. Madara laughed maniacally, his mouth stained with the remnants of his own blood, occasionally mixed with saliva as it dribbled down his chin. Witnessing this scene, Bellies fell silent, unable to suppress her thoughts. The foremost of the Uchiha's mad laughter truly lives up to its name. It's akin to a rabid dog in a frenzy. Bellies, which adult would take a child seriously? The live broadcast returned to the chat group. The leveling arachnid had sought refuge in a secure location, opening the chat group live stream to observe the duel. However, upon catching her first glimpse, she was taken aback by a certain eccentric hairstyle. Arachnid. Wow. That elder named Uchiha Madara was actually so handsome in his youth. Arachnid. The group leader is also stunning. With her lovely white hair. However, she appears rather delicate. One punch from her, and she might cry for ages. Can she truly win? World's first princess. Arachnid, you've revealed your true colors. Also, refrain from fabricating stories about me. I can hear you. Arachnid, group leader. Suddenly flustered, Arachnid found herself caught off guard by her own words that world's first princess. Do not worry. I am not that petty Uchiha Madara handsome. In truth, he is a submissive, Arachnid. What? No, it can't be. I find that hard to believe. Kikyo, what does submissive mean? World's first princess. Arachnid, you explain it to Kikyo. I must concentrate on the battle in the arena. Bellies hastily withdrew her consciousness, no longer attending to the chat group messages. Opposite her stood Uchiha Madara, the foremost of the Uchiha's mad laughter. Though he had remained silent in the chat group, he had been intently observing. Madara's expression darkened gradually, seemingly grasping the concept of the submissive that Arachnid had elucidated to Kikyo. Mr. Madara, your expression seems rather grim. Wouldn't this battle be somewhat unfair? What if you lose and refuse to admit it? Though it mattered little whether he acknowledged it or not, that Bellies' teasing voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears, nearly pushing him over the edge. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to shy away from defeat, he retorted coldly. And you dare to fight me dressed like this? Her casual knee-length pleated dress, accentuated by her snowy hair, rendered the young girl more reminiscent of a tourist than a warrior. Fear not, I shall be careful not to ruin my attire. You may attack without hesitation. There is no need for concern, Bellies replied with remarkable understanding. Child, are you suggesting that you could defeat Uchiha Madara without even tearing your dress? A vein throbbed on Madara's forehead, a mix of rage and incredulity leading him to chuckle bitterly. He had never heard such arrogant words, not even from Hashirama during their encounters in the Valley of the End. Madara had always believed that Hashirama's proclamation of not wanting to kill him was sufficiently bold. But today he encountered someone even more audacious. If Mr. Madara chose to think this way, it was his prerogative. Bellies shrugged. After all, which adult would take a child seriously? Uchiha Madara found himself enraged. Previously, he had been the one to deliver such sentiments to others. Now, the tables had turned. I had intended to go easy on you. But humph! In a battle of wits that could not be won by mere words, Uchiha Madara discerned from Bellies' statements that there was a significant likelihood she was aware of the intricacies of his world. Madara refrained from making the first move, not solely due to Bellies' youthful appearance, suggestive of a mere 15 or 16 years, but rather out of a sense of caution toward her. It would be a grave misjudgment to perceive Madara as reckless. As a third-party force and the second king of the shinobi world, he had witnessed countless conspiracies and sordid affairs throughout decades of history shared among the shinobi villages. Although initially lacking in cunning compared to his rival, Hashirama Senju, time and experience had sufficiently compensated for this deficiency, not to mention that Madara had once held the title of clan leader. His recklessness stemmed from his immense power, allowing him to resolve issues through the simplest means without the need for strategy. Yet, Bellies, the current master of the chat group, radiated an aura that suggested she might prove to be far more formidable than Hashirama Senju himself. Bellies was not in a hurry to engage. However, as time passed, Madara found himself increasingly restless. Even under scrutiny, an uncharacteristic pressure began to mount upon him. Something even Hashirama had never imposed. This pressure seemed to be a deliberate effect of Bellies' presence. With a swift hand sign, Madara unleashed a thunderous cry. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted, conjuring a searing sea of flames before him. The inferno spread rapidly across the ground, racing towards Bellies with alarming speed. Even a basic fire technique wielded by Madara could unleash incredible might. The fiery tide soon encircled Bellies, akin to a colossal tsunami crashing upon the shore. The scorching flames crackled as they seared the earth beneath. Within the chat group, Spiders and Kikyo bore witness to Madara's formidable prowess. How terrifying. The master wouldn't be defeated, would she? Spiders mused, having traversed into this world as a spider. Equipped with a system template, she understood that magic and extraordinary powers existed. The might of the inferno Madara summoned seemed far more fearsome than the monstrous spider she had furtively observed moments ago. Kikyo, possessing the capability to vanquish great demons, held a broader perspective than Spiders. Although she remained unaware of the master's capabilities, she had come to accept from the master's earlier words that she possessed knowledge of all the worlds of the group members. Given that the master had chosen to engage Madara despite this awareness, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, it was reasonable to conclude that her strength surpassed Madara's significantly, as Kikyo had surmised, even if Madara was arrogant. He could not simply dismiss the great fireball technique as a trivial means to eliminate an adversary. Madara furrowed his brow. In the area engulfed by flames, a striking purple point of light emerged. The purple energy swiftly consumed the surrounding inferno, and in the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of fire transformed into a purple haze. What could this unnerving energy possibly be? Just as Madara finished his thought, the purple sea of flames rapidly receded, and within less than a second, the colossal firestorm that had scorched the earth vanished without a trace. At the epicenter of this phenomenon stood a white-haired girl, her beige pleated skirt swaying gently in the breeze. The expression on her face was serene, as if the intense flames had not harmed her in the slightest. Ah, I see. The composition of chakra is indeed quite intriguing, Bellies remarked, raising her gaze to meet Madara's. Mr. Madara, such a level of strength cannot possibly suppress me. The position of group master is beyond your reach. With a huff, she added, I was merely testing the waters. Madara's countenance darkened as he joined his hands, summoning an even more formidable chakra than before, causing the ground around him to tremble ominously. Now, this is the real deal. This is Hashirama's technique, and I shall see how you withstand it. Wood style. Advent of a true forest. The ground shook violently as serpentine roots burst forth, rapidly growing and expanding in all directions. The once charred earth, now teeming with vitality, was adorned with new branches and green buds, all enhanced by Madara's chakra. As the burgeoning forest surged toward Bellies, she remained composed. A sapling erupted from beneath her feet, quickly entwining around her ankles. This is reminiscent of the rules of the Kaioshin. Bellies murmured that a faint tug began to siphon her energy, yet the disparity in their energy levels was such that even standing still for 3 days and nights would yield no effect. However, this is rather excessive. What does it mean for the branches to climb up my legs like vines? They're already at my knees, and I'm wearing a skirt. Tingling sensation crept over her, and she mused that if this continued, it might become quite peculiar. Who knew what would happen if she grew accustomed to these delicate matters? Taking a deep breath, Bellies softly uttered a single word: destruction. Almost instantaneously, the branches ensnaring her ceased their movement. The roots entwined around her legs withered and disintegrated, vanishing in an instant. Nearby, the lush leaves and branches were eradicated by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, a radius around Bellies transformed, as thousands of towering trees lost their verdant grandeur, visibly disintegrating in a fine dust. The gentle breeze fluttered her beige pleated skirt, causing it to sway slightly. Mr. Madara, Is there anything else entertaining? Shall we conclude our little encounter here? Upon hearing Belly's words, Madara's anger flared. Twice now, the esteemed Uchiha Madara had been unable to comprehend why his chakra-based attacks had inexplicably vanished. The unsettling energy that stirred his unease eluded his understanding that he acknowledged the extinguishing of the great fireball technique, but the advent of the true forest, a technique acquired from Hashirama, should not have been so easily dissipated. A single word inexplicably surfaced in Madara's mind. Uchiha Madara was being toyed with like a mere monkey. The battle had not concluded simply because Belly's wished to observe his techniques further. His frustration reached a boiling point. For how could a renowned figure of the shinobi world endure such indignities? Humph! What I just displayed was merely an appetizer. This time, I shall show you the main course. With his arms crossed and a chilling glare, Madara prepared himself. I eagerly awaited. Do your best. Who knows, perhaps I'll inadvertently find myself losing to the master. Belly's extended her hand, pressing her thumb and forefinger together to form a small circle. Madara, perplexed by her gesture, felt a profound sense of insult. He formed hand signs, his eyes swirling with the tomo that transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan at a skeletal Susanoo, towering over a dozen meters. Erupted from the ground, enveloping Madara within its protective embrace. The immense blue specter radiated an aura of terror, extending its four arms as it executed the same technique as Madara. Heavenly obstruction, impact of the stars. Moments later, the clouds above were pierced, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. The descending meteors blotted out the sun as they plummeted at breakneck speed, creating sonic booms in their wake. The target of these meteors was none other than Belly's, who stood on the ground shrouded in their shadow. She gazed upwards at the rapidly descending meteors, brushing aside a few stray strands of hair that obstructed her view, and remarked, "What a magnificent sight! 2 meteors, each over 250 meters in diameter. However, Madara, have you perhaps forgotten that you too are within the range of these meteors? Are you planning to perish with me? How absurd!" Uchiha Madara maintained his haughty demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the impending meteor strike. It was perplexing to comprehend the thought process of Uchiha Madara. Logically, after 2 consecutive probes, he should not act recklessly again. Could it be that his fury had consumed him, rendering him irrational? Belly's, taking 2 steps to the left, deftly evaded the attack that surged from behind, as a gentle breeze brushed against her white strands of hair. A surprise attack, indeed. The Wheel of Hell. The technique of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, which was rather intriguing in its execution. Upon witnessing Belly's evade his lethal strike, the doppelganger created by the Wheel of Hell leapt to a different position, launching another ambush against her. Yet, even with an accelerated speed, she effortlessly dodged once more. It was evident she could perceive his movements. At some point, the Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan. The visibility of the Wheel of Hell caught him by surprise. Had I overestimated the capabilities of the Rinnegan? The myriad worlds are not solely inhabited by ninjas. In other realms, the Rinnegan and the Sage of 6 Paths might not hold the same significance. The doppelgangers of the Wheel of Hell relentlessly assaulted Belly's, who refrained from retaliating, merely retreating or advancing a step or 2, each time narrowly evading the intricate attacks, as if anticipating his predictions. One could only wonder how Madara would react if the colossal meteor he painstakingly summoned were to strike only him. Belly's elegantly sidestepped, causing the Wheel of Hell to miss yet again. Without even glancing back, she was fully aware she could easily evade the assaults of the Wheel of Hell. Universal pull. Uchiha Madara's voice resonated from behind her. Belly's felt a formidable gravitational force pulling her. However, the gravity proved ineffective against her, as her body remained steadfast, unyielding to Madara's location. Uchiha Madara persisted with his premeditated assault, a black rod formed from yin-yang release thrusting towards her from behind. The doppelgangers exchanged positions. It seemed Madara had devised such a strategy. The Wheel of Hell switched places, complementing the universal pull, before attempting to restrain her with the black rod conjured from yin-yang release. However, your universal pull holds no sway over me. This time, Belly's retreated 3 steps, and, with a graceful sidestep, evaded the lethal thrust of Uchiha Madara's true form. The atmospheric pressure intensified as the meteors descended ever closer to the ground, inciting a tempestuous wind that swept across the earth. Would it be acceptable to continue in this manner? Are you concerned I might take flight? Yet, should I linger any longer, the meteors may fall, and Madara could very well meet his demise. Bellies discerned Madara's intentions with clarity. He sought to ensnare her, hoping she would perish beneath the meteors. Uchiha Madara, how Navi... In response to Bellies' remarks, Uchiha Madara remained silent. He calculated the descent of 2 meteors, then launched another attack against Bellies. One must admit, Madara's taijutsu was indeed impressive, his movements exuding a certain elegance. Yet he simply could not connect. Just as Bellies evaded his frontal assault, Uchiha Madara suddenly vanished. Another position swap? Bellies, taken aback, sensed Madara's presence a kilometer away. So he can utilize 2 wheels of hell. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another doppelganger of the Wheel of Hell, which had been lurking nearby, commenced its attack on Bellies. Regardless of whether there was 1 or 2, the force and speed were comparably trivial to her. Should she evade? The meteors were now less than 100 meters away. Would avoiding them disappoint Madara? Yet, he likely had further contingencies. After all, he was a ninja from the Warring States period, given the time elapsed. He should have deduced that merely 2 wheels of hell could not contain her. Moreover, he had retracted the wheels of hell. Then came the 4 red sun formation. Voices of Uchiha Madara echoed from 4 directions. Subsequently, deep crimson barrier walls rose simultaneously from the east, south, west, and north. Quite the strategic thinker. The 4 red sun formation confined Bellies within a zone, preventing her from escaping the meteor's descent, while also ensnaring 2 meteors, each exceeding 200 meters in diameter, maximizing the impact of the falling meteors. Obito of the 6 Paths employed a similar tactic to optimize the 10 tailed beast ball. Bellies cast a glance beyond the 4 red sun formation, noting a wood-release clone of Uchiha Madara at each cardinal point, each manipulating a segment of the barrier. The 4 red sun formation resembled a rectangular chimney, extending upward over 1,000 meters into the sky. Not far from it, Uchiha Madara's true form stood out even more prominently. The complete body of Susanoo, far exceeding the size of the meteors, shielded Uchiha Madara, who assumed a stance as if drawing a sword. Through the azure chakra armor of Susanoo enveloping Madara, the released chakra grew increasingly formidable, warping the surrounding space with its sheer energy. Truly, a formidable entity from the Warring States, orchestrating one scheme after another. Be it would release, the Wheel of Hell, or the meteors, all served as preliminary maneuvers, while the true lethal strike emanated from the Susanoo in the sky. However, if all your strategies miss their mark, expending such effort only to fail to strike your target, will you, Mr. Madara, be left seething with frustration? I find myself quite curious. The meteors plummeted rapidly, stirring up fierce winds in the gap between the surface and the descending rocks. Bellies pressed one hand against her billowing pleated skirt while the other brushed aside her disheveled hair. Tousled by the gale, in truth, I ought to conclude this battle now. But there are matters regarding the chat group I wish to clarify. And it appears, Mr. Madara, that you too hold something back. Hence, I shall indulge in this little game a while longer. Kikyo and Shirogane continued to observe the competition within the chat group, through the group. They could witness the most breathtaking scenes, as if watching a cinematic masterpiece. Shirogane. How impressive. I wish I could become this formidable. Shirogane had managed to escape her spider lair, and was currently being pursued by a horde of peculiar monkeys. Despite being in a life-threatening situation, she remained engrossed in the arena's combat. Imagining herself hurling meteors of the monkeys chasing her, she envisioned her experience points soaring. However, her distraction nearly cost her. She lost her grip on the wall and almost fell into the menacing swarm of monkeys, startling her into scrambling for a protruding rock for support. That was a close call. That Shirogane's expression reflected her lingering fear, her 8 spider legs trembling. In contrast, Kikyo remained notably composed. Unlike Shirogane, she did not engage in chat banter. The group leader, Bellies, was beyond her comprehension, yet she could analyze Uchiha Madara to a certain extent. Uchiha Madara's strength might rival that of Inuyasha's father, the former ruler of the Western lands. Inu no Teisho. Can a mere human attain such power? Kikyo was uncertain about the power dynamics of other worlds, but she recognized that she would not stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. Humans have their limits. Even if hailed as the strongest priestess, Kikyo was acutely aware that in a fair fight against a formidable demon, her chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Strength, speed, reaction. Humans were utterly outmatched by demons, let alone the more terrifying greater demons. Kikyo watched in astonishment as Uchiha Madara engaged in battle. After all, he was human, yet in every aspect, he did not fall short of even the most powerful of demons. As for the group leader, Bellies, was she even human? As a wild shaman who does not serve any deity, I am not entirely ignorant of divinity. The profoundly enigmatic aura surrounding Bellies is indicative of her divine nature. Kikyo speculates that Bellies may very well be a god, a being of immeasurable power, far surpassing those deities revered by shamans, who rely on incense and faith as their foundation in the arena. The first meteorite crashes to the ground, causing violent tremors across dozens of kilometers of terrain. The meteorite descends at a breathtaking speed, shattering upon impact and sending countless fragments flying within the confines of the Kikyo formation, resembling sharp stone blades that slice through all existence within the barrier. Moments after the first meteorite strikes, the ground begins to stabilize. However, a second meteorite, nearly identical to the first, plummets onto the same spot. Colliding forcefully with the first, the once steady ground begins to tremble anew, the oscillations growing increasingly intense, as if an earthquake were ravaging the vast expanse. Boom! The second meteorite obliterates the first into countless pieces. With a crack, the barrier formed by the Kikyo formation reveals a multitude of fractures. This is not due to the formation's inability to maintain stability, but rather because Uchiha Madara has dispelled all his wood-clone jutsu, losing the energy required for sustenance. Thus, the Kikyo formation cannot endure for long, of course. Uchiha Madara no longer requires the Kikyo formation, as he has amplified the energy of his Susanoo to its utmost limits. The fully realized Susanoo, towering at 400 meters, casts a shadow that blots out the sun, nearing the combined diameter of the two meteorites. The Susanoo's right hand, gripping the hilt of a sword, slowly shifts. With a sizzling sound, the blade, imbued with compressed blue chakra, gradually emerges from its sheath. As the blade unveils itself to the air, the entire sky becomes stifling. With a single strike, the sword of the Asura cuts through the myriad phenomena. Where the blade passes, the air is instantly drained. The piercing light of the sword creates a deafening sonic boom as it slices through the atmosphere. Boom! The Kikyo barrier shatters entirely, and the meteors produced by the celestial disturbance are rendered into fragments. Under the ferocious light of the blade, the meteorites disintegrate into dust, consumed by a terrifying surge of energy, leaving not a single remnant behind, in the distance. Towering mountains are cleaved in two, their scorched cross-sections exuding an aura of dread. Spider-Child, how terrifying! Kikyo, indeed. Both Spider-Child and Kikyo are taken aback by the scene before them, especially Spider-Child, who has never witnessed such brutal combat. The slashing mark, stretching thousands of meters, slices through a mountain hundreds of meters high, as if it were mere tofu. And this is but the residual effect, not the true direction of the attack. As for the meteorites, the combined height of 400 meters is rendered nearly untraceable under Uchiha Madara's strike. Spider-Child, is the group leader still around? Spider-Child trembles, swallowing hard. Amidst the battlefield, Uchiha Madara breathes heavily, maintaining the form of his complete Susanoo. Just moments ago, it was nearly his full power unleashed. Yet he does not presume that his techniques will suffice to vanquish Bellies. The arena remains silent, devoid of any news of victory. Uchiha Madara dares not let his guard down even for an instant. Are you tired, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara is startled, his Rinnegan swiftly pinpointing the source of the voice. Upon seeing Bellies, disbelief permeates her tone. And scathed? This is impossible. The girl stands serenely atop the blade of Susanoo. Clad in a beige pleated skirt, her long, snow-white hair billowing in the wind. Not a single injury adorns her, nor is her attire marred by even a speck of dust. It seems Mr. Madara is rather surprised. Belly's remarks, observing the astonished expression lingering on Uchiha Madara's face. Despite your meticulous calculations, it appears they bore no fruit. Even you, Mr. Madara, cannot remain composed in the face of such a revelation. You actually possess space ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara grits his teeth. The only explanation for Belly's ability to evade the Shikyu formation and escape danger becoming apparent. Well, that interpretation is not entirely incorrect. It indeed pertains to space. Belly's responds with a slight smile. To put it simply, within the range of my perception, I can perform space jumps. So, Mr. Madara, your strike was in vain. Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Belly's taunt, a certain white-haired figure flashes through Uchiha Madara's mind. Space abilities, white hair. Humph. The inherently sinister Senju Tobarama. After being resurrected, I am now the god of destruction. Chapter 7. Uchiha Madara's life at stake. Mr. Madara, I know you're quite furious right now, but please do not be angry. The outcome of our battle was destined from the very beginning. When you think about it this way, doesn't it feel a bit more palatable? Belly's words nearly push Uchiha Madara into a frenzy. A predetermined outcome. You dare to say that? Uchiha Madara laughs bitterly in anger, as the blue arm of Susa, gripping the sword sheath, trembles slightly, transforming into a blue katana, with a fierce swing of the blue blade. He strikes down towards Belly's position. Mr. Madara, are you still unwilling to concede? In a flash, the sword light erupts, and a surge of powerful chakra emanates from Susanoo, just as the blade is about to cleave Belly's in two from behind. Her figure vanishes with a whoosh. The next moment, she gently lands upon the back of the swinging sword. Despite the rapid motion of Susanoo's attack, she remains perfectly still at the blade's tip. Truly, the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is impressive, both in its offensive capabilities and its aesthetic. Yet as Belly speaks, her tone suddenly shifts, questioning its defensive aspects. Her figure disappears once more, charging toward Uchiha Madara, who finds himself in the complete form of Susanoo. Sensing danger, Uchiha Madara commands Susanoo to defend. 1/2 slashes, just as dual blades swing with incredible speed, yet each time they descend upon Belly's, she expertly evades them with remarkable precision, navigating the strikes in a dangerously close manner that incites Uchiha Madara's frustration. Damn it, just a little more. As Belly's draws ever closer to Susanoo's protective visor, Uchiha Madara hastily forms hand seals for fire release. Dragon Flame. Too slow. The voice arrives almost simultaneously. The hardest part of Susanoo, intended to shield the user's body. The special visor on Susanoo's forehead develops several cracks. Not good. Uchiha Madara's expression shifts abruptly. He abandons his hand seals, his Rinnegan exerting its power to the fullest. Super. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force generated by his ocular manipulation converges in a singular direction. Boom. At that moment, the visor of Susanoo shatters. An unimaginable, formidable shockwave surges forth. This is impossible. The repulsive force generated by Super Shinra Tensei is instantaneously suppressed by the airwave, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wah! Uchiha Madara violently coughs up blood. The back of his fully realized Susanoo explodes, creating a gaping hole. His body is flung backward, tumbling through the air for several seconds before crashing heavily to the ground. The immense inertia of the impact causes him to roll several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. The complete Susanoo, having lost Uchiha Madara's chakra to sustain it, disintegrates entirely. The spot where Uchiha Madara lands is left with a shallow crater measuring 7 to 8 meters across. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara presses a hand against his chest, continuously coughing up blood. His crimson armor becomes tattered as it grates against the ground during his roll. The chasm between her and me is unfathomably vast. Uchiha Madara had never envisioned that a mere fingertip flick could casually compress air, unleashing an air cannon capable of obliterating his so-called strongest defense, the Susanoo. Specifically, his complete form of Susanoo. Had anyone previously suggested to him that the perfected Susanoo was but a fragile facade, he would have dismissed them with a swift retort. Yet now, amidst the bitter taste of blood at the corner of his mouth, he found himself reflecting on his predicament. Luckily, he possessed cells from Hashirama. Otherwise, even standing would have been a daunting challenge. This was sheer defeat. A complete and utter failure, devoid of any glimmer of hope. No. Perhaps if he could master Hashirama as powers flawlessly, there might still be a sliver of opportunity to face death in the arena without truly perishing. This insight, gleaned from the rules of the arena, was precisely why he had never intended to hold back from the outset. Bell-Iris descended gracefully from the skies, positioning herself at a considerable distance from Uchiha Madara. "Mr. Madara, are you prepared to concede?" Her voice was calm and collected. "Humph. Uchiha Madara knows only victory or defeat. Never surrender." He spat out a mouthful of tainted blood, standing tall with defiance. "I have one final move. If you can withstand it, I shall acknowledge you as the strongest." "Is that so?" Bell-Iris replied with a faint smile. "While I am not particularly concerned with being the strongest, since it is your request, I shall reluctantly oblige. I shall remain within your attack range and refrain from using teleportation to evade. Feel free to launch your assault." She offered him a reassuring gaze. "That will suffice," Madara declared with a hint of pride. "Though it may be somewhat underhanded, necessity dictates." Bell-Iris, with a casual flick, initiated a spatial leap that it would be quite vexing if she were unable to evade his full-strength attack, just as earlier when he had struck at her, only for her to sidestep and observe from a distance. "Susanoo." Uchiha Madara activated his complete Susanoo once more. "Mr. Madara, are you planning to rise from where you fell, using Susanoo to reclaim your dignity?" Bell-Iris inquired with genuine interest. "Humph. Do not engage in verbal sparring. The real spectacle is yet to come." He brought his hands together. Would release. Would golem technique. The earth trembled violently, and moments later, a colossal wooden figure emerged from the ground. Entirely constructed of wood. "Hashirama, let us unite as one." Uchiha Madara bellowed. "Susanoo." Beast's wrath. The azure chakra, radiating from Susanoo, enveloped the wooden figure, forming an armor that matched its massive size. Susanoo encasing the wooden figure? Bell-Iris mused, standing upon the quaking earth, observing Madara's new technique take shape with a hint of amusement. Interesting, quite the playful endeavor. "However, Mr. Madara, you seem unable to utilize sage techniques. If memory serves, your sage techniques were acquired from Hashirama after his reincarnation. Is that so?" Uchiha Madara's visage reflected a rapid decline in vitality. "What have I done?" Bell-Iris pondered, her understanding of chakra limited to a rudimentary grasp of its formation rules, leaving her bewildered by its intricacies. Madara's once raven hair rapidly turned white, wrinkles creeping across his face. The Susanoo encasing the wooden figure was complete, yet Madara's life force continued to diminish at an alarming rate. "This is the strongest technique unique to Uchiha Madara." The ground trembled incessantly, the atmosphere thickening within a radius of 1,000 meters. Madara clasped his hands together, gasping for breath. "Sage art. Beast's wrath. True thousand hands." The colossal wooden figure served as a pivot. As the thousand-handed Buddha rose from the earth, the blue armor of Susanoo swiftly enveloped the outer layer of the Buddha, which now towered nearly 1,000 meters, reaching an astonishing height of 1,200 meters. Each of the Buddha's hands shimmered with a faint blue hue, resembling scales. The originally monotonous thousand-handed Buddha now appeared even more majestic. Who? Despite his weariness, Madara's face, aged and streaked with gray, could not obscure his overwhelming battle spirit. "Prepare yourself," he roared, his voice slightly hoarse. "True thousand hands. Ascending Buddha." The wooden figure began to move, carrying the immense Buddha with it. The earth resonated with a booming sound, shaking violently as it drew closer to Bell-Iris. The appearance of the Susanoo encasing the wooden figure was indeed impressive and intimidating, and Bell-Iris couldn't resist a rare expression of admiration. "Then let us play with that," she said, her eyes slowly closing as an ethereal, mysterious aura enveloped her. Within Susanoo's protective barrier, Madara took note of Bell-Iris's actions. Dare close your eyes in the face of the combined might of Hashirama and myself." What audacity! Coughing amidst his furious laughter, he nearly choked on his own breath, forcing the air trapped in his throat to flow smoothly. "Very well, I shall claim the position of leader." The towering Buddha erupted with a terrifying chakra. Surrounding it were 1,000 arms, armed by Susanoo, exuding a blue hue that was strikingly formidable. 1 arm, 2 arms, 3 arms. Each hand transformed into a fist, launching a barrage of punches. Countless fists rained down like bullets, all aimed at one target, the position where Berilous stood. The first fist struck the ground with thunderous impact, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The true thousand hands relentlessly swung and pounded the earth. Madara, utilizing his Rinnegan, endeavored to track Berilous' movements amidst the chaos. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his aged brow. Could such feats be accomplished by mere mortals? The pupils of his Rinnegan contracted to nearly a pinprick. Yet even under these circumstances, he could barely catch glimpses of Berilous' fleeting shadows as she evaded his onslaught. A fist rocketed toward Berilous' head, but she nimbly shifted her position, narrowly avoiding the blow. The next punch came from the side, but she effortlessly leaped away from the whistling attack. Even a punch coming from behind seemed to find no mark, as she dodged with uncanny precision, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Despite the fortifications provided by Susanoo, the relentless barrage of fists battered the ground, with one fist striking the same spot as another, causing mutual destruction. The area covered by the true thousand hands was littered with shattered wooden arms, debris flying in all directions. Yet the densely packed, razor-sharp wooden spikes posed no threat to Berilous. With her eyes closed, she evaded each attack in an astonishing manner that seemed to defy belief, as if she could predict the trajectory of each strike. Could the Sage of Six Paths achieve such mastery? Uchiha Madara expressed skepticism that if Berilous were to obliterate the true Senju with absolute power, he would not be the least bit surprised. However, Berilous did not even attempt to counter. Each evasion, each landing, fell within the range of the true Senju's assault. And no matter how dense the attacks or the residual waves, not a single fragment of harm touched her. The true Senju continued for nearly 20 minutes, as the arms could no longer withstand the force of the onslaught. Fracturing and shattering, Uchiha Madara still maintained the appearance of a wooden giant. The massive Buddha behind him had completely lost its arms, leaving only bare stumps. The ground within dozens of kilometers lay in ruins, ravaged by the explosive devastation of the true Senju. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened considerably as he gasped for breath. Not a single point of damage. The true Senju, which exerted immense pressure upon him, was even under the full might of the Susanoo, surpassing the power of the great Buddha that once held the 9 tails in the Valley of the End, yet it failed to even graze the surface of anyone else. Mr. Madara, please refrain from saying such things. You have indeed hurt me. A calm voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears. What? Uchiha Madara was perplexed. Weary, he gazed at the palm of Berilous' right hand, which she raised. There is no need for alarm. In terms of strength, you are quite impressive. Berilous interrupted him before he could say more. Observing the 2 strands of snow-white hair resting quietly in Berilous' palm, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened like the depths of a cauldron, rendering him momentarily speechless. Are you insulting me? Uchiha Madara ground out through clenched teeth. How dare she claim that he had harmed her? Was his Susanoo, with its grand and sweeping techniques, merely for cutting hair? I am merely stating a fact. I had no intention of insulting you, Mr. Madara. Berilous raised her gaze to Uchiha Madara. You seem quite angry. To deliberately remove 2 strands of hair is already quite a concession to your dignity. Considering you were once among the initial members, it wouldn't do to look too shabby, would it? However, it appears someone is not appreciative. Then shall I demonstrate our disparity in a different manner? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I shall defeat you in a manner you deem acceptable. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan pupils narrowed, and he coldly replied, If you can, then do try. Even in certain defeat, my pride will not allow me to show weakness. Rest assured, it will soon come to an end. In her palm, the 2 white strands of hair drifted away on the gentle breeze as Berilous slowly lowered her right hand. She took a deep breath. Speaking of which, I haven't used this stance in quite some time. Perhaps I may be a bit out of practice. The cascading white hair fluttered slightly, but a faint yet formidable pressure emanated from Berilous, spreading in all directions. Even within the confines of the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara distinctly sensed the terrifying energy radiating from Berilous. The powerful airwaves surged, transforming into a raging tempest, ceaselessly expanding outward. The Buddha statue enveloped by the Susanoo was subdued by the aura released by bellies. Even the chakra sustaining the Susanoo began to waver. Under the onslaught of the energy waves, the statue retreated repeatedly until it finally halted several dozen meters away. A golden aura rose around bellies. The ravaged surface of the ground, in response to the energy emanating from her aura, formed concentric circles of resplendent golden ripples. The white hair cascading down to her waist began to transition slowly into a brilliant gold at the tips. The delicate features of her face, paired with her cool purple eyes, radiated a terrifying energy that erupted suddenly from bellies. This was sheer terror. The massive Buddha statue, controlled by Uchiha Madara, continued to retreat. Even the Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, despite being reinforced by the Susanoo, began to collapse at a visibly accelerated pace under the onslaught of the rampant energy. Ugh! He spat out another mouthful of blood. A hint of fear flickered in the aged eyes of Uchiha Madara. Possessing the Rinnegan, which harnessed the powers of the universe, he felt a soul-deep trepidation for the first time. Not just his body, but even his spirit felt as though it was no longer his own, akin to a small boat adrift on a tumultuous sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Weak and utterly helpless. It felt as if even his consciousness had solidified. Uchiha Madara watched helplessly as the massive Buddha statue, covered by the Susanoo, was penetrated by the rampant surge of golden energy, and despite the defense of the wood release combined with Susanoo, it crumbled layer by layer under the chaotic collisions of the golden energy. Ultimately, the true Senju Buddha transformed into fragments of varying sizes, cascading down to the ground. Uchiha Madara, too, fell from the air, struggling to control his descent. Breathless, Uchiha Madara gasped for air, sweat beading on his aged forehead. His once pristine white hair, now a disheveled mess due to the exertion. He struggled to lift his head and look towards Bellies' position. The incessant golden aura continued to spread. The energy drifting seemed to intentionally avoid Uchiha Madara's vicinity, flowing around him. The exquisite control over the energy compelled even someone as proud as Uchiha Madara to acknowledge his inferiority. Cough, cough, cough. The insurmountable power far exceeded that of the Sage of Six Paths, though he had never encountered the Sage. Uchiha Madara instinctively believed that even if the Sage were to rise from his coffin, he would hardly be a match for this girl, who appeared to be merely a 15 or 16-year-old maiden. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. The girl was enveloped in a golden aura. Her rising presence was dazzling even under the scrutiny of the Rinnegan. In the gaze of the Rinnegan, the girl vanished in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared before Uchiha Madara, her purple eyes looking down upon him as he knelt with one knee on the ground. Barely sustaining his life force, gazing at the indifferent expression on her face and the calmness in her purple eyes, Uchiha Madara summoned every ounce of strength to say, "You win." Uchiha Madara conceded. Yet Bellies displayed no hint of joy. She slowly raised her right hand, palm directed towards the already defeated Uchiha Madara, who was about to be sent away. Her palm hovered less than half a meter from his forehead. Destruction! Uchiha Madara barely had time to utter another word. With a look of disbelief, his body swiftly disappeared. First his legs, then his torso, and finally his head, like being gradually erased by an eraser. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara's existence vanished entirely from the sight of those present. After effortlessly erasing Uchiha Madara, Bellies exited the arena. The live broadcast abruptly ceased, the battle scene fading away. Kikyo and Spider, who had been watching, remained stunned, unable to release the shock that lingered in their hearts. Their minds remained fixated on the image of a girl with magnificent golden hair, radiating an extraordinary aura that soared skyward. A few strands of golden bangs fell over her forehead, slightly obscuring her eyes, yet failing to conceal the dreadfully indifferent purple gaze. Uchiha Madara still around. Spider's voice trembled, the indelible image of the girl with golden hair causing her entire being to shiver. If Uchiha Madara's formidable strength had astounded Spider, then the power displayed by their leader, Bellies, and her unparalleled terrifying might eclipsed all. Even through the screen, one could vaguely sense it, whether it was an illusion or not. Spider recalled that when the leader transformed, the very surface of the planet had trembled. Uchiha Madara did not respond to Spider's words, and the public chat fell into a deep silence. Could it be that our leader has killed the old man? The rules of the arena cannot possibly lead to death, can they? Spider-Man deliberately scrutinized the arena's regulations, yet the words she uttered lacked conviction. Bellies, the group leader, and Uchiha Madara, an ordinary member. Are the rules applicable solely to the members and entirely ineffective for the leader? When one is slain, they perished if killed by the group leader. Does that truly result in death? Spider-Man, with her 8 spider legs, clutched herself, curling her body into a tight ball, surrounded by the warmth emanating from the silk-threaded nest she had constructed. Her emotions gradually began to stabilize. The world's foremost princess remarked, "Uchiha Madara is still alive, Spider-Man. Your voice betrays a hint of fear." Spider-Man responded, "What? Not dead?" Kikyo added, his avatar is still illuminated. The two shifted their focus to Madara's avatar, whose pale hair and elderly visage remained vibrant, showing no signs of having logged off. However, Madara had yet to utter a word. In the realm of Hokage, amidst the pure land, even in a spectral state. Madara appeared to tremble. On one hand, he had just felt his soul and body being gradually erased, succumbing to the dread of complete sensory deprivation. On the other hand, he was exhilarated. He sensed that irresistible shudder of the heart. And even Hashirama, in the presence of such power, felt like a mere insignificant insect. How terrifying it was! A flicker of bewilderment crossed Madara's eyes. Unlike during their initial confrontation, when he could not perceive the energy traces of the group leader bellies, perhaps due to the disparity in their levels, he recalled her declaration of defeating him head-on, transforming into a being radiating golden flames. His straight white hair gradually morphed into gold, the once soft strands taking on sharp angles. The contrast in aura between her pre-transformation and post-transformation states was strikingly distinct. Though he remained uncertain which of Bellies' forms held greater strength, her post-transformation presence reminded him of his own awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, suggesting a significant alteration in her inherent character. Of course, this was merely Madara's conjecture. Regaining his composure, he envisioned the chat group's interface. The myriad powers from different worlds, countless formidable entities, indeed stirred a sense of wonder within him regarding his recent defeat. Even as he was obliterated by the group leader without the chance to withdraw from the arena, Madara remained unfazed. He was a warrior, not one to cower before failure. He simply needed to claim victory next time. Moreover, he was still alive. No. In any case, he still possessed consciousness, did he not? Madara typed into the group chat, "I'm still here. I implore any member to refrain from lamenting." After the preceding battle, he gradually integrated himself into the chat group, shedding his previous haughty demeanor. Regardless of how one perceived it, the chat group represented an opportunity for him. Maintaining good relations with the members was something Madara, having once been a clan leader, understood all too well. In the dim confines of the cave, struggling for survival, having observed the ninja world for decades, and reflecting upon his past, he gradually came to comprehend his shortcomings during his tenure as clan leader. However, by that time, he had already relinquished the Uchiha, or rather, the Uchiha had betrayed him. Understanding this seemed to hold little significance now, and it no longer mattered. The Eye of the Moon. He recalled the inscriptions on the Uchiha tablet, which rekindled his confidence. Hashirama, once our dreams are realized, Uchiha Madara, will ascend to a higher realm, a broader dimension, rather than remain confined to this mere patch of the ninja world that I am fundamentally different from you. The world's foremost princess interjected. "What? Madara is still alive. I had thought," Spider-Man responded. "Indeed, I had sensed that too." The oppressive sensation of Madara's erasure lingered in the air, palpable even through the screen. The world's foremost princess continued. "It is likely due to my transformation. That form may influence my character to some extent. In simpler terms, it is somewhat akin to how Mr. Madara feels after awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan." Madara queried, "Are you referring to negative emotions?" The princess replied, "If you wish to interpret it that way, it is not entirely incorrect." Upon returning from the arena, Bellies' consciousness re-entered her body. After assessing her physical state, she discovered that there were no residual traces of having transformed into a Super Saiyan, implying that she had not utilized her own body in that space. Furthermore, it had not adversely affected her current self. Since becoming a formal destroyer god, Bellies had not reverted to Super Saiyan form. The transformation of a Saiyan conflicted with the destructive power bestowed upon her by inheriting the divine position, potentially altering her character. Until she completely overcame this issue, she was unwilling to casually attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. Previously, in another realm, her body had been meticulously constructed by the chat group, prompting her to experiment. It appeared that the consequences of her transformation were more severe than she had anticipated. She had initially sought to test the strength of the arena space, only to find herself in a position where she had to eliminate Uchiha Madara, assessing whether the chat group could revive him. Although the distinction seemed minor, it undeniably impacted her character. Indeed, I find myself utterly at odds with this warrior race. The messages in the chat group pulled Bellies back to the present. Madara mused, "Wait a moment. I suddenly have a question. Group leader, did you intend to bypass the chat group's rules to kill me?" Madara was no fool. Synthesizing the group leader's explanations with his near experience of corporeal and spiritual obliteration led him to a chilling conclusion. The more he pondered, the more plausible this conclusion became, especially given the indifferent expression in Bellies' violet eyes, which regarded him as one might regard refuse. The world's foremost princess quipped, "Mr. Madara has caught on. What a headache. Should I silence you?" Madara, Kikyo, and Spider-Man all responded in unison. "What?" The princess reassured, "I am merely jesting, Mr. Madara. Rest assured, I had no intention of eliminating you before my transformation, nor do I now. You witnessed that even under my full force, you remain very much alive." Madara retorted, "I believe you are attempting to evade responsibility, and I have evidence." Ding! Uchiha Madara was upgraded to group administrator. Cheers erupted. Madara queried, "A hush fee? Is this not a solid piece of evidence?" The world's foremost princess cleared her throat. "In any case, the earlier incident was an accident. The current state is my true self. Let us forget the persona I adopted during the transformation." She added, "What do you think, Mr. Madara?" Madara replied, "World's foremost princess, you may address me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. makes me feel as though you might one day betray me." He spoke candidly. In the presence of someone capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life, his arrogance was tempered. He still harbored dreams and sought peace in the ninja world. There were things he must endure. Ah, truly, Hashirama understood from the outset that the essence of a ninja is to endure. The world's foremost princess responded, "Very well, what do you propose?" Madara countered, "Are we in a standoff? Must we not change the subject?" Having acquired the position of group administrator and grasping the privileges associated with it, Madara found it difficult to defy the group leader. After all, losing meant forfeiting one's rights. His earlier provocation of the leader's authority meant that even his demise in the arena was self-inflicted, especially since his spirits still lingered. Clearing his throat, Madara stated, "I too believe that the group leader is as agreeable as Hashirama. How ironic that he, the formidable Shura of the ninja world, could utter such hypocritical words without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness." After the misunderstandings between Bellies and Madara were resolved, the chat group fell into a quieter state. Kikyo was not one for conversation, while Madara busied himself exploring the administrative privileges he had just obtained. As for Spider-Man, she was diligently leveling up, a matter of life and death. After a considerable silence, Madara inquired, "World's foremost princess, group leader, are you aware of the events unfolding in my world?" The princess responded, "Are you referring to the Ten Tails or your Eye of the Moon plan?" Madara replied, "You are indeed informed. May I inquire how much you know?" The princess explained, "Upon your entry into the chat group, based on the leader's permissions, I can ascertain the predetermined past and future of the members' worlds. This refers to what is established, meaning the events that would transpire had you not joined the chat group, though this is merely a portion, not the entirety." Bellies did not directly reveal the nature of the world inhabited by the group members, which was filled with anime and the like, to Uchiha Madara. Instead, she explained from an almost omniscient perspective, akin to that of a chat group. And one wishes to believe that their existence is merely the narrative of a comic. Uchiha Madara, with a hint of excitement in his voice, inquired, "Has my plan succeeded? Will the ninja world experience everlasting peace?" For him, achieving peace in the ninja realm had almost become an obsession. The world's foremost princess replied, "It has succeeded, yet it has also failed." Uchiha Madara, puzzled, asked, "Who has betrayed me?" Is it not the person I trust the most? The princess countered. Wouldn't revealing the truth to you now be rather dull? It would be far more engaging for you to discover it yourself upon your resurrection, especially since you have plans for that. Uchiha Madara thought. This person is quite insufferable, yet I find myself unable to contend with her. In the realm of destruction. Bellies withdrew her consciousness from the chat group. She shook her head at the notion of peace brought about by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Who can guarantee that the world in which one exists is not a utopia fabricated by a higher civilization? She refrained from disclosing the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi to Uchiha Madara. Regarding his so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, Bellies maintained a skeptical stance. If a person has lived in a false world since birth, then their impressions of that deceptive realm may constitute their reality. The distinction between reality and illusion is not always so clearly defined. Just like her current world of Dragon Ball, can she truly assert that her existence is real? Might it not be a creation of some unscrupulous author who has ensnared her within it? As she pondered, she recalled the title Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 11, featuring 2 new group members. Susanoo is decent, though it feels somewhat redundant to me. After battling Uchiha Madara, Bellies gained considerable inspiration, including the idea of simulating chakra structures via her own laws. What? How did you achieve that? Please, a deity with a combat power exceeding 1 trillion should be able to replicate the degraded energy of a mere novice with a power level under 1,000. It would be akin to a university student failing to pass a primary school exam, leading one to question how they have lived for decades. The yin-yang attributes of Chakra bear a striking resemblance to the laws of the god of destruction and the Kaioshin, albeit in a significantly degraded form. With a casual flick, Bellies dispelled the colossal Susanoo that loomed 1,000 meters above her. She descended gently to the ground. It cannot be said that she emerged entirely empty-handed. Rather, the experience surpassed having no gain at all, providing her with some consolation. The emergence of the chat group proved to be somewhat beneficial. As she immersed herself in the chat group, an expression of astonishment crossed Bellies' face. 2 new members, Apps 4869 Researcher, Abyss Princess. Upon observing their avatars, familiar scenes surfaced in her mind. Having lived in this world for 20 years, her memories became clearer after ascending to divinity. How intriguing. It turns out to be them. The Apps 4869 Researcher, a young girl with brown hair, is a significant supporting character from a certain anime about a Shinigami elementary school student, originally named Shiho Miyano, now known as AI Hybra. The other, a traveler from the game Genshin Impact, is a master of quests in the Teyvat continent. Wait, Abyss Princess? Surely it cannot be. As Bellies pondered, in the Teyvat continent, the chat group connecting countless worlds piqued her curiosity. How could such a thing exist in Teyvat? The golden-haired girl in a white dress wore a perplexed expression. System, chat groups, and such, aren't those things found only in novels? Naturally, she was aware of the so-called golden fingers from various novels. Sensing no immediate malice, the girl murmured, then delved deeper into the chat group's contents. Her gaze sharpened, her expression conveying an endearing naivety. At that moment, a deep abyss mage appeared, slowly kneeling behind the girl. Speaking with reverence, Your Highness, the plan to transform the East Wind Dragon into a war weapon has encountered unexpected obstacles. As her consciousness withdrew from the chat group, the girl's innocent expression vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor tinged with coldness. She cast a sidelong glance at the abyss mage behind her. Is it the Anemo Archon? Is he seeking to reclaim his crown for the sake of this dragon? No, it is not him. That unreliable deity will indeed intervene, but we have already devised a counter-strategy. The impediment to our plan comes from your blood relative. As the abyss mage finished speaking, the girl's eyes widened in shock. Memories of her interactions with the traveler Ether flooded her mind, including the moments spent battling the sustainer of heavenly principles in the ruins of the Wind Dragon. The traveler Ether engaged in an intense battle with the Hilichurls. Brother Lumen stood atop the highest cliff, hands resting on her knees, gazing down at the familiar figure below. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, showing no intention of meeting her brother. She turned instead towards the lingering ruin guard. Farewell for now, brother. We shall reunite, but that time is not now. Standing in the colossal palm of the ruined guard, Lumen recalled the chat group she had recently joined. Perhaps we have better options ahead. This unexpected entity might inspire me in ways I cannot yet imagine. Once I resolve matters here, brother, we shall seek a new home together. In the world of Detective Conan, the brown-haired girl dismissed her companion. The Shinigami elementary student, as the latter looked on in confusion, the girl dashed around the corner. Her current name was AI Hybera, though that mattered little. What was significant was the sudden voice that had resonated in her mind moments ago. Do you wish to truly live? Then join us. Yes or no? AI Hybera, bewildered, contemplated waiting to ask the nearby detective. The mysterious voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding. Due to your prolonged inactivity, the system has defaulted your choice to join the chat group. AI Hybera. Following this, she felt a buzzing in her head as peculiar information flooded her consciousness. The contents of her memories began to crystallize, intertwining with recollections that felt both foreign and freshly inscribed. The former scientist, Shiho Miyano, now AI Hybera, recognized that such strange imaginings were beyond the capabilities of current technology. She quickly concocted an excuse to distance herself from the nearby Idagawa Conan, seeking a secluded spot to thoroughly examine the information she had received. However, the more she recalled and scrutinized in detail, the more incredible it all seemed. Magic? Monsters? Chakra? Surely, this must be a jest. Yet she understood that this was no jest. What is wrong, Hybera? At some point, Conan had appeared beside AI Hybera, a puzzled expression on his face. Do you believe in the existence of magic? AI Hybera asked, posing a befuddling question to the Shinigami elementary student. Conan? What are you talking about, Hybera? I am a materialist. I believe in science. How could magic possibly exist? Conan stared with wide, fish-like eyes, having rushed over, thinking something was amiss with AI Hybera. And this was the result. Kudo, do you consider apps 4869 to be scientific? Conan was momentarily at a loss. Well, that's a technological product. He seemed unable to refute the absurdity of shrinking down due to a drug. A high school student weighing over 100 pounds had transformed into a petite elementary student without any apparent side effects, which completely contradicted the law of conservation of energy. As for apps 4869, its initial research was actually aimed at creating an elixir of immortality. How could such a thing exist? Conan was about to counter AI Hybera's whimsical thoughts. But upon reflecting on his own transformation into a child, which could be considered a form of immortality in a sense, he found himself at a loss for words. Haitang gently brushed the bangs away from her ears. Haitang, you've been acting strangely since just now. Conan deliberately steered clear of the topic, fully aware that acknowledging the effects of the numerous drugs he had consumed would deter him from investigating the Black organization any further. It was evident that any organization engaged in such research would be far more intricate than a mere whirlpool. You go to school yourself? I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I'll head back first. Leaving Conan with her retreating silhouette, Haitang turned and departed. Hey, Conan, his mind awash with confusion, glanced at his watch, realizing he was about to be late, and ultimately, his curiosity succumbed to the pressures of reality. Once he confirmed that Idagawa Conan had disappeared from view, Haitang leaned against a nearby large tree and exhaled deeply. Great detective, I just revealed some astonishing matters to you. Within the organization, it was not solely Jin who was at work. Their influence was nearly global. Shaking off the myriad thoughts swirling her mind, Haitang immersed herself in the chat group. She had just gleaned a piece of crucial information from the group administrator that intrigued her greatly. Even if this involved a pact with a demon, she was determined to explore it. Apps 4869 researcher, Uchiha Madara, is it true that you can resurrect the dead? Haitang's body trembled slightly, her heart racing with anticipation. Resurrection, sister, Uchiha Madara. Once the chat group reaches level 3, this feature will be unlocked. As an administrator, Uchiha Madara was privy to considerable information, particularly concerning the aspect of resurrection, which intrigued him as he was, after all, a deceased individual with plans for revival. The group leader, Bellies, was offline, so Uchiha Madara was compelled to take on the task of welcoming new members. He casually spoke about the future prospects of the chat group, a skill he had honed during his time as a clan leader. Thus, the newcomer, nicknamed Apps 4869 Researcher, was easily ensnared. While Uchiha diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, a certain white-haired group leader quietly came online. She did not intrude, but rather lurked silently, occasionally releasing a few bubbles into the water. Indeed, such a proud figure as Uchiha Madara would act of his own accord if sufficiently persuaded. As Uchiha Madara passionately educated the new member, Bellies quietly interjected, "World's first princess." "Oh." I step away for just a moment, and two new members join the group. "Hello, everyone. I'm the group leader." "Bellies, feel free to ask me any questions." Not long after Bellies' words, a question appeared on the screen. Apps 4869 researcher. "World's first princess, did the administrator just say that this chat group can resurrect the deceased? Is that true? Could you elaborate on how it works?" Uchiha Madara, having only recently become an administrator, found that the permissions did not extensively cover the topic of resurrection. Upon hearing vital information from Uchiha Madara, Haidang seized the opportunity to press for more details when she noticed the group leader had come online. "World's first princess is the person you wish to resurrect your sister." Apps 4869 researcher. "How did you know?" Haidang was taken aback. While she had indeed mentioned wanting to resurrect someone, she had never disclosed that it was her sister within the group. "World's first princess. Don't worry, I'm not part of the Black organization. As long as you're a member of this chat group, your life's trajectory, past and future, will be captured to some extent. World's first princess. Of course, the past and future referred to here are recorded only in the context of your absence from the chat group." Apps 4869 researcher. "I see. World's first princess. The purpose of this chat group is to better alter predetermined futures and even rectify past regrets. Naturally, if you seek immense power, that is also achievable." Abyss princess. "Power, you say? World's first princess, are you exceptionally powerful?" In Teyvat, as the Abyss princess governing the Abyss, and was fervently yearning for strength, especially since she was destined to confront the heavenly principles. World's first princess. Different worlds possess different laws, and the expression of power varies accordingly. It is challenging to compare without engaging in actual combat. In my realm, I would say I am fairly formidable." Bellies' response was somewhat ambiguous, but he chose not to pursue further inquiries, maintaining a significant degree of caution regarding the chat group. "World's first princess, a new member, just inquired about resurrection. I should clarify that once the chat group reaches level 3, a trading system will be activated, and the answers you seek will be found within World's first princess. There are two methods to upgrade the chat group: member activity and the number of members." World's first princess. Apps 4869. "Do you have any other questions?" After a moment of silence in the chat, a message appeared. "Haidang." "No. Thank you, group leader." To some point, Haidang had changed her nickname to her own name. Resurrection. In Teyvat, Ing similarly monitored the chat group's messages, murmuring, "In many worlds, discussions surrounding resurrection often touch upon forbidden topics. The fact that the group leader can speak of it so freely suggests that her strength may surpass even the heavenly principles." However, in the next instant, a warning message emerged from the chat group, casting a look of confusion across Ying's face. "Other group members? Ding! Detection of member Jizuko in life-threatening danger. Life signs are rapidly declining." Immediately following this notification, the chat group's live broadcast was activated. "Jizuko, help! Help! I'm going to die." The screen displayed an area of extreme heat, dominated by molten lava. Jizuko was clinging precariously to a prominent rock. Far from the lava's reach, she gasped for air, her abdomen grievously injured, and several of her spider legs were missing. Blood seeped continuously from her wounds, and her health bar was alarmingly low. "Kikyo, those injuries are severe." "Uchiha Madara, have you encountered an enemy?" "Haidang, is this person also a group member?" "World's first princess, where are you right now?" "Jizuko, surrounded by lava." "Jizuko, I'm hurt so badly, and it's in the lava area. The dragon that my mother slapped into the lava is half destroyed." "Jizuko, group leader has finally shown up. I urgently need help." Having spent so long alone, Jizuko instinctively reached out to the chat group upon joining, hoping that the influential group leader might provide assistance. "World's first princess, Fire Dragon Lien duo." "Jizuko. You know about it too. It's that vile creature. Relying on its superior attributes, it keeps bullying me." As the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, Jizuko swiftly leapt to evade it, landing on a floating stone above the lava. Haitang, a fire-breathing dragon? Jizuko, yes, that's the one. I have no idea how I provoked it. It just attacks me mercilessly that I'm so weak and pitiful. Does it really have to be like this? World's first princess. Jizuko, I can transfer part of my power to help you eliminate this fire dragon. But are you certain you want my assistance, especially under the scrutiny of others? Jizuko, am I really being watched? I've had a nagging feeling of being spied on for a while, but I couldn't find anything. World's first princess. The one spying on you is the developer of your current status system, the very being who brought you to this world. She is a deity, you know. Jizuko. No way. I thought the status panel was developed by you. Group leader, I had no idea it involved a deity. I'm just a weak spider. How could I be so unfortunate? Being the focus of a divine gaze was not something she desired. World's first princess. I can assist you, but if you are discovered, you might end up being dissected. Jizuko. Group leader, can't you defeat it? World's first princess. I've never fought it, so I can't say. The chat group can only transfer a part of my power. If I fail, it will certainly be disastrous for you. Spider Child. I suppose I shall resolve this matter on my own to Fire Dragon and a god capable of creating systems. One can easily deduce which adversary is more manageable. At least this Fire Dragon seems to harbor a glimmer of hope. Spider Child had previously speculated that someone was surveilling her. This is why, even amidst battle, she persistently engaged in conversation within the chat group. Her expression unwavering, as she wished to remain undetected. Liking Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please save this. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 13. The Crisis of Spider Child. In the realm of the god of destruction. Bellies observed the scenes unfolding in the chat group. The fierce battle between Spider Child and the Fire Dragon raged on with fervor. The already weakened Fire Dragon, under Spider Child's relentless assault, quickly succumbed to excessive blood loss. The heat of the molten lava infused the air with the aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. However, the disparity in attributes between Spider Child and the Fire Dragon was undeniable. Should she intervene, Bellies hesitated, her eyelids fluttering slightly. The leader of the chat group. Bellies possessed the authority to project a being of considerable strength into the members' world. Yet, she harbored reservations. Assisting Spider Child could likely provoke a backlash from the malevolent deity who had transported her to this realm. Whether out of interest in Spider Child or in her capacity as the group's leader, neither prospect appealed to Bellies. She had little confidence that her projection could overpower the FOET that moment. The battle between Spider Child and the Fire Dragon reached a fever pitch. The live broadcast of the chat group showcased their unreserved contest that a series of dazzling spells and thrilling dodges heightened the adrenaline. If the Fire Dragon were akin to a stationary artillery, then Spider Child embodied the essence of an agile assassin. Utilizing her speed and skillful maneuvers, she continuously drained the Fire Dragon's health and magical energy. Uchiha Madara. Impressive battle instincts. Even someone as proud as Uchiha Madara could not help but commend her. Kikyo. This fire-breathing dragon possesses strength nearing that of a great demon. Kikyo felt considerable concern for Spider Child's predicament. Two newly joined members of the group observed the battle intently. Hybera AI focused on the unfolding combat, contemplating if she could master even a single spell of such caliber. She would no longer fear Jin. Soon after, she shook her head, chastising herself for such unrealistic thoughts, setting aside the fact that Spider Child's world boasted an incredible system interface. What was this magical energy? Did she possess such a resource? No. So how could she learn? As each member pondered the live stream, Spider Child seized the opportunity to unleash her ultimate move. Abyssal magic, Gate of Hell. An ancient and decaying square stone door gradually rose from the lava. Soon standing at the center of the molten sea, perilously close to the Fire Dragon. That be why the time the Fire Dragon sensed the danger emanating from the ominous door, it was already too late. The massive door creaked open, revealing a colorful radiance within. Roar. The Fire Dragon sought to obstruct it, wishing to destroy the gate that signified its imminent doom. However, the formidable gravitational pull of the Gate of Hell not only drew in the surrounding molten lava, but also consumed the Fire Dragon's gathered magical energy in the blink of an eye. Additionally, the blood and flesh from the dragon's wounds were drawn forth, transforming into thin strands of crimson that swiftly flowed into the gate. Minutes passed, and the open hellish portal slowly began to close. The area once filled with lava was now reduced to a charred wasteland, blackened and desolate. The colossal body of the fire dragon remained motionless, not devoured by the gate, yet its life force had nearly ebbed away. Abyssal magic. Ye sat atop the peak of Qingyun, contemplating her plan to seal the archons of Liyue. Meanwhile, she leisurely observed the live broadcast from the chat group. Spider-Child's prowess surprised Ye. To her, the fire dragon, named Lian Duo, was hardly formidable, especially when compared to Talin. Lian Duo paled in comparison to a being she would not hesitate to forsake for her brother. Nonetheless, she found herself intrigued by the abyssal magic wielded by Spider-Child. When that door opened, it exuded an aura that hinted at danger. She resolved to inquire further about the rules of different worlds later, as utilizing such powers could prove troublesome. Just like the abyssal force, she had invested considerable time understanding it before she could wield it. It would be beneficial to become familiar with the members of the group to reap the rewards. Ye mused, her heart brimming with hope for the future. Heavenly Principle, I shall one day trample you beneath my feet. Spider-Child's narrow escape from the dragon's clutches presented an extraordinary battle for the members of the chat group. Uchiha Madara, Spider-Child, you are commendable. I see a reflection of my former self in you. Spider-Child, Elder Madara, you actually acknowledge me. Uchiha Madara, indeed, in all my battles, none have matched the grandeur of the one I shared with Hashirama. Except for yours, composed, calm, and unflinching in the face of danger. Your grasp of the situation is exemplary. Without exception, it is top-tier. It is difficult to imagine that this Spider-Child, in a past life, was merely an ordinary student in a mundane world. In such a brief span, she is transformed into a competent warrior. Spider-Child. Elder Madara, wasn't he at your battle with the leader of the group? Who is this Hashirama? Uchiha Madara seemed to reference Senju Hashirama frequently. Could it be that Senju Hashirama was his girlfriend? His wife? The battles he spoke of surely could not have taken place in a bed. Cough, cough. Impossible, I must be overthinking it. Uchiha Madara, do not mention the past. It was hardly a battle worth noting. Spider-Child's words caused Madara's expression to darken. Clearly, he had been unilaterally overwhelmed. How could that be considered a splendid battle? Spider-Child ceased her chatter in the group. For time was of the essence. The recent use of abyssal magic had caused the cave to near collapse, and tremors began to shake the surroundings. Summoning all her strength, Spider-Child dragged the fire dragon's carcass to safety. The taste of this fire dragon remained uncertain to her. She licked her lips in anticipation. Abyssal Princess, is dragon meat delicious? I too long to partake. Hybera, AI, you wish to eat a dragon? Observing Spider-Child's expression and the comment from another newly joined member, she felt the live stream becoming increasingly peculiar. Spider-Child is quite delectable. Previously, I feasted upon a dragon that was not as powerful as this one. Yet its flavor was exquisite. Uchiha Madara, dragons seem scarce around here, though we do have a couple of reckless individuals who devoured a substantial amount of fox meat. Madara recalled the information returned by White Zetsu regarding the golden and silver horns. However, just as Spider-Child prepared to savor her meal, an unusual space began to coalesce. A man clad in black armor, adorned with a helmet featuring 2 black horns and piercing red eyes, emerged from the forming portal. He glanced at the fire dragoness body, bound tightly by Spider-Child's threads, before locking his gaze onto her and beginning to speak in a language that was utterly incomprehensible to Spider-Child. Spider-Child, who is this fellow? Can anyone decipher his words? She had not anticipated a response. Yet the chat group's leader, fluent in dragon tongue, perhaps out of boredom, began translating for the members that world's first princess, Spider-Child. This dragon inquires if you are a subordinate of Ariel, and why you attacked his kin. If you are not a servant of Ariel, you shall perish here to atone for your transgressions against his kind. Spider-Child, atone, a dragon. This is entirely inhumane. It bears no resemblance to a dragon, world's first princess. Spider-Child, your focus is rather peculiar. Spider-Child? Perhaps you are right. Does he intend to kill me? The realization dawned on Spider-Child, causing her entire form to tremble. Spider-Child, poking at her front legs, desperately pleaded, Dear dragon, I truly had no idea that this fire dragon was your kin. He was relentlessly attacking me, and I was left with no choice but to defend myself. Yes, it was self-defense in the realm of the god of destruction upon hearing Spider-Child's plea, addressing the dragon as such. Bellies could only wear an expression of exasperation. What a foolish creature. The previous words were spoken in vain. I hope they were not overheard by the malevolent deity, but otherwise, the likelihood of her rescuing the Spider-Child would diminish significantly. If the malevolent deity D has no intention of saving the Spider-Child, she will inevitably take action. Given the current state of the Spider-Child, it is inconceivable that she could remain unscathed amidst the administrator's assault. Indeed, with the communication barrier between both parties, the administrator Chiu Lai could not comprehend a word the Spider-Child uttered. He raised his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, seeking vengeance for his kin. Enthralled by Dragon Ball. After being collected, I am the god of destruction. Please bookmark Dragon Ball. After being collected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 14. Meeting with the malevolent deity D. Witnessing the menacing demeanor of the figure before him, beads of sweat formed on the Spider-Child's forehead as she frantically gestured and shook her head, exclaiming, "Stop! Stop! Let's talk this through." The Spider-Child pleaded. "Oh, esteemed leader of the group, please come to my aid. Someone is trying to kill me." The world's foremost princess reassured. "All right, Spider-Child, I will intervene. Do not fret." Upon hearing her response, the Spider-Child felt a sigh of relief amidst her panic. However, the cold sweat continued to trickle down from her forehead to her chin. The Spider-Child had contemplated a counterattack, but being locked in by a certain energy rendered movement exceedingly difficult. Just as she observed the towering figure opposite her, a searing light emanated from his palm, directed toward her. The Spider-Child's spirit plummeted, and she instinctively shut her eyes that, "Oh, esteemed leader, if you do not arrive soon, the adorable little spider shall meet her demise." Enough with the murmurs. I have arrived. The beam targeting the Spider-Child was deftly pinched by Bellies, transforming it into a spherical light orb. Following that, she snapped her fingers, and the spherical energy dissipated into countless shimmering particles. How impressive! The Spider-Child opened her eyes just in time to witness Bellies effortlessly compressing the enemy's beam into a size akin to a ping-pong ball. Dismissing it with ease, she could not help but swallow hard. The threat that had loomed over her was suddenly non-existent. Chiu Lai, he muttered in a language the Spider-Child could not grasp, his eyes revealing a wary glint. What a nuisance, this language barrier. Bellies casually tapped a few spots in the space ahead. Before long, the Spider-Child, who had previously been unable to comprehend Chiu Lai's words, surprisingly found herself understanding them now. "Esteemed leader, what manner of sorcery is this?" The Spider-Child inquired, perplexed. "A mere bidirectional translation device. Nothing of great significance." Bellies replied without reservation. "Such a contraption exists?" The Spider-Child was bewildered. "But esteemed leader, you merely tapped a few points in midair. It seems you did nothing. At a certain level of power, creating convenient little gadgets becomes quite effortless." "All right," the Spider-Child wished to say more, but Bellies gestured for her to remain silent. Her gaze fell upon the armored Chiu Lai, and with a gentle smile, she stated, "I wish to spare this little spider. You have no objections, I trust?" "Who are you?" Chiu Lai's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that this girl in white would easily deflect his attack, even if he was not using his full strength. Such capabilities were beyond the reach of the systems on this planet. "A friend of Baiji. Does that answer satisfy you?" "Baiji?" Chiu Lai furrowed his brow, recognizing the spider's name. "Esteemed leader, who is Baiji?" "I'm not Baiji. My name is Rui Jisai." The Spider-Child was somewhat puzzled as to why her leader had misnamed her. "Is that so? Then I must have forgotten. Baiji, or Little White, is your future name," Bellies remarked with a nonchalant chuckle. "No, that cannot be." "Oh, a future name indeed sounds intriguing, but I am more curious about your name." "Outsider." An electronic device fell to the ground. At the moment the sound echoed, Chiu Lai's stern demeanor shifted slightly, indicating he recognized the owner of the voice. Meanwhile, the Spider-Child was startled by the unexpected sound emanating from a phone, quickly retreating behind Bellies. "Who? What person?" "The deity who brought you to this world. I previously mentioned them, and you should not be unfamiliar with their identity." The The spider child, with her 8 legs flailing in panic, exclaimed, "Is it really that deity, the one whom the leader said might not be able to defeat?" With a knife hand strike to the spider child's forehead, Belly sported a wry expression. "Do not speak such things in public. I have my dignity to uphold. That I'm sorry." The spider child, realizing her mistake, repeatedly apologized. "Esteemed leader, may you reign forever, invincible across the universe, unifying all realms. Do be quiet. I fear I may inadvertently end your life." Bellies replied with exasperation. "Understood." The spider child trembled slightly. Bellies extended her finger, giving a gentle flick. Not far away, the fallen device soared toward them. As she received the red-edged phone, Belly spoke softly. "It is a pleasure to meet you. The administrator of this universe, malevolent deity D. Or should I say, names are merely labels. No need to concern yourself so." The voice from the phone interrupted Bellies, yet she seemed unperturbed and had no intention of continuing her statement. "I have secured the little spider. Is that agreeable?" Bellies conveyed her intentions straightforwardly. "That will not do. I have high hopes for this little spider. Her future name is Baiji, correct? Then I shall refer to her as Little White. I have great expectations for her." The feminine voice from the phone continued. "Since you are aware of my matters, you should also understand the identity of the little spider. Therefore, an increase in compensation is necessary." "Indeed, you are quite astute, as expected of an otherworldly deity." The voice of the malevolent deity D emanated from the phone, calm and unhurried. "She refers to you as leader. How about you draw me into your group?" The malevolent deity D continued. "I am quite intrigued by your means of traversing the universe. This is hardly an equitable exchange." Bellies narrowed her eyes. "I may extend an invitation for you to join. But not at this moment. How about after Baiji transforms into a human?" "Transforming into a human. You are quite audacious. Or have you glimpsed the future and placed your faith in her?" To become human signifies ascendance to divinity. The malevolent deity D was well aware of the spider child's identity, and her understanding elicited a degree of surprise. "Do you not wish to witness it? You have undertaken considerable efforts to send the spider child here." "Humph, perhaps in the past that would have been the case, but presently my interest lies more with you." The surrounding space quivered slightly, and soon a portal materialized. Upon seeing the girl standing outside the portal, Bellies chuckled lightly. "If negotiations fail, do you intend to resort to force? Is that wise? You should realize that I am but an energy projection, even if you were to vanquish me. What significance would it hold? Moreover, you may not necessarily prevail. To be frank, Bellies did not overly concern herself with the malevolent deity. Transmuting the life of one planet to another and establishing a planetary system was within her capabilities. However, this was the universe in which the spider child resided, and she had no desire to antagonize such a deity. The upper deity, malevolent deity D. As the girl donned a cat-faced mask emerged, Chiolai's entire demeanor tensed, and one understood better than he how terrifying this capricious upper deity could be. In his eyes, the malevolent deity D acted solely on whims. Little did he expect that his mere intention to eliminate a spider child responsible for the death of his kin would entangle him not only with an unknown powerful deity, but also with the malevolent deity D herself. Had he known the spider child's background was so profound, he would have refrained from meddling in such murky waters. Chiolai is currently filled with deep concern, fearing that the malevolent deity D might obliterate the planet. He harbors profound feelings for the world of his origin. Even if the malevolent deity D refrains from destruction, the two seemingly equal deities engaged in dialogue could easily lead to a conflict, potentially sealing the fate of this planet prematurely. Adoring Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 15. The transaction between two deities. Why does this girl, no, this deity, insist on wearing a mask? Spider child huddles behind Bellies, cautiously peering out at the somewhat familiar figure across from her, her voice laced with confusion. Because she is your classmate and does not wish to be recognized by you. Spider child gasps, her expression one of utter disbelief. In no way. A deity attending school. That is absurd. akin to a billionaire taking to the streets to beg. "Who are you?" Spider Child stammers, trembling as she extends a spider leg to point at the figure. "Yohane Haikiai, are you particularly concerned about my identity?" The malevolent deity D speaks with a voice that retains its sharpness. "Not at all." Spider Child, intimidated by the malevolent deity D, withdraws immediately. "Enough of that. Do not frighten by Ji. You wouldn't want me to utter your name, would you?" Belly states with a hint of exasperation. "It's quite all right compared to little Bai. I am more concerned about your existence." The malevolent deity D replies nonchalantly that that truly acceptable. This is your universe, and if you inadvertently cause damage, the loss will be yours. As the powerful aura emanates from the figure across, Bellies casts a sphere of white light upon Spider Child, imbuing it with energy to safeguard her. Uchiha Lai appears, unable to bear the intensifying energy that pervades the space, struggling to lift his body while leaning on the ground. Just as before, he remains incapable of sensing the presence of the malevolent deity D, who exists in an entirely different dimension. Yet his body instinctively reacts. Even his prideful dragon-scale armor becomes limp under the pressure of the malevolent deity D's aura. "Hey, this dragon is your subordinate, D. Oh, you not care at all for his life or death?" Bellies casually tosses a sphere of light through the oppressive energy released by the malevolent deity D, striking Chio Lai. Instantly, the weight upon him dissipates entirely. Huff Chio Lai gasps heavily, weariness evident as he raises his gaze to Bellies, gratitude shining in his eyes. Why bother caring? After all these years, this foolish fellow has made no progress whatsoever. I've already shared the best methods for handling this planet with him. It's as if I'm speaking to a wooden block. When it comes to beings of equal status, the malevolent deity D is surprisingly reticent to explain. What does he fear? Do you not know? Bellies rolls her eyes. With your dreadful personality, how could Chio Lai, such an honest dragon, ever dare to defy you? He's simply foolish. The malevolent deity D scoffs. Thus, you have pulled some irrelevant individuals from other planets? Bellies deduces the malevolent deity D's intentions based on the original context. That was out of kindness. The malevolent deity D asserts that I have given them a chance to live, and if their strength is sufficient, they can indeed return to their original world. You dare claim that, even though you don't believe Spider Child can achieve that, let alone the others? I have already provided the opportunity. The malevolent deity D pauses. Aren't you the same? The malevolent deity D can sense that the other's power is quite similar to his own. True, I seem to lack the standing to criticize you, Belly shrugs. Although the cosmic rules differ across universes, the tasks performed remain largely consistent. Over the years as a god of destruction, Bellies has been diligently attending to the organization of cosmic planets, primarily to enhance the overall value of the universe. Occasionally, to bolster the strength of certain planets, she has scattered various training methods and techniques for harnessing spiritual energy throughout secluded areas, leaving them for those deemed worthy. Because of these actions, Bellies is now entirely confident that the overall value of her universe surpasses the figures evaluated by the Grand Priest during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Taking a deep breath, Bellies resolves that since the malevolent deity D desires a confrontation, she sees no reason to decline. After all, she cannot remain here to protect Spider Child indefinitely. The purple destructive energy emanates from Bellies. Rising dramatically, the immense force instantaneously reflects the oppressive energy released by the malevolent deity D. The malevolent deity D stumbles back a couple of steps, her feline mask betraying no emotion. Yet her tone reveals a tinge of surprise. I did not expect to encounter a being of your caliber from another universe. Simultaneously, she becomes enveloped in a shroud of great energy, gradually pushing the tension between the two deities to the center. Bang! Crackle! The clash of energies causes a terrifying rift to emerge at the center where the two stand, consuming everything around it. Yet, constrained by their respective rules, the rift's devouring reach is limited and does not extend to the entirety of the space. Beside them, Spider Child is shielded by energy, but she trembles, clutching her head in fear. Conversely, Chio Lai, also safeguarded by Bellies' energy, displays a mix of terror and disbelief in his eyes. The malevolent deity D is, surprisingly, at a disadvantage. Although he cannot perceive the energy signatures of either side, compared to Beli's calm demeanor, the malevolent deity D seems somewhat lacking in confidence when unleashing his energy. Outside the universe, Chiu Lai murmurs. Could it be that my perspective has been too narrow? He had overheard the malevolent deity D's earlier words, grasping something elusive yet failing to comprehend fully. Was it wrong to protect the planet he called home? Your strength exceeds my expectations. The malevolent deity D speaks, his tone now devoid of its earlier sharpness, replaced by a calm laced with astonishment. This voice bears a slight resemblance to that of Spider-Child. How about it? Is there no issue with what I proposed earlier? Beli's inquires. None at all. The malevolent deity D falls silent for a moment before nodding. Subsequently, both parties retract their released energies, and the rift between them gradually begins to heal. The rift in space, repaired by the malevolent deity D using cosmic rules, would have lingered for decades, if not centuries, had it not been mended. The disparity in strength between those who utilize cosmic rules and those who do not is immense. The malevolent deity D's actions also carry a demonstrative significance. I may not be able to defeat you solely with my strength, but I can stack buffs. This point goes unchallenged by Beli's. Indeed, had the malevolent deity D employed cosmic rules to enhance himself from the outset, it would have been nearly impossible for Beli's to contend unless she came in her true form. After all, it is merely a projection of a portion of power, insufficient against cosmic-level beings. Let us discuss the matter concerning Bai Ji in detail. Shall we go to the universe? The malevolent deity D proposes. Sure, Beli's agrees, not wishing to disclose certain matters to Spider-Child at this juncture. The two vanish before the eyes of onlookers, leaving Spider-Child and Chiu Lai staring at one another in bewilderment. Simultaneously, the protective energy enveloping them begins to dissipate. That dragon brother of yours, your gaze is rather unnerving. Do you wish to continue threatening me? Spider-Child quivers, her voice tinged with worry that I would not dare. Chiu Lai responds helplessly. Who stand behind you? You must have some inkling. Before long, Beli's and the malevolent deity D reappear. Little Bai, I have come to an agreement with your classmate. You are now safe. Are you happy? Beli scoops up Spider-Child and cradles her. Leader, what did you discuss with the malevolent deity D? With great caution, Spider-Child inquired, fearful that a careless word might provoke the group leader, resulting in her being crushed under the force of an arm. That it's nothing, merely a suggestion for you to have a smoother path ahead. Individuals like Chiu, who cannot be detected by the system and are formidable, will no longer pose a challenge to you. Observing the leader's form fading significantly, Spider-Child anxiously exclaimed, Great leader, could you possibly let me revert to human form? Being a spider is so troublesome. That is not feasible, she replied. This is an agreement I have with D. To transform back into a human, you must devise a solution on your own that I can offer you some advice. If you evolve a small spider to its final stage, there is a possibility of regaining your human form. Additionally, regarding the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues, skills akin to N's ascension to divinity, if you have any, strive to learn them, as they will be greatly beneficial to you. Oh, is that so? Spider-Child pondered, somewhat perplexed. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. The energy form of Beli's dissipated in a twinkling starlight. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity D said little to Spider-Child, taking Chiu away as if there were matters to discuss that in the realm of destruction. Beli sat cross-legged on the grass, slowly opening her eyes. The confrontation with the malevolent deity D has surprisingly enhanced my mastery over destruction. She brushed off the dust from her attire and stood. I should not be at the bottom among the destroyers. Beli's was aware of her standing, compared to those who had trained for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Her time mastering destruction was barely a fraction. However, she differed greatly from those conventional destroyers. She could simultaneously cultivate the creative power of the Kaioshin. This ability astonished even her mentor, the former destroyer. For no destroyer could cultivate creative power, just as no Kaioshin could cultivate destructive power. This was an immutable law of the universe. Furthermore, the emergence of the chat group had opened up a broader realm beyond her world. In other words, they had acquired the power to negate the world from beyond its boundaries. Speaking of which, the Abyss Princess remained quite wary of her. Did different circumstances forge distinct personalities? Indeed, one who wields the power of the abyss would hardly share the same temperament as a blonde traveler easily swayed by others. In such positions, one must bear the weight. She mused, as the head of the faction, it was only reasonable to exercise caution. Bellies redirected her attention to the chat group. The world's first princess, why is it so quiet? Although there are few members in the group, it shouldn't be this long without a word. Belly scrolled through the chat history, noting that most conversations had ceased shortly after Spider-Child's live broadcast ended. The discussions primarily revolve around the leader's strength and the nature of the universe's overseers, yet no answers were forthcoming, leading to an unresolved conclusion. Spider-Child. Hey. The leader is online. Wonderful. We have so many questions to ask. The world's first princess. What do you wish to inquire about? I shall answer anything within my capacity, but Spider-Child, how did you deal with that dragon? Spider-Child. Wasn't it meant for consumption? Great leader, do you desire it? The world's first princess. No, I was merely asking. Dragon meat is not something I have not tasted before. It's just average. Moreover, she was not from the 6th or 7th universe, where two beings would fight over instant noodles. She, Bellies, was a serious deity. Spider-Child, apologies, I inadvertently consumed it all. I have no idea how to transmit the dragon meat to you. Spider-Child wished to find a method of item transmission within the chat group, but after searching thoroughly, she found nothing. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the pain of solitary feasting. Yet, the more she ate, the more exhilarated she became, gaining experience points, with a mindset of preferring to burst than to starve. Spider-Child devoured the entire carcass of a giant fire dragon in a remarkably short time. Spider-Child, the dragon meat was delicious. If only I could eat a dragon every day. I would wake up smiling. Spider-Child's delusions elicited a moment of exasperation from Bellies. The world's first princess. Spider-Child, are you not afraid of becoming a roasted spider? Do you know what the title of that dragon? Chilya signifies Spider-Child. Title, the world's first princess. He is the dragon god of the dragon race. If you were to hear your earlier remarks, Spider-Child. Wait, the dragon god? Shouting about eating dragon meat in front of the dragon god? Spider-Child slapped her forehead, the imagery too vivid and horrifying to contemplate. Perhaps instead of consuming dragon meat, she would find her diminutive spider form strung up on a roasting spit. The world's first princess. I have an agreement with the malevolent deity D. Including Chilya, he cannot act against you lightly. However, Spider-Child, do not be too reckless, such as claiming you will eat a dragon every day. The world's first princess. Of course, if you wish to eat. You may. Chilya will not take your life. At most he might just pluck a few of your spider legs to hang as jerky. Spider-Child. Oh, that sounds rather harsh. Bellies, do you not find your declaration of consuming a dragon daily to be even harsher? Moreover, how could such a petite creature like you devour a beast that is hundreds or even thousands of times larger than yourself in such a short span of time? Does a spider's stomach possess fourth-dimensional properties? While the banter continued, Bellies noticed another individual sending a message on the public screen. The world's first princess, I wish to ask the leader some questions regarding the nature of deities. Having traveled through countless worlds with my brother Kong, I have encountered many phenomena, yet I still do not fully grasp the concept of deities, as their definitions vary across different realms. The world's first princess. I did not expect you to be the first to break the silence. I thought it would be Uchiha. I wanted to ask, but I wasn't sure how to approach it, especially after seeing so many unfamiliar things in Spider-Child's live broadcast. Is it possible to get an answer? If not, the world's first princess, there is no issue at all. In fact, I am somewhat surprised to be explaining the concept of God so soon. However, since the malevolent deity D has appeared, it is no trouble to share. The world's first princess. You and your brother have traversed many worlds. And during your travels, you have encountered various deities that in essence. You yourself could be considered a deity, in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara observed the chat messages, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Abyss Princess? A deity? Was that blonde girl being more powerful than he? Having witnessed the clash between the malevolent deity D and Bellies, Uchiha Madara reigned in his pride, realizing his own strength was not as significant as he had thought. He had not anticipated that one of the new members would be a deity. What place was this abyss mentioned in the Abyss Princess's introduction? Curiously, he clicked on Ying's avatar, revealing scant information about her world, merely indicating that the abyss was not to be gazed upon directly. The world's first princess, Uchiha Madara. Are you searching for Ying's information and questioning your own capabilities? Uchiha Madara. No, Uchiha Madara, fear nothing. The world's first princess. Oh, let us assume that's true. Uchiha Madara, you don't truly believe that, do you? Don't think I am unaware. The world's first princess. In fact, within the ninja world, you, Uchiha Madara, could also be considered a deity in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. Hyuan AI. Does the leader mean that deities refer to those possessing extraordinary powers? In other words, individuals with strengths unattainable by the average person? Although the world of Conan seemed devoid of extraordinary beings, as a remarkably intelligent scientist, Hyuan AI quickly grasped the essence of the leader's words. The world's first princess. That is one way to interpret it, but definitions of deities differ across worlds, making it difficult to clarify succinctly. The world's first princess. Typically, it relates to strength and lifespan. For example, Ying, at a baseline of 500 years, is a youthful and beautiful maiden who, to the ordinary people of Teyvat, would already be considered a deity or immortal. Ying, Qingyun Ding, a hashtag appeared on Ying's forehead. Being called a youthful and beautiful maiden is sufficient. Why at a baseline of 500 years? Does that imply I am aged, capable of being a grandmotherly figure? Uchiha Madara, 500 years. You certainly do not appear so. Higashira, AI. It is hard to believe that someone could live for so many years. However, to survive for such a duration, even without extraordinary strength, one would undoubtedly be regarded as a living fossil by ordinary people. There's a thought that Higashira AI refrains from expressing. Having lived for at least 5 centuries, yet lacking the power to protect oneself, one might instead find oneself submerged in a laboratory, incessantly subjected to dissection. 8s for Dragon Ball. After being reclaimed, I am the God of Destruction, Chapter 17, the work of the God of Destruction. Ying, why do you concern yourselves with my age? Isn't the group leader's age even greater? Ying felt flustered. Even as the princess of the abyss, she was quite sensitive to being teased about her considerable age. The world's first princess. Apologies. But I am merely 20 this year. Ying, you must be joking. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Higashira AI. 20 to the power of months, within equating to positive infinity. Juzi, perhaps I shall forever believe in the group leader. Juzi spoke in a fragmented manner, seemingly a bit disoriented. The world's first princess. I have a good teacher, and with my diligent practice, I became a deity at a young age, a prodigy. Isn't that quite astonishing? Ying, Kikyo, the world's first princess. Everyone seems more interested in the information regarding the gods, which is why we have just now noticed that the group leader appears somewhat narcissistic. The world's first princess. That was merely a jest. Do not worry. I shall divulge all the information you wish to know. The world's first princess. However, I speak the truth. I am indeed 20. Unlike a certain youthful maiden, Ying, you can say whatever you wish. Why must you include me? Nevertheless, the unreliable group leader, after jesting about herself, finally seems to recall the matter at hand. The world's first princess. My title as God of Destruction is inherited from my master. Thus I carry on his divine mantle. Uchiha Madara, God of Destruction. Ying, inheritance? The world's first princess. To put it simply, deities can be categorized into 2 types. One possesses immense strength and longevity, earning respect from others. The other, however, is subject to certain limitations or rules governing their divine status. The world's first princess. For instance, in Kikyo's world, those deities revered through incense and faith often derive their power from their followers and may need to assist their devotees in fulfilling wishes to sustain their strength. The world's first princess. Alternatively, in Teyvat, where Ying resides, there are the 7 governors of the mortal realm, governed by the Sky Islands. The world's first princess. There is no absolute boundary between the strengths of the 2 types. Ying, I see. So one is unrestricted while the other is limited. Juzi. Then, which type of deity is the group leader? The world's first princess. Guess. Juzi, given the group leader's immense power. She must belong to the first category, the world as first princess. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Juzi, Higashira, AI. The group leader is likely of the second type. Previously, during the conversation with the malevolent deity D, both parties mentioned engaging in similar activities, suggesting some constraints on the group leader. Moreover, considering Belly's earlier statement about inheriting her divine status, the answer is quite evident. The world's first princess. Indeed, I am now preparing to commence my work. Would you like to watch the live stream? Juzi. What is the group leader's occupation? I am quite curious, I must say. The world's first princess. Juzi. Please refrain from using such peculiar speech patterns. My work is something that I should have already surmised. Perhaps, but I am uncertain, combining the conversation between the group leader Bellies and the malevolent deity D. It is evident that the concept of the universe and its maintenance is not entirely beyond comprehension. Ding! The world's first princess has begun the live stream. The sound of a notification brought Ying's thoughts back to focus. The world's first princess. Hello, can you see me? My dear group members, during the live stream, Bellies waved to the audience. Uchiha Madara, group leader, you have changed your attire. T first glance. Uchiha Madara immediately noticed the group leader's clothing. He certainly did not consider himself a lecherous person. It was merely that Bellies' prior remark about how her clothing needed to remain intact to defeat him left a deep impression. Rather than a casual dress, she donned a white, short-sleeve garment with a striped collar, resembling the attire of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. Bellies smiled as she greeted the members, yet there remained an air of solemnity. The world's first princess? Of course, one must wear formal attire for work. Bellies patted the pharaoh-like collar of her outfit, although the god of destruction does not have overly strict dress code requirements. It is imperative to don the ancient Egyptian pharaoh's garb to show respect for life. Juzi. The difference is striking. There is no trace of the previous weakness, and you appear quite regal. Her waist-length, snow-white hair, paired with the white patterned pharaoh-style robe, exudes an aura of divinity without lacking in elegance. The world's first princess. Juzi, did I appear weak before? Juzi. No, absolutely not. At Juzi's heartfelt words left Bellies, who was observing the public screen, somewhat speechless. Was she truly perceived as so formidable? Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, group leader. Where are you currently? It appears quite dark all around. The world's first princess. This is the universe. An endless expanse of cosmos. Mr. Madara, perhaps you do not fully comprehend. Juzi. The universe. Group leader. Are you in outer space? The world's first princess. Indeed, I have adjusted the live stream to a panoramic view. If I brighten it slightly, you shall be able to see your surroundings clearly. Before long, the members observed a transformation on their screens, revealing a third-person perspective. The previously dim universe now appeared significantly more vibrant. Higashira, AI. What a beautiful starry sky. Though separated by a screen, she was nonetheless awestruck by the close-up view of the cosmic spectacle. Juzi, world's first princess, the group leader can actually fly in the universe. And you do not require breathing. The universe is a vacuum, devoid of air, and fraught with various forms of radiation. It seems perilously dangerous. Shouldn't you be wearing a spacesuit or something similar? Upon reading Juzi's comment on the public screen, Bellies found herself utterly speechless. Was Juzi's thought process somewhat askew? As a deity, is it so strange to possess the ability to fly in the cosmos? The world's first princess. Juzi, as long as one's strength is sufficient. Flying in the universe is not particularly difficult. Juzi. Oh, is that so? That makes sense. Considering Bellies is a deity with somewhat special abilities, it is not too surprising. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, what exactly is the universe? The world's first princess. How should I explain this? Bellies instantaneously transported herself beside a massive planet. The world's first princess. Do you see this planet? The world you inhabit, the shinobi realm, is akin to such a planet. Countless such planets exist within the universe, and my job. Bellies slowly raised her hand, revealing a purple energy sphere in her palm. Whoosh! The energy sphere swiftly launched towards the planet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the surface of the planet was obliterated. The light emitted from the planet's destruction illuminated an area spanning several light years. After the explosion, what was once a robust planet had been reduced to cosmic dust. Subsequently, Bellies inscribed a message on the public screen. The world's first princess. Wasn't that a magnificent display? Quite spectacular, wouldn't you agree? Dragon Ball. After being reclaimed, I am the god of destruction. Please do collect. Dragon Ball. After being reclaimed. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 18. The strange flora of the planet. In the world of Naruto. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara, now in a spiritual state, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The group leader must be suffering from some sort of illness, that he was still pondering the concept of planets the group leader had mentioned earlier when an energy sphere obliterated one. Although the spectacle was indeed grand, it left Uchiha Madara in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, group leader, are you showcasing your power? I am aware of your strength, but please refrain from using the casual destruction of our shinobi realm as a comparison. The world's first princess. Am I boasting? I am merely describing my work. Uchiha Madara. World's first princess, group leader, is your job to cleanse planets in the universe. Posed a question that many members were eager to ask. While she received an answer, most found it hard to believe. The world's first princess. Indeed, that is my occupation. As the god of destruction, one can easily deduce that this title does not belong to a benevolent deity. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Higashira, AI. World's first princess. May I inquire whether there was any life on the planet that was destroyed by your bomb? In the realm of Conan, one might perceive it as an ordinary world, yet it is disconcerting to witness someone casually obliterating a planet that is not smaller than one's own. The world's foremost princess remarked. Not at all. If a planet harbors life, I would never destroy it so thoughtlessly. She continued. In fact, I have purged several planets that were teeming with life, but those were deemed subpar, so to speak, in the cosmic grading system. They fall below the passing mark and are thus subject to eradication. Uchiha Madara interjected. What constitutes a subpar planet? The world's foremost princess replied. Allow me to provide an example. Do you recall the malevolent deity D? She and I share similar duties. The planet where Zidzi currently resides is one that the malevolent deity D intends to cleanse. Zidzi gasped. Oh, Your Highness, don't frighten me like that. Am I to be a casualty of this cosmic drama? A living planet, poised for divine annihilation, with the hand of the malevolent deity D at play. The world's foremost princess added, had it not been for Chilia ascending to divinity. Hoping to preserve your planet, the malevolent deity D would have eradicated it long ago. Zidzi exclaimed, surely not. The world's foremost princess responded, Zidzi, when your taboo reaches its zenith, you will comprehend the truth. For now, I shall maintain an air of mystery. Zidzi lamented, teasing others with tantalizing hints is utterly vexatious. Oh, illustrious leader. The world's foremost princess questioned, is that so? I fail to see it that way. Zidzi insisted, it is quite evident. Zidzi's words elicited a faint sense of resentment from Bellies, who traversed the cosmos while keeping a watchful eye on the chat group. The world's foremost princess mused, to incite such ire in Xiao Bai is indeed amusing. Zidzi, choosing silence, retreated to level up in a fit of frustration, while Bellies observed the now quiet chat group. The world's foremost princess elaborated, you are all likely aware of the role of a destroyer, which entails eliminating the subpar and even those planets that have veered towards aberration. The objective is to maintain the equilibrium and stability of the cosmos. A.S. Bellies continued her celestial voyage. Traces of purple energy lingered on her form, reminiscent of a comet's long tail. It was not long before Bellies approached a colossal planet. Before her lay the target of her current task. Rather than engaging in conversation within the group, she spoke softly to the empty sky. Since it was a live broadcast, her voice reached the group regardless. Uchiha Madara queried, are we to destroy this planet? You shall see, was Bellies' cryptic reply as she plunged towards the planet's atmosphere. Her descent was swift, akin to a meteor crashing towards the planet, effortlessly tearing a breach in the protective atmosphere. Unimpeded by the atmospheric layers, Bellies reached the surface in mere minutes, a concession made for the sake of her group members to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, her landing would have been instantaneous. The primordial, Eerie jungle was no surprise for harboring such peculiar flora. Bellies gazed upon the verdant foliage tinged with violet. Logically, a primeval forest should teem with diverse life forms, and this planet met the criteria for sustaining life. Yet, the vast expanse of trees before her exuded an unnerving silence that was excessively stark. It appeared vibrant, yet was imbued with a sinister atmosphere. Each tree in the thicket resembled a gaping maw, anticipating a meal, while every seemingly alluring blossom on the ground resembled a rose adorned with thorns. Ing remarked, "Leader, this place feels awry." Uchiha Madara concurred. "It bears a resemblance to the realm of pillars." Zidzi exclaimed, "The forest is beautiful. I adore it. Are you all overly sensitive? I find it quite harmonious." Having practiced underground daily, Zidzi had not seen sunlight, and her expression was one of yearning at the sight of the lush forest. Hyuan AI cautioned, "It's far too silent. It defies the norms of a primordial forest." Kikyo added, "Indeed, it feels as though it awaits the arrival of prey." Leader exercised caution, though aware that Bellies was unlikely to encounter danger. She still felt compelled to offer a warning. Bellies retracted her senses, fully grasping the planet's entirety. It became clear that a parasitic entity had claimed a quarter of the planet, explaining the cosmic alerts. The demonic vine, a peculiar plant that feasts upon the planet's core, was more akin to an animal than a plant. Once mature, it would root itself throughout the planet and sprout a colossal bud on the surface. Its growth pattern mirrored that of the spirit tree, drawing energy from the planet as nourishment. Yet, unlike the spirit tree's simplicity, the demonic vine resembled a corrupted version of the spirit tree. The demonic vine does not bear fruit. Instead, its bud blossoms into resplendent flowers, releasing pollen that permeates the cosmos. These drifting pollen grains may become seeds for another demonic vine, parasitizing any passing planets. Thankfully, her arrival was timely. Otherwise, her workload would have significantly increased. Belly sighed internally. The spread of the demonic vine could potentially infest not just a few planets, but an entire galaxy. Her musings were audible to the group members. Ing inquired, "World's foremost princess, do you recognize this plant?" The world's foremost princess replied, "Ing, having traversed numerous worlds, you might find this plant familiar as well. However, the rules of the worlds differ, and thus, the forms and capabilities of such plants may vary." She continued, "Ahem, Ing, do you know what the greatest enemy of a magical girl is?" Ing, now seated at the summit of a lofty mountain in the solitary cloud pavilion, caught up with Bellies' train of thought. Zidzi interjected, "Oh, I know. The greatest enemy of a magical girl must be something that makes them blush and stammer. I know nothing." Hyuan AI remarked with skepticism. Ing was perplexed. The world's foremost princess reflected. I expected Ing to answer, yet it was Zidzi who seized the opportunity. What peculiar notions has the malevolent deity implanted in Zidzi's mind? Could it be the deity's own memories? The narrative continued with Bellies providing insights to the group members regarding her role as a destroyer. The world's foremost princess declared, "Cough, Zidzi, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge." Zidzi responded, "Not at all. In comparison to the all-knowing leader, I am still lacking." The world's foremost princess teased, "Am I complimenting you? And you dare to retort?" She decided to set aside the banter and focus on the matter at hand. The world's foremost princess stated, "The demonic vine should not exist. It can swiftly transform a vibrant planet into a dead one, akin to those I have previously obliterated. My mission this time is to eradicate it." Hyuan AI cautioned, "Leader, should you not prioritize safety? It seems fog is rolling in." Observing the leader engrossed in educating the group, Hyuan AI grew increasingly concerned. The live stream revealed ominous red mist permeating the air. Bellies shifted her gaze from the chat group to the strange crimson fog drifting from all directions, calmly stating, "This red mist can induce hallucinations in any being that enters it, typically affecting the five senses, with the nature of the hallucinations often linked to their desires." Bellies continued her exploration deeper into the forest, her pace unhurried as she provided further education to the group. Furthermore, the demonic vine possesses an additional mode of attack, its primary method of assault. Vines extend from surrounding plants or the soil beneath. Leaping gracefully, Bellies evaded an attack that came from behind her. The green vine soared through the air, spinning momentarily before ensnaring another tree. The vine, though not sharp or thorny, exhibited remarkable resilience. Another vine surged from the right, launching a surprise attack on Bellies. With a swift motion, she grasped it firmly. Examining the plant in her grasp, she felt a faint burning sensation in her right hand. Unfazed, Bellies continued to elucidate. The demonic vine's attacks, aside from the earlier illusion, stem from these vines that strike from unknown origins. They release a special substance that alters certain hormones within living beings that moment. Perhaps incited by Bellies' actions, dozens of light green vines surged from all directions, undeterred. Bellies released the tendril she had been gripping in her palm. Yet in that very moment of release, the verdant vine, as if possessing eyes of its own, did not retreat. Instead, it swiftly coiled around Bellies' arms several times. Such tenacity. In the instant her right hand was ensnared. Other tendrils in various directions accelerated their assault. With a series of crackling sounds, they surged from all around. Spiderling exclaimed, "Leader, are you all right? This feels ominous." Covering her eyes, she expressed her concern. Ing remarked, "How peculiar that these plants possess such strength. From a sensory perspective, the resilient green flora may seem formidable to me. Yet can such plants truly ensnare a being capable of obliterating planets at will?" There it is, the core. A purple aura of destruction began to rise around her. If a dignified god of destruction were to falter in such a place, it would be a source of great ridicule. Very well, this ends now. The purple force of annihilation thoroughly eradicated the chaotic tendrils surrounding her. As this destructive energy spread, the once lush green vines withered at a visible pace, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground in mere moments. Her attire appeared in need of a cleansing. Bellies gently inhaled, detecting a peculiar scent upon her clothing. Then, glancing at her arm and sleeve, the destructive power swept over her slightly disheveled garments, restoring them to pristine condition in an instant. Indeed, these entities proliferate due to human influence. Related to the tree of spirit, in this universe, perhaps only he possesses the ability to achieve such feats. However, I have yet to fully seize the authority of the King of Worlds, making it impossible to locate that individual. Spiderling queried, "Leader, you truly wouldn't, would you?" The first princess of the world responded. "What?" With a portion of her consciousness embedded in the chat group, Bellies felt a sense of belated realization. Spiderling added, "It's just that. For some reason, when I think of Bellies' recent actions, my mind feels a bit scrambled." The first princess remarked, "It shouldn't affect me. After all, I am a deity if I cannot even resist a trivial toxin from the plants on my own managed planet. Would that not be quite disgraceful?" Ing interjected, "By the way, what does that thing smell like?" In the gloomy cloud pavilion, Ing, distracted by the report from Yuan Shang, absent-mindedly posted a comment on the public screen, immediately regretting it as messages on the public screen cannot be retracted. "This is it. Social death looms." The first princess teased, "Ing, you actually find that curious? As for the scent, take a guess." Ing nervously replied, Your Highness, is there anything else?" Her heart raced, akin to being caught red-handed while perusing peculiar books, feeling as if she had been ensnared with incriminating evidence. Nonetheless, her expression remained remarkably composed, a figure of authority. She naturally could not allow her subordinates to perceive her thoughts. Ing cast a casual glance at Yuan Shang behind her. Yuan Shang immediately sensed a wave of pressure and respectfully inquired, regarding the plans for Liyue. "How shall we proceed?" "No need to concern yourself," Ing replied, leaping down from the stone pedestal to Yuan Shang's side, since she had learned that the transaction between Morix and the Fatui involved the heart of God. There was no need for excessive measures. Did he truly believe shifting the blame onto the nation of Snezhnaya would not provoke the wrath of celestial order? As for the Ojal side, once the transaction concluded and the wooden vessel was crafted, Morix would have no avenue of retreat. Do you intend to wage war against Morix? Yuan Shang probed cautiously. "What we desire is Ojal. He will undoubtedly provide for us if he wishes to safeguard Liyue. Of course, this is contingent upon our possessing leverage capable of threatening Liyue, as well as qualifying for a fair contest with him. However, your previous plan did not entail this. Is it not possible to cancel?" "No, It's merely that I believe exposing the abyss to the forefront is somewhat perilous. While I trust that your highness would not engage in a battle without certainty, what if the one in the sky awakens? Your kin has yet to regain their strength. Yuan Shang hesitated, voicing his concerns. Humph, it won't awaken. We still have time to. Ying's gaze turned frosty. Yuan Shang, I have a task for you. Turning back, she instructed, investigate the location of the Golden King beast. Such an alchemical creature is a waste left in the wilderness. Yes, I shall adhere to your command. Yuan Shang responded, opening the abyssal portal and retreating within the dense primordial jungle. Bellies moved with significantly increased speed. Enveloped in a faint purple energy, she approached the core region. The frequency of the tendrils' attacks intensified. However, as the vines launched their assaults from all directions, upon contact with the purple energy surrounding Bellies, they rapidly withered away, turning to ash. Sensing the imminent danger, the tendrils seemed determined to halt her advance. As she soared through the forest, the mist thickened to the point of near imperceptibility that on such a planet, perhaps direct destruction would prove easier. Bellies sighed inwardly, realizing she had reached the innermost area and pinpointed the control core of the plant's root system. If she could extract the control zone linked to the core, she could halt the forest's encroachment. Slowly, Bellies extended her hand to rest against a massive tree. This colossal trunk, measuring 10 meters in diameter, exuded an eerie energy, towering above the surrounding trees. She pressed her hand against the trunk. The giant tree began to rapidly yellow. The dense leaves adorning its branches fell one by one, reminiscent of maple leaves cascading from trees in late autumn to the depth of 50 kilometers underground. Without identifying the core, it would be exceedingly challenging to capture the main control area capable of traversing the entire forest. The main control area was minuscule, scarcely larger than a palm-sized fruit. As Bellies closed her eyes to search, she suddenly opened them, her gaze shimmering with purple light. That moment, the entire forest erupted into chaos, seemingly preparing for a final stand. Strange tendrils surged from every crevice, aiming directly for Bellies' position. Yet, before the tendrils could reach her, a purple fruit adorned with spikes shot forth from the earth and gently landed in the palm of her hand. The instant the fruit touched her, the tendrils' onslaught came to a complete halt, as if the scene had been frozen in time. Subsequently, those tendrils that had yet to reach Bellies rapidly withered and vanished at a visible pace. In less than half a minute, the once boundless primordial jungle had ceased to exist, leaving no trace behind. This moment, Bellies stood in a barren expanse, shrouded in dust, where vitality had been entirely absorbed by the fruit she now held. From an outer view of the planet, one could see that a quarter of its surface had turned a desolate yellow. Bellies examined the spiky, purple fruit in her hand, which bore resemblance to a tomato, emitting a faintly unusual fragrance. In the chat group, members witnessed the moment Bellies produced the fruit, causing the entire jungle to vanish. Without a doubt, it was clear that this diminutive object was the root cause of the bizarre forest. Spiderling remarked, "That looks quite strange. Can it be eaten?" Bellies was left speechless by Spiderling's inquiry. "You just described it as strange, and you're asking if it can be eaten?" The first princess cautioned, "If you wish to avoid becoming unrecognizable, it would be wise not to consume it." Spiderling retorted, "So you're saying it can be eaten?" As she trained, Spiderling licked her lips with a look of desire. The first princess replied, "Eating it may alter your personality. As this fruit is linked to certain desires. To illustrate, if you were to become human in the future and accidentally consume such a fruit, you might find yourself transformed into the protagonist of a dark tale. Perhaps even the female lead." Spiderling gasped, Disregarding the discussions in the chat group, Bellies meticulously examined the demon fruit resting in her palm. The fruit, a hue of blue tinged with purple, bore numerous sharp spines, intricately connected by a network of lines that subtly formed a unique pattern. For what it represented, Bellies preferred not to elaborate. It would be unwise to allow certain individuals within the group to overhear. However, with tentacles involved and an association with peculiar desires, what else could it possibly signify? Casting aside the distracting thoughts swirling her mind, she took a deep breath. That individual had resorted to unscrupulous methods in his pursuit of power. Or perhaps he believed his actions could elude the gaze of the Grand Priest or even the Omni King. Utilizing the energy of the demon realm to modify the fruit of the tree of might was strictly prohibited by the gods. Belis, having learned of the hidden truth from her former mentor, a previous angel, was aware that among the 18 universes under the Omni King's domain, 6 had been obliterated for incurring his wrath. Familiar with the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Belis understood this matter quite well. Yet, the true reason behind their angering the Omni King was not the whimsical nature attributed to him in the original text. The actual cause lay in the fact that the gods of destruction and supreme kais of those 6 universes had participated in a plan to modify the Tree of Might and had executed it rampantly within their own universes. Although this had greatly enhanced their universal ratings in the short term, elevating them to become the most powerful 6 among the 18, it had severely diminished the lifespan of their universes. As for why this phenomenon caused a reduction in the lifespan of the universes, Belis was yet to ascertain. All she knew was that the aftermath resulted in the complete erasure of the 6 universes, including all beings, gods of destruction and supreme kais alike. The 6 angels who had tacitly accepted the actions of the gods of destruction and supreme kais were also forcibly put to sleep by the Omni King. Many gods of destruction, including Beerus, were unaware of this matter. Only the angels, the Grand Priest, and the true executioners, the supreme being above the 18 universes, the Omni King, were privy to the truth. Tragically, her mentor, the former god of destruction, had passed away unexpectedly 5 years prior. When a god of destruction dies, the angel also falls into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, the angel had imparted necessary knowledge to her, revealing some truths that were difficult for many gods of destruction to comprehend. Moreover, they had entrusted Belis to seize the authority of the Supreme Kai during the transitional period and to subsequently acquire her appointment from the Omni King's palace. 10 years. The transitional period between the old and new gods of destruction. There were still 5 years remaining. In other words, Belis was currently a formally recognized god of destruction, of the inheriting type, albeit without official certification. 5 years. Neither too long nor too short. For a god of destruction, it was merely a moment's respite. Within 5 years, I shall master the authority of the Supreme Kai and avenge you, my mentor, Belis declared with a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Even if a deity were to perish, resurrection was not entirely out of the question. Perhaps the eternal dragon could accomplish such a feat, however. It was premature to dwell on that now. Destructive energy enveloped the violet fruit. The next moment, the fruit had vanished from Belis's grasp. Slowly, she knelt down, placing her right hand upon the soil, rich with yellow earth. She gently closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A pale white light emanated from her palm. Revival, she whispered softly, and the ripples generated spread rapidly outward, centered around her hand resting on the ground. That a green sprout emerged, breaking through the weight of the rocks, revealing its verdant head. Following it, a second and a third sprout emerged, along with blossoms and petals. In the span of mere moments, the once arid land was dotted with seedlings and flowers, and a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of the blossoms. As her hand lifted from the earth, Belis gradually stood upright. She opened her eyes, gazing at the land that was beginning to teem with vitality. After considerable effort, her mastery over the power of creation was perhaps only marginally superior to that of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Barely reaching the level of Supreme Kai, the planet was rejuvenating, and the warning red lines of the cosmic rules regarding this planet had vanished. A medium planet with a maximum combat power not exceeding 10,000. Sensing a plethora of promising energies within the planet, Belis murmured to herself, well, compared to those gods of destruction who casually obliterate planets and star systems, my approach could be deemed diligent and responsible. After completing her task, Belis prepared to return to the realm of the gods of destruction. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she retrieved her communicator. As it activated, a green holographic screen displayed an image of a bovine-faced figure, whose expression was fraught with urgency, seemingly bearing troubling news. Once the connection was established, the voice of the bovine face came through, laced with anxiety. Lord God of Destruction, we have a grave situation. The underworld is in chaos. Lord King Inma he has been killed. How could this be? King Inma is dead. Belize's brow knitted tightly in concern. The only beings capable of slaying King Enma within the underworld were deities of a higher dimension. An ordinary individual, no matter how powerful, could never accomplish such a feat and would be subdued instead, unless one could transcend the boundaries of soul and flesh, achieving divine status. Not the kind of superficial divinity exemplified by characters like Vegeta and Goku from the original narrative, which could only be deemed as pseudo-divine. Yes, it was the Supreme Kai. He wanted King Enma to do something, but King Enma refused. And then, the Supreme Kai. What is he doing? Upon hearing the bovine figure's words, Belize's voice dripped with ire. Did I not instruct you to inform me immediately if you saw him? Why has King Enma sent me any message? Where's that guy now? I don't know. Lord Supreme K, it seems he has gone to the underworld. The bovine voice trembled slightly. Without the Supreme Kai, he is unworthy of that title. Belly suppressed her anger. Gather Mom Mion and the others. Ensure order in both the underworld and heaven, especially at the entrances and exits of hell. Will not allow any souls to escape from within. I will personally address the matters inside hell shortly. Why, yes, I understand. By the way. Bellies pondered for a moment and instructed the bovine, if manpower proves insufficient, summon those idle individuals in heaven who merely indulge in leisure and have them assist. Afterward, I shall reward each of them with a fruit from the tree of might. Understood. As the communicator screen faded, Bellies took a deep breath. The inevitable had finally arrived. Yet, did King Enma not even have time to send me a message? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned her gaze toward the chat group. World's first princess, apologies, I encountered a slight issue, and the live stream will conclude here. Spider Child. The group leader can attend to pressing matters. We can resume the live stream whenever convenient. Her words stumbled slightly, especially recalling the group leader's furious demeanor during the recent live stream. It had genuinely frightened her. It was the first time she had witnessed the group leader in such a rage. Not long after Spider Child's words, Bellies' avatar displayed as offline. Spider Child. Phew, she's finally gone. Spider Child. Did you all feel how terrifying the group leader was just now? Kikyo. Indeed, the group leader's expression was one of profound anger. AI, Hyasuka. It may be related to that Supreme Kai. There was a noticeable shift in the group leader's tone upon hearing the title, a stark contrast to her prior demeanor. Xing. That was resentment. The group leader must have some connection with that Supreme Kai, and something occurred that greatly incensed her. The Princess of the Abyss, having experienced the destruction of Kenya 500 years ago. Such a deeply ingrained feeling resonated within her, even through the screen. Spider Child. What do you all think it could be? Xing. We don't know much about the group leader. The only possibility I can think of is one particular matter, though I am not certain. Xing. The group leader previously mentioned that her divine status was inherited, and from her tone, I sensed something about the former god of destruction. Uchiha Bito. Xing. Let's refrain from discussing such matters further or making assumptions. If the group leader wishes us to know, she will reveal it in due time. When it comes to matters of grudges and enmities, it is best for outsiders to refrain from involvement. There was once a design involving Obito's dark transformation, and Uchiha Madara does possess a certain degree of insight into human nature. The group leader is akin to a deity, which may pose an even greater danger. Spider. Then let us cease the discussion. Spider. 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 Uchiha Madara. What are you doing, Spider? Why are you inexplicably spamming ellipses? Spider. I wanted to flip through the chat records. As long as the group leader does not revisit the earlier messages, they will remain oblivious to our previous conversation. Hybra, AI. That seems more like a case of drawing attention to oneself. Ing. Spider, little Spider, are you not being a tad cowardly? Spider. This is merely a manifestation of my strong survival instincts. I'm not being cowardly at all. Ding. The Witch of Scraps has joined the chat group. Ding. The Cursed Archmage has joined the chat group. The sudden intrusion of two peculiar system notifications caused the group discussion to come to an abrupt halt. Kikyo. We have new members, Hybra AI, from their nicknames. They do not seem to belong to the mundane world. Spider. Welcome, newcomers. I am your adorable Spider. Uchiha Madara. Welcome to the group. Newcomers. Please take a moment to carefully review the group guidelines and pertinent information that has been transmitted to you upon joining. Uchiha Madara. Oh, by the way, I am the group administrator. The group leader has temporarily stepped away, so please feel free to ask me any questions. Having welcomed newcomers before, Uchiha Madara is now quite adept at it. A silence enveloped the chat group. The Witch of Scraps. How intriguing. I initially thought this was magic, but it appears not to be. The cursed Archmage. Are there incredibly powerful beings present? That would be splendid. May I inquire if any of you could kill me? Uchiha Madara. Spider. Others. The first question posed by this new member left all the group members utterly bewildered. Spider. May I cautiously inquire? Not intending any offense, but cursed Archmage, do you perhaps suffer from some grave illness? Spider felt at a loss. She had been diligently leveling up and contemplating how to survive when a malevolent deity, D, annihilates planets. Only for a heavyweight newcomer to arrive. The newcomer's first utterance was a request for someone to kill him. The cursed Archmage. I have lived too long and have brought nothing but misfortune. I hope someone can end my life. Uchiha Madara. It is the first time I have encountered someone with such a request. Uchiha Madara, at a loss for a response, found himself pondering his own existence. He, a dead man, was still contemplating how to come back to life, while this individual wished for their own demise. Feeling weary of life, it is truly a case of the well-fed not understanding the hunger of the starving. Spider. Cursed Archmage. May I ask another question? Esteemed one. How old are you? Are you perhaps an immortal being who has lived for thousands of years, now finding life devoid of joy and seeking to bring it to an end? The cursed Archmage. I do not recall the exact time, but I have lived approximately 400 years. Spider. Only 400 years and you feel despondent. I had assumed you were at least several thousand years old. Just 400? Even disregarding other worlds, in her current realm, beings like the dragon god Kikyo and that malevolent deity D, none of them are shorter lived than you. Especially that malevolent deity D, who has lived for over a millennium, is hardly uncommon. Spider. Cursed Archmage, you are still quite young. Do not despair. Among our group, there is at least one member who is over 500 years old. Perhaps, as more members join, your 400 years may not even rank among the elder statesmen. This spider has drifted off. Do not think that I am unaware of whom you speak, just because you do not mention names. Uchiha Madara. Cursed Archmage, Spider speaks the truth. 400 years is still quite youthful. If this were in the past, Uchiha Madara might have been astonished, but now, for 100 years, he might very well live to that age himself. The cursed Archmage. My existence only brings misfortune, for I have transgressed taboos and incurred a curse from the divine, leading him to divulge his circumstances to the group members that he believes honesty is prudent, especially since he has wished for someone to end his life. To have touched upon the taboos of life and death, resulting in a divine curse of immortality. The more one cherishes life, the more those around them wither away. Jelf. Indeed, it is as such. Over the past few centuries, I have inadvertently caused the deaths of many. Jelf changed his group name to his own. Irina. Mr. Jelf, your magic must be quite formidable. Could you possibly teach me? Upon seeing Jelf change his nickname, Irina also altered the Witch of Scraps to her own name. I like Dragon Balls. After being reaped, I am the god of destruction. Please save me. Dragon Balls. After being reaped, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 22. Zamasu. The chat group has new members. Unbeknownst to Bellies. Currently, she is not in the mood to concern herself with the chat group. In an instant, she teleported to the underworld. The sudden appearance startled the denizens of the underworld. Fortunately, someone recognized the long-haired girl with cold eyes and waist-length hair. The god of destruction approached, a creature with a human body and a horse's head, scrambling over. Horseface, please explain the situation, and where has Bull Head gone? Bellies wasted no time and got straight to the point. Yes, replied the humanoid creature with a red horse face, wiping the sweat from his brow. Most matters have been addressed, and the heavenly realm and underworld have stabilized overall. Horseface hesitated before continuing. The underworld is under the care of Bullhead. He previously took most of the heavenly realm as strong beings to guard the entrance to the underworld. The last transmission indicated that the situation is somewhat grim. None of the powerful beings sent to scout the underworld have returned alive. Understood. Once Horseface finished speaking, Bellies transformed into a streak of purple light, swiftly heading towards the entrance of the underworld. After Bellies departed without causing trouble, Horseface slumped onto a nearby stone chair, relieved that the ordeal had passed. A subordinate tugged at Horseface's sleeve. "Big brother, who was that just now? You seem quite fearful of her." Horseface shuddered and quickly shrugged off the grip. "That is the most powerful deity in the entire universe. You must show her respect when you see her in the future." "The most powerful deity? Is it not Lord Yinluo?" The subordinate looked puzzled. "Yinluo, even hold a candle for that one, is unworthy, as proclaimed by Lord Yinluo himself many years ago." Horseface, fearing the subordinate might not comprehend, added, "Lord Yinluo has no thought of resistance before the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the true supreme deity of the universe." Near the entrance to the underworld, a burly man with a face like a bulldog and a pair of horns vigilantly stared at the gate of hell, wary of anything that might emerge. Beside him stood dozens of beings with halos atop their heads, of various races. "What is the situation?" As the purple light descended beside Bullhead, he was startled when a voice reached him. "Great One." Upon recognizing the delicate-looking, even somewhat petite white-haired girl beside him, Bullhead hurriedly saluted, in no need for formalities. "Have you detected any anomalies? We dispatched several teams to investigate, but thus far, none have returned." Bullhead spoke gravely. "Thank you for your efforts. If they are still alive, I will bring them all back, that if they are killed in their spiritual state, there is truly no hope for resurrection, not even with Dragon Balls." Bellies transformed into a streak of light and swiftly entered the seemingly bottomless black pit. "Bullhead was that kind-looking elder with a halo, just now?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. "The god of destruction." Bullhead replied, "She is the most powerful and greatest deity in the entire universe. If she cannot resolve the issue, then the underworld is likely doomed, and perhaps the entire realm will perish from the depths of the underworld's entrance." The anguished roars of demonic beasts echoed faintly, a sound that even Bullhead, who had spent years in the underworld, felt a twinge of fear from. It was a difference in status, the King of Worlds. Bullhead had encountered the King of Worlds before, and regarding the one who was rendered powerless by the god of destruction, Bullhead could only describe him with two words: indifferent, proud. He bears no resemblance to the King of Worlds. Most notably, he possesses an innate arrogance towards all living beings, an arrogance that emanates from his very bones. The bull-headed figure let out a long sigh. Lord Yama, he sensed, albeit faintly, that Yama wished to stabilize the King of Worlds before summoning the god of destruction. Yet his intentions seemed to have been uncovered by the king, leading directly to his own demise. The realm of hell was enveloped in a faint crimson mist. Although the gates that had imprisoned the souls of hell were now ajar, not a single soul was to be seen. "Come forth. I am aware of your presence here." Applause echoed in the silent space. "Long time no see, Bellies, or rather, the current god of destruction," that a man emerged slowly from the shadows. His face was a vibrant shade of green, adorned with a tuft of gray hair styled like a rooster-esque comb, and he donned the purple-gray attire of the King of Worlds. "I find no joy in being referred to with such reverence by a wretch capable of striking down his own master." Belly spoke coldly, her gaze fixed on the man stepping out of the darkness. "Am I not correct, Traitor Zamasu?" No, no, no. Anyone is entitled to say such things except for you," Zamasu replied, shaking his finger and smirking. "You ought to be grateful to me, human. Were it not for my intervention, you would never have ascended to the role of God of Destruction. And even if you had, it would not have happened so swiftly. I am not as heartless as you. Humans enjoy concealing their true selves, yet as a deity, I can see through everything." Zamasu spoke with an air of confidence. "You and I share a disdain for Master Gawaz's methods, do we not? Even if Master Gawaz is not to your liking, it does not justify your act of murder." Bellies did not refute Zamasu's assertion. Truth be told, Gawaz, as the King of Worlds, exhibited a somewhat cowardly demeanor, always observing but never acting. Should not the King of Worlds, to some extent, guide the course of events? After all, if you do nothing, when the Omni King erases the universe, you shall not be able to create a single strong warrior. Though King of Worlds Shin from the seventh universe may be inadequate, he is indeed taking action. Thus, she did not concur with Gawaz's approach that, of course, she was not the King of Worlds. At that time, she was merely the candidate for God of Destruction and had no authority over Gawaz's personal conduct. "Is there a problem?" I am correcting Master Gawaza's errors to restore order to the universe. The Belize's dismissal displeased Zamasu. He scrutinized her for a moment, speaking leisurely. The King of Worlds should guide the universe to a certain extent, rather than be a mere bystander. Is this not what you taught me? Everything I do is in accordance with your will. Zamasu's smile broadened. I have nothing more to say to you. Belize's expression remained indifferent. What? Have you no rebuttal? Zamasu laughed suddenly. In truth, you have long wished to kill me, have you not? From our first encounter, you harbored murderous intent towards me. Yet, you have always hesitated for some reason. Zamasu snapped his fingers. Perhaps you foresaw this day, which is why you felt that way during our initial meeting. That if that is the case, everything makes sense. However, after that first encounter, such murderous intent has never resurfaced. Could the god of destruction enlighten me as to why? Because at that time, you were not beyond redemption, Belize replied after a moment of silence. However, I later realized I was mistaken. When I first met Zamasu, he was still a gentleman, and truthfully, he was not bad in terms of perception. His obsession was not as pronounced as it is now. He was still capable of listening to reason. If Zamasu could shed some of the original's fixation, he would be a competent king of worlds. At least for Belize, such a king of worlds would be far preferable to Gawaz. The lives of the god of destruction and the king of worlds are intertwined, and though Belize was reluctant, she lacked the strength to challenge the rules established by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Thus, it was better to be bound to a weaker king of worlds than to one of considerable strength and exceptional talent. Belize felt this in her heart. Once Gawaz and Ramsey stepped down, she and Zamasu would become the new god of destruction and the new king of worlds, respectively. After meeting Zamasu, Belize hesitated for a long time, but ultimately abandoned the idea of killing him. Whether she could succeed in such an endeavor was one matter. How would she explain it to her master, the god of destruction Ramsey, and the senior Gawaz? She did not believe she could eliminate Zamasu without drawing the attention of the king of worlds. The god of destruction and the angels. Was it merely based on a so-called ethereal future that Zamasu would slay his master Gawaz? Indeed, angels can observe parallel worlds. Yet there lies a significant issue. Her own background was not entirely pure. What if the angels observed parallel worlds and found no trace of her existence? How would she explain herself? If it were one or two parallel worlds, it might be manageable. But what if she was absent from all of them? How could she justify that? Thus, Belize ultimately relinquished the thought of murdering Zamasu and instead sought ways to alter his obsessive nature. Perhaps the inertia of history is indeed formidable. During her training, Belize unexpectedly discovered her ability to learn the creative powers of the King of Worlds, which posed no conflict with her own destructive abilities. The angel Kux informed her that if one could master both creative and destructive powers simultaneously, there would be no need for the King of Worlds and the God of Destruction to be bound together. The primary reason for their bond was to stabilize the volatile destructive energies within the God of Destruction using the peaceful creative powers of the King of Worlds. This was the very foundation of their interwoven fates. The weighty information divulged by Kux sparked Belize's immense interest in creative powers. After all, no one wishes to be bound to another for life. Thus, after years of effort, she developed a considerable understanding of creative powers. Naturally, Kux advised her not to disclose her progress to anyone other than Ramsey, not even to the King of Worlds. The reason for this remained undisclosed. Subsequently, she neglected Zamasu's training, immersing herself entirely in the study of creative powers. Under Gawaz's meticulous guidance, Zamasu fell into darkness, a process that occurred years earlier than in the original timeline, to be why the time Belize took notice. It was already before Kux succumbed to slumber. The only solace was that Zamasu, not meeting Gawaz's standards, had not been informed about the time-space ring. While handling Gawaz's relics, Belize discovered a box containing the time-space ring and brought it back to the realm of the God of Destruction for safekeeping. Zamasu, this time I will not allow you to escape. I shall avenge Master Ramsey and Senior Gawaz. Her waist-length white hair fluttered gently as a subtle aura of pressure emanated from Belize towards Zamasu. Escape? Upon sensing the energy radiating from Belize, Zamasu's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. His voice carried a sense of conviction that I never intended to run away. Humans should not exist in any universe. Next year on this day shall mark your demise. Zamasu slowly spread his arms, as the surrounding crimson mist rapidly gathered towards him, forming a dim halo at the back of his head. Do you see? This is the posture of a deity. The emergence of the divine halo amplified Zamasu's previously insubstantial aura, rendering it even more formidable, subtly overshadowing the energy released by Bellies. Transform, just as you did 5 years ago. Assuming that golden-haired form, I will defeat you with absolute power, cleansing the indelible shame of the past 5 years. 5 years prior, Zamasu had slain the god of destruction, Guvaz. The demise of Guvaz led to the death of the god of destruction, Ramusi, who was intrinsically linked to him, and the angel, Kes, fell into a deep slumber. Following a trail of clues, Bellies located Zamasu's whereabouts. A confrontation ensued, during which Bellies employed a technique never before utilized in their sparring sessions: transformation. In an instant, her once snow-white hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The ferocious and terrifying aura that Zamasu recalled was still vividly etched in his memory. Most significantly, it was the sheer power. Post-transformation, he found himself utterly outmatched. Were it not for his training as a candidate for the god of destruction, which enabled him to master instant transmission and escape multiple times, he might have met his end then and there. I hold no interest in the manner of your death, nor do I see the necessity to adhere to it. Transformation. Do you still believe yourself to be the candidate for the god of destruction from 5 years ago? Incapable of fully wielding the power of destruction, the god of destruction, who has inherited the divine title, is on an entirely different level than a mere candidate. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Zamasu sneered, his visage contorted with malice. Human, do not presume that becoming a god of destruction grants you the liberty to act as you please. That I, too, am a deity, and I still possess the authority to judge your supreme divinity. From the back of Zamasu's head, a dim divine ring emanated an aura of terror. The air thickened, and the ground beneath trembled violently, as if the very depths of hell were lamenting and shaking. Zamasu, would you dare utter such words in the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Bellies retorted. Initially, she had anticipated feeling an overwhelming rage upon encountering Zamasu, yet as she observed his performance, her anger dissipated. Why should she allow another's folly to burden her spirit? The sound of Zamasu's voice faltered. Despite his arrogance, he could hardly believe he was capable of contending with the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Do not speak such meaningless drivel. Have you considered how you intend to meet your end? Human, what are the souls from hell and heaven? Where have you taken them? Bellies refrained from responding to Zamasu's inquiry. She had just employed her divine sense to scour the entirety of hell, yet found not a single soul. Ha! Zamasu erupted into laughter, his expression growing increasingly grotesque. To possess the power to become a new deity is a privilege for these wretches trapped in hell. Not only hell, but heaven as well. Human, to appear in any realm governed by the divine is an act of sin. It is an affront to nature that I see. They're all dead then, Bellies remarked, her violet eyes flickering. Zamasu, those seductive vines throughout the universe are also your handiwork, are they not? Bellies stifled the immediate urge to eliminate Zamasu as a god of destruction. She had to oversee matters comprehensively, particularly regarding certain inexplicable incidents where the truth remained elusive. Indeed, human greed, lust, arrogance, and the like are all manifestations of evil, which should be governed by the divine, Zamasu stated indifferently. Only in this manner can the universe become a better place. Bellies coldly countered, do not speak so eloquently. Your actions are merely a reflection of your own selfish desires, with the ultimate goal of descending into hell to claim those desires for yourself, culminating in that filthy divine ring atop your head. Filthy, you dare to declare the divine as impure. Zamasu's face twisted in fury before a thought crossed his mind. The righteousness of power is determined by its wielder, not the power itself. You once said this to me. Do you not find it laughable to utter such words now? A dark red glow enveloped Zamasu as he clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through him. I am a god. Even when gazing into the abyss, my power remains holy and pure. Perhaps I should never have spoken to you in the first place, Bellies mused, choosing silence as the purple energy of destruction within her began to rise. The righteousness of power is subject to diverse interpretations. Back then, as a candidate for the god of destruction, she had noted Zama's obsessive sentiments regarding Guvas and sought to correct them, believing firmly in her stance. Thus, her words to Zama's prior to his corruption were heartfelt. I take no interest in your righteousness. I have come here not in the name of the god of destruction, but as a disciple, with the sole intent of eliminating those who betray their masters and ancestors. Bellies stated calmly. Revenge. Humans are prone to such base desires. Zama scoffed. To seek vengeance against a god in the name of humanity is the height of arrogance. The release of Zama's power gradually spread through the gateway of hell, casting a shadowy energy that seemed to envelop the entire underworld. However, I permit it. The mercy of God allows you to seek revenge against me. Zamas, you have yet to finish your sentence before the scent of blood reached your nostrils. A sharp pain coursed through his arm. Zamas clutched his severed right arm, retreating swiftly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! Purple blood gushed from the fresh wound of his severed arm. Apologies. I slipped. A golden energy sphere was carelessly tossed, striking Zamas, who lay motionless on the ground, blood seeping from his half-missing arm. Following a resounding explosion, Zamas' severed hand vanished entirely. How dare you harm the body of God? This is unforgivable. He transformed his left palm into a blade, a purplish-red energy coalescing into a sword of light. Enraged, Zamas charged forward. Such a temperament. No wonder Guvas deemed you unworthy. Bellies deftly retreated 2 steps, then with a nimble leap, she flipped behind Zamas. Upon noticing her maneuver, Zamas' hand blade elongated and thickened, with a steely gaze. He swung the blade at Bellies. Slowly, Bellies raised her right hand, exerting a slight grip. A chilling aura enveloped her as a crimson blade akin to a laser was effortlessly caught within her palm. Is this the extent of your power? To devour the souls of hell yet fail to warrant my serious attention. You are even weaker than 5 years ago. How dare you speak such words? Zamas' severed arm emitted a wisp of smoke before regenerating. Much like a gecko, he launched a dark red energy sphere towards Bellies' forehead. Rabbit hair needle. Her snow-white hair fluttered gently, transforming into sharp, pointed needles in the blink of an eye. Thousands of flying needles pierced Zamas' body. The energy sphere Zamas had gathered in his right hand dissipated as his body bristled with white spikes. Ew. Zamas hastily retreated. Upon seeing him withdraw, Bellies made no effort to pursue, her demeanor remarkably calm, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. So, how does it feel, God? Do you also experience fear? Unforgivable. How dare you repeatedly wound me? The supreme deity, Zamas shattered the spikes embedded in his body with divine power, his hair transforming into more spikes. He slowly spread his arms. Human, do not be overly arrogant. Instantaneously, hell became suffused with scarlet lights as Zamas' arms gracefully waved. Judgment Blade, the crimson lights morphed into a myriad of sharp blades, descending upon the realm. Boom! 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 Countless blades struck the ground, filling hell with a cacophony of explosions. Die! All of you die! Zamas cackled in my world. There is no need for the existence of humanity. Yet in the next moment, 2 circular discs emerged from the gaps where the judgment blades had fallen. Humph! What significance does such a sluggish attack hold? As the Chi Yuan hurtled toward him, Zamas bore a cold smile. That moment. The 2 Chi Yuan slashes swiftly multiplied, transforming from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8 in the blink of an eye. Zamas' face contorted with terror. Damn it, he had been deceived. The numerous smaller golden discs, now closer in proximity, spun rapidly, resembling a multitude of razor-sharp blades. No, he could not afford to be cut. Zamas raised his palm, gathering a purplish-red energy orb, which he launched directly at the position of the Chi Yuan /ITS over Zamas. Before he could even comprehend the origin of the voice, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ugh! He coughed up a mouthful of purple blood. Zamas' eyes were filled with disbelief. He struggled to lower his gaze, staring at his pale hand resting against his chest. I once proclaimed that I would personally extract your heart when I hunted you down. Came a chilling voice that a girl with snow-white hair stood coldly behind Zamas. With a forceful tug, she extracted the foul substance. tainted with purplish-blue blood from within Zama's body. She slowly raised it to eye level, observing the still quivering heart that dripped with blood. Her low voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. What a disappointment. It's not black after all. Zama's, stripped of his heart, exerted all his strength to distance himself from Bellies. One hand clutched his chest as he gasped for breath. You bastard! The overwhelming fury, compounded by his grievous injuries, caused Zama's to spit out another mouthful of blood. Losing his heart was not a fatal wound for Zama's, who possessed the divine ring. Given time, he could fully recover. What's wrong? Are you angry? Bellies remarked indifferently, gently squeezing the heart in her palm. Splat. The once gently beating heart was instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. As the heart shattered, blood splattered everywhere, some even staining Bellies' snow-white hair. Yet she remained unfazed, her purple gaze fixed on the grotesque visage of Zama's. Didn't you kill guavas in a similar fashion? You human, you shall pay for this. Zama's eyes bulged with rage, his entire body trembling in fury. Observing the furious Zama's, Bellies' voice remained steady. In the past, I was too naive. Had I killed you outright, perhaps Master Ramsay would still be alive. Bellies, do not speak as if you have triumphed. The entirety of hell is under my control. I'm the ultimate player in this game. Spitting more blood. Zama's clasped his hands together. Be it a destroyer or a human, you shall accompany this universe's underworld into oblivion. As Zama's released his power, the ground of hell and the very fabric of space trembled violently. Not only hell, but even heaven and the entire underworld became exceedingly unstable. Farewell. You wish to flee. Bellies extended her hand, intending to erase Zama's with her destructive power. It's futile. I have calculated the release speed of your destruction. My realm of hell can momentarily halt its effects, granting me sufficient time to escape. Destruction. Bellies spoke no further, directly unleashing her destructive force from a distance. However, even as Zama's teleported away, Bellies was unable to obliterate him. I see. You utilize the instability of hell to warp the surrounding space, preventing the destructive force from reaching you swiftly. But do you truly believe you can escape? The purple destructive energy enveloping Bellies rapidly cleansed her palm and the blood clinging to her hair. For the sticky sensation felt quite unpleasant. Zama's, I have marked you. You possess neither the strength nor the means to remove as Bellies' words echoed. The previously trembling hell gradually stabilized. The demonic spiritual tree has emerged. I always knew you would eventually come to the underworld. Only in the deepest recesses of hell, filled with countless malevolent imprints and desires, can you undergo your transformation. This game of wits, Zama's, I have one. Bellies activated her teleportation, departing the confines of hell in a distant corner of the universe. On a certain planet, Zama's coughed violently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with hatred. The gaping wound on his chest had already healed to mend my injuries. I expended so much energy. Zama's realized that his current power was likely less than half of what it once was at his peak. Bellies, I must admit, you are indeed my wise mentor. When victory is uncertain, it is prudent to keep a retreat in mind, a lesson you once imparted to me. Yet, you ought not to be a creature as inferior as a human. As a deity, he lamented that Bellies was merely an ordinary human, for oftentimes her suggestions or words illuminated Zama's, a being of divinity. During his moments of confusion, Bellies had enlightened him that the righteousness of power is not determined by the power itself, but by the wielder. Her words had clarified his thoughts, dispelling the fog of uncertainty. Humans should not exist. In my pursuit of justice, humans are a blasphemy against the divine. Not even you are exempt. Zama's eyes were filled with madness. My dear friend, for the sake of my justice, the justice of the entire universe, I kindly ask you to die in peace. The next time we meet, I shall hold a grand funeral for you, igniting the beacon of my righteousness with your blood. That I'm afraid I have no interest in your justice, nor do I acknowledge you as my dear friend, for I do not wish to meet an untimely end. There is no profound reasoning. Everything is as ancient as time itself. The girl with long, snowy hair, clad in pharaoh-style attire, stood not far from Zama's. Zama's opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he regained his composure, recalling how Bellies had suddenly appeared behind him and held us. Oh, it was indeed teleportation. Only the Kaioshin can master such a talent. Have you truly acquired it? Does this imply that you also possess the creative power of the Kaioshin? Is that significant? Bellies replied with indifference. Zama's let out a dry laugh, then shook his head. It was indeed no longer significant. Have you come to kill me? Though he was unsure of what tricks his opponent had played on him, the fact that she could find him using teleportation meant that, given his current state, escape was unlikely to go ahead. Dying by your hand wouldn't be such a misfortune. Why not refer to me as a deity? At this juncture, do you still wish to mock me? There was a hint of anger in Zama's tone. No, I mean no offense, Belly said. I have another purpose in coming here, which is to discuss guavas with you. He never held you accountable. What? Zama's was taken aback. Zama's, I once mentioned to Guavas, perhaps inadvertently, that you might harbor thoughts of killing him. Bellies paused momentarily. Oh, you know how Guavas responded? What did he say? Zama's body trembled slightly. Guavas' exact words were, Zama's is a very talented and opinionated child. If one day he indeed commits an act of treachery, the greatest possibility is that I failed to understand him. If my death can bring that child back to the right path, I think it is worth it. Bellies recalled the original story, where Guavas of the 10th universe, even knowing that the future Zama's would kill his future self, still wished to reach him through sincerity. Bellies would never comment on such actions, yet she knew she could never achieve such a feat. She was rather selfish. Master Guavas. Zama's voice resonated with a deep timbre, laced with a subtle tremor. It was no wonder that when he plunged his hand like a blade into the chest of Gawas, the expression on Gawas's face was one of regret and helplessness, yet devoid of any trace of hatred. It appeared he had always known. Zamas, even beings of divine nature, possess emotions. They too are not exempt from this truth. By drawing power from desire, one can, to some extent, resonate with the souls of others. Even the most nefarious individuals harbor within them a sanctuary of purity. After a brief silence, Bellies continued, transforming and enhancing the tree of desire to augment power, or utilizing the souls of the damned to refine oneself. If I were not the god of destruction, I would hardly care. The words of Bellies echoed in Zama's mind, reminding him of her previous utterance. One does not concern themselves with matters beyond their station. Indeed, Bellies nodded in agreement. You are rather unreserved in your expressions. That I observe that those souls from the underworld often cloak their selfish desires with notions of grand righteousness, Zama's remarked. There is no need for such pretense. I have no desire to become that sort of person, Bellies replied calmly. Combining the powers of destruction and creation, Bellies, you could very well be an exceptional deity, Zama's said with a sense of resignation, wondering if perhaps it was the impending end that inspired such benevolent words. You are correct. Like deities, humans too possess selfishness and desires. Even I, who pride myself on my purity, act out of personal motives. What right do I have to judge those who are similarly flawed? May I pose a question? Zama's inquired, as the frenzy before him began to fade. Why did you wish to slay me upon our first encounter? Was it as I previously suggested, that you foresaw the future? At his words, Bellies fell silent for a moment before softly responding. I could see. Just 3 words. Bellies had not anticipated implanting the narrative of Dragon Ball into Zama's consciousness. Whether it was her caution or suspicion, even now, she remained uneasy about Zama's. Who could tell if he would resurrect like those from Dragon Ball heroes? In any case, exercising caution was prudent. Zama's discerned the veiled truths in Bellies' demeanor, but chose not to press further. Shall we proceed? The duties of a god of destruction are quite demanding. Is it not trivial for me to engage in idle chatter with a sinner, such as myself? Zama's suddenly suggested. Bellies replied, gradually raising her hand, palm directed toward Zama's. A whispered incantation of destruction ensued. Zama's form began to dissipate. Not just his body, but even his soul would be erased. Are we still friends? Zama's voice echoed, even as half of his being was already obliterated. Yet, as his physical and spiritual essence gradually faded, he never received an answer from Bellies. Thank you, were the final words he uttered before disappearing. A gentle breeze stirred, brushing against Bellies' snow-white hair. that partially veiled her eyes. Her violet gaze had reverted to black. "I did not deny it," she murmured, pushing aside the strands that obscured her vision. Gazing at the crimson sun that had dipped to the horizon, perhaps everyone possesses their own brilliance in a sense. Her ability to learn the creative powers of the Kaioshin and to witness Zama's training was significantly intertwined with her encounters with him and Gawas. Had she not connected with Zama's and Gawas, mastering the powers of the Kaioshin might not have been so effortless. Of course, her initial intention in visiting the Kaioshin realm was to properly guide Zama's, steering him away from his obsessive tendencies, at least to prevent him from eliminating the Kaioshin. Although that goal remained unfulfilled, she ultimately became a beneficiary. How laughable that sounds. After attending to matters in the underworld, Beliz returned to the realm of destruction, first visiting the memorial of the god of destruction, Ramses. Subsequently, she arrived at the Kaioshin realm. The last time she had been here was 5 years prior. It felt like an eternity. Before the memorial of the Kaioshin Gawas, she spoke softly. "Gawas, though I say this, I doubt you would take joy in it, being your disciple and all. You held high hopes for him." Gazing upon the memorial adorned with the cross, she continued, "If you have any words to share, I shall await your revival to hear your wise counsel." Reviving the god of destruction Ramses was something Beliz was determined to pursue. Whether she could accomplish it was another matter entirely, while Gawas was merely a secondary consideration. It would be ideal if she could bring him back, but if not, it would not hinder her. The god of destruction from the 10th universe had rescued her from drifting among the cosmos and taken her as his disciple, although her physical form was safeguarded by a system, allowing her to wander the universe indefinitely. The fate that awaited her had Ramses not taken her in was uncertain. Perhaps one day she would awaken to find herself imprisoned within a laboratory vessel. This favor was something Beliz held dear. Moreover, after taking her as a disciple, Ramses had devoted himself to her instruction. Put it another way, had she not been in the realm of destruction. Given her current age, the likelihood of her transforming into a Super Saiyan was questionable, let alone becoming a pinnacle of the universe. Not be mistaken. Becoming a Super Saiyan is no trivial feat. Characters like Trunks and Goten from the original story benefited from the lineage of Vegeta and Goku, embodying a legacy of blood. For ordinary Saiyans, particularly those from the 7th universe, the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan seemed like a once-in-a-millennium legend. For instance, her journey to planet Vegeta, from birth to the destruction of the Ginyu Force, left her combat power at a mere 58,000. To be candid, she was utterly disheartened. From the ages of 7 to 10, her power increased by a mere 1,000 each year, leaving her with little hope for survival. Fortunately, through a series of unforeseen events, she not only transitioned from the 7th universe to the 10th, but was also rescued by the passing gods of destruction, Ramses and the angel Kux. Reflecting on her time in the 10th universe, she realized a decade had passed. Life. How many decades does one truly have? She wondered how the 7th universe had transformed in her absence. Crossing universes required the permission of the angels. Should she wish to visit the 7th universe, she would need to obtain formal appointment papers from the king of all and awaken the angel Kux. After paying her respects to Gawas, Beliz returned to the realm of destruction. Having neglected the chat group for several days, curiosity piqued her interest. What had transpired in her absence as she projected her consciousness? The chat group's status shifted from offline to online. Eager to catch up on previous conversations, she felt a thrill at the prospect of eavesdropping. A live stream? It seemed to be hosted by Ing. A button to enter the live stream appeared in the lower right corner of the chat group. How intriguing. Having become acquainted with everyone, she was even hosting a live stream. However, Beliz did not enter immediately. She noticed that the number of group members had increased by 2 since her last visit. The dark wizard Gel from Fairy Tail and the protagonist of The Witch's Journey, Irina, had joined, a pair of fascinating additions from the realm of magic. After reviewing their profiles, Beliz entered Ying's live stream. What unfolded before her was a scene that left her utterly astonished. A colossal golden dragon, measuring several hundred meters in length, lay sprawled on the ground. Its body resembled that of a dragon, but its head was distinctly wolf-like. This dragon-wolf creature, which should have appeared majestic, now bore an expression of disarray. Its eyes and snout were swollen, particularly its eye sockets, darkened like those of a panda. contrasting sharply with its once imposing demeanor. The dragon wolf's mouth opened and closed, emitting sounds that resembled Abba, Abba. Bellies could not help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What was Ing doing? Had this creature offended her in some way? Lying lifelessly on the ground, it appeared to be the Golden King beast. Suddenly, the gigantic creature stirred, attempting to raise its head. The Golden King beast was about to rise. With a resounding thud, the head of the Golden King beast struck the ground once more, its previously lifted visage crashing down heavily. It babbled incoherently, uttering nonsensical words. How pitiful, Beres remarked, speechless. The distinct sword mark etched on the creature's forehead was undoubtedly the result of someone wielding a sword, as if it were a mere brick. Have you submitted? If so, return home with me. If not, we can continue this standoff. Ing gently tapped her exclusive 6-star artifact with her finger, her peripheral vision catching sight of the massive beast beside her. The spider dragon had suffered for 2 whole days and nights. Jelf expressed his astonishment. The Golden King beast was, astonishingly, an artificial creation, seemingly more powerful than himself. He was intrigued to know what manner of individual could create such a being. The battle between Ing and the Golden King beast left Jelf, the Grand Sorcerer, utterly astounded. Initially, he was taken aback by the creature's creation, for he had also crafted living demons and fully understood the immense difficulty in birthing such a formidable alchemical being. Even he himself could scarcely achieve ITAS for Ing. This seemingly petite maiden was, in reality, over 500 years old. This, however, was not of paramount importance. What mattered was that this girl named Ing, for the sake of convenience, could be referred to as such, wielded power that far surpassed that of the Grand Sorcerer. She was overwhelmingly strong. It could be said that had she not been intent on subduing the Golden King beast, the battle would have concluded long ago. Irina pondered, is this the realm of the strong? It seems I still have a long way to go. Having just graduated from the Witch Academy, she once believed her abilities to be quite commendable. After all, she had been unmatched within the academy. To claim she was without pride would be a falsehood. However, witnessing Jelf's effortless casting of spells and observing Ying's near-complete domination over the terrifying Golden King beast, she felt insignificantly small. Irina gently caressed the book titled Nico in her hands and took a deep breath. I have resolved to become the strongest witch in this world, should the opportunity arise. She yearned to travel across various realms, experiencing the diverse cultures and customs. To pen a tome even more remarkable than Nico, Irina was filled with hope. Outside her door stood a woman clad in an apron, her mother. With cascading gray-white hair and a striking visage, she resembled a mature version of Irina. A powerful witch herself, she was also the beloved author of Nico's Adventures, a book chronicling her own travels and experiences. Observing her daughter's recent changes, Nico was keenly aware. Although she did not comprehend the specifics, it appeared there was no danger involved. Thus she merely observed from the shadows without intervening, becoming the strongest witch. Such an endeavor was not easily accomplished. Moreover, little Irina, are you concealing something from me? Nico remained outside her daughter's door, refraining from entering. Yet, through magic, she could discern nearly everything transpiring within. Irina's demeanor had grown considerably steadier. Whether this was a positive or negative development was uncertain. She had already sent messages to her disciple, who should arrive shortly. As Irina's mentor, it was likely that Fran, who had often been bullied by her, would be quite intrigued. However, Irina might surprise her world's first princess. Ing, how did you find yourself in conflict with the Golden King beast? Messages began to fill the chat, stirring excitement amongst the participants. Spiderling, hey, the group leader is alive. Oh no, the group leader is online. I haven't seen the leader in days. Did you miss the adorable Spiderling, world's first princess? I find roasted spider quite delectable. Spiderling, what? How could you eat such a cute spider? World's first princess. Enough with the antics. Please share what has transpired recently. And welcome new members, Jelf and Irina. Irina, Jelf, is this the group leader? Stronger than both Ing and Uchiha Madara. May I ask if you could possibly kill me? World's first princess. Those who pose such requests might indeed have something amiss in their minds. World's first princess. Jelf, you are still quite young. In my world, there are many who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. That world's first princess. You don't wish to live due to a curse. Do you, Jelf? Indeed, that is correct. World's first princess. No need for explanations. Simply by joining the chat group, I will learn most of the original world's operational trajectory. World's first princess. You likely have contemplated how to control the curse, yet found it impossible. Am I right? The curse afflicting Jelf appears to stem from a disparity in status. To lift it, one must possess or exceed the power of the deity that originally cursed him. By the way, leader, you inquired about why I sought trouble with the Golden King beast. I have a plan that requires its assistance. Hence I thought it best to capture it, the world's first princess. I see. Have you and Jelf discussed the matter of curses? Berries did not pry further into Ying's plans, as they did not concern her. However, she was quite interested in the curse itself. Abyss Princess Ying and Traveler Ying were entirely different entities. Simply put, the former was aloof, while the latter resembled a foolish blonde seeking precious stones. Ying's willingness to engage with Jelf indicated her interest in the curse he bore, possibly having inquired about it in detail. Ying, yes, I have discussed the matter with Jelf. The curse he bears shares certain similarities with the curse placed upon Canria by the laws of heaven. To lift it, relying solely on oneself, is exceedingly difficult. World's first princess. The so-called curse typically refers to the application of laws. Ying, since you can wield the abyss without succumbing to corruption, you should comprehend the laws as well. Ying, I can utilize them. But to say I fully understand, Ying sighed. If she truly understood, she would not be at a loss for how to save the subjects of Canria. Casting a glance at the Golden King beast, which was struggling to rise, Ying wielded her weapon like a club and struck it firmly on the forehead. A resounding clang echoed as the Golden King beast once again drooled and fainted. World's first princess, fear not. Once the chat group reaches level 3, a crossing function will emerge, enabling us to learn from one another and assist each other splendidly. Jelf. Level 3. What level is the chat group currently? World's first princess, level 1. Jelf. So it will take a while longer? How disappointing. The once unyielding Golden King beast, fearing it might be rendered foolish, ultimately succumbed to the undeniable truth of truth is beauty. Ying ended the live stream. As she surveyed the now quiet streaming room, Berries withdrew her consciousness from it, though she did not log off. Just moments ago, the chat group had issued a warning to her. A powerful being capable of threatening her had entered her universe. A powerful being. Berries furrowed her brows. She had not sensed any anomalies within her universe. However, if the individual surpassed her even after the enhancement of cosmic rules, it would not be surprising that she remained oblivious. Since the chat group had issued a warning, it was prudent to exercise caution. Before long, a spatial portal appeared above the realm of the Destroyer God. Subsequently, a man clad in blue attire and adorned with a divine halo emerged. The man was not particularly tall, nor did he exude an aura of might. He seemed somewhat incapable of even grasping a chicken. Upon his arrival, Berries' eyes widened in surprise. Then, attired in her Destroyer God garb, she knelt on one knee in a half-crouching position. She had encountered the Grand Priest before. The man known as the Grand Priest hovered calmly in midair, assessing Berries for a moment before speaking in a serene tone. There is no need for alarm. Your affairs have been mentioned to me by the new Destroyer God of Universe 10. Berries, you have done remarkably well to elevate the overall strength of Universe 10 from the bottom third to the 6th position within such a short span. Even Lord Zeno holds you in high regard. Berries nodded slightly, respectfully responding. It is my duty as a subordinate. With the 10-year mark approaching, I have come to check in on you. Please do not worry. The Grand Priest gradually descended into the realm of the Destroyer God, his tone remaining calm and composed. Bellis was momentarily taken aback by the remark, pondering the fact that there were still 5 years remaining. The High Priest's expression revealed confusion as he contemplated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Ah, I see. It seems I have made an error in my recollection. Bellis found herself at a loss for words. It's all right. It's my fault for the mistake. The corners of the High Priest's mouth curled upwards as he scrutinized Bellis with an intense gaze, instilling in her a profound sense of pressure. Very well then, what are your requests? The High Priest extended his hand, as if to compensate for my lapse in timing. You may express any desire you wish. A smile graced the high priest's face, yet Belus sensed an underlying meaning in his words that I wish to use the dragon of the gods to resurrect Master Ramsay. May I inquire if the high priest would consent to this? Uncertain of the high priest's ulterior motives, she recognized this as a rare opportunity. Utilizing the dragon of the gods necessitates traversing multiple universes. Securing the official approval from the high priest would alleviate any concern she might face later when encountering the destroyers and angels of those realms. Moreover, Belus harbored a personal ambition regarding the seventh universe, the dragon of the gods, created by the dragon god. The high priest did not respond immediately, turning away as if in contemplation. After a moment, he glanced back at Belus and remarked, I recall that you originally hailed from the seventh universe, Yes, Belus nodded. With her origins exposed, there was little point in denial. Continued arguments might only displease the high priest. I see. That indeed aligns with the rules, the high priest concluded and produced a token from his pocket, adorned with golden edges that in the center of the token was a prominently engraved character. Take this to gather the Dragon Balls. The sixth and seventh universes should pose no difficulties for you. Thank you immensely, High Priest. Belus's voice trembled with excitement as she accepted the token he offered. The High Priest nodded, stepping back a few paces as a spatial portal materialized behind him. By the way, once you have made your wish, do hasten back to the palace of Lord Zeno. If you please. Certainly, Belus replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. The wishes granted by the dragon of the gods are exceedingly precious. Do not squander them carelessly. With that, the high priest offered no further time for contemplation. Stepping directly into the portal, as the portal gradually faded, Belus stood up, gazing at the somewhat archaic token in her hand, murmuring, "Do not waste a wish." What could he possibly mean by that? A sense of unease began to stir within Belus. The high priest is truly a figure of formidable power, thought Belus, clutching the token inscribed with the grand character, her chest rising and falling with anxiety. After a considerable time, she finally managed to quell her unease. Through the influence of the chat group, Belus struggled to sense the high priest's immense strength. Throughout their encounter, the high priest displayed no hint of arrogance, yet merely standing beside him felt as if one were at the very center of all cosmic laws. Fortunately, even the high priest had not detected the existence of the system. Thus, Belus's anxious heart felt somewhat relieved. Taking a deep breath, she called out to the chat group, "System, please check if this token has any hidden repercussions." A few seconds later, a chime echoed. The token is crafted from a special material and is not connected to any causal threads. Just a symbolic token. Belus recalled the high priest's earlier words. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. She shook her head. She had to exercise caution, for the high priest's power could effortlessly erase her existence. Nevertheless, regardless of the high priest's intentions, she owed him a debt of gratitude. No matter what scheme the high priest had in mind, she was compelled to venture to the sixth and seventh universes. In the palace of Zeno, the king sat upright and composed. The high priest bowed slightly, contemplating how to begin the conversation. Has that newly appointed destroyer not returned with you? The king, resembling a boiled egg, inquired out of curiosity as the high priest remained silent upon his return. The transitional period between the old and new destroyers has yet to arrive. It seems there is a slight anomaly in the time flow of the 10th universe. The high priest replied after a moment of contemplation. Just like 20 years ago, the king asked an unrelated question. Uncertain, the high priest shook his head. Before my return, I observed all existing parallel universes, and there was no destroyer named Belus, even on planet Vegeta of the 7th universe. I found no Scion princess by that name that I see. So our universe is indeed special. 20 years ago, a significant event transpired in the Zeno system universe. Many places, including the Dragon Realm, were cleansed by a mysterious force. The results of various investigations indicated that the universe we inhabit would no longer produce parallel worlds. High Priest. The king leaped from his seat to stand beside the High Priest. Were there no other discoveries? She is quite enigmatic. I wonder if that Scion princess is aware of her circumstances. The high priest pondered for a moment before responding. Should any malice arise towards her, an overwhelming sense of invincibility would swell within me. The intensity of the laws surrounding her surpasses the totality of the universe's coefficients. Is she truly that terrifying? Such boundless laws seem solely to ensure her safety, the high priest speculated, noticing the king's lack of further inquiry. The high priest paused for a moment and continued. That Scion princess wishes to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the former destroyer Ramsey, according to the rules of the Dragon Realm. She is a being born of the 7th universe and is permitted to utilize the Dragon Balls, so I cannot refuse her. I wonder, Lord Zeno, do you mean to say that she will be coming soon? After a prolonged silence, the king spoke in his still juvenile voice that I too am curious about Salama's perspective. The king slowly returned to his seat, his eyes reflecting wisdom once more in the realm of the destroyers. Bellis did not immediately set off to gather the Super Dragon Balls from other universes. Before departing the 10th universe, she needed to make certain preparations. Moreover, the recent chaotic actions of Zamasu had rendered Hell rather unstable, necessitating her watchful attention. Otherwise, should she leave and Hell were to explode in her absence, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, she found herself with ample leisure. Each day, she had the personnel of the underworld report on their tasks while she peacefully monitored the chat group in the Destroyer Realm. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Spider-Child, help! I've encountered a major boss, world's first princess, Spider-Child. Look, this is the screenshot of the major boss I just encountered. Spider-Child posted an image. A screenshot of the major boss. World's first princess. The Demon King Ariel, Spider-Child. Yes, that's her. No wonder I felt she was so familiar. Spider-Child suddenly realized that wasn't this the name mentioned by Cho Lai when they fought the Fire Dragon? The original Spider, the Demon King Ariel, Spider-Child. Master of the group? I think I'm doomed. Uchiha Madara. The attribute gap is quite significant. The attribute panel of the Demon King Ariel left Uchiha Madara astonished. Setting aside her enormous health and magic points, the skills listed below were nearly all maxed out. Although the current attributes of Spider-Child remained unknown, it was clear that in such a short time, Spider-Child could not have reached the numbers displayed in the image. Spider-Child? Exactly. World's first princess. Let me ask you something. Is your body minister still around? Spider-Child. Body minister? I haven't been in contact with her for quite a while. World's first princess. I see. Then do your best. I won't be helping you this time. Spider-Child. World's first princess. Because you see, this is a test. I cannot assist you every time, and let me share a secret about the future with you. Spider-Child. What secret? The spider has successfully evaded the Demon King's initial pursuit, allowing her to engage in leisurely conversation with the group leader. The world's foremost princess, the Demon King, Ariel, will be your future confidant. A dear friend with whom you can share intimate moments. Surprising, isn't it? The spider. Uchiha Obito. What about my relationship with Hashirama? The world's foremost princess. Uchiha Obito. Should you not reflect on your words? When I express confusion, it is not my understanding that falters, but rather yours. She disregards Uchiha Obito's off-topic remarks. The world's foremost princess. Spider, do your utmost to delay as long as you can safely escape from the Demon King a few more times. Ariel will eventually seek reconciliation with you. The world's foremost princess. Keep up the good work, little spider. The spider, escaping from the Demon King, is a perilous endeavor, each time akin to courting death. How can I manage it multiple times? It seems I cannot rely on the group leader. The spider, harboring a glimmer of hope, approaches the group leader for assistance, fully aware that the leader may not lend her aid. Although the Demon King Ariel is formidable, she pales in comparison to the terrifying entities such as the malevolent deity D and Cho Lai. With no external assistance, she must rely on her own resolve. The spider must rise to the occasion. The tale of Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please save. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 29. Irina, the Abyss Princess, and the tumultuous relationship between Ingbai and Ariel. In the original narrative, had it not been for the spider's body gradually eroding Ariel's consciousness, reconciliation between the two would have been impossible. Bellies did not intend to assist the spider. She had previously made an agreement with the malevolent deity D that he would ensure the spider's survival until she ascended to divinity. Thus, even when the spider is pursued by the Demon King Ariel, Bellies remains unconcerned. Irina, thank you. Teacher Jelf, for your guidance that I have officially become a witch. Suddenly, a message from Irina appears in the chat group. Irina's ascension to witchhood, according to the original story, occurs a year later. Bellies ponders, is there such a significant disparity in the flow of time across different worlds within the group? Or perhaps Jelf's teachings have significantly accelerated Irina's journey to becoming a witch. In the anime Witch's Journey, Irina possesses extraordinary magical talent, and to temper her spirited nature, her mother, Nicole, sought out her former disciple to serve as Irina's mentor. Before becoming the Ashen Witch in the original story, Irina served as a near servant to Fran for almost a year. Yet, in just a few days, Irina has graduated. Jelf? Irina, this is the result of your own efforts. I merely provided a bit of insight. And you need not refer to me as teacher. Irina. Yes, Mr. Jelf. Jelf. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name. Within the realm of the god of destruction. Bellies observes the dialogue between Jelf and Irina in the chat group. To be honest, she is quite curious. How many days have passed in Irina's world? It seems that the flow of time for each member's world is distinctly different. For instance, the spider has already progressed to battling the demon king Ariel, the world's foremost princess. Irina, how long did it take you to graduate from your teacher Fran? Irina, just 1 week. I defeated teacher Fran in a mere week. Irina, teacher Fran also mentioned that I may surpass that which named Nicole in the future. Irina's explanation leaves Bellies somewhat astonished. The variance in the flow of time is indeed remarkable, and the plot has become quite convoluted. After some contemplation, Bellies decides to inform Irina about Nicole, the world's foremost princess. Irina, do you know where the witch Nicole is? Irina, does the group leader know? The mention of Nicole piques Irina's interest, as her adventures with Nicole are considered her enlightening reading material. The world's foremost princess. Irina, there is no need to mimic the spider's peculiar speech. You may call me group leader or Bellies. The world's foremost princess. The author of the adventures of Nicole is right beside you. Can you guess who it is? Irina, beside me. Could it be teacher Fran? It seems she is the only witch around her, the world's foremost princess. Your teacher Fran is a disciple of Nicole. Irina, really? Is it true? Irina's expression is one of excitement, as she realizes that her favorite witch Nicole is actually her teacher. How could teacher Fran not have revealed this? Lying on the lawn, Irina rolls about in a fit of delight. The world's foremost princess. Irina, you have actually met Nicole. That a message from the chat group leaves Irina bewildered. When did she ever meet Nicole? Could there be another powerful witch in the town? Cautiously, she types into the chat group. Irina, is it a resident of the town? Could the witch Nicole be living here in seclusion? The more she thinks, the more plausible it seems, as novels often depict powerful witches retreating to serene locales to delve into the mysteries of magic after traversing the world. The world's foremost princess. Irina. I will give you a clue about Nicole. She shares your grayish-white hair and possesses a similarly disdainful demeanor. Irina, group leader, that is slander. I am not disdainful at all. The world's foremost princess. Listen to me. There is one final clue, so pay close attention. Watching the chat group, Irina focuses intently. The world's foremost princess. The last clue is this. Irina, you see her every day, and your teacher Fran was also brought in by her. Upon reading the message on the screen, Irina's mind slowly conjures a question mark. Grayish-white hair, disdainful, seen every day, and she brought Fran. Excluding the last clue, Fran was a witch she unexpectedly encountered while practicing magic on the mountain behind. However, the first 3 conditions. Irina, I must dismiss the possibility that the group leader is deceiving me, that a figure materializes in her mind. Impossible, it cannot be. Her gentle and graceful mother. How could she be Nicole? And furthermore, more disdainful than her. Irina walks home in a daze. Unconsciously returning to the living room, she happens upon her mother, who is preparing lunch. Nicole. Irina struggles to reconcile the image of the powerful, who traverses the world with the woman before her. Mother, teacher Fran, did you bring her in? Irina's mother does not respond, instead bringing a plate of pastries from the kitchen and placing it on the table before Irina. Irina, have you figured it out? You are Nicole? Irina inquires tentatively, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt beneath the table. Indeed, I thought I could keep it hidden from you a bit longer, Nicole exclaims, surprised that her ruse has been uncovered so swiftly. She reaches out to stroke Irina's grayish-white hair, offering a tender smile. But why? Irina cannot comprehend why. Having just recently become a witch, she is unprepared for the truth regarding her mother's identity. If you are Nicole, then why did you have teacher Fran instruct me? Fran is your disciple, is she not? Irina grapples with confusion, questioning why such a powerful witch would choose to guide her daughter through another's hands. Ah, do you wish to hear the truth, Irina? Since Irina has mentioned Nicole, it is no surprise that she has begun to speculate about Fran's identity. Irina nods, because it was difficult to be too harsh. Considering she is my daughter, I felt a bit guilty about being too severe. Besides, when Fran was my disciple, I often bullied her. I thought she would be quite interested in guiding you. Did I ask that really your reasoning? Irina's eyes widen as she scrutinizes her mother, as if seeing her for the first time. I asked this really her mother. Could she have been switched at birth? She is just as disdainful as the group leader described. Hey, is Irina angry? Nicole teases, playfully poking Irina's nose. Actually, I initially intended for Fran to temper your nature, as your magical talent is exceptionally strong among your peers. Such pride will lead to complications later on. However, I ultimately changed my mind. Nicole pauses because little Irina seems to have found her own path. Can you tell me what has transpired over the past half-month? Irina hesitates internally to ask the group leader present. May I disclose some information about the chat group to the outside world? Irina felt a tinge of concern and thus sought the opinion of the group leader first. The world's first princess replied, "That is permissible, but do exercise caution." Irina expressed her gratitude. Having received the leader's approval, Irina recounted her decision to join the chat group to Nicole. Nicole listened intently to Irina's unexpected predicament. Irina, you have indeed found teacher, and it appears that this teacher possesses considerably greater strength than I do. But what of that curse? Is it a divine curse? Nicole pondered thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, she turned to Irina and smiled gently. Irina, is your aspiration to become the most formidable, which also a reason for your presence in the group? Yes, that is indeed the case, mother, Irina replied. Very well, my daughter, strive earnestly, even when compared to others from different worlds. One must not be too weak, Nicole remarked after a moment of contemplation. How about this? For the coming month, I shall personally train you. Irina. Initially, Nicole had intended for Irina to embark on a journey across the continent, given her strength. However, it now seemed that Irina placed greater importance on her power. Moreover, since there were opportunities from other worlds, as a mother, Nicole could not impede her. Really? Mother, you will teach me? Irina exclaimed with excitement. Growing up, she had never witnessed her mother wield magic, but from their earlier conversation, it seemed she might have simply been too weak to perceive it. For the time being, Irina's matters were put to rest. Meanwhile, on Teyvat, Your Highness, the Liu Festival of Invocations has commenced, Yuanshang reported from behind Ing. How are preparations proceeding? Ing inquired, casting a glance over her shoulder. Everything is in order, as long as Your Highness can hold back Morix. Even if we engage in full-scale war with Liu, we are confident of securing victory that I in the world of Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please remember to follow Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 30. Ying's Plan. The life of a god of destruction is simple and unadorned. Each day, I listen to reports from my subordinates, quenching my thirst with a few spirit tree fruits. And when boredom strikes, I check for new messages in the chat group. However, there was indeed something new. Would you like to watch a live stream? Ing asked. Yes. Ing, what kind of live stream is it? Cooking, the gluttonous spider asked eagerly. It's not about food. Ing, standing near Liu, felt exasperated. The only thing this ravenous creature could think of was eating. Nevertheless, Osir was somewhat related to fish. Its a siege by a demon god. It may be quite lively. Demon god? Is that a deity? Uchiha question point 1 could refer to it as a deity, but it is a failed and sealed god. In terms of power, there remains a considerable gap when compared to the current legitimate gods of the continent. How does it compare to you? Madara asked. Shall I speak candidly? Ing replied that if we speak of Osir in his prime, he would surpass you. However, having been sealed for so long, when he eventually breaks free, he will likely only possess a fraction of his former strength, comparable to your battles with the group leader. Ing had indeed watched the video of the battle between Madara and the group leader. And it was clear that the demon god Erasure was stronger than Uchiha Madara. Every demon god that participated in the 7 rulers' candidacy possessed laws. How should I respond to that? A renowned figure in the shinobi world, reduced to a mere shadow of a demon god whose power has been continuously diminished. The world's first princess interjected, Uchiha Madara, speaks the truth. Should you reach the 6 paths level, you might be able to rival a slightly weaker demon god. The disparity so vast. The 6 paths, that is his ultimate goal. And yet it amounts to this, Madara mused. Every demon god embodies the essence of laws. For instance, the salt demon god, widely recognized as the weakest in Teyvat, upon her death unleashed enough energy to turn an entire city into a desolate wasteland. The laws differ across worlds, so one cannot generalize. However, generally speaking, the path from power to laws is a requisite journey in most worlds that I emphasize most, not all. Take the Dragon Ball universe, for instance. Did Goku and Vegeta grasp the laws? No, at least not by the timeline of Dragon Ball Super. When they barely comprehended the concept of laws, the Saiyans are a warrior race, memorizing power through their bodies. Laws? What are those? Is it about having a satisfying meal? If one could devour a banquet meant for dozens or hundreds of people in one go, then perhaps the Saiyans have indeed grasped the laws. Innately, of course, beyond her, of course, Jalal mused, if I could master the curse within my body, would that count as touching the laws? The world's first princess replied. That would qualify, but merely as a preliminary acquaintance. The vast majority of beings, depending on their race, sometimes possess innate talents that can be loosely associated with the laws, albeit not in a manner of mastery, but rather through a semblance of bloodline memory. For example, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, or my prior transformation, can also be viewed as a form of bloodline memory. How profound. I completely fail to comprehend, Spider remarked. There's no need to understand. Spider, simply focus on becoming stronger, and in due course, you will naturally encounter it. That I merely wanted to provide you with a heads-up.by the way. The system interface created by the evil god D also counts as a form of law. To what stage has your world line developed? Speaking of which, what are your plans? She recalled the golden beast that had been brought back from the wild, which could only babble incoherently that I intend to wait until my brother heads to Inazuma before initiating my plan. The one to shake the Sky Island? Indeed. Oh, sir, I must obtain him. Morix will not simply stand by. Are you confident? A being dulled by the wear of heavenly principles likely lacks even the strength of the demon god war from years past. Ying's words caused Bellies to ponder. Was her tone indicative of disdain for Morix? What are those immortals? What do you plan to do with them? Liyue seems to be teeming with avian and terrestrial creatures. Though they may not compare to Morix, they have lived for millennia. Their strength is limited. At most, they can combine to confront some lesser demon gods. These immortals, who barely grasp the laws, have traversed countless worlds. And the peak of Ying's power does not concern her. Moreover, the power of the abyss could counter them. Bringing the abyss into the open, have you considered the consequences? It may not necessarily lead to conflict. Morix has his own agenda. Those who endure the erosion of heavenly principles do so not out of choice, but because they are unable to resist. Having a plan is good, should any unexpected event arise. I can assist you once, but only for rescue, not for defeating enemies. Bellies held a fondness for perhaps a remnant of her past experiences playing Genshin Impact. However, she would not extend her aid indefinitely. Additionally, Belly sought to observe the laws of Teyvat up close. Such insights may prove beneficial to her own strength. Thank you. Spider lamented. Wah, the group leader is so biased. The little spider is nearing death. Yet the group leader pays me no mind. Wah, the world's first princess retorted. How could you be dying? You seem quite at ease. Still want to watch Ying's live stream. Where on earth am I dying? I am merely taking notes. Did you know? I have narrowly escaped the Demon King's pursuit for the 2nd time, and yet I was still torn apart. It's terrifying, had it not been for the system's skills. The group leader might never have encountered the adorable little spider again. Wah. You mean limbs scattered, head flying about, that sort of thing? The world's first princess inquired. You are still mocking me, Spider exclaimed. I am not. I have faith in you. Keep it up, And soon the Demon King will be unable to resist reconciling that it feels as though, before reconciliation, I will have already been devoured by the Demon King. Quite literally, the thought of the Demon King's skill set, which allows for consumption of anything, sent a shudder down Spider's spine. Ding! Inc. initiated the live-streamed I in the world of Dragon Ball. After being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please remember to follow. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 31. Erasure's Siege. Outside Liyue Harbor, towards the direction of the cloudy pavilion. Tumultuous waves surged. The oppressive aura of the demon god gradually enveloped the entirety of that five-headed water serpent Erasure. Uchiha Madara inquired. Through the live broadcast, Uchiha Bito observed the colossal creature. Its azure body surrounded by a massive vortex that spiraled into the sky, merging with the heavens above. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour. The world's foremost princess remarked, "What we see in this live stream is the radiation of laws. With mere thought, one can alter the natural environment within a designated range." Irene expressed her trepidation, exclaiming, "How terrifying! How on earth can we contend with such a being?" Reclining on her sofa at home, she projected the group chat onto the wall, watching the horrifying scenes of the demon Erasure alongside her mother, Nicole. Jelf commented, "Impressive. It seems even more fearsome than the golden beast." He couldn't help but draw a comparison with the black dragon from his own world, sensing that even that formidable creature might pale in comparison to the demon before them. Hua stated, "This is not all of Erasure's power. It is merely a fragment that is leaked due to the breaking of his seal." AI Hyber mused, "It is becoming increasingly fantastical as a scientist. I feel utterly out of my depth. With deities emerging, it seems that only a nuclear bomb could pose a threat." Irene inquired, "Hua, the Erasure you intend to capture, could it possibly be him?" She trembled at the thought of Hua and the group leader's words exchanged in the chat. Hua replied, "Indeed, Erasure's current strength is not particularly daunting to me, even at his peak. Capturing him would not be overly difficult. My concern lies with the Geo Archon in Liyue." Uchiha Bito questioned, "Is the Geo Archon Morix truly that formidable?" Hua explained, before being chosen as the Geo Archon of Sky Island. He was known as the God of War. "The vortex demon before us is one he sealed away." As Hua conversed with the group, Erasure advanced rapidly towards Liyue, and the area of law radiation expanded. The thick cloud cover and torrential rains began to spread towards Liyue as well. Kikyo, with keen eyes, noticed something soaring towards the vortex demon in the panoramic video, a structure resembling a flying ship. Hua clarified, "That is the UN pavilion, seemingly constructed from floating stones, though I am not entirely certain." Kikyo expressed her desire, "I wish to reside in such an impressive house." Hua found it difficult to comprehend Kikyo's thought process, but chose not to dwell on it. Acknowledging the peculiar individuals in the chat, noting that Kikyo was not entirely human at present, in the skies above, concealed by a barrier, Hua spotted a familiar silhouette atop the UN pavilion. "Brother, how could she be there?" Hua furrowed her brow. With only 2 elemental powers, Ether could merely contend with the lowest ranks of the Fatui. Should he encounter a demon, it could very well spell his doom. Hua did not wish for Morix to discover her presence, at least not before he completed his transaction with the Ice Queen. After Erasure's affairs concluded, she would need to devise a plan to divert her brother's attention. "Perhaps I shall send Yuan Shang to handle it." Hua pondered. After all, if she quarreled with Morix, Ether's safety would be in jeopardy. Taking a deep breath, Hua contemplated her brother's likely next destination. Inazuma. She resolved to write a letter for Yuan Shang to deliver, suggesting a meeting in Inazuma so that her brother could avoid the ensuing chaos. The ley line nodes could facilitate her return, but there was a prerequisite. Transfers could only occur between ley line nodes, not from any location to a node. If she could obstruct Ether on his way to Inazuma or before he activated the ley line node there, she could complete her task. Atop the UN pavilion, the celestial beings alighted according to plan on the terminal, employing a special formation to initiate the decisive battle against Erasure. That moment, unusual portals opened, with the Fatui pouring forth. Hyber questioned, "Isn't Erasure a demon? Are these strange soldiers his subordinates?" Despite her unfamiliarity with the Teyvat continent's circumstances, she meticulously analyzed the situation through the livestream. The peculiar ice giant and the lanky gunman appeared distinctly human. No, rather than human, they resembled cyborgs. They seemed somewhat out of place alongside the blue water serpent, the vortex demon Osar. Hua clarified. That is the Fatui. They're the ones who broke the seal of the vortex demon. Kikyo inquired, why would they do such a thing? Despite hailing from different worlds, Kikyo, the kind-hearted shrine maiden, was quite repulsed by the notion of unleashing a demon to attack cities. Hua explained, it is a transaction between two deities, the Ice Queen of Snezhnaya and the Geo-Archon of Liyue. In simpler terms, the Geo-Archon feigned death, relinquishing governance of Liyue to humanity, while Osar serves as a test for the current rulers. Should the situation spiral out of control, he would likely intervene. Hua continued, Snezhnaya is cooperating with the Geo-Archon scheme by unleashing the so-called vortex demon. Kikyo questioned, what are the terms of their agreement? Although she lacked a grasp of political matters, she sensed that the Fatui aiding the vortex demon seemed like expendable pawns. Hua responded, the Gnosis, an artifact of little use to deities but possessing other forms of value. The Ice Queen seeks to collect all 7 Gnosis of the mortal realm. Kikyo mused, how intricate. She refrained from pursuing further inquiries, recognizing that understanding the Gnosis held no significance for her, as she was preoccupied with concealing her own Shikigami. Zakiko marveled, are those crane celestial beings? They appear so formidable. She continued to watch the scene unfold as if it were a grand cinematic spectacle. From her vantage point, Hua could clearly observe the battle between the celestial beings atop, the UN Pavilion and the Vortex Demon. The terminal on the pavilion was the primary force against the Vortex Demon. Irene asked, Hua, may I pose a question? Hua replied, go ahead. Irene inquired, is the golden-haired youth on the UN Pavilion somehow related to you? I sense a resemblance that Hybera concurred. Indeed, I too noticed the striking similarity between Hua and that golden-haired youth. Hua revealed, that is my brother, Ether. Zakiko exclaimed, what? Hua has a brother. The disparity is quite significant. Hua questioned, what do you mean? Uchiha Bito remarked, it seems to pertain to strength. Is that youth truly your brother? Hua's prowess was undeniable, effortlessly subduing the golden beast, seemingly without exertion. Yet, what of the youth below? Uchiha Bito regarded his strength as commendable, but nothing extraordinary. Hua stated, my brother and I are closely matched in strength. If anything, he might be slightly stronger. Hua elaborated, in this world, we have been sealed by the deities. I awoke 500 years ago and have since broken that seal, whereas my brother has only recently emerged, regaining only a portion of his strength. Uchiha Obito mused, isn't that during his peak? It dawned on him that it made sense. The sister was the princess of the abyss, powerful indeed. If her brother were of ordinary caliber, it would be illogical, especially considering Hua had traversed many worlds. Without strength, how could one embark on such journeys? Irene warned, look, the 4 machines attacking Osar are about to malfunction. Things are turning dire. Although Irene was unfamiliar with the name of the terminal, she recognized these 4 machines as the main force against the demon. Their loss would spell significant trouble. Hua's gaze shifted towards the UN Pavilion, realizing they were reaching their limits. Would Morix's trial be deemed a failure or a success? For Hua, the distinction mattered little. It concerned her not. What truly occupied her mind was Ether atop the UN Pavilion. Should she intervene to rescue her brother? Ing pondered thoughtfully. Yet she was not in a hurry. She awaited Morix's decision. Should Morix show indifference to the well-being of his subordinates, she would undoubtedly rescue her brother in the end. If Morix chose to intervene, there would be no need for her to overstep. In any case, prior to the completion of the transaction and before Kong departed from Liyue, she had no intentions concerning Osail's plans. Outside Liyue, the seas roared tumultuously. The assault of the return mechanism incited the wrath of the deity Osail entirely. 5 heads simultaneously rose, converging the energy spheres at their mouths. The blue-white energy orb illuminated the expanse of the ocean, shrouded by dark clouds. Ing continued her live stream, her face displaying a characteristic, naive expression. Uchiha, impressive. Even through the screen, the oppressive aura is palpable. Jelf. Indeed, Such power could hardly be described as anything less than divine. Aside from appearances, Osael's strength ranks among the foremost among deities. Even a mere fraction of his power is not something the adepti of Liyue can easily suppress. While conversed in the chat group, Osael launched the colossal energy sphere into the sky. It soared like a terrifying laser, piercing through the cloud cover, transforming the dim sky into a semblance of daylight. Moments later, the heavens flickered with azure light. The energy shot skyward morphed into countless water attribute light arrows. Plummeting to the ground like meteors, the first to bear the brunt was the floating Chuanyu Pavilion. Countless water arrows struck the pavilion, unleashing a cacophony of explosions. Fortified by formations, the defenses of Chuanyu Pavilion remained relatively robust. However, the return mechanism designed to confront Osael was utterly destroyed, forcing the Liyue Qinyan army stationed there to retreat inward as the outer formations crumbled. The traveler Kong found himself in a precarious situation. "Brother!" Ing gasped, her body transforming into a streak of golden light as she darted towards Chuanyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, the great sage of demons, witnessing Kong's perilous fall, leaped several times in an attempt to catch him. A golden glow zipped past him, and Kong vanished in the blink of an eye. The direction of that luminous flight was none other than Chuanyu Pavilion. The great sage fell silent for a moment before disappearing from his spot. The golden light enveloping Ing dissipated, and she had already arrived at Chuanyu Pavilion with Kong. "Long time no see, brother," Ing spoke. That Kong's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his shoulders trembling slightly under her support. "You are Ing?" "It is I, without a doubt." Ing smiled, her expression evoking a sense of familiarity in Kong. As for the other matters, they could wait until Osael's situation was resolved. Now was not the time for such discussions. In the chat group, Spider, Hey. Ing, are you going to help your brother? Ing, I won't help. This is his journey that I merely acted on instinct to save Kong, and I already regret it, observing her brother fall. Ing instinctively thought to rescue him, only to find herself internally exclaiming, "What is this place? What am I doing?" Nevertheless, having saved him, she could hardly let go and drop him again. After all, he was her own blood relative. World's first princess, Ing, what will you do next? In the plot of Genshin Impact, it seems this did not happen, or perhaps Ing was not present at the time, allowing the great sage of demons to succeed. Ing, I'll play it cool. I refuse to believe Morix would dare to risk Liyue for the likes of Osael, that world's first princess. You seem quite agitated, Ing, after rescuing Kong, before he could ask anything. The people of Liyue had already gathered around. "Traveler, this is Ningguang," she glanced at Kong, then assessed Ing for a moment. "My sister Ing. I've been searching for her since we were separated," Kong replied. "Ah, so she is your sister." I have thoroughly researched the traveler's information and know that during Kong's time in Mondstadt, posters were put up by the Knights of Favonius to locate him. "Ing, it is a pleasure to meet you," Ningguang expressed, intrigued by Ing. Just the fact that she managed to save her brother in such circumstances spoke volumes about her capabilities. Noticing Ying's silence, Ningguang hesitated to pursue the conversation, aware that now was not the time for idle chatter, no matter her curiosity. Ing, having no intention of meddling in Kong's affairs with Liyue, turned and soared down from Chuanyu Pavilion in full view of the onlookers, her sleeves sweeping the air without taking a cloud with her. Osael let out a long, piercing dragon's roar, emitting a painful sonic wave. Seemingly noticing the isolated Ing, one of Osael's serpent heads opened its mouth. A water-blue energy beam shooting towards her descent. "Ing!" Kong exclaimed, horrified. However, Ing had already ascended too far. Even if Kong wished to save her, he could do nothing. Sighing, Ing contemplated, "Is this how I wish to be captured?" A slender sword adorned with golden patterns manifested in her hand. With a casual flick, she deflected the oncoming beam of light. In an instant, the head of Osael that had targeted Ing, along with its body, exploded. A mournful cry emanated from Osael's direction. Ing refrained from continuing her assault on Osael, allowing the sword in her hand to vanish as she descended once more. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the crowd at Chuanyu Pavilion. "Has Ing regained her strength?" Kong murmured, his voice tinged with tremors. Moreover, he sensed that Ying's current power might surpass what it had been during her battle with that deity. T.O. wield such immense strength with a mere flick? A glint of astonishment crossed the eyes of the great sage of demons. When he had rushed to save Kong, he had felt the suffocating aura emanating from the traveler's sister. That sensation was one he had only ever experienced from the Emperor. Before the crowd could fully process Ying's terrifying power, Osale retaliated, losing another head in the process, inciting his fury. Unable to locate Ying, he redirected his wrath towards the conspicuous Chuanyu Pavilion. Esteemed Adepti, now is not the time for contemplation. Ningguang interjected, drawing everyone's focus back to the present. She proceeded to explain the situation regarding the Chuanyu Pavilion. Having lost a head, Osale's strength was somewhat diminished. After a series of arrangements, Chuanyu Pavilion descended with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by Osale's lament, a colossal mushroom cloud gradually rose above the sea. Osale was once again sealed away. Once the situation was settled, everyone returned to Liyue Harbor. "Brother, you have worked hard," Ying said to Kong upon his return. Now that they had reunited, there was no need to continue with the original plan of keeping the other party at bay. "Ying, if there is something you wish to say, let us wait until you have traversed the 7 nations. I will always be watching over you." Ying interrupted Kong's words. Then, until we meet again, an elliptical portal materialized behind her. "Wait, Ying." Kong reached out, attempting to grasp Ying as she stepped into the portal. "We shall eventually reunite. But not now." As Ying's figure vanished, the portal began to fade. Kong's outstretched hand slipped through the portal, landing on the other side without entering. "Ying, today's livestream concludes here. We shall meet again next time. I plan to confront Osale, and if anyone is interested, I will stream then." Ying adeptly navigated the process of starting and ending the stream. Belize expressed her discontent. "Well, never mind. Isn't it better for the group members to have some fun? It is certainly more comfortable than meticulously scheming against one another." I recall instances from certain chat group novels where the group leader cunningly deceives the members, playing the role of a grand deceiver, tricking them into providing food, drink, and skills. Some have even gone so far as to deceive individuals under the guise of caring for the members' mental and physical well-being that truly concern. What you exhibit is merely a lustful desire, a disgraceful act. Bellies considers herself a breath of fresh air, or tea the very least. Apart from the narrative aspects concerning the group members, she has not divulged everything, and the rest remains authentic. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust from her attire. After so many days without incident, it appears that no surprises await from the underworld. It is time to gather the Dragon Balls for a destroyer god. Traversing the universe is hardly a challenge. Even the original Zamasu managed to traverse from Universe 10 to Universe 7, let alone her current self. Upon entering Universe 6, Bellies immediately sensed an elusive gaze upon her. This was feedback relayed by the chat group system. An angel, or perhaps a destroyer god? Just as Bellies pondered this, a woman with a gray-white ponytail and a staff emerged from the realm of the destroyer gods. "Greetings, may I inquire as to which universe you represent as a destroyer god?" According to regulations, without a prior appointment from an angel, destroyer gods are not permitted to visit without explanation. Kindly state your purpose, or I shall have no choice but to expel you. The woman's voice carried a serene quality, exuding nobility and grace reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Badots," Bellies replied. "I am the newly appointed destroyer god of Universe 10. Here to collect the wish orbs from Universes 6 and 7, as per the directive from the Grand Priest." Bellies did not bow to Badots. For destroyer gods and angels are regarded as equals, devoid of such rituals. Badots examined the token presented by Bellies, scrutinizing the engraved characters for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, this is the token of the Grand Priest. I comprehend your intent." After a brief pause, Badots continued, "I can inform you of the location of the wish orbs in Universe 6, but Universe 7 falls beyond my jurisdiction. To acquire the wish orbs there, you will need to liaise with the Angel of Universe 7. The Angel of Universe 7 is my brother. I will contact him shortly to provide further details. Once you arrive in Universe 7, you may proceed directly to the realm of the destroyer gods." "Thank you very much, Miss Badots." Bellies accepted the token returned by Badots, and, following her directions, embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. After a thorough search, She successfully gathered the wish orbs of Universe 6, gazing at the 3 wish orbs before her, each larger than an ordinary planet. Bellies couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Next, she would venture into Universe 7. Bellies harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the destroyer god Beerus. The reasoning was simple. She was the scion princess of planet Vegeta. The destruction of planet Vegeta was orchestrated by Beerus, who had commanded Frieza to carry out the deed. Enough of that. Such matters can be addressed later. Kindness must be repaid, and grievances must be avenged. Nothing more. With the 3 wish orbs in tow, Bellies arrived in Universe 7. She casually selected a spot to place the Dragon Balls. The sheer size of the 3 orbs meant that even doing nothing, few could manage to take them away. But to be safe, Bellies cast an illusion over them. Using the coordinates provided by Badots, she located the realm of the destroyer gods in Universe 7. With a swift motion, she activated her instant transmission. Bellies found herself in the realm of the destroyer gods, a rare visitor. The angel of Universe 7, Whis, had been waiting nearby. Upon spotting Bellies, he approached her leisurely. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Whis," Bellies initiated, the newly appointed destroyer god of Universe 10. "I presume. May I inquire who Lord Ramses is to you?" Whis inquired as he accepted the token from Bellies. Regardless, the procedures concerning the wish orbs must be meticulously observed. That he was my mentor. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he has passed away, Bellies replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Ah, yes, that's so. That is indeed regrettable." Whis returned the token to Bellies. "I have marked the locations of the wish orbs on this map." He gestured toward the special map he held. "Thank you, Mr. Whis." Bellies sincerely accepted the map. After a brief conversation with Whis, she excused herself from the realm of the destroyer gods under the pretext of collecting the Dragon Balls. After Bellies departed, Whis squinted thoughtfully. How peculiar. Why does she carry remnants of Universe 7's insignia? Could she have once belonged to Universe 7? He shook his head. What does it matter? What significance does the origin of a destroyer god hold? Upon leaving the realm of the destroyer gods, Bellies did not rush to search for the wish orbs, but instead meandered leisurely in the direction of their location, as if on a sightseeing tour. Perhaps she was searching for something done on a certain planet, under the night sky. A bald giant and a youth with upright hair sat by a campfire, feasting on roasted meat. The bald giant spat and began to speak. Raditz is truly useless, defeated by someone with a power level of merely around 1,000. Do not be so harsh, Nappa. Did he not bring us good news? Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. The Dragon Balls? Nappa chuckled. Indeed, how could such a miraculous artifact be wielded by the feeble Earthlings? Vegeta, do you intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz? Nappa inquired curiously. How could that be? Such a worthless being is unworthy of a wish. Vegeta bit into the roasted meat with fervor. Nappa, how about a wish for immortality, to forever relish the thrill of battle? I see, you truly have grand aspirations, Your Highness. Vegeta and Nappa burst into hearty laughter. Not far from them, a pair of eyes observed their every move, a mere power level of 18,000, unable to even activate that crystal. What on earth has he been doing all these years? A hint of exasperation crossed Bellies' face. Raditz had perished, and Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth in a year's time. Wait, something seems amiss. Age. How old was Vegeta during his first visit to Earth? 25 or 26? This defies logic. Bellies realized a detail she had overlooked. How is it that I, at merely 20, find him so much older? According to her knowledge, all universes under the Omni King's jurisdiction operated on a unified timeline. By that logic, Vegeta's actual age should be in his teens. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Suddenly, Bellies recalled the words of the Grand Priest upon his arrival in the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Remembering the time incorrectly, the very notion seemed absurd. As the steward of the entire universe, second only to one, how could the Grand Priest misremember the timeline? No, I must verify this. Bellies resolved to visit Universe 6 after fulfilling her wish with the Dragon God to confirm the timeline with Badots. If the timelines of both universes proved accurate, then the temporal flow of her Universe 10 must be in disarray. With that thought, Bellies lost interest in observing Vegeta and Nappa, using instant transmission to depart. Following the coordinates provided by Whis, she set forth to expedite her collection of the Wish Orbs. Upon gathering the 3 Dragon Balls from Universe 6 and the 4 from Universe 7, she assembled them together. In an instant, the 7 orbs, each resembling planets, began to shimmer and emit a soft resonance. "Come forth, dragon of the gods," Bellies summoned with the language of the divine. Almost at the very moment her voice fell, 7 Dragon Balls erupted with an intense radiance. The celestial dragon, obscuring the heavens and blocking the sun, opened its vast maw and devoured Bellies whole. As she regained her senses, she found herself before a magnificent golden dragon. The dragon coiled and intertwined in a serpentine manner, its scales appearing vividly alive, its dual eyes shimmering with emerald brilliance. "Speak your wish, fortunate one. Regardless of its nature, I possess the power to fulfill it." Everything was enveloped in golden light. An aura of terrifying rules permeated the surroundings, with the very essence of those rules emanating from the countless kilometers of the golden dragon itself. Bellies took a deep breath and said, "O divine dragon, I beseech you to perfectly revive the former god of destruction of Universe 10, Ramusi, and if possible, also resurrect the former supreme Kai, Gavas, of Universe 10." Bellies' intention was to resurrect her mentor, the previous god of destruction of Universe 10. However, since the lives of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai were intertwined, she feared that Ramusi might perish again if Gavas were not revived alongside him. Hence, she specifically requested a perfect resurrection. As for Gavas, it was a personal desire of Bellies' to see if she could exploit a bug within the Super Dragon Balls. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. The dragon's emerald gaze gradually dimmed, yet remained silent. "Is it beyond your capabilities?" Bellies inquired tentatively. "Indeed, it cannot be done. Neither Ramusi nor Gavas can be revived. Their deaths are irrevocable." Bellies furrowed her brow. "What do you mean by irrevocable? Do you wish to know the reason behind their inability to be revived? Is that your wish?" No. Bellies suppressed the impulse to strike the dragon. It was one thing to declare that resurrection was impossible, but to limit her inquiries to a wish was rather cunning. Shouldn't it be the dragon's duty to explain why a wish could not be granted? Sensing Bellies' thoughts, the dragon appeared disinclined to further deceive her, stating, "This is a rule that has existed since the inception of the multiverse under the authority of the Omni King. A deity slain by another deity cannot be revived, a matter beyond even the dragon realm's interference. The former god of destruction Ramusi and the former supreme Kai Gavas are bound by their fates. Gavas was slain by Zamasu, which constitutes a conflict between deities, effectively meaning Zamasu killed both Gavas and Ramusi simultaneously. Do you understand my explanation?" Bellies fell silent. "Very well, fortunate one. Do you have any other wishes? May I ask you another question?" Bellies continued to probe. "You may." For some reason, Bellies felt that the dragon's responses had become significantly more animated. Unlike its previous mechanical demeanor, if a universe is erased by the Omni King, can it be restored? In the original story, all universes except Universe 7 were restored by the Super Dragon Balls, a notion that seemed utterly improbable. Bellies had previously inquired with Angel Kusu about the Super Dragon Balls, who had informed her that it was impossible to transcend the level of a god of destruction. In other words, wishing upon the Super Dragon Balls was equivalent to operating within the confines of a god of destruction's authority. That it wasn't a matter of capability, but rather one of impossibility. This presented a contradiction. If the Omni King erased a universe, how could the Super Dragon Balls have restored it? It is not possible. Upon hearing Bellies' inquiry, the dragon spoke with a tone of certainty. The dragon realm cannot interfere with the entirety of the universe unless the Omni King expressly permits it. Even then, if a universe has been completely erased by the Omni King, restoration is nearly impossible. Unless, of course, the Omni King initially had no intention of completely erasing the universe, leaving a certain loophole, which would also require the Omni King's permission for restoration. Only then could the Super Dragon Balls be utilized to fully restore a universe. "I see," Bellies remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. This meant that in the original narrative, the dragon's restoration of the universe had been sanctioned by the Omni King, who had also left a loophole during the erasure of the universe. Or perhaps, more likely, an agreement existed between the Omni King and the entity behind the Super Dragon Balls. However, The specifics were not of paramount importance to Bellies. Then, how can I resurrect the god of destruction Ramusi of Universe 10? That is not a question I can answer, or rather, you already know the answer in your heart. The dragon scrutinized Bellies for a moment before slowly stating, "The current god of destruction of Universe 10, Bellies, if you have no other wishes, we shall meet again another time." "Wait, that doesn't count as a wish, does it?" Bellies asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Silence reigned as the dragon paused for a moment. "It can be disregarded. Now, what is your wish?" "You may only make one. Any wish I can fulfill." Upon hearing this phrase again, the corners of Bellies' mouth twitched slightly. How can you still say that without feeling embarrassed? Of course, Bellies dared not voice her thoughts about the dragon. After all, wishes granted by the Super Dragon Balls were exceedingly precious and should be cherished, not squandered. Suddenly, an idea struck Bellies. Could it be that the Grand Minister had known all along that the Super Dragon Balls were incapable of reviving her mentor Ramusi? Why then had he provided her with the Super Dragon Balls? Was he investing in her potential? No, that couldn't be right. It must be a mere illusion, much like the three great illusions of life. Does she like me? I can turn the tables. Regardless of the Grand Minister's motives, the wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls must not be wasted, lest it be in vain. A wish. What should I wish for? Her primary desire was undoubtedly to revive her mentor. However, now that resurrection was impossible, she felt uncertain about what other wish to make. Would transforming into a Super Saiyan allow her to control the destructive power within her? No, that wouldn't do. Belly shook her head in disapproval. Such a wish was too mundane. Given enough time, and with the presence of the chat group, she was confident she could achieve such feats on her own without resorting to the Super Dragon Balls. What about reviving the King of Hell, or the souls consumed by the underworld? The King of Hell was a deity in his own right. Being slain by Zamasu, his resurrection seemed improbable. After all, the dragon had just stated that a deity killed by another deity could not be revived, as for the souls in the underworld. While there were a few heavenly souls present, she felt it would be a waste to use the Super Dragon Balls for such trivial matters. Moreover, the most critical factor was the sense that Bellies was being observed by other eyes. Most likely, it was either the Omni King or the Grand Minister. She must not squander the wish granted by the Super Dragon. This was something the Grand Minister had said before leaving, and its true meaning eluded Bellies. Knowing that the Super Dragon Balls could not revive Ramusi, he still facilitated her gathering of Dragon Balls. It felt as though his words before departing held some deeper significance. Not waste your wish. What could that possibly mean? Could it be that I could wish for additional wishes from the Super Dragon? Afraid that if she voiced such a thought, the divine dragon would summon Dragon God Salama to confront her, not even fulfilling a single wish, yet she would be greedy enough to ask for more. Had she ever encountered anyone so shameless as to request multiple wishes? That would be a blatant provocation. Wait, requesting multiple wishes? Could it be that the Grand Minister's intention was to suggest a fondness for the Dragon Balls, after being scavenged from the dead? I am the god of destruction, dragon of the divine. I have chosen my wish. Bellies gritted her teeth, making her determination, yet she wondered whether Dragon God Salama would grant it, or if the Grand Minister would intervene. Or perhaps this was precisely the wish the Grand Minister referred to when he cautioned against wasting wishes. Taking a deep breath, Bellies declared, "Grant me the ability to create Dragon Balls." Is such a wish permissible? Silence enveloped the space. Her words gradually faded. The entire form of the divine dragon stilled. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate passage of time, the dragon's voice finally pierced the stillness. Yes, that wish is quite simple. The eyes of the Super Shinran, adorned with emerald pupils, emitted a radiant white light that gradually descended upon Belliss. This phenomenon persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Belliss sensed that, aside from the powers of destruction and creation, an additional unique rule had manifested within her being. Your wish has been granted. The ability to create Dragon Balls will enhance in accordance with your understanding of the dragon's power. There was a brief pause in the Super Shinran's voice before it continued. Here, I offer you a piece of advice. The dragon's power bestowed upon you does not equate to the might of the dragon god. The consequences of your wishes are yours to bear. Could you elaborate? Belliss, newly endowed with dragon power, felt somewhat bewildered. The Dragon Balls you create will differ from those of Namek. Each wish made with Namekian Dragon Balls is cleansed of negative energy by the Dragon God. Salamanda's rules. The dragon power you possess is your own, and any negative repercussions from your wishes will be your responsibility as the creator. However, you are not subject to the laws of the dragon realm. Should your understanding of dragon power reach the level of a dragon god, you will ascend to become another dragon god that I trust one have made myself sufficiently clear. Do you have any further inquiries? The Super Shinran inquired gently. Thank you. I shall wield this power wisely, Bliss responded, offering a respectful bow to the divine dragon. Uncertain whether she was conversing with the dragon itself or Salamanda, the creator of the dragon. She chose to maintain a tone of deference, especially since she had received such a boon. Farewell, newly born god of destruction. The dragon realm awaits your future with great anticipation. The divine dragon vanished in a burst of golden light. The 7 dragon balls soared into the cosmos in a swift arc. Once the wishing concluded, the universe gradually returned to a serene stillness. Bliss exhaled a long sigh of relief as the watchful eyes dissipated. Did this imply that her wish aligned with the expectations of the Grand Priest or the Omni King? At the very least, it did not seem a waste of the Super Shinran's wish. Honestly, these deities are all so suspicious that a god slain by another god cannot be resurrected. In other words, to bring back her mentor, Ramsey, she would likely require the approval of the Omni-King. It appeared she must hasten to enhance her power. To the Omni King, a god of destruction could be easily discarded. To gain any semblance of influence, she would need to reach the level of an angel. I hope that doesn't take too long. The newly acquired rule within her body, the dragon power, resembled a form of unique causality. The Dragon Balls generated negative energy, akin to the malevolent dragon storyline from GT, did it not? Thanks to Salamanda's rules. The Namekians need not worry about negative energy when creating Dragon Balls, yet they understood that such artifacts should not be misused in the realm of the 10th universe's gods of destruction. It was evident that the passage of time flowed much more slowly compared to other universes. After a trip to the 6th universe, Bliss was finally convinced that the universe under her governance experienced a slight temporal anomaly. Although this trend was gradually rectifying itself, she had yet to uncover the cause behind the slowed flow of time. She could only surmise that at most, within half a year, the temporal flow of the 10th universe would align closely with that of the others. Well, if I can't find a reason, then I shan't bother. It's not a significant issue, Bliss shrugged. More pressing than the temporal flow was her concern regarding another matter, a visit to the Omni King's palace. Unlike Goku, she could not freely converse with the Omni King without trepidation. To put it charitably, one might call her carefree. To put it less kindly, one might suggest she had a few loose screws. Bliss raked her fingers through her white hair, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position. I really don't want to go. I genuinely do not wish to visit the Omni King's palace. What if I end up being captured and imprisoned? What if the Omni King and the Grand Priest harbor peculiar whims, such as transforming me into a plush toy? Ugh, just the thought is terrifying. That was the Omni King, not the whimsical figure portrayed by internet memes, but the supreme deity reigning over all 12 universes. After rolling on the grass for half an hour, Bliss reluctantly stood, using her destructive power to clear the weeds and dust clinging to her god of destruction attire. Even with my procrastination, I must visit the Omni King's palace to receive my certificate as the god of destruction. She patted her cheeks with both hands, murmuring to herself, I'm not afraid. I've become a god of destruction. What great storms have I not weathered? It's merely the residence of the Omni King. Can he really devour me? Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, she utilized instant transmission, vanishing from the realm of destruction. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the grand entrance of the Omni King's palace. The residence, as its name implied, featured a door adorned with a grand character that exuded a cartoonish charm rather than an air of authority. No sooner had Bliss arrived than a man appeared before the entrance via instant transmission. I have met the Grand Priest, he acknowledged. Noting that this was not a formal occasion, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to rise. Yes, with the Grand Priest guiding her, Bliss traversed the palace's grand entrance, crossing a pathway resembling a cosmic star map, until she soon stood before the Omni King, whose head resembled a tricolor flag. He leaned back, hands resting behind him, awaiting her arrival. "Greetings, Lord Omni King," Belis said, offering a slight bow. "Belis, disciple of the former god of destruction Ramsey from the 10th universe. You are now the god of destruction of the 10th universe." The Omni King stated in a clear voice. Although his tone bore no malice, Belis felt a shiver run down her spine. "Compared to the gods of destruction from other universes, your performance has been commendable," the Omni King remarked, his tone as calm as ever. "It is my duty," Belis replied, unsure of the Omni King's intentions. "The Grand Priest and I have observed that you have acquired the dragon power from Salmanda. Correct?" "Indeed." Belis had no reason to conceal the matter of her wish, especially since he had already indicated his awareness that he would not misuse it. Such power can lead to severe consequences should the universe fall out of balance. "Yes, I shall remain vigilant. Grand Priest, bring that item over here." The Omni King directed his gaze toward the Grand Priest. Nodding, the Grand Priest approached Belis and handed her a white slip of paper. "This is an item required to awaken the angels. Since angels are bound to the realm of destruction, should a candidate for God of Destruction fail to possess this slip, the angels shall remain dormant." After presenting the slip to Belis, the Omni King descended from his throne and engaged in a brief conversation with her, discussing various amusing or peculiar topics before ultimately allowing her to depart. All of this left Belis with a surreal sensation. What did the Omni King mean by asking about the 10th universe's intriguing food and attractions? Shouldn't he inquire about something more pertinent? Was her visit merely to collect her certificate and return? She pondered how many strategies she had devised for this encounter, only to see them rendered futile. Of course, Belis was not one to overthink. The Omni King had released her, and she had no desire to provoke him further. Why didn't I ask something valuable? He just sent me back, wasting so much time and effort preparing strategies for potential issues. She worried that such thoughts might jeopardize her standing, fearing she could be erased by the Omni King in an instant. Once Belis departed, the Grand Priest lingered behind the Omni King, awaiting his words. "That child is quite intriguing. She desperately wishes to resurrect her mentor, yet refrains from voicing is she afraid of me?" The Omni King mused aloud. "When I shook her hand earlier, the powers within her were fascinating. Destruction, creation, and dragon power. All achieving a delicate balance. There's something I should prepare." The Grand Priest's expression was solemn. "There's no need for any actions, Grand Priest, since the 10th universe has already severed ties with my jurisdiction. Let it be bestowed upon her. I am not as petty as Salama. The power of the dragon must be comprehended independently. If you say so, that individual might come knocking at the door. What does it matter? Let it serve as compensation for a world that will never see parallel universes again, just as it did 20 years ago. Have you discovered something?" the Grand Priest inquired. "A formidable power. Even I cannot gauge the immense strength concealed within the soul. Merely approaching it poses unparalleled danger," replied Zeno, shifting his tone. "However, I felt no malice whatsoever. Moreover, that child's personality is quite intriguing. Wouldn't it be delightful to befriend her?" Zeno chuckled, noting that even a person as stingy as Salama was willing to part with a fragment of the dragon's essence that's merely one universe. "Let her play with it." Beliris returned from the Grand Palace, still enveloped in a surreal sense of detachment. Indeed, it felt unreal. Zeno and the Grand Priest had not pressed for further inquiries. Just before departing, Zeno had remarked, "The 10th universe is now in your hands." Did this hold any special significance? It was all a riddle as sigh escaped Beliris's lips as she produced the white parchment inscribed with runes. Given to her by the Grand Priest, as the parchment touched the ground, a wave of white light surged through the entire God of Destruction realm. Moments later, the light coalesced, revealing the outline of a young girl. Gradually becoming more distinct, she possessed long, grayish-white hair styled in braids and held a staff topped with a spherical gem in her right hand. "Welcome back, Keisai." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Her blue visage still tinged with remnants of sleep. "Is this the new God of Destruction? That voice. Is it you, Beliris?" "Indeed, it is I, Keisai." Beliris stood before Keisai, her mentor and sister figure, whom she had not seen for 5 years. "Oh, you have been to the Grand Palace," Keisai remarked, Sensing her own condition with disbelief, I just returned from there. Case I avenged teacher Ramsey, Beliris explained, though she admitted her plan to resurrect their teacher had not succeeded. Lord Ramsey. Keisai's consciousness remained somewhat hazy. Having just awakened, but a deity slain by another deity cannot be revived. She added, I have heard from the super dragon. It's indeed unfortunate, Beliris sighed. The super dragon? Is that the divine dragon? As time passed, Keisai's awareness fully returned, and upon hearing Beliris mention the super dragon, she recalled the wish orbs created by the dragon god Salama. Indeed, the grand priest facilitated my endeavors. Beliris recounted the recent events to Keisai, including the peculiarities surrounding the temporal flow of the 10th universe. Naturally, she omitted any mention of the chat group. After listening to Beliris's account, Keisai furrowed her brow slightly. The energy perception of angels far surpasses that of ordinary gods of destruction. Even without the chat group, Beliris likely could not match it. After a moment of silence, Keisai's youthful countenance displayed an expression of incredulity. What transpired? Beliris felt a pang of unease, fearing Keisai had stumbled upon some dreadful calamity. This 10th universe. Keisai remained silent for a while, not immediately responding to Beliris's inquiry. Instead, she focused on sensing her own condition. The binding mark has vanished. How is that possible? Keisai whispered. Keisai, what is amiss? Beliris inquired anxiously. The law binding me to the god of destruction has disappeared. The bond between angels and gods of destruction existed since the inception of the universe. When a god of destruction perished, the bond would transfer to the realm of destruction, awaiting the next successor. This law was immutable, even for Zeno and the Grand Priest. The only means to dissolve such a binding was for the god of destruction to make an extraordinary contribution to the universe, thereby freeing the angel from the constraints of the law. Additionally, Keisai uncovered another issue. The 10th universe had subtly drifted beyond the bounds of the entire universe. Although not yet fully detached, it was no longer under Zeno's dominion. Beliris, may I inquire about something? Keisai spoke, unconsciously adding a respectful tone. Beliris, who had always regarded Keisai as a teacher, felt a hint of confusion. What is it? I have completely severed my connection to the laws of the 10th universe, and it is no longer governed by the entire universe's system. Are you aware of this? Huh. Beliris appeared bewildered. What is happening? Keisai elaborated on the information she had detected, and nearly half an hour passed during their discussion. Do you truly expect me to believe I have no idea of the cause? Beliris pondered, suspecting the chat group was up to some mischief again. That I trust you. Beliris, Keisai replied earnestly, although Beliris could not discern any conviction in her expression. After clarifying some of the circumstances, Beliris asked, with the disappearance of your connection to the god of destruction, Keisai, do you intend to return to the universe? Upon hearing this, Keisai shook her head. Unless you no longer desire my presence. Beliris, though she was the oldest and most experienced among the angels, she was not the strongest, for she was not inclined towards combat or did not relish it. Keisai, according to your assertion, if I were to reach the level of Zeno or the Grand Priest, would I be able to resurrect Ramsey? Keisai nodded. In theory, yes. You possess the powers of destruction, creation, and the dragon. As long as your strength is sufficient, resurrecting deities who perished in this universe is not beyond reach. Furthermore, a crucial point was that while the 10th universe still nominally connected to the entire universe, it had effectively become a nation within the cosmic hierarchy. Rest assured, Keisai, I shall undoubtedly resurrect our teacher. Beliris vowed. Thank you, Keisai replied, touched by her words. Beliris stepped forward, extending her hand. Miss Keisai, I hope to receive your guidance henceforth. Keisai mirrored the gesture with her free hand, smiling gently. I also look forward to your guidance. God of Destruction Beliris. After reminiscing about the years gone by, Beliris transitioned to the matter at hand, discussing the creation of the Dragon Balls. The knowledgeable angel Keisai guided Beliris, and soon they successfully crafted the Dragon Balls. Mission accomplished. Clapping her hands, Beliris beamed the Dragon Balls arranged on the ground. Each Dragon Ball was palm-sized, featuring a unique star sequence from 1 star to 7 stars. Ding! The chat group has leveled up to level 2. Point sign-in activated, and the multi-use item consignment platform is now open. Beliris. She could comprehend the point sign in, but what did a multi-use item consignment platform entail? Before Beliris could fully process her astonishment, another notification chimed. Ding, Captain of the 5th Division has joined the chat group. Ding, the Millennium on Myoji has joined the chat group. Beliris? What on earth? More newcomers. The Captain of the 5th Division. Wasn't that the hairstylist? She had no idea who the Millennium on Myoji was. Slowly, Beliris opened the chat group, logging in quietly. I in the world of Soul Reapers. The Captain of the 5th Division was Aizen Suyuk. I in the world of on Myoji. The Millennium on Myoji was Asakura Yu. Upon seeing their introductions, Beliris felt a headache coming on. Both were formidable bosses, even more challenging to deal with than Uchiha Madara, who was a fool in his own right. Uchiha Madara, that haughty individual, once defeated, will stitch together the heart of the doll-like boss. In terms of villainy, they pale in comparison to the two new members who have recently joined our ranks. Bellies remained silent, diving deeper into the shadows. With an employee like Uchiha Bido, there was no need for the boss to intervene personally. It seems I too am merely a spectator, reveling in the unfolding drama. I am fond of Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Please remember to check out Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 37, featuring Sosuke Aizen and Akira Matoi. Ding, Uchiha Bido has entered the arena. Ding, the Millennium on Myoji has entered the arena. Bellies, who was perusing the chat group messages, wore a bewildered expression. What is going on between the two? She had just logged on and barely glanced at the newcomer's messages, yet had not even had the chance to observe the public screen. The administrator, Uchiha Bido, and the newcomer, Akira Matoi, were actually engaged in a confrontation. Uchiha Bido stood in the arena, arms crossed over his chest, his youthful body radiating vitality. This moment, there was no trace of the chaotic laughter of the four kings, his calm gaze fixed intently on the boy across from him. Kid, take back what you just said. I may not care if you insult me, but you should never disrespect the group leader. Belly silently munched on popcorn, only to find herself unwittingly embroiled in this drama. What had Akira Matoi said to insult her? She quickly glanced at the public screen, only to see something trivial, merely a diminutive ant. Wait a moment. Those words seemed rather arrogant, yet if one were to label them as insults, they fell short. They were merely statements that could be deemed discomforting. That it was somewhat touching. Indeed, Uchiha Bido was fighting for her sake. However, it felt rather peculiar. Belly shifted her gaze to the live stream of the arena. Akira Matoi smirked. I haven't insulted anyone. I merely spoke the truth. Since this is a chat group that transcends countless worlds, the group leader must naturally possess formidable strength. I believe my prowess is sufficient to assume that role. Akira Matoi, the Millennium on Myoji, a powerful being who had unraveled the mysteries of life and death, felt that no one was more suited to lead this group than himself. How arrogant! Just because you've held a title for a millennium? If you wish to become the group leader, you must first defeat me, Uchiha Bido, and then we shall talk. By the way, I am the administrator appointed by the group leader. My strength is certainly formidable as well. Uchiha declared confidently. After the previous battle with the group leader, Uchiha Bido had engaged in extensive mental simulations, and he believed he was undoubtedly stronger than before. Something felt amiss. Bellies furrowed her brow. Uchiha Bido was not one to be easily provoked. World's first princess. Is anyone here? What is going on between Uchiha Bido and this newcomer? After all, there was a plethora of information on the public screen. Yet Bellies had not read it all, having only glanced at the later messages. As for specifics, I'm not entirely sure, but Uchiha Bido's temperament does not seem like one that would be easily stirred into action by mere provocation. To be honest, Ing found it rather strange as well. The newcomer, the Millennium on Myoji, had only uttered a few relatively arrogant remarks upon entering the group and had since been rather quiet. Moreover, she had a vague sense that Uchiha Bido had lured the other into challenging him. The purpose remained unknown. World's first princess. Was this done intentionally? Ing, I never said that. World's first princess. Ing has also learned to be evasive. Bellies pondered for a moment, unable to arrive at conclusion, and once again directed her gaze to the live broadcast. Uchiha Bido's voice was cold as he fixed his gaze on the opponent. Show your true strength, Akira Matoi. Where is your fire spirit? Akira Matoi smiled ominously. So the administrator has the authority to view the members' information? No wonder I sensed something was off. Are you not worried that a careless defeat might bring shame upon your esteemed group leader? Uchiha Obito's strength remained unknown to Akira Matoi. However, he was the most powerful Onmyoji in a millennium and did not believe he would lose. Since you do not wish to attack, I shall take the initiative. Uchiha Obito formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A colossal sea of flames surged forward, rapidly enveloping Akira Matoi. Ha! Akira Matoi chuckled lightly. A massive spiritual entity emerged, deep crimson in hue, exuding immense pressure. The fire spirit extended its hand towards the ocean of flames. Its palm, swirling like a vortex, began to absorb the encroaching inferno. In no time at all, the boundless sea of flames was entirely consumed by the fire spirit, which grew slightly larger in the process. Indeed, a manifestation of the natural forces. Uchiha Obito noted that Akira Matoi stood atop the fire spirit's shoulder. Following this incident, he would likely need to apologize to the group leader. Uchiha Obito shook off his thoughts, his dark eyes swiftly transforming, transcending into the eternal kaleidoscope, directly evolving into the Rinnegan. Upon witnessing the transformation of Uchiha Obito's gaze, a hint of astonishment crossed Akira Matoi's face. Quite formidable. This was no mere bravado. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha Obito was a sensation he had not experienced in a millennium. Those eyes could commune with life and death. As a great Onmyoji who traversed the realms of existence, he quickly took note of the peculiarity in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Intriguing that a battle should always be evenly matched. The question remains whether you possess such capability. Akira Matoi bellowed. Fire spirit, let us advance. With a spiritual energy value of 1.2 million. He stood at the pinnacle of this world. He had not anticipated that entering this peculiar chat group today would present him with a worthy opponent that ignited his fighting spirit. In the blink of an eye, the fire spirit disassembled, only to reconstitute behind Uchiha Obito. I shall claim your soul, Akira Matoi declared from atop the fire spirit. The fire spirit reached out its hand towards Uchiha Obito. Wheel of the Grave's Edge. Uchiha uttered softly. Just as the fire spirit was about to grasp him, a resounding impact reverberated through the air. The fire spirit was struck heavily, sending both it and Akira Matoi tumbling backward. What just happened? Akira Matoi maneuvered the fire spirit to halt its retreat. His gaze sharpening, he cast a glance at the right side of the fire spirit's chest, where cracks had begun to form. An invisible attack? He could sense it, yet it remained elusive. This meant they were not occupying the same space. Akira Matoi raised two fingers, gently tracing them across his eye sockets, and soon his eyes glimmered with an unusual sheen. He could see .2 entities resembling clones, identical in appearance to Uchiha Obito, seemingly akin to shadows. Was it these things that struck the fire spirit? To be honest, that had merely been a preliminary probe. The ease with which he had sent the fire spirit flying surprised him greatly. Uchiha Obito did not press the attack further. Instead, he analyzed the structure of the fire spirit through the touch of the wheel of the Grave's Edge. Soul, natural forces, he seemed to grasp it, yet executing it would prove quite challenging. Uchiha murmured to himself that in the chat group, Bellies observed the clash between Uchiha Obito and Akira Matoi. That was it. No wonder Uchiha Obito sought to confront Akira Matoi. Was it for the fire spirit? This fellow had an insatiable thirst for strength. Was it because he had witnessed the battle between Ing and Ozerl? Whether or not that was the case, Bellies could not say for certain. However, she had a general idea of Uchiha Obito's intentions. The fire spirit was a product of nature. In other words, it was constructed from natural forces. Uchiha Obito's goal was to learn sage techniques and comprehend the essence of nature. Gently toying with her silvery white hair, Bellies softly murmured, "Indeed, those who aspire to be villains often possess ambitions and dreams." Striving tirelessly towards them, her gaze then fell upon Akira Matoi's position. What could be the motive behind Akira Matoi's provocation? She could hardly believe that a grand Onmyoji who had lived for a millennium, destined to be the future Spirit King, would possess no subtlety whatsoever. Upon entering the chat group, he behaved like a complete fool, incessantly provoking others. Thus, Did he harbor his own schemes? Quite troublesome indeed, particularly when compared to the likes of Asakura, and Uchiha Madara, who were far less of a headache for bellies that in the realm of the Shinigami. There was Aizen Suk, yes, the very one with the gelled-haired in the 5th Division's barracks. Aizen Suk quietly practiced calligraphy at his desk. However, the lenses of his glasses reflected a subtle glimmer, and a playful smile graced his face. The other world administrators, the group leader, had broadened their horizons, and my view from the pinnacle had elevated as well. Aizen Suk laid down his brush, contemplating something as he murmured, Rukia Kachiki has already ventured into the human world. The plan may soon commence. Ichigo, do not let me down, in the chat group. The battles in the arena continued unabated. After being kicked away by Uchiha Madara's shadow, Asakura remained unfazed. Injuries were a normal part of combat, especially when it was the fire spirit sustaining them. Not as the flames mended, the somewhat grotesque wound on the fire spirit's chest healed rapidly. Uchiha Madara, you are quite impressive, Asakura remarked from his elevated position over the fire spirit, offering a nod of acknowledgement. How arrogant! Uchiha Madara was incensed, and upon seeing Asakura before him, he recalled his former self. However, with his broadened perspective, he no longer viewed others through such a lens. Uchiha Madara manipulated the 2 shadows he had created, slowly advancing towards Asakura. In ambush could only succeed once. Did he really think I would remain unprepared for the same tactic? As the shadows approached stealthily, the fire spirit swung its elongated arms. Conjuring a tempest, a towering fire tornado surged forth, targeting the 2 shadows lurking nearby. Yet the colossal whirlwind raised by the fire spirit swept right through Uchiha Madara's shadows in an instant. What? Asakura gasped in surprise. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's shadows sprang into action. Hastening toward the fire spirit, in the blink of an eye, they positioned themselves on either side of the fire spirit at a pincer attack. How presumptuous! The fire spirit gathered flames into its colossal palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The fireball crackled and then unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows. The fiery projectiles rained down upon the shadows of the wheel tomb. In mere seconds, the 2 shadows, unable to defend themselves, were reduced to ashes by the relentless flames. The fire in the fire spirit's grasp vanished. Asakura cast a glance at Uchiha Madara from a distance. Is this the extent of your confidence as an administrator? A mere illusion transformed into reality. I need only witness it once to discern how to counter it. Truly insignificant. Hearing Asakura's derision, Uchiha Madara remained unperturbed, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. The shadows of the wheel tomb vanished, and he had obtained the data he sought. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. Hashirama, soon I shall surpass you. Perhaps, by then, I will achieve the 6 paths level without the 10 tails. No, with the chat group at my disposal. I am confident I will attain the 6 paths upon witnessing Uchiha Madara's disdainful smile. Asakura raised an eyebrow slightly. The fire spirit and Asakura forms disassembled once more. As before, Uchiha Madara felt the ominous intent emanating from behind him. Was this the law? No, not in observing the previous battles of Aang and Ozer, and now witnessing Asakura, it was less about the law and more about a technique capable of cleverly appropriating the laws. It was evident that a grand Onmyoji who had survived for a millennium was indeed formidable. Prior to engaging in battle with Asakura, Uchiha Madara had utilized the permissions granted by the chat group to research information about him. Although he had gleaned little, Uchiha Madara resolved to entice his opponent into challenging him. To be attacked without retaliating is not my style. Blue chakra surged from his entire being, a massive shadow reflected on the ground, with crimson arms and fearsome claws lunging towards Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, a blue arm seized the fire spirit's arm. Asakura was momentarily taken aback. What was this? At that moment, Uchiha Madara was enveloped in solidified blue chakra. The skeletal frame of Susanoo grasping the fire spirit that was aiming to strike him. Those eyes, those concentric circles, seemed to resonate with the energy of this skeletal entity. Intriguing. Asakura manipulated the fire spirit, which lifted its right foot and kicked towards Uchiha Madara and Susanoo, returning the favor in kind. The two energies clashed, causing the fire spirit and the blue Susanoo to tremble slightly. A terrifying force radiated from their center. Extending outwards for thousands of meters, the once solid ground was left in disarray, strewn with debris and broken stones. Susanoo can barely withstand this. Uchiha Madara frowned. The fire spirit's kick had caused the ribs of Susanoo to crack. Had he not sensed the anomaly and increased his output of mental energy and chakra, that earlier kick could have shattered Susanoo outright. The power of nature was indeed fearsome, rather than nature's power. It was evident that the fire spirit before him possessed an unparalleled strength of its own. If only he had the 9 tails. Uchiha recalled the tailed beast that Hashirama deemed too powerful to be left unsealed. Evidently, this peculiar skeleton was not all that impressive. From a distance, Asakura's wise voice carried a hint of disdain. Simultaneously, the fire spirit raised its other arm, which had not been seized, and lunged fiercely towards Uchiha Madara, who was shielded by Susanoo. The fire spirit's long fingers glinted ominously. This was one of its skills. The flame spear, claws imbued with potent natural energy, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Asakura was confident that with this attack, he could effortlessly shatter Susanoo, which was of a similar size to the fire spirit, and even injure Uchiha Madara within. Bang! Susanoo barely held off the flames entwined around the fire spirit's claws for mere seconds before erupting in a violent explosion. With Susanoo's collapse, Uchiha Madara's defenses crumbled entirely. Uchiha Madara, thank you for the entertainment. I shall claim your soul. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his right hand, standing firm and unyielding. The Rinnegan absorbed the energy before the fire spirit could even reach him. Halted half a meter away by an invisible wall of light. Particularly, the flames on the fingers of the left hand aimed at Uchiha dissipated at an observable rate. What is happening? Asakura exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. The fire spirit's power was vanishing rapidly. Those eyes, so that was it. Those eyes possessed the powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Truly formidable. For the first time in battle, Asakura employed his skills. He positioned 2 fingers at the center of his vision and traced the air a few times. 0.5 elements conversion, solidification of gold. As he spoke, the fire spirit beneath him underwent a phase shift. The original fire attribute was obscured by a golden hue. The energy swirling around it rapidly coalesced, becoming indestructible. What? Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that he could no longer absorb the energy of the fire spirit. This sensation was reminiscent of his battle against Senju Hashirama, during which his fire release techniques failed to incinerate Hashirama's wood release, only to be extinguished by the formidable vitality of the wood release itself. In that moment, Madara also perceived that the fire spirit had transformed into a golden form, significantly amplifying its attack intensity. Even with the nullification capabilities of the Rinnegan's animal path, he found himself unable to withstand it. No longer attempting to absorb the fire spirit's power, Uchiha Madara unleashed a repulsive force from the palm of his hand. Shinra Tensei. He canceled the animal path's nullification. He aimed to repel the fire spirit and Makurizaki Yuking away. The immense repulsive force of Shinra Tensei struck the fire spirit, yet it felt akin to colliding with an impenetrable mass of heavy metal. Merely slightly hindering its movements. One hand of the fire spirit blocked the repulsive force directed at Makurizaki Yuking, while the other hand remained poised to strike at Uchiha Madara. This won't do, Madara thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Apart from his skirmish with the group leader, this marked the second occasion Shinra Tensei had been breached. It is enough. I have made some progress in my cultivation of sage techniques, and there is no need to be overly harsh on myself. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara lowered his right hand. The repulsive force emanating from him dissipated in an instant. Oh, are you surrendering? Makurizaki Yuking observed Madara's actions with a flicker of confusion on his face. Even without the ability to read minds, it was evident that Madara still possessed combat capability. From a recent exchange, it was clear that Uchiha Madara was a profoundly proud individual. Such a person would not easily concede defeat, just as Makurizaki Yuking was instructing the fire spirit to prepare to claim Madara's soul. A voice resounded, sending chills down his spine. Retreat in pursuit of certain abilities is not the behavior befitting Uchiha Madara. The true battle is yet to commence. I shall unleash my complete Susanoo. A terrifying energy surged forth, emanating a pressure so overwhelming it was almost inconceivable, descending upon Makarazaki Yu-King. Complete Susanoo? Makarazaki Yu-King felt the weight of the energy, which seemed capable of altering the density of space itself. Albeit slightly, it was still remarkable. Uchiha Madara. Makarazaki Yu-King maneuvered the fire spirit to leap backward. Given the unclear circumstances, it was wise to evade for the time being. Makarazaki Yu-King held doubts regarding the rules of the arena. He was unwilling to test the assertion that even in death, it would not affect his original body. He was not inclined to experiment with that notion. Allowing Uchiha Madara to test it, however, was a different matter. This was also the reason for his obsession with capturing Madara's soul. Such formidable energy that can be contained. Impressive. Raising his gaze to the towering complete Susanoo, which soared over 400 meters. Makarazaki Yu-King couldn't help but smile. In comparison, his fire spirit appeared somewhat diminutive. The fire spirit, standing at less than 100 meters, seemed like a child next to the adult that was the complete Susanoo. After consolidating the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara refrained from making any pre-battle threats. The hand of Susanoo rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. In the next moment, the blade gleamed forth. A piercing sound of sonic boom resonated from the front of Susanoo, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that extended far into the distance. The ground trembled violently, collapsing in layers, with a thunderous roar. An explosion of light engulfed Susanoo, as well as its targets, the fire spirit and Makarazaki Yu-King. After a considerable time, the brilliance gradually dimmed. The solid form of Susanoo appeared somewhat disheveled. The blade wielded by complete Susanoo hung, suspended in midair. A colossal crimson figure stood before Susanoo, nearly matching its height. That IT had succeeded in blocking the attack. Observing the fire spirit, which had clasped its hands together to catch the blade of Susanoo with its bare hands, Uchiha Madara showed no significant surprise. IT would have been strange if it had not managed to do so. Within the chat group, numerous members were spectating the duel between the two combatants. Overall, the back-and-forth exchanges of their battle were far more captivating than a one-sided massacre. Particularly, a bespectacled captain of the 5th Division displayed a keen interest in the live confrontation, in the realm of destruction. Is something the matter? Kashi, Bellies, engrossed in watching the arena live stream, was jolted back to reality by Kashi's voice. She glanced at Kashi with a hint of confusion in her tone. Why Lord of Destruction? You have been lost in thought for half an hour, Kashi lamented, holding her head in exasperation. Bellies had a tendency to zone out when not engaged in serious matters. It had been years since they last met. And now, even during serious business, she was daydreaming. Really? I feel it has not been long at all. Bellies chuckled awkwardly. She was not yet ready to share details about the chat group with Kashi. Kashi, being the daughter of the High Priest, was an unpredictable variable. Bellies did not dare to gamble on where her loyalties lay, fearing that just as she spoke, the High Priest might arrive at Bellisama. Once the Dragon Balls are complete, we must test their quality. Otherwise, it could pose a threat to the universe. Kashi was not entirely ignorant of the realm of dragons and was aware of the potential for the Dragon Balls to emit negative energy. Is that so? Then let us proceed with the test. She gathered the scattered Dragon Balls together, and as she gazed upon them, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Utilizing the Dragon Balls and creating them were two distinct concepts. Arise, Shinron. As the words left her lips, the resonance intensified, and the Dragon Balls grew increasingly luminous. A flash of golden lightning surged upward from the Dragon Balls, summoning a thick cloud of darkness above the realm of destruction. From within the clouds emerged a deep red, vividly corporeal creature. It descended slowly, revealing its full form beneath the clouds. With its red scales, pale underbelly, blood-red eyes, and a body stretching hundreds of meters, it exuded an aura of majesty. State your wish. Any wish will be granted. Wait, Creator-sama? Shinran's words suddenly faltered. Come now. No need to be anxious. Continue speaking. I am all ears. Bellies laughed nonchalantly. How could that be? Little Dragon is crafted by Creator-sama. How could I dare to overstep? The slightly imposing visage of the red dragon broke into a sweat. Damn it, my first attempt at grandeur, and I misjudged the audience. From now on, whenever summoned, I must ensure I know whom I am addressing. Having been born less than a day ago, I have no desire to be remade. It seems there are no issues. You may return now. Bellies appraised Shinran for a moment before speaking. Indeed, little dragon is in perfect health. I can consume multiple meals in one go. With that, without allowing Bellies a moment to respond, it vanished in a flash. The resonance began to diminish, and the dragon balls lay quietly on the ground. Bellies, Kashi. With a forced smile, Bellies inquired, Kashi, do you consider this Shinran a failure or a success? It feels rather unreliable. Can this thing truly grant wishes? Kashi's face wore a strained smile. It's the first time. Some awkwardness is to be expected. Although I have never seen Shinran's appearance, wasn't the recent display of flattery a bit excessive? After placing the Dragon Balls in order, Bellies recalled matters concerning the underworld and remarked, there are certain things in the underworld that my current creative power cannot fully repair. Could you possibly take a look? The underworld, since it is Belly-sama's request, Kashi gestured with her angelic staff. Projecting an image of the underworld, the destruction is severe. Is it the work of Zamasu? Ah, that fellow is rather unhinged. Fortunately, I made adequate preparations in advance. Otherwise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the underworld. Belly sighed. I shall go take a look. With that, Kurz transformed into a beam of white light and departed from the realm of destruction. Phew, finally gone. After dismissing the angel Kurz, Bellies picked up the Dragon Balls. What if I placed the Dragon Balls in the chat group? Bellies pondered this notion. Why utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for entry into various worlds, she could gain insight into the laws governing each realm, which would significantly aid her in perfecting her own abilities. She recalled that during the previous upgrade of the chat group, a peculiar trading platform had appeared. Upon reflection, was it not designed for the members to utilize the Dragon Balls? Let us take a look. Bellies once again immersed her consciousness into the chat group. The live broadcast has concluded. World's first princess. Is anyone there? I'm curious about the outcome of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Asakura Y. Who emerged victorious? Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, the group leader. I won the recent battle against the newcomer. Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, I owe the group leader an apology for engaging in combat with the newcomer without prior permission, which may have caused undesirable repercussions to him. Y confrontation with Asakura Y stemmed partly from his insolent remarks, and partly from my desire to test the capabilities of his natural attributes. Naturally, Uchiha Madara was prepared for the possibility of facing the group leader's wrath. Regardless of the outcome, as he was fully aware that his little tricks would not escape the leader's scrutiny at world's first princess. It's all right, just be more cautious next time. Uchiha Madara, do not rush. In fact, enhancing your strength would be more convenient after your resurrection. Uchiha Madara, resurrection? I have no idea how long it'll take. The world's first princess. Isn't there a sign-in system? Each sign-in grants points, which can be exchanged for items. Ding! Group leader, world's first princess has placed the 7 Dragon Balls into the item consignment platform. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, if you wish to be resurrected. The Dragon Balls can accomplish that. Uchiha Madara. I'm Badai. Ignoring the excitement of the group members, Bellies focused her attention on the recording of the earlier battle. The group leader. She had the ability to capture the combat in real time. Despite having a slight advantage in strength, Asakura Y had nonetheless fallen to Uchiha Madara. The mindset during battle proved to be quite crucial. Unlike Asakura Y, who hesitated to fully embrace the rules of the chat group out of fear of being defeated, Uchiha Madara approached the fight with the determination to inflict damage, even at the cost of his own limbs. Ultimately, his relentless approach succeeded in overwhelming Asakura Y, leading to his demise. Moreover, his techniques mirrored those used previously, Susanoo in a relentless flurry of punches that left the seasoned warrior utterly defeated. One could only wonder how Asakura Y would feel upon emerging from this ordeal. Her curiosity was piqued, liking the Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I'm the god of destruction. Please remember to collect. Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 40. The wish of Y in the world of the Spirit King. As his consciousness returned to his body, Asakura Y slowly opened his eyes. Memories of the recent battle flooded his mind. My indecision led to my utter defeat. Leaping from the rooftop, Asakura Y's feet gently touched the ground. He opened his palms, gazing at the fiery spirit that had shrunk into a ball of flame. You felt the excitement just now, did you not? We're about to step into a realm far more expansive than merely becoming the Spirit King. The flame formed by the spirit flickered, seemingly in agreement with Asakura Y's thoughts. Despite his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Madara, Y felt no anger. The victory was achieved through direct confrontation, even if it was under the auspices of the chat group's rules. Where his life was wagered, it remained within the bounds of acceptability. If anything, it was merely a testament to his own overconfidence. Well, I shall reclaim victory next time. However, it was through this failure that he realized just how formidable the chat group truly was. Capable of entirely simulating his being, even the fiery spirit could be directly replicated. The experience of death was rendered almost hauntingly realistic. Uchiha Madara wielded what he termed the true 1,000 hands. 1,000 fists raining down upon him. He exerted every effort to block, yet ultimately found himself unprepared, managing to deflect perhaps half of the onslaught. Subsequently, both he and the fiery spirit were bombarded by a barrage of fists resembling bullets. The relentless assault was beyond what even the spirit could withstand, and despite his mastery of yin-yang techniques, his physical form could not rival that of the spirit. Moreover, the strength of the simulated body within the chat group was nearly equivalent to his current form, making it impossible to endure such force. The chat group, comprising Uchiha Madara and the enigmatic group leader, filled Asakura Y's face with a smile. Perhaps the days ahead would not be so dull after all. Ding! The group leader has added the Dragon Balls to the consignment platform. Members wishing to utilize them may proceed to purchase. Asakura Y was momentarily taken aback. Dragon Balls? What are those? Skillfully accessing the chat group, he clicked on the newly available option. Moments later, images of 7 orange glass orbs with varying star counts appeared, capable of fulfilling any wish, including the revival of the deceased, but limited to 1. Revival. The previously composed demeanor of Asakura Y began to shift. Memories from millennium past surged forth. The spirit user slain by ordinary men. His mother, for 1,000 years. Asakura Y had toiled unceasingly, driven by the ambition to eradicate the filthy, ordinary beings and construct a world solely for spirit users. Additionally, he sought to leverage the power of the Spirit King to unearth his mother's existence from the 46 billion years of this planet's history and resurrect her. Could the Dragon Balls truly accomplish such a feat? Unbeknownst to him, his voice quivered with a hint of anticipation. Upon viewing the price of the Dragon Balls, Asakura Y furrowed his brow. The purchasing rights for the Dragon Balls required 5,000 points. Points? What are those? Noticing the sign-in system for points nearby, Asakura Y instinctively clicked on it. Ding, you may sign in once a month, earning between 1,100 points per sign-in. Ding, congratulations, you've earned 25 points that IS this all. Asakura Y tightened his brows to a mere 25 points in a month. How long will it take to accumulate enough? Furthermore, those 25 points were not guaranteed. Next month could yield only a single point. Glancing at the nicknames of all members in the chat group, Asakura Y hesitated before changing his moniker from the 1,000-year Great Yin-yang Master to his own name. Asakura Y. Everyone. I am the newcomer Asakura Y. May I ask a few questions? Uchiha Madara. What the heck? So polite. World's first princess. Of course, what would you like to ask? Asakura Y. Is it true that the Dragon Balls available on the consignment platform can resurrect lost lives? World's first princess. If a soul imprint exists, then yes. However, if the soul has been forcibly erased, it cannot be done. Moreover, it is important to note that individuals who died of natural causes or illness cannot be revived. In other words, only those who experienced unconventional deaths may be resurrected. Asakura Y. What about those who have been dead for a long time? World's first princess. How long are we talking? Asakura Y. Approximately 1,000 years. Uchiha Madara. Hybra AI. Others. This esteemed great Yin-yang master seems to harbor some peculiar misconceptions regarding the duration of death at 1,000 years. The ashes could have been scattered by now. World's first princess. It is possible to revive someone. A mere 1,000 years is not too long. According to the laws of your world, the souls of spirit users endure for a millennium without dissipating, which is not particularly challenging. World's first princess. Asakura, why? I am quite curious. Who do you wish to resurrect? Is it the leaf of the Ma clan or Yaitakuchi in the world of the Spirit King? Upon reading the messages in the chat group, Asakura Y sprang to his feet in astonishment. Asakura Y, how do you know? Incredulous, for he had never divulged whom he wished to resurrect in the group. Furthermore, even the names have been revealed that Asia, the mother of the famed Ma Kangyi Wang from millennium ago, and Yipo Qiandai, who could be regarded as the closest companion of Ma Kangyi Wang. In a certain sense, had it not been for the power of Yipo Qiandai, he would have been slain long ago, 1,000 years past. The excessive utilization of Yipo Qiandai's strength ultimately led to her demise. A burden that has weighed heavily on Yi Wang's conscience for many years. World's first princess. When you join the chat group, the past and future of the world you inhabit will be recorded, albeit only partially, not in its entirety. World's first princess. However, rest assured, this merely pertains to the predetermined past and future. In other words, it concerns events that would transpire had you not joined the chat group. Ma Kangyi Wang. Is that truly the case? This esteemed Onmyoji appears somewhat reluctant to accept this notion, yet upon reflection, it seems to be the most rational explanation, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Ma Kangyi Wang shifted the topic. Kangyi Wang. How does one acquire points to exchange for the Dragon Balls? To be frank, if one must check in monthly, gathering points of 1,100 at a time, resurrection would take an unfathomable number of years. Moreover, he seeks to resurrect 2 lives, not just one. As for whether the Dragon Balls can revive 2 individuals at once or merely one, he remains uncertain. World's first princess. Have you not reviewed the rules of the consignment platform? World's first princess. Each member can consign valuable items with multiple uses, and through the chat group's evaluation, they can earn a certain number of points. Additionally, if your uploaded item is purchased by other members, you will receive 1/10 of the purchase price in points, which can be accumulated multiple times. Kangyi Wang. I see now, I understand. Ding! Ma Kangyi Wang uploaded Super Occupation Strategy and received 1,000 points. Observing the newly added line of points in the chat group, Ma Kangyi Wang mused, is this all? Nonetheless, it is quite commendable to receive 1,000 points for an old work penned years ago. His expression remained calm, yet the flicker in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. He proceeded to upload additional methods for cultivating spiritual energy and Onmyoji techniques. Following the system's evaluation, Ma Kangyi Wang's personal account in the chat group reflected a total of 4,150 points. World's first princess. I forgot to mention a crucial detail. The points required to use the Dragon Balls are correlated with the laws of each world. World's first princess. In simpler terms, the stronger the individual's potential or the higher the world S tier, the more points are required for a wish with the Dragon Balls. Hyun AI. Here, the exchange for the Dragon Balls requires 500 points. Is that considered excessive? Elena. Mine is 2,000 points. Qingxiao. For 1,500 points. Madara. 5,000 points at Kangyi Wang. 5,000 points. 5th Division Captain. It demands 6,000 points, which is somewhat astonishing. Points, it feels impossible for me to gather enough. Hyun AI. Well, there's really no comparison to be made here. Is she fortunate or unfortunate? The world she inhabits is merely an ordinary one, even without any effort. Simply by checking in, she might obtain the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister within a few years. At that moment, in the Soul Society, outside the 5th Division's barracks, Aizen Sasuk stood with his hands clasped behind his back. How do the wish-granting Dragon Balls compare to the H-Gyoku? However, if the requirements for wishes are calculated based on world strength, then excluding the unknown world of the group leader, the one called Ing likely possesses a higher tier than his current realm. Meanwhile, on Teyvat, Ing rode the Golden King Beast, accompanied by a multitude of Abyss Order members, making their way to the Ganyu Pavilion. The Ganyu Pavilion, a land formed by the rock spear cast by the Geo Archon Morix, also concealed the demon named Ojul beneath it, with the Golden King Beast and dozens of Abyss Apostles. Alongside hundreds of Abyss Mages, this formidable force would pose no threat even to the beasts of Liyue, especially with the Golden King Beast having been cleansed by the power of the Abyss. Its might now rivaled that of the ancient dragon Durin. Ying's gaze fell upon the chat group, seeking to inquire whether the group leader could assist in overseeing matters to mitigate any unexpected incidents. After all, while these Abyss troops might manage against the Adept of Liyue, facing Morix would still be a formidable challenge. Even the Golden King Beast could only delay him for so long. The unsealing process requires time, and should the release of Ojal result in a decisive blow from Morix, it would leave her with nowhere to weep. Ing, world's first princess, group leader, would you be interested in coming to Teyvat? World's first princess, Ing, I intend to capture Ojal, yet I fear my subordinates may not be able to withstand Morix, the world's first princess. In other words, you lack manpower? Ing, well, perhaps just a bit. I wonder what the group leader thinks. World's first princess. I require 2 vision orbs. Ing, surely you do not need such items? As a deity, why would you covet the vision orbs? World's first princess. I wish to observe the laws of their creation. So you need not worry. Ing, very well. I accept your terms. When shall you arrive? Group leader? World's first princess. I can only remain in Teyvat for 3 hours. The power I bring will be limited. Is that agreeable? Ing, the unsealing and defeating Ojal may take about an hour. That should suffice. That I just wonder if the group leader can hold off Morix before I complete my tasks. Ing, additionally, I am somewhat concerned that the Anemo Archon may interfere. World's first princess. I can handle holding them off, but only to prevent them from disturbing you. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee. Ing, that will suffice. The group leader's strength should be sufficient to vanquish the Geo Archon and the Anemo Archon, and there is a significant chance of capturing them as well. However, she has no obligation to do so. One should not be greedy or overstep boundaries. Ing merely wishes to ensure the Abyss forces remain intact and are not obliterated while she attempts to unseal Ojal. The rest can be dealt with later. World's first princess. Whenever you are ready, just call for me, and I shall teleport over. Ing, understood. Ing and Bellies conspired loudly in the chat group, yet all remained silent, some unsure of what to say. While 2 newcomers, Kangi Wang and Aizen Sasuk, observed with curiosity that in the Soul Society. Aizen Sasuk contemplated whether to share some Kido techniques in the chat group for points when he noticed the group leader preparing to venture to that world called Teyvat. It would be impossible not to be intrigued by another realm, especially with his keen interest in both Ing and the group leader. In Teyvat, the Ganyu Pavilion. White light flickered around Ing. Moments later, a slightly taller white-haired girl appeared beside her. Group leader, welcome to Teyvat. Ing smiled gently. As Ing spoke, the members of the Abyss Order were startled by the sudden appearance. After exchanging pleasantries with Ing, Bellies turned her attention to the considerable assembly of Abyss Order members. Ing, you Haven Tea brought your entire arsenal. Have you? I brought half. There are also some ambushed on the Liyue side to threaten Morix. Ing replied, you truly are fearless. Do you not worry about the balance of nature awakening? Bellies remarked with resignation. Thus, I requested the group leader's assistance. Did I not? Bellies, do not mimic Spider's manner of speaking. Please, Ing gestured. You and Shang come here to, Your Highness, how may I serve you? Drifting above the abyss, I arrived before Ing. Before my return, the command of the Abyss Order was entrusted to this friend of mine. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. Yuan Shang dared not refute, stealing a glance at Bellies, who stood beside Ing. This silver-haired maiden, to all appearances, seemed entirely human. It was unlikely she would command the Abyss Order without causing significant turmoil. Sensing Yuan Shang's thoughts, Ing spoke again. My friend's name is Bellies. I invited her to help fend off the possible arrival of Morix. As for the rest, you may proceed, as usual. Fend off Morix? Yuan Shang's head jerked up, incredulity etched across his face. He murmured instinctively that, is there a problem? At that moment, Yuan Shang felt a chilling aura envelop him, rendering his body as heavy as if mired in mud. He quickly bowed. No. How could I dare to have any objections? That sensation was akin to sinking deeper into a bog, stung by the lash of fear. Truly intoxicating. After discussing a few matters, Ing departed with a portion of the Abyss Apostles towards the seal of Ojal. With Ying's prowess, unsealing Ojal required no arcane charms like those of Dada Duck. A mere strike of her sword against the stone would suffice. After Ying's departure, the members of the Abyss Order displayed a rebellious demeanor. After all, it was the Abyss. How could they simply heed the command of another, even if it was a directive from the princess? They might appear obedient outwardly, but would harbor deep-seated resistance within. Mages, chantcasters, apostles, shells, and the golden WRM. Ying's followers were a diverse lot. Perched upon a protruding stone, Bellies rested her chin on her wrist, scrutinizing the fierce countenances of the Abyss Order members. "Well, I'm not particularly fond of your gazes. Could you perhaps adopt a more amiable demeanor?" Upon finishing her statement, Bellies casually tossed a piece of rubble with her left hand. The stone rolled across the ground before coming to rest before the members of the Abyss Order. Just as they were left bewildered, this palm-sized fragment emanated a speckled purple glow. Following this, a terrifying pressure enveloped all members of the Abyss Order except Yuan Shang. The foremost Abyss chantcasters and apostles thudded heavily against the ground, their chests meeting the earth intimately. Meanwhile, other Abyss members toward the rear seemed to react swiftly, immediately attempting to defend themselves. Nearly 100 Abyss mages simultaneously encased themselves within spherical shields. Yet, under this oppressive force, the protective barriers of the Abyss mages, regardless of their attribute, shattered upon contact. As the shields broke, all Abyss mages were pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. At this moment, the other Abyss chantcasters, apostles, and shell knights were similarly suppressed without any means of resistance. Within the entire solitary cloud pavilion, aside from Bellies and Yuan Shang, all others lay sprawled on the ground like discarded fish. Great lady. Yuan Shang trembled. Wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow, he swallowed hard, gazing past the fallen Abyss Order members to where the golden WRM, also pinned to the ground, was partly buried in the earth. As a fire chantcaster, Yuan Shang felt an unending dread. Yet, as a loyal supporter of Ying, he understood that he must speak up to plead for mercy. Otherwise, this entire group could very well meet their doom. "Bellies, please forgive the rudeness of the Order's members. They did not intend any offense." Hearing this, Bellies looked up at Yuan Shang, who stood beside her with his head bowed. Are you afraid of me?" Yuan Shang's heart jolted. "You are a distinguished guest of the princess, and our guest as well. I can hardly afford to be afraid." Bellies waved her hand, cutting him off. "Oh, not worry. None of Ying's subordinates will perish. The pressure I exerted upon them corresponds to their energy levels and will not claim their lives." After saying this, she flicked her fingers lightly. With a snap, purple light shot forth, shattering the stone on the ground that had been infused with the purple glow. As the stone disintegrated, the oppressive force weighing down on everyone immediately dissipated one by one. The Abyss mages and chantcasters gasped for breath, particularly the golden WRM, whose eyes rolled back, its body heaving as it panted like a dog left for dead. Observing the pitiful state of the fallen members, Yuan Shang's mouth twitched. Goodness, these limp fish can hardly get up, let alone fight. Are they just waiting to be fodder for Liu? Yuan Shang, come here. I could see the sound of that nightmarish voice. Yuan Shang felt a jolt of apprehension. Great lady. Please grant me a portion of the Abyss's power, Bellies requested. Uncertain, Yuan Shang hesitated before finally speaking. My lady, the Abyss is perilous, if not handled properly. This formidable being named Bellies was an esteemed guest of the princess. A single misstep could result in the Abyss corrupting her. Even if afterward, he were to be bound and punished by the princess, it would be a transgression he could never atone for. Yuan Shang, do you not wish for Ying's subordinates to fight the Adepti in Liu now? Sensing Yuan Shang's hesitation, Bellies said calmly, or do you believe the Abyss would affect me? No, I wouldn't dare. Yuan Shang quickly shook his head. That would be preposterous. This is someone who can annihilate over 100 key members of the Abyss Order with but a flick of her wrist. Yuan Shang transformed the power of the Abyss into a swirling black mist, gradually pushing it toward Bellies. Please, you must be cautious. If anything seems amiss, inform me at once. Perhaps I can still offer some remedy. All right, I understand. As she regarded the black mist cradled in her hand, Bellies felt a wave of exasperation at Yuan Shang's motherly concern. The Abyss. What peculiar essence could it possess that warranted such reverence? As she channeled her mental energy into the black mist resting in her palm, an icy chill washed over her. Oh, intriguing. It cannot be gazed upon directly. An omen of destruction. Moments later, Bellies withdrew her probing consciousness. She extended her left finger and traced the black mist in her right palm a few times to go. With a gentle tug of her finger, countless tiny droplets emerged from the black mist. Soaring toward the fallen members of the Abyss Order one by one, they entered the bodies of the incapacitated. Within mere seconds, the Abyss Order members, who had been gasping and groaning, slowly began to rise. Their chaotic and weakened auras gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Meanwhile, the black abyss mist held in Bellies' hand shrank to the size of 3 fingers, with a slight shift of her gaze. Bellies addressed the somewhat apprehensive members of the Abyss Order. Before your princess returns, will you all heed my instructions regarding the matters here? The smile curling at the corners of the silver-haired maiden's lips struck the members of the Abyss Order as if they were confronted by a demon. They quickly composed themselves, those unable to speak nodding vigorously, while those who could stammered in a flurry. And no problem. See, this is easily resolved. I assent to it. Your smiles are much more benevolent now. All right. Whatever Ing instructs you to do. Just do it. Disperse now. Bellies waved her hand, signaling them to attend to their duties. Once the members of the Abyss Order had departed, Ing turned her gaze toward Yuan Shang, the fire chantcaster who stood beside her. Seemingly quite optimistic about him, a sudden jolt coursed through Yuan Shang's heart. He pondered why this capricious individual would utter such words. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he respectfully replied, "It is our honor to serve Her Highness the Princess." Do you wish to grow stronger? Bellies did not afford Yuan Shang time to reflect further and continued, I possess a modicum of abyssal black mist. In fact, I've just made some slight modifications. As you have witnessed, it merely requires a small expenditure to restore other members of the Order. Even the Golden King beast requires only a bit more. Bellies, gazing at the spherical abyssal black mist floating in the palm of her hand, spoke in a calm tone, Yuan Shang, the remainder is for you. Do you desire it? I am but a figure of administration, and combat is not my forte. Yuan Shang's expression was one of consternation. Although he was uncertain about what Bellies had recently infused into the abyssal black mist to rejuvenate all members of the Abyss. He harbored grave doubts about the potential repercussions of excessive inhalation of this dark substance on the very existence of the Abyss. You not want it? Bellies inquired without coercion, her voice softening. If that is the case, Ing may be quite disappointed. Her purpose in sending me here was to thwart Morix, yet there may have been an intention for me to understand the Abyss and the curse as well. She paused for a moment, looking at the conflicted Yuan Shang, and added, given your discernment, you might also perceive that I am considerably stronger than Ing, and indeed far more formidable than the goals of your order. Of course, I am not my true self here, but what difference does that make to this world? Listening to Bellies' languid words, Yuan Shang remained silent for a time before managing a wry smile. You have stated it so plainly. Do I have any other options? Oh, but I have not compelled you. This is entirely your own volition, is it not? Yuan Shang retorted inwardly, feeling a surge of frustration. Bellies smirked and remarked, speaking of which, did you not relish the sensation of searing heat and being lashed? This presents a splendid opportunity, and even if something were to go awry, I could always rescue you. Though, of course, unforeseen incidents may occasionally occur. The orb of black mist floated to the tip of her index finger as Bellies gently shook it. If you refuse, I shall simply dispose of it. The analysis of the abyssal power was merely a whim of Bellies. Should she fail to achieve her objective, it would not matter much that I am but a peripheral figure in the order, yet for the sake of Her Highness the Princess. Yuan Shang stood tall, his demeanor radiating sanctity. The Abyss, fearless and undaunted, excellent. No wonder Ing holds you in such high regard. With a flick of her finger, the black mist shot toward Yuan Shang. He scarcely had time to react before the mist penetrated his chest and entered his body. Enjoy it, Yuan Shang. Bellies waved her hand, conjuring a gust of wind to push him away, lest his cries disturb her ears. It seems I have nothing else to do. Perhaps I shall commence a live stream. Bellies adeptly entered the chat group. Ding! The world's foremost princess has initiated a live stream. Greetings, everyone. I am currently in the land of Teyvat, which is the realm where Ing presently resides. Bellies waved to the members of the group. Uchiha, leader, are you dressed so formally today as well? Makura Yawaki. Is this the group leader? She appears quite dignified, reminiscent of my mother. World's foremost princess. I am merely clad in the garb of a destroyer. Why do you draw such conclusions? Belly sensed a hint of ambiguity in their remarks and added, in Makura Yawaki, as a great on my OG, you ought not to casually refer to me as mother. I have no offspring of such an advanced age. Even if you have undergone reincarnation. World's foremost princess. Ahem, everyone, please refrain from such peculiar comments. Moreover, a battle may soon ensue. I am aware that some of you are quite fond of such exhilarating spectacles. Uchiha Madara, a battle? Is it with the leader or Ing, World's foremost princess? I may not engage here, but Ing undoubtedly will. She will be live-streaming her confrontation with Ozer, Spider Child. Is it the Ozer from before? The demon god? I must say, its transparent, slick appearance bears a resemblance to tentacles. World's foremost princess, Spider Child, you possess a remarkable ability to notice details. Abyssal Princess Ing versus the tentacled Ozer. Will such a thrilling scene be available without a fee? Ing thought, still engaged in mining with one hand, unsealing Ozer's curse. The identity of certain Abyssal Princess remained undisclosed, and upon hearing Spider Child's remark, she nearly lost her grip on her weapon. Ing remained steadfast in her mining endeavor, muttering to herself, I am not angry. I am not angry. Why should I be upset with a spider? Regardless of Spider Child's former identity, it was now merely a spider, and its thoughts were likely somewhat rational. There was no need to dwell on it excessively. With a single stroke, she cleaved through the vast night anchor stone array before her. Yet she still felt a sense of disconnection. Ozer equated to tentacles, while Ing represented the protagonist. The prospect of Ing battling tentacles seemed utterly implausible. By the way, what was the leader up to? The unsealing process was rather tedious, and Ing instinctively clicked into the leader's livestream. What is that sound? It resembles some creature in heat. World's foremost princess, do not misconstrue. That is not me, but rather someone named Yuan Shang. I'm quite uncertain as to why he emits such unusual sounds. World's foremost princess. By the way, Yuan Shang is one of Ing's subordinates, that a question mark slowly formed in Ying's mind. No, while Yuan Shang could be somewhat eccentric at times, surely he would not vocalize such things. But did you do something to him? Ying's gaze shifted to the livestream. Meanwhile, Bellies found herself quite speechless to unravel the situation. She had no choice but to approach Yuan Shang. After all, his cries were rather jarring that if she did not clarify the matter, her authority as group leader would be undermined in the future, whenever group members mentioned the leader. The first thought that would spring to mind would be the disconcerting cries of a certain male creature. Bellies felt a shiver run down her spine as she pointed toward the abyssal bard Yuan Shang. 10 meters away. That's the one making those sounds. It's not me, so please do not misinterpret. After speaking, Bellies felt a peculiar sensation. Why did she feel the need to clarify? Was it an unnecessary elaboration? At this moment, the pitch-black abyssal energy continued to seep from Yuan Shang's body till he rolled on the ground, clutching himself, while intermittent moans escaped his lips. Ing, World's foremost princess, leader, what have you done to Yuan Shang? The sound transmitted through the live stream nearly caused the usually composed abyssal princess Ing to lose her composure. It was simply too distressing. World's foremost princess. I merely made slight modifications to the abyssal energy within him and inadvertently touched upon the curse within his body. It should not pose any significant threat. Ing, will he survive? Ing valued her knowledgeable and strategic subordinate. Despite his eccentricities, as long as one overlooked that aspect, it was not an issue. World's foremost princess. Rest assured, he is still your subordinate. Even if I were to conduct some experiments, I would not genuinely harm him. World's foremost princess. If Yuan Shang can endure, his strength will see a considerable increase. Of course, the extent of that enhancement depends on him. Ing, in that case, thank you. The more formidable subordinates I possess, the better. Time ticked by. The chaotic aura surrounding Yuan Shang began to coalesce, and his anguished cries gradually diminished. Belly sensed the increasingly stable abyssal power within Yuan Shang and nodded. Not bad. The enhancement of his power is quite significant. Though this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, if it were to fail, I would feel somewhat displeased. It is a pity that my true self did not come to Teyvat. I am merely an unstable energy entity, Bellies let out a sigh. She had a general understanding of the energy structures of the abyss, even grasping some aspects of the curse. However, since it was not the true entity that had descended, but rather an unstable energy form, a complete analysis was fundamentally impossible. Moreover, the universe existing in the land of Teyvat differed significantly from the laws of the universe she inhabited. It belonged to a universe of imaginary trees. Each world seemed to hang upon the bubbles of this imaginary tree. In Liyue, on a clear day, the sky suddenly darkened. Ningguang, who was working in the Yujing terrace, felt an ominous pressure creeping in and instinctively looked out the window. Is it going to rain? Ningguang murmured. This sensation made her somewhat uneasy. That direction seemed to be the location of the Ganyu Pavilion. Ningguang furrowed her brows, gazing at the place where the sky met the water, now shrouded in dark clouds. There's trouble, Ningguang. The door burst open, and a girl with blue hair and Qilin-like horns rushed in. Panting, Ganyu. Ningguang was taken aback. It was her first time seeing Ganyu in such a flustered state. In the past, Ganyu would only report after receiving permission, adhering strictly to her role as a secretary, never overstepping her bounds. What has happened? It's Ojal. The seal of Ojal in the Ganyu Pavilion has been completely lifted. Ganyu's voice, slightly breathless, turned grave. What? Ningguang sprang up from her seat. Wasn't Ojal's seal confirmed to be intact? What do you mean by completely lifting the seal? Ningguang's expression tightened. Merely leaking a bit of power from a demon god had required immense effort to seal, that if it were fully unsealed. She dared not contemplate the consequences that it was information conveyed to me via a message talisman from my master. Ganyu explained. She, along with several other archons, and the demon-slaying sage, is heading to the Ganyu Pavilion. My master mentioned that this time, Ojal's unsealing is quite extraordinary and may very well involve a certain demon god who has been lost to the continent. Only 3 archons and the demon-slaying sage? Is that all? Ningguang suppressed the rising anxiety in her heart, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Ganyu fell silent for a moment before responding. I heard from my master that they have already made contact with that individual. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. They both understood who Ganyu was referring to. In truth, after the incident with Ojal, Ningguang had essentially confirmed that the Geo Archon had not perished. She had reviewed extensive documents to validate her thoughts. For instance, when a demon god dies, it usually transforms a vast area into a wasteland. Why this logic? The fallen Geo Archon would not have left a significant enough impact. Furthermore, the attitude of the other Adepti was also noteworthy. Did these Adepti truly care for Liyue? Not necessarily. After all, they would rarely meet each other, and their relationships were largely sustained by contracts. If the Geo Archon had genuinely fallen, could the Adepti still engage in friendly discourse with the 7 stars while facing Ojal together? It seemed highly unlikely. Today, Ganyu's words indirectly confirmed her suspicions. The Geo Archon was indeed alive, though the reasons for his withdrawal remained unknown. Not good. Miss Ningguang, a secretary named Baishur, rushed in, looking quite flustered. What has happened? Ningguang inquired, and Ganyu's gaze fell on Baishur as well. The Abyss Order. Baishur gasped, speaking hurriedly. The entire Liyue harbor is surrounded by the Abyss Order, and they're allowing entry, but not exit. Are there any casualties? Ningguang pressed. Not at the moment. They're merely sending back everyone trying to leave the city, but they're not obstructing those entering. The Abyss has surrounded Liyue, Ganyu pondered. Could it be that they have released Ojal? By the way, since people can return safely, can we gather information on the Abyss Order's intentions? Ningguang continued to inquire. There's a scholar from Sumeru who seems to have gleaned some information from the Abyss Order, but I am unsure of its veracity, Baishur replied. Quickly bring him here. What is his name? I believe he is called Yunshan. Baishur departed swiftly and soon returned with a young man, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor and wearing glasses. Lady Ningguang, I heard you were looking for me. Yunshan greeted, bowing with the formalities of Sumeru. Indeed, Ningguang nodded, that I have heard that you know what the Abyss intends by surrounding Liyue. You are quite bold. Upon hearing this, Yunshan adjusted his glasses and replied, the pursuit of knowledge is the instinct of a Sumeru scholar. As a competent scholar, one must not allow personal fears to deter them from the pursuit of the unknown. That would be a desecration of knowledge. Ningguang remarked, I have heard that many Sumeru scholars are rather naive. Today I finally see one. What have you learned from the abyss? Ningguang instructed Baishur to step forward. At this moment, Baishur brought forth a treasure chest and placed it before Yuanshang. I understand scholars often lack funding. Therefore, if you provide me with all the information you possess without omission, this chest of Mora will be yours. However, if there is even a hint of falsehood, I will have to ask this scholar to spend some time in the Qinyan army's prison. With a snap, the chest opened, revealing layers of glimmering gold Mora. That sounds splendid. It would be foolish to turn down money. Oh no, I can continue my research now, Yuanshang said, clearing his throat. Ningguang, Ganyu, and Baishur exchanged glances, astonished at the scholar's demeanor. Ahem. Yuanshang coughed to clear his throat and began to explain. The abyss creature stated that they intend to block Liyue's entrances and prevent its people from leaving. The reason seems to be related to the Ganyu Pavilion, though I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I recall one of the abyss singers mentioning that something sealed in that location is their target. The abyss's target, the others exchanged glances, puzzled that, at that moment, Keqing, Yilan, and Yinfei arrived at the Yujing Terrace. Ningguang, what shall we do next? Keqing asked as she approached Ningguang. Can we ascertain the general strength of the abyss? Ningguang turned to Yilan. There are many. Not only are there numerous abyss mages, but also over a dozen abyss apostles and abyss singers. Yilan replied that if a conflict were to break out, Liyue would be in grave danger. The abyss's aura is a lethal poison to ordinary people. Even for those bearing the vision, prolonged exposure to the abyss's power would lead to dire consequences. The abyss has not shown any signs of aggression thus far. I have merely instructed the Qinyan army to keep watch over them, Keqing added. After listening to the reports from Keqing and Yilan, Ningguang turned her attention to Yinfei and inquired, what is the opinion from the adepti? She referred to Granny Ping that I have no particular opinion. I merely came to observe. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing Ningguang and the others to look in the direction of the sound. An elderly man with grizzled hair approached, cradling a peculiar teapot in his hands. You all should keep your distance from that abyss guest. Otherwise, it could be quite perilous. What? Granny Ping's words startled everyone. The abyss? Who is the abyss? In an instant, all eyes turned toward one direction and then swiftly averted. Who are you? You are not a scholar from Sumeru. Ningguang's voice grew serious. The young man, or rather the one known as Yuanshang, stood unfazed, straightening his posture as he waved a hand to collect his Mora. Kikyo. Yuanshang shed his human guise, revealing the appearance of a pyro abyss singer. He cast a glance at Granny Ping, standing among the others, and remarked, as expected of the adepti of Liyue. Indeed, you possess considerable skill. I thought I could pass undetected, but it appears I was mistaken, observing the throng of those possessing the eye of God encircling him. Yuanshang remained unperturbed. He spoke once more. What I just conveyed to you holds true. Our objective in the abyss is solely the demon god. That of course, should you of Liyue wish to engage in warfare, we are more than willing to oblige. Humph. Do you truly believe that these members of the Abyss Order outside could obliterate Liyue? You are indeed overly naive, Ningguang retorted coldly. Ha! Your trump cards are those aloof immortals, or perhaps that martial god. Morix? Oh, now merely a societal recluse. Zhongli. The words of Yuanshang nearly caused those present to lose their composure. Morix, the martial god. That is acceptable. Morix equals Zhongli? Zhongli equals societal recluse. Who is Zhongli? Could he be that guest elder of the Wangxing funeral parlor? If so, it indeed fits the moniker of societal recluse. Particularly, Keqing was so astonished that she almost lost her grip on her sword. Meow, meow, meow. What nonsense is this abyss singer spouting? The Geo Archon is not dead. He is Zhongli. She was aware of Zhongli, just as she was a staunch supporter of the Archon. No need to ponder further. They cannot save you. Yuanshang scoffed. The immortals you hope for have already been barred from entering the Guawaji. Moreover, the Geo god, Morix, stands no chance against that existence. What did you say? Abyss, you shall not belittle the Archon. Keqing rushed forward, her weapon crackling with electricity. Wait, Keqing! Ningguang attempted to pull her back, but was a moment too late. The electric energy surged forth, cutting through chaos. Kaching's fury rapidly filled her elemental burst gauge. The elemental burst of the Eye of God is merely what we of the Abyss have cast aside. Witnessing Kaching transform into countless sword shadows, soaring towards him, Yuan Shang merely extended his hand and grasped forward. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Yuan Shang seized Kaching, or rather, the single-handed sword she wielded, halting her mid-air. The two feline eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible. Her elemental burst was effortlessly interrupted. Kaching, move aside. Ningguang's voice rang from behind as Kaching sensed a potent surge of geo-elemental energy, prompting her to relinquish her weapon and retreat hastily. Heavenly power, shattering jade. Dozens of geo-gems surged from various directions towards Yuan Shang, but he neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, he gently shook the hand that held the sword, causing it to dance gracefully. A clerk. One must possess some martial prowess. Otherwise, survival in the Abyss would be quite challenging. With a series of clangs, Yuan Shang wielded the sword with remarkable speed, almost flawlessly blocking the gems unleashed by Ningguang's elemental burst. Such ease elicited a look of astonishment from Ningguang, who was inwardly unsettled. Was this Abyss creature truly so formidable? Outside Liyue, there seemed to be a dozen more of similar appearance. Furthermore, from Yuan Shang's own words, they learned that not only had the immortals been thwarted, but even the Geo-Archon had been detained. Moreover, after accomplishing all this, the Abyss still had the strength to unbind Osel Seal and was presumably engaged in combat with him. With such power in the Abyss, was there still hope for Liyue? The 7 stars of Liyue. Your might is rather unimpressive. You cannot even best a mere clerk from the fringes of our order. Yuan Shang remarked with a hint of regret. He then casually tossed the single-handed sword in Kaching's direction. Among those present, aside from Granny Ping and Ganyu, no one reacted in time. The slender sword had already embedded itself in the ground before Kaching, half its length buried in the floor of the Chuanyu Pavilion. So, this immortal of Liyue, and this Miss Qilin, as long as you do not run amok before we complete our task concerning Osale, we will refrain from taking any action against them. I am merely a clerk. I have no taste for bloodshed, for it lacks elegance. Yuan Shang narrowed his eyes, observing the teapot in Granny Ping's hands, and smiled. You hesitate. Are you considering whether to seal me with that? Are you worried it might fail, or that you might not succeed in sealing me? Granny Ping remained silent, her gaze reflecting a profound weariness. After a lengthy pause, she sighed. We'll adhere to the agreement and will not overstep its bounds against the Abyss, but we ask that you uphold what you have promised. Otherwise, should the fish perish, the net shall be torn, and you will not fare better either. That is, of course. We of the Abyss are far more committed to our promises than you mere mortals or immortals. Yuan Shang replied. Reaching behind him, an oval portal materialized. Before entering, Yuan Shang added with a smile, do not worry. It will not take long. At most 3 hours, and everything will settle. As the Abyss portal slowly vanished with Yuan Shang's departure, Granny Ping turned to Ganyu. What do you wish to convey? Yet, Granny Ping shook her head. I lack the confidence to detain him. The power of the Abyss he wields is several times that of an ordinary Abyss singer. Let us wait just 3 hours. Our primary objective now is to ensure the safety of all in Liyue. Granny Ping stepped forward, apologizing to Ningguang. I apologize, Ningguang. The old fool acted without your consent. I initially intended for this to be governed by humanity. Yet it has turned into a convoluted affair, especially after Yuan Shang's outburst, which made it clear to all that the Geo-Archon still lives. His identity remains that of the guest elder Zhongli. No, even if it were not you, I fear I would have made a similar decision. Ningguang shook her head. In the direction of Guowaji, a multitude of Abyss apostles, Abyss singers, and Hollow Knights obstructed the path of several immortals. As the battle ensued, more Abyss apostles and knights fell to the hands of the immortals. However, the state of the immortals was not favorable, particularly that of the demon subduing sage. His eyes reddened, subtly hinting at a tendency to lose control under the influence of abyssal power, that we cannot resolve the Golden Wolven King in the short term. Lu Yun, the borrowing wind true monarch, gazed at the nearly kilometer-long Golden Wolven King. Its strength surpassed that of their individual capabilities, requiring their combined efforts to suppress it. The most daunting aspect was the Golden Wolven King's recuperative abilities and the more frightening abyssal rules that could even corrode their celestial powers. Has the Archon not yet arrived? The Water and Mountain True Monarch inquired anxiously, though the enemy numbers had dwindled to merely 3 or 4 Abyss Apostles and about a dozen Abyss Mages. The issue remained that this Golden Wolven King stood as an insurmountable obstacle that, if this continued, they might not be able to defeat their foe as the influence of the Abyss grew stronger. They too might face peril. The Archon has sent word. The moon-cutting and sun-building True Monarch suddenly stated, pausing his worry etched across his brow. What is it? Lu Yun, evading an attack from the Golden Wolven King. Pressed for clarification, speak. What of the Archon? The Archon is currently obstructed by the enemy and cannot extricate himself. We must find a way out ourselves. Impossible. The Archon is invincible. Could it be that some of the 7 rulers of the mortal realm have allied with the Abyss? Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing True Monarch, vehemently retorted, enthralled by Dragon Ball. After being rescued from death, I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being rescued from death, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 46, Princess Abyss Ing vs. the user.in the Tivit continent. The battle raged with fervor in the chat group. The live broadcast heightened everyone's adrenaline. Compared to the group leader's stream, the clash between Ing and Azir was far more captivating. Most members were engrossed in watching Ying's live video at this moment. Near the solitary cloud pavilion, Azir had fully unsealed. His colossal form loomed over the C.5 serpentine heads reared high, and his azure body became more solid. A stark contrast to the frail state he exhibited during his assault on Liyue Harbor. With a mere roar, the sound waves generated a titanic wave hundreds of meters high. Ing brandished her weapon and, with a gentle sweep against the approaching tsunami, the wind stirred and a massive tornado instantly devoured the 100-meter-high wave, transforming into a water vortex under the influence of the elemental wind, charging toward Azir. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Azir recognized the golden-haired girl before him as the one who had severed one of his heads during his previous attack on Liyue. All 5 of Azir's heads opened simultaneously. Beginning to channel their skills, that a water sphere, compressed to its utmost, appeared beside his jaws. He stood resolutely against the water vortex, intending to shatter it with brute force. Falling star, a rock with a radius of 700 or 800 meters, suddenly materialized above Azir. Leaving him no time to react, he felt a tremendous impact on his 5 foreheads. The weighty boulder smashed half of Azir's body into the water. The skill he had yet to fully conjure detonated in an instant. Leaving him dazed. You wretch! Azir cried out, having time only for those 2 words. The wind surged, and under the aqueous embrace, a water vortex formed, cutting into Azir's massive body relentlessly. Ing, clad in a white dress, maintained an indifferent gaze. The weapon in her hand shimmered with a green luminescence. With a soft command, as the grass lies, so shall it transform. Mushroom-like grass lanterns blossomed above Azir's head. The seawater gradually turned emerald, creating a grassy domain spanning thousands of meters. At this moment, Azir was engulfed in cries of despair. The elemental strikes upon him felt as though he were being flayed alive. Azir summoned all his strength, preparing to rise defiantly. Yet he sensed the sky above him suddenly cloaked in a tumult of fire and lightning. How can it be? How can a mere human wield such an array of elemental forces? Azir exclaimed in disbelief, even the sensation of pain dulling within him. Initially, they battled with the water element, then resorted to wind, followed by rock and grass. Now, he felt the stinging might of thunder and flame emanating from her. Did she truly master the powers of all elements? The sword in Ing's grasp ignited with flames, while arcs of lightning flickered around her form. This sight filled Azir with dread, even terror. Azir, your strength is too formidable. You must be sealed away, and I shall require your power in the future. Ing transformed into a bolt of lightning, her speed surpassing Azir's perception. His 5 heads and 10 eyes could only catch a glimpse of a flame racing past him. Moments later, Azir's body was engulfed by the fierce lightning and raging fire. The sea churned violently, accompanied by the evaporation of water, the shattering of grass seeds, the electrical discharges of thunder, and the overload of fire. The surrounding rocks splintered. A vast expanse of sea, spanning dozens of kilometers, lay in ruins. Following the explosion, Azir's form diminished significantly. He floated silently on the surface, his five-headed gaze filled with swirling circles of confusion. After a brief moment, Ing produced the Chungu pot and struck it against Azir's forehead. With a clang, the pot emitted a crimson glow, enveloping Azir's immense body in less than a moment. Azir's form shrank rapidly, completely consumed by the red light. Uncertain of the group leader situation, Ing intended to inquire in the chat group, but suddenly sensed that the abyssal forces she had brought were on the brink of annihilation. Furthermore, she detected the familiar aura of one of the 7 archons of the mortal realm. Contemplating briefly, she shut down the live stream and opened a spatial portal, planning to check on the situation at the solitary cloud pavilion. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Jerf exclaimed, "Indeed, I am still far from being on par. It is no wonder that Ing is so formidable." Irina added, "I wish to learn. It all appears to be such impressive techniques." Spidertzi remarked, "To think that such a massive demon could be contained within a pot. How marvelous! If only I had such a pot, perhaps I could trap a demon lord in one fell swoop." While the fully realized demon Azir was indeed powerful, Ying's ability to defeat him was anticipated, leading to the increasingly peculiar focus of the discussion. "Captain of the 5th Division. Tivit Continent, is it?" I yearned to witness it firsthand. The sole exception was the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sasuke, who observed a novel version of events from Ing's livestream, one that diverged from the Soul King system. Embracing elemental powers, outside the solitary cloud pavilion, in a boundless expanse of ocean, the great demon slayer evaded the attacks of the abyssal apostles, wielding the Hapu Yin with a flourish, piercing a fire abyss mage closing in. With each kill, Zhao's burdens grew heavier. Tainted by the abyssal forces, that he clutched his head, his complexion pale, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. Perish, immortal of Liu. An abyssal chantress seized the opportunity, manipulating the power of the abyss for a surprise attack. Xiao, the other 3 immortals of Liu, occupied with restraining the Golden King beast, failed to notice the dire state of the great demon slayer, unable to rush to his aid in time, just as Xiao was about to be slain by the abyss. The 3 immortals grew increasingly anxious. The Golden King beast, taking advantage of the brief confusion among the Liu immortals, broke through their encirclement, unleashing a terrifying beam that forced the 3 back, after being repelled. The immortals disregarded the Golden King beast and hurried to rescue Xiao, but proved to be a moment too late. Guided by the winds, a melodious tune floated from afar. This familiar voice began to clear Zhao's muddled consciousness. The impending surge of karmic retribution within him stabilized in response to the lilting melody. He wielded the Hapu Yin, performing an aerial kick. In a critical moment, he sent the abyssal chantress, who aimed for his head. Flying away, gasping for breath, Zhao's eyes reflected fatigue as he glanced toward the horizon. To his surprise, was that individual arriving a result of the Emperor's arrangement. The other Liu immortals also took note of the sudden appearance of the melody. High above, a green figure swiftly approached. In mere seconds, the dragon of the east wind, Tulin, descended with the power of the wind, landing before the group. With the wind's buff and the momentum of his dive, he swung his tail at the Golden King beast. The beast was sent tumbling away, and even the 2 abyssal mages beside it were obliterated by the force of the dragon's tail. Tulin's back was adorned with a youth holding a musical instrument, who gracefully leaped down. "That I hope I'm not too late." The young man smiled at the people of Liu. "Thank you immensely for your assistance." Lord Barbados, Xiao nodded in gratitude, realizing that without the wind god's arrival, he may have met his demise. "There is no need for such formality," Vinny replied, shaking his head, upon hearing the old man's plea for help. "I hastily summoned Tulin to bring me here." Gazing upon the injured, and even gravely wounded, inhabitants of Liu, Vinny turned his attention to the Abyss Order members across from him, particularly the Golden Wolf Lord. At that moment, the Golden Wolf Lord, having been swatted by Dvalin's tail, returned unscathed. Vinny murmured, "Is the Abyss Order truly endowed with such formidable strength?" As he approached to lend his support, he had specifically visited Liyue, only to discover that the Abyss Order had encircled it heavily, allowing only entry but no exit. He also spotted an exceptionally powerful Abyss Mage. In terms of strength, it appeared to be on par with the Golden Wolf Lord. Realizing that Liyue was a one-way street, Vinny strode in boldly. Subsequently, he learned the sequence of events from Aping. Upon discovering that the Adepti of Liyue had ventured to the Cloud Ascend Pavilion, Vinny immediately set forth, summoning Valen to act as his muscle. What? Liyue only allows entry, but no exit. Who does he think he is? The esteemed Nemo Archon, one of the 7 ruling powers of the mortal realm. The Bard of Mondstadt, crowned champion 3 times. Can mere barriers impede him? He hurried towards the Cloud Ascend Pavilion. While soaring through the skies on Valen, Vinny contemplated whether to visit the old man, but after sensing for a considerable time, he abandoned the thought. For even as the Anemo Archon, utilizing the winds, he could not discern who the old man's adversary was. All he could perceive was the old man relentlessly hurling stone spears in a particular direction, seemingly at full throttle. Very well, Vinty mused. If even Morix might struggle against an enemy he could not sense, was it truly necessary for him to intervene? Certainly not. After confirming the location of the Adepti in Liyue, he decided to disregard the old man and let him fend for himself. Observing the state of the Liyue Adepti and then the Golden Wolf Lord, Vinty felt somewhat bewildered. Since when had the Abyss Order acquired the capability to simultaneously suppress Ojal, besiege Liyue, and leave Morix at a loss while restraining the Adepti of Liyue? Archon of Winds, we must swiftly vanquish the Abyss Order, spoke Lu Yun, the Wind True Monarch. Ojal has been unsealed. We must contain him before he fully regains his strength. Lest we find ourselves in a dire predicament, please assist us. Vinny cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yun, shaking his head. There's no need for that. Just now, the winds informed me that Ojal has already been captured by the Abyss. What? Lu Yun and several other Adepti gasped in astonishment. How infuriating. The Abyss moved with such swiftness, it has scarcely been any time since Ojal was released, and now he has gone to Archon of Winds. Please help us defeat these abyssal foes. Since he has been captured, we must first resolve the immediate crisis. The Golden Wolf Lord, Dvalin soared above, vigilant against the enemy. Yet Vinny did not acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I see no necessity for enmity with the Abyss. Vinny assessed the strength of the Golden Wolf Lord, indeed comparable to the mighty dragon Durin, and it was commendable that the Adepti of Liyue had managed to withstand this beast for so long. Why, Archon of Winds? Lu Yun inquired, perplexed. Even if your power has not fully returned due to events from 500 years ago, with our combined strength and the Eastwind Dragon, defeating this mere Golden Wolf Lord should pose no challenge. Futile, Vinny shook his head. Given that Ojal has been sealed, the abyssal figure may very well have already arrived. The strength of the Abyss was indeed terrifying, and they were not solitary wanderers unencumbered by ties. The situation regarding the old man was also uncertain. Since the Abyss claimed to merely encircle, they would bide their time for now. Archon of Winds, as one of the 7 ruling powers of the mortal realm. Your words seem somewhat incongruent with your station, Lu Yun remarked, perplexed. Can the Abyss truly replicate the madness of 500 years ago? Archon of Winds, a being capable of forsaking his own kin for centuries. How much audacity do you suppose he possesses? At that moment, beside an Abyss Mage, a portal of the Abyss materialized. A golden-haired maiden in a white gown emerged. Upon hearing the commotion, the gazes of all turned towards the portal. You are... Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. The other Adepti also recognized the identity of the newcomer, the golden-haired maiden, capable of effortlessly severing Ojal's head. She was the sister of the traveler. You belong to the Abyss? Zhao's tone was somewhat hostile. You should say that the Abyss belongs to me. Ying's expression remained indifferent at this juncture. 2 Abyss mages knelt behind Ying, respectfully stating, We apologize, Your Highness. Despite our utmost efforts, we could not slay any of the Adepti from Liyue. It is not your fault. The presence of the Anemo Archon here indeed caught me by surprise, yet the plan has been executed, and there is no need to dwell on such matters. Yes, we thank you for your forgiveness, Your Highness. The two abyss mages slowly rose, positioning themselves as Ying's protectors. It has been a long time. Noticing Zhao's inclination to strike, Vinny quickly stepped forward, raising a hand to restrain him. Do not act rashly. Even in my prime, I might not be your match. What? Vinny's words prompted Zhao to regain his composure. You still remember. Then, your memory has not been erased? Ying's gaze remained calm. Vinny, or rather, Barbados, the Anemo Archon. The matters from 500 years ago are not something any of us wish to revisit. What significance remains in discussing them now? Ying interrupted, her exclusive weapon manifesting in her hand. I have come to the Cloud Ascend Pavilion for Ojal. Now that my objective has been achieved, should you wish to engage in battle, I am prepared to oblige. Ying and the Anemo Archon stood at odds. The adepti of Liyue bracing themselves. Before Ying, they felt a pressure akin to that of the peak of the Geo Archon. I have no desire to fight you. I fear I would not stand a chance against you now. Venti replied nonchalantly, desiring to resist, yet hesitating to relinquish. You who submit to the wear of heavenly principles may only come to understand when all is lost. Ying's words dripped with disdain. I have nothing to say to you feeble deities. Behind Ying, a large portal of the abyss appeared. She signaled for the members of the abyss order to depart first. Moments later, the portal closed, leaving only Ying behind. Yet even so, not a single adeptus of Liyue dared to launch an attack. After a brief silence, Ying spoke. The adepti of Liyue should refrain from uttering words that ought not to be spoken or taking actions that ought not to be taken. You cannot impede me, not even your revered war god. If you wish to avoid Liyue becoming a second Kenria from 500 years ago, it is best to remember this. The sword in Ying's grasp emanated a purplish-red glow of abyssal energy. Without a hint of trepidation, she turned and strode into the portal, seemingly unconcerned about a potential ambush from her foes. As the portal gradually faded, Lu Yun, the Wind True Monarch, had reddened eyes and emanated a terrifying celestial power. How dare this wretch look down upon us? Calm down, Venti sighed, that I shall discuss the matter of Ying with the old man later. How he chooses to proceed is his affair. However, I must caution you regarding Ying's brother, the traveler. What transpired before shall continue henceforth. The matters involved are complex, and only a select few among the 7 ruling powers may grasp the entirety of it. Upon Wendy's utterance, the celestial beings of Liyue fell into a contemplative silence. They were not foolish. They swiftly discerned the underlying intent of the Anemo Archon's words. After a brief pause, they nodded solemnly, signifying their tacit agreement with the wind god's assertion, I in the realm of Teyvat. The Geo Archon Morix, or Zhongli as he is also known, found himself in confrontation with a white-haired girl clad in pharaonic attire. Yield, Geo Archon of Liyue. You lack even the qualifications to graze my presence. What purpose does your incessant expenditure of energy serve, if not to hasten your own deterioration? Her azure gaze remained remarkably tranquil as both figures hovered above the vast ocean, contrasting sharply with Morix's disordered aura. While Bellies remained serenely composed, the scene was unaltered. The ocean surface was densely populated with rock spikes, forming miniature archipelagos. Rock, despite enduring erosion, remains steadfast as rock, perhaps devoid of hope, yet it resolutely clings to its will. Zhongli stood firm, brandishing his geo lance. The will of stone, is it? Quite laughable indeed. As a former deity of war, one would expect your faith to reside in strength rather than the ephemeral nature of will. Yet in the face of such an absolute disparity in power, how long can your will endure? Bellies raised a hand in a dismissive gesture. The abyss's target is Ozer. I shall not permit you to interfere. With unwavering resolve, Zhongli lifted his geo lance, declaring, logically speaking, I may possess no conceivable chance of victory, but certain actions are imperative. The power of Geo coalesced within the lance, which he hurled towards Bellies with a force that rent the air asunder. The sound echoing like a rippling wave, in the blink of an eye. It was upon Bellies, and had matters continued thus, it might have pierced her through. For the so-called immortals? She mused, extending a single finger to gently touch the lance's tip. With a mere flick, the lance came to a halt, enshrouded in a violet aura of destruction, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Bellies held no animosity toward Zhongli, nor did she harbor any particular fondness. Their connection was merely a tenuous thread woven through shared histories. She could not allow him to pass. It was a matter of principle, of course. She was indifferent to the prospect of extinguishing his life. Engaging in this confrontation allowed her to glean insights into the elemental forces of this world. Thus, she remained unhurried. Zhongli, however, was not of the same mind. Perhaps the whispers of the celestial beings regarding the Golden King beast had unsettled him. Adopting a defensive stance, he summoned a Geo shield around himself. With his Geo lance once more coalesced, he charged at Bellies, executing a series of thrusts, sweeps, and jabs with exquisite precision, channeling the ferocity of a tempest. Yet amidst the phantasmal afterimages of his strikes, Bellies evaded effortlessly, not once succumbing to his advances. Suddenly, Zhongli's arm trembled violently as a powerful shockwave coursed through him. The force propelled both him and his lance backwards, sending him 1,000 meters away. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, as formidable, he thought, as the once steadfast demeanor of the Geo Archon wavered. With but a single finger, she had shattered his shield and inflicted injury upon him. Deep down, he was aware of his limitations. He could not afford to remain passive. The might of his opponent was such that she could extinguish his existence in an instant. This level of power likely surpassed even that of the slumbering entity on the Sky Islands. Where did the Abyss unearth such a monstrosity? No, it was more appropriate to question how such a formidable being could have any interest in the Abyss. May Barbados prove reliable. He mused as both a Geo Archon and a deity of war. Zhongli's prowess was unparalleled among the 7 governing the mortal realm. Yet, in the realm of perception and reconnaissance, he was overshadowed by his unreliable companion. The freedom of the wind also signified an omnipresent awareness of the anemo element. Able to infiltrate the most secure of places, what does your abyss desire with Ozer? Zhongli inquired, his composure regained as he tactfully probed for answers amidst their exchange. Your prior pact with the Fatui aligns with the abyss's undertakings. Do you comprehend my meaning? Bellies deftly sidestepped Zhongli's Geo-lance and replied, This plan of the abyss necessitates the involvement of Ozer, hence my unsolicited arrival. The Sky Islands. Is that your aim? Zhongli's tone grew grave. Recalling the god he had traded with the Fatui, pondering its purpose, he quickly shifted his inquiry. With your power, is it truly necessary to engage in such convoluted machinations against the Sky Islands? Bellies responded, I am not the one confronting the Sky Islands. I am merely here to assist. In other words, my purpose is to delay you until the Abyssal Overseer captures Ozer. Thus you must remain here. Upon hearing this, Zhongli fell silent, creating distance between them, and he prepared to unleash a technique, hoping to exploit any vulnerabilities she may have. It seems matters are coming to a conclusion. Bellies remarked suddenly. What? Zhongli, perplexed, paused his preparations and turned his gaze toward her. Nothing of great consequence. Ozer has been seized, and my task is complete. With that, Bellies vanished from her position, a fearsome individual. Has Ozer truly been taken? Zhongli gazed at the spot where Bellies had stood, suddenly tasting blood in his mouth as he coughed violently. The toll of battle had intensified. Bellies first utilized her instantaneous movement to reach Liyue, gathering a cadre of Abyss Order members before teleporting once more to the area where she had previously established a barrier. At that moment, Lumen stood in an expansive area shielded by the barrier surrounding the floating cloud pavilion, awaiting Bellies' return. Upon seeing her, Lumen hurried forward, placing her hands together in gratitude. Thank you, my leader. Upon her arrival at the floating cloud pavilion, Lumen had heard her subordinates report that the Abyss's forces had been decimated by the celestial beings of Liyue. Had it not been for their leader employing some form of extraordinary power to resurrect them, few would have remained unscathed. Now, the Abyss members at the floating cloud pavilion were as intact as they had been upon their arrival. How could the Abyss members who had perished at the hands of Liyue's immortals possibly be revived? This was an experiment of Bellies, utilizing the laws to simulate Izanagi. The abyssal black mist previously infiltrating the ranks of the Abyss Order served this very purpose. Had they perished today, the laws would activate, transforming all adverse factors, including death, into an illusion. Those fallen members of the Order would return to the floating cloud pavilion, revived through a real-time teleportation point meticulously constructed by Bellies with the aid of the ley lines. Her experiment proved successful. As long as the individuals involved had not attained a law-level power, a technique akin to Uchiha Obito's Izanagi would yield results. However, should one reach the law level, Izanagi would be rendered ineffective. No need for thanks. It is only natural for a leader to assist their members from time to time. Just remember to return the items from our trade. Bellies accepted Lumen's gratitude with a smile. Goddess Eyes. An abyss mage approached Lumen, presenting her with 2 goddess eyes. Are these unusable? Lumen inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. They'll suffice. I only need to verify the laws within them. Whether they are activated is of no consequence to me. Bellies accepted the goddess eyes from Lumen. However, the moment her fingers brushed the objects, the 2 dim goddess eyes suddenly emanated light, revealing patterns of the dendro and electro elements, employing willpower to impose a limit. How rudimentary a method indeed! A faint violet aura of destruction enveloped Bellies, almost in the next heartbeat after the 2 divine eyes illuminated. They dimmed once more. The group leader, Ing, cast a concerned glance at her companion and inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Oh, it's nothing. The gift is wonderful. I am quite pleased," Bellies replied, snapping her fingers, her form transforming into glimmers of light that danced away with the wind. "Until we meet again, Ing." In the realm of the destroyers, Bellies scrutinized the 2 divine eyes that had completely darkened. Indeed, as some novels from her previous life suggested, the existence of the divine eyes served as a reserve of energy. Though it remained uncertain what kind of energy it was it the essence of the divine eyes holder, or was it the wishes contained within? The divine eyes elevate an individual's lower limits, yet simultaneously impose restrictions on their upper limits. This upper limit pertains to the mastery of multiple attributes, potentially even achieving divinity on the continent of Teyvat. Well, acquiring 2 divine eyes could be considered a rare boon. After thoroughly analyzing the composition of the divine eyes with her mental prowess, Bellies found her interest waning. Nonetheless, despite the limitations imposed by the divine eyes, it might not be entirely unfeasible to grant them to certain members of the mundane world, as not every locale is blessed with the watchful gaze of the Sky Islands overseeing their energy reserves. Bellies carefully placed the divine eyes in a secure location before opening the chat group. Speaking of which, regarding the battle with Morix, if one could even call a battle, she subsequently closed the live stream. She was curious about the current happenings within the group. Ing opened the chat group. "Spider-child, Ing, your Chingu pot is astonishingly large. Is there any more?" Ing, this item is quite challenging to craft, primarily due to the rarity of materials. I acquired my Chungo pot during my travels in Teyvat. Spider-child, oh no, is there none left? Ing, none. Spider-child, how tragic. I thought I could fit the Demon King inside it. Ing, just how deep is your obsession with that Demon King named Ariel? Spider-child, you have no idea. The Demon King has slain me twice. Twice. If I hadn't been so clever, I would have perished long ago. I must capture her and discipline her thoroughly. Ing, I sense that your feelings are less about hatred and more about petulance. World's first princess. Ing, what are your next steps? Will you continue to undermine the plans of the Sky Islands? Spider-child. Oh, the group leader has also joined. Welcome, esteemed leader. World's first princess. Spider-child. Why aren't you leveling up? Are you just waiting to be killed by the Demon King for the 3rd time? Spider-child. Humph. I am no longer afraid of the Demon King. I have learned a new skill, and she cannot defeat me now. World's first princess. Spider-child, I have something to tell you. The Demon King is acquainted with Chio Lai. In other words, if she cannot locate you for an extended period, she may seek out Chio Lai to open a spatial portal. Spider-child. What? That seems like cheating. Chio Lai is a dragon god, an entity that transcends system limitations. If he aids the Demon King, does he have a way to survive? World's first princess. Thus, Spider-child, you must strive diligently and not grow complacent, lest you become the roasted spider of the Demon King one day. Spider-child, I shall go level up right away. World's first princess. Ing, are you there? Ing, yes, esteemed leader. Were you inquiring about the plans of mechanical Auser? Ing, to be honest, I am still hesitating. As my brother has just arrived in Inazuma, I wish to wait until his strength has increased before proceeding. Currently, unlike in the original story, I have more options in the chat group, and in retrospect, undermining Aozur's plans for the Sky Islands does not seem all that significant. While Aozur may not be particularly pleasing to the eye, he is still somewhat acceptable as a decorative fish. Rather than wasting time on such matters, it would be more beneficial to enhance my own abilities. Ing had transcribed a tome, complete magic compendium, uploaded by Jelf, and was now engrossed in its contents. In the world of fairy tale, Jelf observed his original score, realizing he still had some distance to reach 5,000 points, and contemplated how to acquire more. Suddenly, he heard a notification from the chat group. Ing has purchased your uploaded complete magic compendium transcription for 2,000 points. You have gained 200 points, bringing your total to 5025. Seeing the score exceed 5,000, Jelf felt his breath quicken, his eyes turning crimson. It was enough. He had finally reached it. Although Jelf had never spoken much in the group, upon seeing the Dragon Balls, a desire to use them ignited within him. Purchase the right to use the Dragon Balls. For the first time in 4 centuries, Jelf felt his heart race with excitement. Ding! Purchase successful. You'll gain the right to use the Dragon Balls. The first use of the Dragon Balls in the chat group will be streamed live. Please find 7 similarly sized stones to project the Dragon Balls usage rights. The projection will have the same effects as the Dragon Balls, valid for 1 year, allowing for a single wish. After the wish is made, the projection will vanish. Note: any act of probing or researching the Dragon Balls will be deemed disrespectful and will result in the forfeiture of the wish. With no points refunded in the realm of the destroyers, Bellies also noticed the purchase of the Dragon Balls within the chat group. Initially, she suspected it might be Ye Miko or Uchiha Madara. To her surprise, it was Jelf from Fairy Tail. The live stream attracted a multitude of onlookers, as the implications of the Dragon Balls promised significant benefits for the future. Hybera AI. Is that really the Dragon Balls? They appear quite exquisite. Unlike what she had seen in pictures, the 7 orbs arranged by Jelf solidified Hybera AI's determination to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister, Uchiha Madara. I wonder how many points this individual spent on the Dragon Balls. Uchiha Madara pondered, realizing Jelf had not disclosed the point cost of using the Dragon Balls. Jelf. The usage rights for the Dragon Balls require 5,000 points. I've been accumulating points for some time. Uchiha Madara. Ah, so it's similar to my own world. It appears to be a formidable realm. Ye Miko, a wish with the Dragon Balls. Let me witness their power. I ask the world's first princess present. I have a question. World's first princess. I am here. What would you like to inquire about? Ye Miko. Regarding the Dragon Balls, how many individuals can be resurrected at once? World's first princess. Each wish made with the Dragon Balls can resurrect a maximum of 1 deceased individual, with no limit to the number of times one can be revived. In other words, if the resurrected individual dies again, they can still be revived using the Dragon Balls. Ye Miko. Oh, so it allows for unlimited revivals? Quite intriguing, though the number of individuals is somewhat limited. Ye Miko wished to revive 2 individuals, his mother and his closest friend. World's first princess. Furthermore, each time the Dragon Balls are used, the points required for the next usage will double. Ye Miko. Hybera AI. Ing. Others, still leveling up. Spider-Child, upon seeing the messages in the chat group, instinctively typed a comment. Spider-Child. Wow. Compounding interest. How exploitative. A true capitalist. As the chat continued, the world's first princess remarked, I heard someone speaking ill of me. Spider-Child. Are you not leveling up properly, yet you sneak a peek at the screen? Spider-Child. Ah, I said nothing. I shall go level up immediately. In a flurry, Spider-Child realized that his instinctive comment had led to his immediate capture. Before he could gather his wits, the chat group displayed another message. World's first princess. You are not incorrect, Spider-Child. Spider-Child. Huh. A look of sheer bewilderment crossed Spider-Child's face. The group leader had seemingly acknowledged his statement. World's first princess. Many can guess my purpose in sharing the Dragon Balls in the group. More than half of the members are aware of the reason. Spider-Child. Really? How come I didn't know? Am I really that slow? No, I absolutely refuse to admit that world's first princess. How am I to respond to that? Ing. It follows the principle that if I'm not mistaken, the group leader is observing the laws of each world through the points exchanged in the chat group. The appearance of the Dragon Balls likely has a similar rationale. Ing hesitated for quite some time before finally typing out this statement. In truth, she had already harbored this thought when she purchased the magic tome from Jelf. So, where do the items uploaded to the chat group go? The answer lies undoubtedly with the group leader. Thus, one can infer that the usage of Dragon Balls is self-evident. After all, how could such immense points be acquired? They must be exchanged, for each use would deplete the resources of the group members. Whether to exchange for Dragon Balls or otherworldly items, points serve as a form of hard currency. Even if members are metaphorically harvested, the majority would willingly acquiesce. Mikasa. I see, upon reflection, this holds considerable depth. Uchiha Obito. Truly, the group leader is commendable. The familiarity is undeniable. After several moments of hesitation, Uchiha Obito, not particularly learned, managed to utter a couple of words. The world's greatest princess. Indeed, these villainous figures grasp concepts swiftly. With the exception of the spider, there seems to be a character named Aizen Sosuke as well. Yet, it would be strange if he did not come to mind. Jalal, in life and work. One should not focus solely on what she thinks, but rather on what she does. The ability to exchange for the right to use Dragon Balls can amend our past regrets. For this, I support the group leader. Concerned that the leader might become wrathful and reclaim the Dragon Balls before he has made his wish, he felt compelled to flatter genuinely. The world's greatest princess. There is no need for embellishment. I am here to harvest resources, and you all are willingly complicit. Isn't this a win-win situation? Jalal. Indeed, the leader speaks truthfully. Her words are both profound and reasonable. The world's greatest princess. Each of you is willing to abandon your principles. Yet you worry that I will not grant your wishes? In the fairy tale world, Jalal positioned the Dragon Balls with care. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully towards the Dragon Balls. Respect must be maintained, even if unnecessary, Jalal thought. Subsequently, he opened his eyes. Come forth, Shinran. The resonance of the Dragon Balls intensified, their brilliance flickering incessantly. Soon after, the sky dimmed, and the entirety of Sirius Island was shrouded in thick black clouds. The extent of the dark clouds was not vast, failing to envelop the entire world. According to Belial, it is merely a matter of making a wish. Why then does it feel akin to the apocalypse? A sense of ritual suffices. Thus, the cloud coverage was slightly larger than the area of Sirius Island. The Dragon Balls on the ground emitted golden electric light, instantly piercing through the clouds. Moments later, amidst the dense black clouds, a twisting, spiraling red dragon tail appeared. Following this, a colossal dragon head broke through the clouds, descending with grace, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The mighty dragon slowly landed beneath the cloud cover. The crimson scales of the dragon shimmered under the dim sky. With a resonant roar, the majestic dragon addressed Jalal in a thunderous voice. He who gathers the Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what it may be, I can fulfill it. The spider, is that the dragon? It appears quite formidable. I wonder if it tastes good. The world's greatest princess is eating all you can think of? Honestly, how does this spider's mind work? You are a spider, not a pig. Always fixated on food. Are you not afraid of bursting one day? Captain of the 5th Division, the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, are truly remarkable. Within the 5th Division barracks, Aizen toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand, the lenses before his eyes glimmering with a white light. He pondered whether it could be perfected through evolution. Uchiha Obito, world's greatest princess. Can one utilize Dragon Balls from other worlds? The world's greatest princess. Uchiha Obito, I understand your inquiry, and I must clarify that it is impossible that not entertain thoughts of clever tricks. A Dragon Ball belonging to one world is effective solely for the members of that world. The world's greatest princess. For instance, if you have an interest in the world where Hybrid AI resides and wish to trade, asking her to resurrect you with Dragon Balls is futile. The Dragon Balls in that world only work for its inhabitants. Even if you traverse to her realm, the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you. Such clever schemes are anticipated, which is why Belial established rules beforehand. Otherwise, the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls would descend into chaos, and one day, members might traverse to other worlds, compelling certain powerful members to solicit wishes from the ordinary inhabitants. Uchiha Obito, Truly, the group leader is meticulous in her endeavors. It is admirable. The world's greatest princess. Let us see what the wishes entail. I am not Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Bido. What does that have to do with whether you are Senju Hashirama? Jalal gazed at the blood-red dragon spiraling high above, even sensing the curse upon him extending towards it, yet the power of the curse seemed to hold no sway over the dragon. This revelation left Jalal astounded. The dragon crafted by the group leader, Belial, surpassed even the deity who had cursed him in terms of the application of laws. State your wish. If you have none, I shall take my leave. Wait, seeing the dragon prepare to depart, Jalal hastily called out, I have a wish. Could you help me resurrect my brother? Your brother? The dragon's form shifted slowly, its crimson eyes casting a glow upon Jalal. Moments later, the red light retreated into the dragon's eyes as it spoke. The fragmented soul of your brother has fused with a being known as Ethelrius Nazdoliga. To resurrect your brother. 2 wishes are required. The first wish is to completely separate your brother's portion of the soul from Naz and repair it. The second wish will be to restore him fully. Therefore, to resurrect your brother, 1 wish is insufficient. You must gather the dragon balls once more. The dragon spoke slowly, yet Jalal furrowed his brows, glancing at the Dragon Ball exchange values in the chat group. Lost in thought. Previously, it was 5,000 points, and now it has transformed into points for exchange. Heaven knows if this world can amass such a sum. Is there no other way? Jalal inquired. There is, after making the first wish. You may replace the life and death custodian of this world, become the dragon. The dragon's words were abruptly cut off. Those who desecrate life and death shall be cursed. A heavy voice reverberated throughout Sirius Island. A black halo, carrying immense pressure, descended from above. This caused Jalal's pupils to constrict sharply. Despite the passage of 4 centuries, he could not forget that voice. Begone! The dragon erupted in a surge of crimson flames. Its power cleaving through the clouds and soaring into the heavens. From high above, an anguished cry echoed, originating from an unknown location. Does anyone lack the self-awareness of their own strength, yet dares to curse your esteemed dragon? Foolhardy, Jalal, I cherish the Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction that I implore you all to save this. Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 51. Making wishes and newcomers to the group Irina. Who was that screaming just now? The spider. I'm quite curious as well. The world's greatest princess. It appears the one who placed an immortality curse on Jalal is a deity named in something. Hybera AI. So that deity was vanquished by the dragon created by the group leader. The world's greatest princess. I'm uncertain. The dragon possesses a degree of autonomy, as long as it remains within its bounds. I cannot be bothered. Perhaps after members have made 10 or so wishes, it will emerge to cleanse the negative energy, treating it like a merciless reaping machine. Indeed, reaping resources. The spider. World's greatest princess. Do you not fear it might rebel? The world's greatest princess. Fear what? If it disobeys, I shall simply recreate it. After all, this iteration of the Dragon Balls feels somewhat at odds with my character. The spider. In the fairy tale world. Jalal raised his gaze to the sky, now gradually filled with dark clouds, his eyes sharpening. State your wish. Do you wish to mend your brother's soul or pursue another desire? The dragon fixed its gaze upon Jalal and added, By the way, I suggest you could wish for me to eliminate the one who just disturbed my peace. Angstrom? Jalal snapped back to reality. Responding, is that its name? Yes, exactly, and something, logically, such a wish should be forbidden. However, that minor deity dared to attack me and sought to curse me. Could I tolerate such an affront with my temperament? The dragon nonchalantly remarked that it had the right to invoke unlimited self-defense against the excessive actions of that minor deity. However, unlimited self-defense has its limits. I am quite displeased. Indeed, very displeased, so what now? Jirfu's lips twitched, a persistent feeling suggesting that this dragon was somewhat unwell. You wish for me to eliminate him. Thus, under the infinite right to self-defense and with the power of wishes, I could directly strike him down without contravening the rules set by the Creator. The dragon grinned, its voice dripping with confidence. So, how does that sound? Isn't it quite enticing? The curse upon you seems to have been cast by that very individual. So I would be avenging you, I assure you. This is not a personal vendetta. My desire to see him perish is entirely unrelated to your wish. It is absolutely not. May I inquire about the status of the god in Kizaram? He won TB rising for century. I fear, the dragon scoffed, casting a glance at Jirfu. Even so, he is not someone you can contend with at this moment. Thus, wishing for me to eliminate the one who cursed you would be your wisest desire. Of course, even if you slay him, the curse upon you will take years to dissipate. However, I do not wish to make that wish. Jirfu shook his head. Very well. What is your desire? The dragon was poised to enact violence, when Jirfu's voice abruptly halted him. What, then, is your wish? Oh, how unfortunate. Please help me safely separate my brother's soul from Naz's and restore it completely. Also, ensure that Naz remains unharmed and place my brother's soul into a device capable of containing it, guaranteeing that the curse within me will not affect it. Dragon, is such a wish permissible? Jirfu articulated clearly. From the dragoness words, Jirfu discerned that the god Ankizaram would not be a threat for quite some time. This meant that whether or not to eliminate Ankizaram was of little consequence. With a chat group filled with talented individuals, breaking Ankizaram's curse within a century was certainly achievable. Hence, it was unnecessary to squander a wish. It would be wiser to first ensure the complete restoration of his brother's soul. Are you certain you wish to make this desire, without regrets? The dragon's deep voice resonated, seemingly seeking to confirm Jirfu's wish. And within its tone, Jirfu faintly detected a hint of sorrow. Indeed, can it be done? After Jirfu's inquiry, the dragon pondered for a moment before a flash of red light ignited in its eyes. This wish is exceedingly simple. Moments later, a diamond-shaped ornament appeared in Jirfu's hand, resembling a pendant. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon's form began to fade rapidly. The dark, inky clouds enveloping Tianlang Island gradually dispersed. Before long, the dragon had completely vanished, leaving behind 7 stones, meticulously shaped into spheres by Jirfu, remnants of the wish beads now transformed into ordinary stones. Grasping the diamond crystal ornament, Jirfu's once doubtful eyes now brimmed with determination. Ankizaram, before you regain the strength to strike against me, I shall revive my brother and acquire the power to rival you. The wish has been accomplished. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the dragon continued in the chat group. Alina, this wishing dragon seems rather peculiar. Huiyuan AI. Its intelligence is extraordinarily high. It appears more like a living being than a mere program. And that temperament is rather perplexing, guiding wishers to fulfill personal vendettas. This dragon truly has a personality. At that moment, Jirfu also logged on. World's #1 princess. Thank you, Guild Master. I have obtained my brother's soul. With one more wish, I can bring him back to life. Jirfu continued. Guild Master, is there a quick way to earn points? Using the Dragon Balls a second time requires points, and I genuinely worry I might not gather enough. Uchiha Madara, points, have they doubled? I still have 5,000 here. Is it just after personal usage that it doubles? Makarano, I too have not changed. Still 5000. Akati appears and indeed counts based on individual usage. World's #1 princess. Leveling the chat group to level 3 will unlock world tasks. As for points, do not fret too much. Huiyuan AI. World's #1 princess. Guild Master. Is there a rapid way for me, a mere member from an ordinary world, to earn points? Huiyuan AI had been concerned about this, as she lacked the extraordinary abilities of other members. Signing in once a month felt rather slow. Previously, she had only earned 10 points from a single sign-in, which was pitifully little. World's #1 princess. In a level 3 chat group. You can engage in item sales, etc. If members make purchases, you can earn points too. For instance, apps 4869 can be sold. The system will assess its value. World's #1 princess. Thus, whether in an ordinary or extraordinary world, there is no need for concern. World's #1 princess. Huiyuan AI, your world possesses magic. It is far from ordinary. Huiyuan AI. Extraordinary? Is there such a thing? Did the guild master misspeak? Could it be that Adagwa's modified sneakers and his aerial shooting count as extraordinary? Or perhaps his unscientific skateboarding skills and the death god aura qualify? None of these seem to fit. Just as Wii Yuan AI was about to question the guildmaster further, a pleasant notification chimed. Ding! The Avenger of the Kulu Tower clan has joined the chat group. Ding! The Avenger of the Sharingan has joined the chat group. Like Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am a destroyer. Please collect it. Dragon Balls. After being resurrected. I am a destroyer. Chapter 52. Two have already arrived, Uchiha's quartet. Uchiha Madara, while lazily passing the time, instinctively entered work mode as notification sounds echoed in the chat group. Uchiha Madara, welcome, newcomers. I am the group administrator. Uchiha. Wait, Sharingan. Noticing the new member's nickname, Uchiha Madara was suddenly taken aback. Sharingan. Could it be the Sharingan I know? World's #1 princess. Welcome to the two newcomers. I have transmitted the group rules into your consciousness. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm the Guildmaster, Bellies. While Uchiha Madara was still in a daze, Bellies took over the introduction for the new members. Uchiha Madara, Guildmaster. Please hold on. Could you wait until I finish my questions before continuing with the introductions? Please, please. Avenger the Sharingan. What is your name? Are you perhaps Uchiha? Uchiha Madara, feeling anxious, even interrupted the Guildmaster without a second thought. After all, he had seen a living individual, possibly a member of his own clan, enter the group. What could this signify? It meant he was one step closer to revival, to his dream, to eternal peace. However, after a long pause, the two newcomers did not respond to Uchiha Madara's inquiries. Or perhaps, they were both highly vigilant. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika furrowed his brow, glaring at the so-called chat group he had inadvertently confirmed. Sorting through the vast amount of information flooding his mind, he remained on guard while contemplating. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. There was no rush to reveal himself. He would observe the situation first. After all, the question posed by Uchiha Madara was not directed at him at this moment. In the world of Naruto, within a dim snake lair, a pair of striking three-tomo Sharingan flickered with a crimson glow. With a crackle, an arc of electricity struck through three targets lined up in front. With a resounding bang, all three targets were simultaneously shattered by the lightning that Orochimaru's illusion. No matter your plans, they hold no significance in the face of my eyes. Avenger the Sharingan. Orochimaru, if you wish to claim me, then utilize something substantial rather than mere illusions. How dare you flaunt your tricks before my eyes? Uchiha Madara. What nonsense is this? Orochimaru. One of the three embarrassing individuals spared by Hans during the Second Shinobi War. The esteemed Leaf Village has fallen so low as to require someone to let them go and still dares to claim the title of legendary three ninjas. What utter shamelessness. Orochimaru, is there such a person in the Leaf Village? Uchiha Madara. I am not some useless little character. I am Uchiha Madara. What is your name? Avenger of the Sharingan. Orochimaru, if you possess any skill. Then face me directly. Do not impersonate the ancestors of others. It only serves to disgust me. The Uchiha clan has been utterly annihilated, yet Orochimaru dares to desecrate their remains, specifically those of the most revered Uchiha Madara. This is nothing short of heinous. Uchiha Madara, in the Pure Land, slowly manifests a symbol resembling a well on his forehead. How absurd. The illustrious Uchiha Madara, once the embodiment of wrath in the ninja world, finds himself in a position where he must prove his identity as Uchiha Madara to his kin. Proving that I am indeed myself? Uchiha Madara. Boy, come to the arena. Let us spar, till you dare. The Avenger of the Sharingan. At last, you show your true colors that you think I, Uchiha Sasuke, fear you, before the Sharingan. All your schemes are futile. Uchiha Madara enters the arena, followed closely by the Avenger of the Sharingan. The God of Destruction watches as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke engage in a duel from afar. Beliris's lips twitch slightly that Uchiha Sasuke, truly this courageous, to confront Uchiha Madara for the honor of the Uchiha clan, even seeking to unleash a beating upon him. How amusing that they are both from the same world. It seems I shall enjoy the spectacle. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara remains unscathed, invigorated, effortlessly ascending 5 flights of stairs. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, lies in disarray, sprawled on the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. The live broadcast of the arena ceases. Uchiha Madara's lesson to Uchiha Sasuke instills in him a profound understanding of the weight of responsibility that elders bear towards their juniors. Each punch, each kick, every strike of Susanoo is infused with the earnest love of an elder. In summary, this battle concludes with Uchiha Sasuke's defeat. That moment. In the chat group, silence envelopes everyone as they await the unfolding drama between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, you are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? You just claim to be a descendant of the Uchiha. Who are your parents? Striking this young man named Sasuke evokes a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the times he dealt with Izuna in his youth. Uchiha Sasuke, my father is Uchiha Fugaku, and my mother is Uchiha Mikoto. Even if I were to name them, I doubt you would recognize them. Uchiha Sasuke alters his previous nickname to his actual name. As a gesture of respect towards his clan's elders, Uchiha Madara, Fugaku, Mikoto, I see now. You are their offspring. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know my parents? How is that possible? Uchiha Madara was slain by Senju Hashirama. After all, in the Valley of the End. Moreover, the battle he just had with Uchiha Madara, if it could even be termed a battle, was merely a lesson in discipline. Otherwise, he would have been defeated instantly, particularly by the complete form of Susanoo. Unrivaled, the power of a deity. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, you are still too young to comprehend the secrets of the ninja world. Even in death, I continue to exist. Possessing knowledge far beyond your you truly believe that Senju Hashirama could ever contend with me? Uchiha Madara, he was too obstinate. Had he heeded even a fraction of my counsel, the ninja world would have achieved peace long ago. The first, second, and third wars were all his fault for distributing the tailed beasts. Uchiha Sasuke, is that so? Upon leaving the training ground and returning to his room, Uchiha Sasuke gazes at the messages in the chat group at a loss for how to respond. Uchiha Madara, indeed, my apologies for digressing that S1 ages. Nostalgia tend to surface, and your appearance reminds me of my brother Izuna. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, you previously stated that you were a descendant of the Uchiha and that you defected from Konoha. Was it not the hand of Konoha that struck against the Uchiha clan? Although he may harbor no love for the Uchiha, he would not resort to their extermination. Uchiha Madara seeks peace, not annihilation. What meaning does a hollow peace hold? Thus, it can be concluded that the only ones capable of eradicating the Uchiha are the disciples of the evil trio embodying the malevolent will of Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke, the one who spared the Uchiha, was my brother, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara, Nani. Not only Uchiha Madara, but even the other onlookers in the group find themselves perplexed, their heads adorned with a large question mark. Except for a certain white-haired group leader, who now contemplates whether to reveal the plot of Naruto. For it was after Uchiha Sasuke joined the group that the leader's files expanded to include the holographic projections of a Boruto saga. Enjoying Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please save. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 53. Angels Caress. Should I post it? I'm somewhat hesitant. Beliris gazes at the two members of the chat group, who have finally reunited as ancestors and descendants. If I post this, will Sasuke and Madara come to blows? In a certain sense, Madara and the extermination of the Uchiha clan are indeed interconnected. After all, Obito serves as the agent of Uchiha Madara. Yet, there's also the possibility that Konoha itself harbored intentions to eradicate the Uchiha. At least, that was the thought of the first Hokage. Perhaps I should post one or two clips to gauge their reactions? With that thought, Beliris begins to record a video. The world's first princess. Dear members, since Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara hail from the same world, the past and future established within the chat group become remarkably clear when two members from the same reality join. The world's first princess. In other words, the original past and future can now be projected in a three-dimensional format. How delightful, wouldn't you agree? The world's first princess. For instance, this JPG will be shared as a short video. In the video, Uchiha Madara, draped in white robes and wielding the six-path staff, ascends into the skies, gazing at the crimson blood moon. He forms hand seals and shouts, "Illuminate the world, infinite Tsukuyami." Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. What is this, Spider Child? Such an eerie scene. That person's eyes resemble Lord Madara's. No, the whole person is identical to Lord Madara, save for the hair. The world's first princess. The figure in the three-dimensional projection is indeed Madara, showcasing his most potent form attained in the predetermined future. Yes. Six Paths Madara, Jalal. Does this symbolize the power of the Six Paths reincarnation? Asakura Yoko. Ah, Uchiha Madara's ultimate strength. He does appear formidable. 5th Division Captain. Fascinating. Not bad. Uchiha, wait, group leader, do you possess the narrative thread of event from my world? I mean, similar to this video, the world's first princess. The JPG group leader has edited another projection and shared it. The dynamic projection reveals another scene that on a cliff, Six Paths Madara, with his Rinnegan, gazes down upon the world. He speaks grandly about something. Suddenly, an arm pierces through Six Paths Madara's chest from behind. Blood gushes from the wound, and a dark hand protrudes from his chest. Six Paths Madara's expression transforms into one of shock, disbelief, and astonishment. The scene abruptly halts here. Uchiha Madara. Jalal. Asakura Yoko. I can't stop laughing. That evening, seated by the campfire, basking in its warmth and sipping on lukewarm water, Asakura Yoko nearly spits out his drink. The first moment appears so glorious, yet the next, he has his heart ripped out. The group leader is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Uchiha Madara. Group leader, what was that projection about? It can't be real. Can it? The world's first princess? Didn't I mention to you before? Infinite Tsukuyomi succeeded but also failed. Someone betrayed you. Uchiha Madara. Betrayal? His expression darkens as he gazes at the ominous hand. Clearly, he recalls a certain dark entity. But why would Black betray him? This defies logic and reason. The world's first princess. Have you figured it out? If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke joining the group, I would have preferred to keep this from you for a while longer, but now it matters not. The world's first princess. Kuro is not something you created for how it came to be. You can discover that for yourselves. Ding. The group leader sends the Boruto Saga attachment, allowing all group members to watch it in holographic form for free. The world's first princess. Naruto is the present, while Boruto occurs several years after Six Paths Madara's failure. The world's first princess. Uchiha Sasuke. The truth you seek about the clan's extermination resides within the former. You may explore it at your leisure. With that, the group leader's avatar indicates that she has gone offline in the realm of the god of destruction. Belira senses KRS returning from the depths of hell, making her way back to the god of destruction realm. She contemplates and extracts the Dragon Balls from the group, infusing them with the power of the dragon. Indeed, the chat group can purge the negative energy of wishes and assist me in gathering the laws of other worlds. Excellent. Bellies was quite satisfied. She no longer needed to expend time cleansing negative energies, allowing her to gather insights from the laws of other realms for reference. Moreover, with each successful wish, she gained a deeper understanding of her own draconic power. Raising her fist with determination, Bellies declared, "As long as I strive diligently, I shall stand atop the heavens." Lady Bellies, I have returned, came a voice as a figure clad in an angelic gown, adorned with braided whips, emerged from the radiant light. How fares the situation in the underworld? Bellies inquired. The damage is not significant. Since you are not engaged in battle there, repairs will be quite manageable. However, it appears that the denizens of hell have vanished. It must be the doing of Zamas. Bellies sighed, lamenting that the souls altered by divine energy, compounded by Zamas' manipulation, could not reincarnate. Indeed, they could not even restore their consciousness. Dragon Balls? I cannot manage that. How could mere Dragon Balls restore them? The power of the Dragon Balls cannot surpass their creator, which refers to the draconic energy within me. I still possess the fragmented souls. Perhaps I can create something intriguing in the future. Bellies replied, Why, Lady Bellies? I merely inquired. There is no need for you to divulge such matters. I am but your servant. Kex murmured softly. Please do not say that, Kex. Both you and Ramsey are my mentors. Now and forever, Bellies pondered, struggling to understand why Kex demeaned herself. No. Kex shook her head at you not comprehend. The Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister severing their direct connection with our 10th universe signifies something profound. Kex, the eldest among all universes, was privy to numerous secrets. While other angels may be unaware of the Grand Minister and Grand Zeno's actions, Kex had derived her conclusions. The Grand Zeno had undertaken such measures only once. Concerning the dragon god, Salama, Kex gazed at Bellies, refraining from elaborating further. At intermention of the Grand Zeno and Grand Minister, she even discarded her usual honorifics, addressing them directly. Kex, are you perhaps overthinking this? Bellies felt a shiver run down her spine. Kex shook her head once more, wielding her angelic staff as the surrounding laws began to converge. Moments later, a luminous orb, the size of a palm, coalesced, drifting toward Bellies. What is this? Bellies inquired, perplexed at my loyalty. Lady Bellies, just as the relationship between the Grand Minister and the Grand Zeno is now, I shall detach from the universe and pledge eternal allegiance to you. Having served as a destroyer for many years, Bellies was no longer the naive scion she once was. She delved into numerous texts regarding deities, as this pertained to her very existence. She wished to avoid a lapse that might lead to her erasure by the Grand Zeno. Glancing at the floating orb before her, and then at Kex, who held her staff with impeccable grace, she stated, "There is no need for such formality. Let it be as it once was. After all, you are my teacher. I cannot revert to our previous ways. This is a necessary protocol." Kex insisted, shaking her head. "Such a contract must exist until your power surpasses that of all angels. The human heart is unpredictable, and deities are no exception. Even I, as an angel, am not exempt." "Very well." Unable to counter Kex's resolve, Bellies extended her finger to touch the orb. In the next moment, the orb transformed into shimmering starlight, merging into Bellies' being. At that moment, her bond with Kex became profoundly intertwined. The master-servant contract. Bellies was acutely aware of the contract's implications, having received feedback from the chat group from the moment the contract was forged. Kex's every action and thought could be fully accessed by Bellies, should she desire to know. Indeed, with but a thought, she could even seize the life of this angel, whose power far surpassed that of a destroyer. "Congratulations, you have become the true ruler of the 10th universe." "No, this universe." Kex rose slowly, offering a slight bow to Bellies. "Kex, must we be so formal?" Bellies could not help but ask. "Yes, for it is the duty of an angel to exist thus." Kex replied, shaking her head. "Once the contract is signed, even if you were to wage war against the entire universe, even if your adversary were the Grand Minister, I would offer my utmost assistance." "To wage war against the entire universe?" "Kex, how daring of you to entertain such thoughts, and to voice them so boldly. The Grand Minister is your father. Is it truly prudent to say such things?" "My Lady Bellies, do you recall the counsel I imparted to you before my slumber?" Kex suddenly interjected. To grasp the power of creation and destruction before confronting the Grand Zeno. "Not that." Kex shook her head. "It pertains to the 18 universes, or more accurately, the 6 universes that the Grand Zeno obliterated." "What do you mean?" Bellies queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The angels of those 6 universes did not merely acquiesce to the actions of the destroyers and Supreme Kai. They deliberately concealed their deeds to prevent the Grand Zeno and Grand Minister from discovering them in a timely manner." Observing the perplexity on Bellies' face, Kex refrained from withholding any further information. "Concealment? Indeed. Forgive me, but I cannot disclose the specific reasons and processes at this moment." Kex continued, "If you wish to investigate through the contract, you may do so. However, I advise against least until your power surpasses that of the angels. It is best not to be fully aware of these matters. However, I can share this with you. Their intention is to liberate their universes from the Grand Zeno's jurisdiction and to remove the restrictions of universal laws that bind them." To be more specific, Kex pondered for a moment. "They aspire for their managed universes to become the next Dragon Realm, parallel to the entire universe. That, in simpler terms, they wish to become nations that, while not under the Grand Zeno's governance, maintain close ties with the entire universe." Kex paused at this juncture. It because their manipulation of the spirit tree touched upon certain elements of the entire universe, or crossed the Grand Zeno's bottom line, inciting his wrath that led to their destruction. Bellies voiced her doubts. Kex neither refuted nor confirmed her inquiry. Bellies sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. While she could ascertain the events that transpired in those 6 universes through the contract, she decided to heed Kex's warning and refrain from delving into them for now. So, what is it that I must do now? From Kex's earlier remarks, Bellies gathered that she was likely no longer under the Grand Zeno's jurisdiction. Truth be told, she had little desire to engage in the destruction of planets. That is not an option. Kex seemed to penetrate Bellies' thoughts, shaking her head. For now, we remain the 10th universe. At least until we have completely severed ties with the entire universe. The responsibilities of a destroyer must persist. How can we achieve that? Bellies inquired thoughtfully. B. Why enhancing the universe's composite coefficient or elevating your own power to refine the universal laws, thereby further perfecting them. Kex elaborated, sharing a wealth of knowledge that typical destroyers would be unaware of. Had the 10th universe not found itself in its current predicament, Kex would not have divulged such information to her. Could we not utilize other means to enhance the universe's coefficient? Bellies produced 2 peculiar glass orbs and handed them to Kex. What is this? Kex gazed at the objects in her hands, a hint of curiosity adorning her expression. An object known as the Eye of God, containing rather unique laws within. Kex projected her mental energy into the orbs, and moments later withdrew it. Fascinating. It appears to activate through wishes. Can it enhance the universal laws at all? Not at all. The effect is far too minimal. Kex shook her head. If it were the ripple of an entire world, it might have worked, but as it stands, it is merely a manufactured item. Do you not wish to inquire where I acquired these? You undoubtedly possess your own means of acquisition, should you choose not to disclose. I shall not pry.is that so. Bellies remained silent. Regarding the chat group, she was still contemplating whether to inform Keisai. She had considered some methods to enhance the universe, but it was likely beyond her solitary capability. Perhaps Keisai's assistance would be required. A few more days of waiting might be prudent. With a sigh, Bellies resolved to return to her room for some rest. The information she had amassed today was overwhelming and necessitated thorough organization. At that moment, within the chat group, she deliberately flipped to the last message, having finished reading Black Zetsu's revelations about Uchiha Madara, whose expression was dreadfully grim. Uchiha Madara declared, Black Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, remember this. I, Uchiha Madara, shall return. The revered Shura of the ninja world, the mightiest patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has been utterly toyed with by a dim-witted Black Zetsu. Indeed, Black Zetsu's intellect was lacking, particularly evident when observing the battle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Kagaya. Black Zetsu, merely a foolish strategist. Uchiha Sasuke interjected. Madara, let us set your matters aside for now. Do you not owe me an explanation? Was the Uchiha clan massacre orchestrated by you through Obito? Once he had respectfully referred to his ancestor, for the Uchiha clan primarily engaged in intermarriage. Thus, over a century, distant relatives were bound by blood. It was not inappropriate to address elder family members as ancestors. Yet now, as he witnessed the projection of Uchiha Sasuke in Shippuden Naruto, he stumbled upon Obito, the masked man and one of the puppeteers behind the Uchiha massacre, and the entire affair was entangled with Uchiha Madara. Ancestor, you say? Have you ever encountered an ancestor who wishes for the slaughter of their descendants and commands others to do the deed? Uchiha Madara scoffed. Sasuke, considering your resemblance to Izuna, I forgive your rudeness. The massacre is not my doing. It was Obito's initiative. Even if I bore discontent toward the Uchiha, I would never stoop to orchestrate their annihilation. Such actions are beneath me. Uchiha Madara continued. However, if you claim that Obito's actions stem from my influence, I have no retort. Observe Danzo's arm, and recall the genjutsu he fell victim to when attacking Uchiha Shursui. What counterattack did he employ? It was Izanagi, even without the Nine Tails incident. How long could the Uchiha's extermination have been postponed? Furthermore, they are inherently malevolent, mere rats in the mire under Senju Tobarama. After perusing Black Zetsu's disclosures, Uchiha Madara suppressed his fury and began to examine matters concerning Uchiha Sasuke. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 prodigious talents, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. What the hell? Obito, when did I permit you to unleash the Nine Tails? When did I authorize you to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Are you tarnishing my name while parading around under my banner? Furthermore, allowing the Nine Tails to escape only to be chased off by a mere Hokage. What a disgrace, a true humiliation for me. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke retorted. Do you still wish to argue, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara replied. I speak the truth. The individual you should be seeking is not me, but your brilliant older brother, Uchiha Itachi. Do not forget, it was he who sought Obito's aid. Uchiha Sasuke responded. You two, the famed 4 heavenly kings, are fervently exchanging barbs on the public screen of the chat group. The other members of the group mostly continued to catch up on their series. Even if they were aware of the public screen's content, now was not the time to interject. The world's foremost princess exclaimed, Ah, what's this? It seems quite lively with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. A group leader who had been silently lurking suddenly surfaced. The two quarreling parties immediately fell silent. The world's foremost princess added, Why the sudden quiet? No worries, please continue. I thoroughly enjoy the spectacle. Spidertzi remarked, Isn't it a bit unwise for the group leader to stoke the flames? Mikazuki Yawaki responded, Truly, the group leader is commendable. In mediating disputes, I, Yawaki, would gladly deem you the strongest. Uchiha Sasuke commented, Well, Mikazuki Yawaki, you a defeated foe, dare to imitate my speech. The world's foremost princess replied, What does it matter? It's just a little mishap. One can always be revived. Uchiha Sasuke questioned, Revived? Kurapika interjected, There exists something called Dragon Balls in this chat group. But it seems it can only revive one person at a time. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika meticulously comprehended the chat group's content after entering, focusing particularly on the notion of revival. Upon noticing the information on the public screen, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly searched the trading platform for Dragon Balls and revival. His body trembled slightly as he uploaded the training method for Raijin. Kirin, earning 300 points. However, this paled in comparison to the 5,000 points required. Uchiha Sasuke inquired, World's foremost princess, group leader, is there a quicker way to amass a substantial amount of points? The world's foremost princess replied, Ninjutsu, secret techniques, all of these can be exchanged for points. If the items you upload are purchased by other group members, you will also receive an additional 10th of the points. Uchiha Sasuke implored, I wish to revive all my clansmen. Is there any method to achieve this? Reviving family, even clansmen, could allow for vengeance to be postponed. The world's foremost princess remarked, Guilt, are you truly a kind-hearted child? The world's foremost princess continued, Well, there are ways, but before addressing your question, I must ask you something. What are your thoughts on Uchiha Itachi? I mean regarding his actions. Uchiha Sasuke confessed, I am uncertain. Itachi acted for my sake. His feelings towards Uchiha Itachi were complex. The world's foremost princess suggested, Perhaps you are too focused on Uchiha Itachi and have overlooked other matters. Uchiha Sasuke replied, I do not quite understand your meaning. Uchiha Madara interjected, Uchiha Sasuke, you truly are a blank slate. Do not tell me you haven't noticed the Koto Emitsukami that was left for you. Uchiha Sasuke clarified, he did not use it on me. And in the end, he admitted his errors. Mikazuki Yawaki scoffed. Admitted? When you connect Koto Emitsukami in your last conversation with Uchiha Itachi, do you not have deeper thoughts? Hikari remarked. Uchiha Sasuke, I too have a brother. If my brother were like Uchiha Itachi, I would run as far away as possible. Itachi's desire for control is far more terrifying than any other. Hikari continued. To put it simply, are you certain Uchiha Itachi acted for you, and not for Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke questioned. What do you mean? Hikari elaborated. Your final conversation seemed like moral coercion. Uchiha Itachi spoke incessantly of Konoha, revealing truths that primarily benefited Konoha while neglecting to mention how Konoha forced the Uchiha clan. Hikari concluded. In the end, he said, I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha, claiming to offer you a choice. But at that moment, did you truly have a choice? If Koto Emitsukami were still usable, would he not have applied it directly to you? How many of his words can you truly trust? Or were they deliberately crafted to suit your character? After reviewing the plot concerning the Uchiha, even one accustomed to the abyss's depths, Hikari felt a chill run down her spine. She could not fathom Uchiha Itachi's thought process. How did he perceive his brother, Uchiha Sasuke? Merely a tool. Without Konoha, would Sasuke be unable to survive within the ninja world? In this peculiar scenario, one finds oneself akin to a dog serving the Hidden Leaf Village. An addiction so profound that it extends to the family that it is a situation far more severe than that of the likes of Kamisato Ayaka. The Sound Village, home to Orochimaru, serves as a backdrop. As Uchiha Sasuke observes the messages shared on the public screen by the members of the chat group, he cannot help but recall various scenes from the narrative unfolding in his mind. Initially, he could convince himself that he was compelled to do so for the sake of Uchiha Itachi. However, upon hearing the analyses of others, he fell silent. The eyes of Uchiha Sasuke gradually closed. Time slipped away, and the atmosphere around him grew increasingly chilling. When his eyes finally opened, 2 trails of tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Within his pupils, the crimson tomo transformed into a 6-pointed star. He found himself intrigued by Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction, and he kindly urged everyone to collect it. Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 56. The Group Leader's Plan. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively touched the area around his eyes, sensing the pulsation of his newly awakened vision. The enhancement in his ocular power was substantial, far surpassing the cumulative efforts of 2 years of training. He understood that he had likely unlocked that pair of eyes. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's focus shifted from the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to the matters raised by the group leader to world's first princess. You previously mentioned having a means to resurrect my clan. What must be done? He inquired. To merge the ninja world into my universe, but the resurrection is limited to those who perished on the night of the massacre. She replied, merging into the universe. Sasuke echoed that in simpler terms, the so-called ninja world exists on a single planet, while my jurisdiction encompasses many such planets within my universe. However, due to our belonging to different universes, I wish to bring your planet under my rule. She elucidated that, you understand now. Explaining the concept of the universe and planets to Sasuke seemed somewhat challenging, given the precarious level of cultural understanding in the ninja world. What benefit does this bring you? Sasuke queried cautiously, refraining from making any commitments that I merely wish to experiment with something, but rest assured, regardless of success or failure, it poses no danger to your world. She reassured that world's first princess, you intend to draw the ninja world into your universe. Uchiha Madara interjected. Indeed, the decision to agree rests entirely with you, she affirmed. However, one must note that if you agree, it likely means standing in opposition to Sage of Six Paths. She warned. Opposition to the Sage of Six Paths? Sasuke contemplated, fully aware of the implications given his familiarity with the storyline. The sage was known for granting power to himself and Naruto. The reasoning is quite elementary. Once your world is subsumed under my dominion, the Sage of Six Paths will lose all authority within the ninja realm. He will not permit such an occurrence. Uchiha Sasuke, are you prepared for this? Humph, the Sage of Six Paths, a peculiar idealist. Much like Hashirama, Madara scoffed, holding no fondness for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Setting aside the question of Kagaya's nature, Madara mused that had it not been for that old man, who intervened without honor, he would have eliminated Naruto and Sasuke long ago. After decades of effort, it felt disheartening to be outpaced by that old man's mere moments of intervention. Outdated Indra, reincarnate. Refrain from interjecting. I am addressing Sasuke, Madara retorted. Does it seem like he cares about the identity of an Indra reincarnate? Sasuke replied, somewhat perplexed that I don't know, Sasuke admitted. Humph, Uchiha Sasuke, what troubles you? Do you fear losing to Uzumaki Naruto like a mere shadow? Or do you plan to follow the same path as before? I shall not tread the same path, nor will I rely on Itachi's eyes, Sasuke declared resolutely. Oh, interesting. You do not intend to obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. To use those eyes would create a psychological barrier, Sasuke acknowledged, fully aware that returning to the hidden leaf was no longer an option. Particularly after learning of Itachi's actions, he felt he could never forgive him. What kind of reasoning is it to consider the potential consequences if the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf were to clash, while the village itself would not face the repercussions? Honestly, having unraveled the complexities of the situation, Sasuke would rather perish fighting than live in shame. Moreover, Itachi's intention in leaving him behind seemed to be to ensure he would continue to serve the Hidden Leaf even after his demise. Group leader, may I take some time to contemplate? I have just awakened a Manjiki Sharingan, and my mind is somewhat muddled, Sasuke requested that, of course, take your time. There is no need to rush or pressure yourself. It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to agree. The world's first princess responded, in the realm of the god of destruction. Belmod was not surprised by Sasuke's hesitation to acquiesce. However, she was taken aback by Sasuke's activation of the Manjiki. Her desire to pull the Naruto world into her own was a sudden whim. The rules of the divine were too scant to fortify the cosmic laws if she were to draw a world entirely different from the original cosmic principles. Would that not enhance her own laws? Ah, how astute I am. Simply perfect. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, Sasuke stepped through his door and traversed the lengthy corridor to its end. This was the chamber of Orochimaru. Having been sealed by the third Hokage, Orochimaru had long been bedridden, choosing to remain motionless like a snake in hibernation. Knock, knock, come in, a hoarse voice called from within. Sasuke pushed the door open and entered. What a surprise, Sasuke! You've never knocked before. Orochimaru remarked from his bed, occasionally coughing lightly, while Kabuto served as his assistant, preparing his medications. Having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke could now distinctly sense the murky chakra emanating from Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. There was still ample time before Orochimaru would seek a new body, and there was no need to confront him just yet. That I wish to consult you regarding some matters. Is that permissible? Sasuke inquired. Oh, how unusual. You actually have a request for me, and you're so polite about it. Orochimaru replied hoarsely. What is it? Speak freely. Orochimaru, you do not have merely Kabuto as a spy in a hidden leaf. Do you? Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Kabuto. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Kabuto momentarily halted his work, only to resume moments later. What do you intend to do? Orochimaru evaded Sasuke's question. That I wish to investigate the distribution of resources to various clans by the Hidden Leaf from the onset of the First Ninja War until the conclusion of the Third Ninja War. There should be records of these events. Furthermore, I wish to focus on the Hidden Leaf stance towards each clan from the end of the Third Ninja War to the 56th year of the Hidden Leaf, including everything related to the Nine Tails incident, particularly the rude organization led by Danzo. Sasuke spoke with an air of calmness, though both Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback. Sasuke, what you seek to investigate is no trivial matter. Kabuto set down the medication and scrutinized Sasuke closely. Not to mention the time it would take to compile such information. On what grounds do you believe Lord Orochimaru would acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? That is acceptable. Sasuke, I shall have Kabuto prepare a compilation for you. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze shimmered slightly. Lord Orochimaru, it's no trouble at all. Since Sasuke is interested, we shall lend a hand, he remarked, though Kabuto's expression soured at the thought. You two can simply talk, while I am left to work overtime, he grumbled inwardly. You both are unconcerned, but I am the one suffering. However, since Orochimaru had spoken, Kabuto had no choice but to comply, recognizing his subordinate status. Damn it, Lord Orochimaru isn't merely nurturing a vessel. It feels as though he's raising an ancestor. For the past 2 years, Orochimaru had been exceedingly accommodating toward Sasuke, fulfilling his request without fail. Kabuto occasionally found himself grimacing at the absurdity of it all. Sasuke-kun, I am quite curious about your transformation. Would you share it with me? Orochimaru raspingly uttered. Sasuke made no response, falling into silence. Never mind. Since Sasuke-kun is unwilling to speak, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Orochimaru grinned widely, harboring little concern, for it was well within Sasuke's character to be thus. Through the curse seal, Orochimaru discerned a conspicuous change in Sasuke's chakra. However, the nature of this alteration eluded him. Yet, Sasuke had approached him regarding these matters. As a seasoned veteran in the shinobi world, Orochimaru swiftly arrived at a conclusion: the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Sasuke-kun, has indeed detected the issue. So, what will your choice be? I am quite curious where this wind of yours will blow. The first princess of the world. If Sasuke agrees to your request, what must he undertake? Uchiha Bito, the acknowledgement of at least half of the living beings in the shinobi world from the depths of their hearts. The first princess of the world. To put more plainly, it would mean usurping Naruto Uzumaki's position and becoming the new child of destiny. Uchiha Bito, do you believe in such a notion as the child of destiny? My dear princess, Naruto Uzumaki was merely designated by Kagaya Otsutsuki, heralded by that cracked toad, Gamamaru. Without Kagaya's intervention, would there even be a child of destiny? It is akin to two ants battling when suddenly a cat leaps forth, crushing one of them. Thus, the surviving ant becomes the chosen one, the child of destiny, simply because it emerged victorious, does it not? The first princess of the world. I merely offered an analogy. My task is directed toward Sasuke. And of course, I must await his consent. There is no rush on my part. The first princess of the world. However, this task will also necessitate Mr. Obito's assistance. Uchiha Obito. Assistance? My dear princess, you truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Uchiha Obito did not decline. With the infinite Tsukuyami no longer a threat, observing the growth of the younger generation seemed a fitting pastime. Moreover, reviving the Uchiha clan could be seen as a form of atonement for his negligence as their leader. Uchiha Obito. May I pose a query? Princess, you appear somewhat invested in Sasuke. Logically, such a thing should not be the case. The princess and Uchiha Sasuke did not belong to the same realm and had previously had no interaction. It was indeed peculiar that she would assist in resurrecting his clan, regardless of whether it was a mere trifle for her. The first princess of the world. I have my own plans. The resurrection is merely a matter of convenience. Bellies did not elaborate further. Seeking to manipulate the laws of the Naruto world was one thing. Aiding Sasuke stemmed from a personal desire to observe his actions upon uncovering the stark truth. It served as a diversion during her idle moments. If one were to delve into motives, it was worth noting that she, Bellies, had a brother. He bore a personality somewhat akin to that of Uchiha Sasuke. Albeit he was, for certain reasons, a few years her senior. Yet, that was inconsequential. Ding, Kikyo has successfully emerged from her spiritual state, revived. Uchiha Obito. Staring at the information displayed on the public screen, Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback. The first princess of the world. Oh, she has been revived? Bellies expressed her surprise. Kikyo's revival signified the commencement of the Inuyasha narrative. In other words, Kikyo's ashes buried in the earth had been unearthed. The first princess of the world. Kikyo, what is your current state? It had been quite some time since Kikyo had been active in the group. After a brief silence, Kikyo replied, I have been revived by a demon named Rintaro. And it seems I have also acquired a reincarnation. The first princess of the world. G. Kagome. It was no surprise to Kikyo that the princess was aware of her world-s affairs. Kikyo. Yes, it appears Rintaro intends to separate Kagome's soul and infuse it into my body. The first princess of the world. Have you been watching all along? In the realm of the god of destruction. Bellies was quite astonished by Kikyo's chat records. Kikyo. Indeed. The first princess of the world? Kikyo. Even if my soul is separated, it matters little if it is not for an extended duration. For Inuyasha is already on his way here, the first princess of the world. Can you move now? If I recall correctly, in the original narrative, Kikyo's body restored its full consciousness only after Kagome's soul was inserted during a state of resentment. Kikyo, yes, though it took considerable time to adjust. Although I have taken on a reincarnated form, my soul does not seem to have suffered any essential loss. Previously, when the King of Leaves and Aizen uploaded items, some pertained to the cultivation of the soul. Kikyo had noticed a deficiency in her soul and exchanged some resources for training. During this period, her presence in the group had waned, as her focus was primarily on mending her soul. Thus, Kikyo's current revival, despite her body being of ceramic, bore little difference. She did not require the assistance of the soul insect, as in the original narrative, to sustain herself, perhaps after further cultivation. She could free herself from the ceramic body and move with her spirit alone. Kikyo, princess, can you share some information regarding my relationship with Inuyasha? Now, she was no longer entirely composed of resentment. She had nearly become a true spirit, rather than a mere reed without roots. Reflecting upon her past conflicts with Inuyasha, she recognized considerable flaws in those events. The first princess of the world. Do you wish to reconcile with Inuyasha? Kikyo, a shattered mirror is difficult to piece back together. The thread that binds me to him was severed 50 years ago, and I ultimately cannot place my complete trust in him. The first princess of the world. Is that so? It seems you have made a decision. The events of that time are related to the spider demon you saved. The first princess of the world, the spider demon consumed by a monster transformed into Naraku. Harboring a perverse obsession with you. As for the nature of this obsession, I shall refrain from elaborating. I trust you can surmise that a villain replete with malice, on the verge of death, was saved by a benevolent priestess, becoming his sole beacon of hope. Yet this priestess subsequently became involved with another half-demon, marking the beginning of tragedy. Kikyo, I believe I understand. In the world of Inuyasha, Kikyo gazed skyward, her gaze shifting. Had all the tragedy truly originated from that point? The Shirkan jewel had yet to sow discord between her and Inuyasha. But Naraku. No, Naraku. You are indeed calculating. To be candid, after attacking her, Naraku could have easily left for the Shirkan jewel. Yet, what did he do? He returned and replayed the scene with Inuyasha. Perhaps it was not entirely unfavorable. The hearts that lean upon one another do so out of solitude. Both I and Inuyasha. Naraku merely rendered this illusion more tangible. Sister, the curse you placed upon me may well be accurate. A priestess such as myself ought not to possess love. After her musings, Kikyo's gaze fell upon Kagome, who lay submerged in the pool, preparing for the ritual at Rintaro's behest. Kagome and Inuyasha, I entrust you with this task. To avoid detection by Rintaro, Kikyo retracted her gaze from Kagome. Her eyes gradually sharpened, and the red and white priestess garb fluttered lightly in the absence of wind. Naraku, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. The first princess of the world, Kikyo, are you in a position to commence a live stream? Spider Demon. Live stream? Where is there a live stream? The first princess of the world, Spider Demon, you have reappeared. Spider Demon. Wah wah wah. What do you mean by reappearing? I have eagerly awaited this moment, finally escaping from the Demon King's clutches. This is the third time. My tender heart has endured such trauma. Dear princess, do you comprehend? Spider Demon. That Demon King, she lacks chivalry, actually summoned a portal to hunt me down from a distance. The mere thought of it filled her with indignation, upon assessing the portal summoned by the Demon King. It was revealed to be beyond identification. This could only mean that the overseer of the system had granted the Demon King special privileges. Spider Demon. Wah wah wah. Dear princess, I almost missed you. It was so close. The first princess of the world. You seem quite lively, not at all resembling someone who has just survived a calamity. Spider Demon. Regardless, dear princess, you would never come to my aid. So I must face each day with optimism, treating every day as if it were my last. Eating well, sleeping well, and watching live streams. World's foremost princess. Your existence is truly simple, isn't it? Spider Child. Great leader. You mustn't say that about me. Are you not also a source of amusement? World's foremost princess. Spider Child, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Spider Child. No. Great leader, please don't be angry. I merely spoke hastily. Spider Child, we're watching a live stream. Indeed. Where's the live stream? Kikyo, are you certain you wish to watch? I might engage in some rather intense activities shortly. That a certain white-haired lowly, presently disrupting the divine realm, peruses the chat group messages. Intense activities, you say? That piques my interest. Of course, such things should not be openly spoken of. The leader maintains an air of authority every day. And today is no exception. World's foremost princess. If it pertains to personal matters and you choose not to stream, that is perfectly understandable. We can comprehend your decision. Kikyo. No, that's not it. I merely worry that some in the group may not accept my actions. Akasuri-yo. Fear not. Stream away. Do you really think there are many good people in this group? World's foremost princess. Akasuri-yo. While I am unsure how you reach that conclusion, it appears to be quite accurate. Those who join the group are either villainous side characters or future major antagonists. That it is as if everyone is malevolent. If we were to speak of kindness, you, Kikyo, are the most benevolent among us. Akasuri-yo. No, I meant apart from the leader. The leader is a good person. A certain great Onmyoji hastily attempt to amend their statement. The world's foremost princess. Akasuri-yo, your attempts at damage control seem more like a clumsy cover-up. And furthermore, I do not wish to be labeled a good person. Aizen Sosuke. Kikyo, I am quite curious. Did the soul cultivation method I shared have any effect on you? Might you enlighten me? Kikyo. It has been beneficial. My spiritual form is nearing solidification at present. Even without the clay body that requires resurrection, my strength remains largely intact. Kikyo. However, perhaps due to the differences in our worlds, I cannot maintain that state for long without a medium to serve as a vessel for my soul. Aizen Sosuke. As long as it is effective, that is all that matters. I was concerned you might regret your purchase due to its lack of value. Aizen's voice in the chat is notably gentle, reminiscent of a kind neighbor, evoking an inexplicable fondness. Kikyo. No, I am quite satisfied with the cultivation method. My deepest gratitude to you, Mr. Aizen. Additionally, I must extend my thanks to Lord Yo. Your Onmyoji techniques have also proven quite effective for me. Akasura Yo. No need for such formality. I am rather curious about the world you inhabit. Implicitly suggesting, let us commence the live stream. Encouraged by the group, Kikyo ultimately makes her choice. Ding! Kikyo initiates the live stream. This moment, Kikyo finds herself within a cave, gazing outward. She is adorned in a red and white Miko outfit, meticulously prepared for her by Riteo. She steps forward slowly, her pace unhurried, as if her very soul has departed, her pupils devoid of any vitality. Observing Kikyo's live stream from afar, Bellies cannot help but click her tongue in admiration. Her performance is strikingly authentic, akin to the original. It is no wonder that it is said women possess an innate talent for performance. Even someone as pure as Kikyo, whose soul is entirely full, can act without revealing a single flaw. You have arrived. Indeed, such attire suits you splendidly. The Yukai Riteo bends forward, speaking to Kikyo while completely indifferent to the green potion-soaked Gao beside her. Kikyo remains silent, her pitch-black eyes betraying no trace of anger, her gaze fixed upon Gao. Who is she? Lying in the pool, ensnared and unable to move, Gao looks at the woman beside Riteo, who bears a striking resemblance to her. Her name is Kikyo, revered as the strongest Miko 50 years ago. And you, my dear, are her reincarnation. Reincarnated? Gao is evidently taken aback by Riteo's words. Indeed, Riteo's voice carries a hint of triumph, as if a plan is nearing fruition. Your soul is about to be returned to this most formidable Miko, and she shall become my most capable subordinate. As Riteo speaks, she begins to cast a spell. The pool, filled with various medicinal concoctions, begins to emit a radiant glow. It's so uncomfortable. Gao struggles to rise, yet her body feels as though it is weighed down by a great mountain, rendering her utterly immobile, and she senses her control over her body gradually slipping away. Futile, with your half-hearted Miko abilities, you cannot break free from my bindings. Accept your fate. Just then, a voice calls from afar. Gao, how is it possible? I have placed countless subordinates to obstruct. Upon seeing Inuyasha approach rapidly, Riteo grows flustered. She hastens her spell casting. I must revive Kikyo quickly. Otherwise, I stand no chance against Inuyasha. Behind Inuyasha, a frail, elderly figure is carried. Kikyo recognizes her as the little girl who once followed her. Has so much time truly passed? Kikyo murmurs softly. Such an obvious sound, so close at hand. Ordinarily, Riteo would hear it, yet in her current state of panic, she pays it no heed. Inuyasha leaps from the mountainside. Catching sight of the longed-for Miko, Kikyo, his voice completely shatters Gao's tenuous resolve. Countless fragments of spiritual matter drift from Gao's body, only to be instantly absorbed into Kikyo's form. However, none present notice. Kikyo subtly gestures a spell with her fingers, ensuring that the souls entering her do not merge with her own, but are instead placed within a carefully arranged barrier. Of course, Kikyo feigns the act of absorbing the soul fragments. She ascends into the sky, her body encased in a pure white light. Moments later, as Gao's soul is entirely absorbed by Kikyo, she gently descends. Her closed eyes flutter open, revealing dark orbs imbued with a hint of coldness. Her gaze shifting past Riteo to settle upon the half-demon garbed in a white-haired fire rat robe. Inuyasha, so you are still alive. Why do you not perish? I apologize, Kikyo. I remain quite vibrant. Hearing Kikyo's irate tone, Inuyasha retorts with a scoff at this juncture. Why do you still approach me? Kikyo coldly replies, What have you done to me? Do you have no memory of it whatsoever? Hey, Riteo stands beside Kikyo, adopting a villainous grin. Kikyo, this individual known as Inuyasha, is the one who caused your demise 50 years ago. Your resentment has yet to be released. Has it? Kill Inuyasha and bid farewell to the past. Kikyo offers no response, and in the next moment, she vanishes from Riteo's line of sight. She positions herself behind Riteo, placing a hand atop her head. Even if you resurrect me, I am not a creature that you can control. Ah, Riteo screams as blue flames erupt from her head that in mere moments. She is reduced to ashes that in the chat group. Ding! Kikyo uploads the soul separation technique, the clay resurrection technique, and Uchiha Madara's clay resurrection technique. I wonder how it compares to the Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama. Observing Kikyo's uploads, Uchiha Madara feels a twinge of curiosity, yet he restrains himself. Having painstakingly gathered over 4,000 points, he cannot afford to squander them here. Inuyasha's world. After Kikyo vanquishes Riteo, her gaze returns to Inuyasha. Inuyasha, do you wish to attempt to kill me once more? Kikyo. Seeing Inuyasha stammer, Kikyo remains silent for a moment before gently raising her left hand. The bow and quiver in Granny Kied's possession seem to possess a mind of their own, soaring into Kikyo's grasp that in that case, perhaps I should take the initiative to resolve this. Wait, my lady. Granny Kied positions herself protectively behind Inuyasha, genuinely fearful that Kikyo may strike him down with a single arrow. She takes a breath and says, Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding. 50 years ago, Inuyasha was also attacked by you. My lady, that I am wondering if someone was instigating a rift between you and Inuyasha back then. Granny Kied articulates her speculation. Little Kied, even if your theory holds water, what of it? I'm already a corpse. Do you wish for me to return my soul to another? Kikyo drew back her sacred bow, knocking an arrow with intent. Her sister, Kied, opened her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Kikyo, whose spiritual power surged uncontrollably. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Step aside, Kied. This matter does not concern you. The spiritual energy released by Kikyo transformed into a torrent, propelling Kied away from Inuyasha, under Kikyo's deliberate control. Kied was not severely harmed by the force. Wait, are you truly going to strike? In the chat group, Spider, witnessing the live broadcast of Kikyo's murderous expression, was taken aback. Just moments ago, Kikyo had not conveyed such sentiments in the group. The world's foremost princess. This is the result of love turning into hatred. Do you understand, Spider? I had thought Kikyo would weep uncontrollably upon seeing Inuyasha, yet she appears so composed. Spider replied, Composed? Leader, she's preparing to take a life. Oh no. To slay a demon. The world's foremost princess continued. In the established future known to the group, Kikyo wept profusely upon encountering Inuyasha, almost as if she intended to drag him down to hell with her. Irina shivered. That sounds terrifying. Kikyo interjected, I intend to conduct an experiment. I harbor no thoughts of killing Inuyasha. Kikyo felt it necessary to clarify. Yes, she drew back her bow and knocked the arrow. She nearly faltered in her composure. The group, a gathering of onlookers, relished in the spectacle. How could she weep openly during a live broadcast? Even if her heart ached, she could not afford to reveal such vulnerability. She still had to maintain her presence in the group afterward. Never mind, I must finish this task swiftly and conclude. The emotions she had nurtured for so long were dissipated in mere minutes by the chatter in the group. Compared to her emotional self in the original narrative, sustained by resentment and solitude, needing to confide in Inuyasha for solace, the current Kikyo was far more rational. After all, the group consisted of an eclectic mix of members who had witnessed numerous events across different worlds, broadening their perspectives greatly. Some things might be difficult to let go of, but they were not entirely impossible. With a whoosh, the arrow shot straight toward the ground beneath Inuyasha's feet. Startled, he leapt aside to avoid it. The impact created a massive crater. As Inuyasha landed safely, he was drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that having just been revived, his limbs were still unaccustomed to movement. Next time, he would surely hit his target. A familiar voice reached him, causing Inuyasha to shiver as he looked up at Kikyo, just in time to see her drawing back her bow once more. Inuyasha panicked. "Kikyo, do you truly wish to kill me? I have died once." "Inuyasha, you are still alive? Do you not find that unjust? Are you still the Kikyo I once knew?" His eyes widened in disbelief. If it were 50 years ago, Kikyo would never have spoken thus. "Farewell, Inuyasha." With a release of her fingertips, a potent spiritual force accompanied the arrow as it flew toward Inuyasha's heart. This time, Kikyo would not miss. She could not afford to. How infuriating. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy barreling toward him, Inuyasha drew Tetsusaiga, preparing to confront the impending attack. The clash of immense spiritual energy against Inuyasha's demonic power created a fierce struggle. However, Kikyo's energy, infused in the arrow, ultimately surpassed his. Tetsusaiga lost its transformed state amidst the confrontation. As the arrow, radiating pure spiritual energy, neared Inuyasha, a sudden drop in the energy's intensity occurred. "What?" Kikyo gasped. Countless fragments of souls erupted from her body, swiftly converging upon Kagome, who lay in the pool below. The arrow aimed at Inuyasha lost all potency due to Kikyo's unstable spiritual energy. Kikyo cast a glance at the pool behind her, her thoughts inscrutable, then staggered to her feet. Ignoring Inuyasha, she turned and walked away into the distance. "Wait, Kikyo!" Inuyasha called out, attempting to pursue her, but before he could take 2 steps, he found himself ensnared. Binding spell number 61. Six-staff light prison. In an instant, Inuyasha's body was completely immobilized by golden energy constructs. "Kikyo!" he shouted, but she did not turn back. "Inuyasha, our relationship ended 50 years ago that I cannot fully trust you, nor can you trust me completely. Let today mark the conclusion of everything. Take good care of the girl by your side. Her name is Kagome, not Kikyo." With that, Kikyo resumed her stride, moving further away. She gazed at the azure sky, feeling no trace of longing for what lay behind her. Inuyasha struggled against the six-staff light prison, expending immense effort to finally break free. "Kikyo!" He sniffed the air but detected no trace of her scent. "Kagome!" Realization struck him, and he hurried to find her. Hearing her name, Kagome slowly opened her eyes. Exhaustion etched across her face. "Thank goodness, Kagome is awake!" Shippo exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Kagome, are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Keed asked, her voice laced with concern. "No, I'm fine," Kagome replied, struggling to sit up, a hand pressed against her forehead. "I have so many new memories in my mind. Are they Kikyo's memories?" Keed inquired further. Based on what just transpired, it seems Kagome's soul has returned to her body, perhaps acquiring some of Kikyo's memories due to the reincarnation. "There's nothing related to me. It's merely an influx of techniques and methods for utilizing spiritual energy that IT feels as if someone deliberately crammed these things into my mind," though Kagome did not voice it. Everyone present could guess who that someone was. Kikyo. But why would Kikyo do such a thing? The question left the group in silent contemplation. After much discussion, they could find no answers and decided to depart. Meanwhile, Kikyo floated high above, enveloped in a faint barrier that concealed her presence. She gazed downwards, waiting until Inuyasha and his companions had left before allowing herself to exhale in relief. Manipulating the barrier, she descended to the ground. Upon landing, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. In the chat group, the live broadcast continued. Many members noticed Kikyo's weakened state. "Yo, Asakura. Kikyo, you are truly reckless as a spirit. You connect with the living souls. You and that girl, Kagome, share a reincarnated bond. Do you not fear your own soul being drained?" Kikyo responded, "I am merely doing what I feel is necessary, a farewell to 50 years past." Leaning against a tree, Kikyo sat on the ground, her breath slightly labored. In the world of Shaman King, Yo stood atop the shoulder of the fire spirit, observing the chat group's content with a gentle smile. Her stubbornness is quite reminiscent of Anna. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Belial watched the live broadcast with keen attention. In contrast to others, she scrutinized the details more closely. Kikyo's first arrow aimed to purify Inuyasha's feet, clearly allowing him to evade. The second arrow, a sealing arrow, was blocked by Tetsusaiga as for Kikyo's earlier claim of not being accustomed to her first shot. It was a mere ruse to mislead Inuyasha. She spoke of severing the past, while simultaneously transferring her techniques to Kagome through a fusion of souls. One could not help but admire her audacity, as Wang Yi stated. If Kikyo were to sever her connection with Gao without prompt, it may not merely result in injury, but rather, her very soul could be consumed entirely by Gao's essence. The soul of the living possesses a far greater capacity for consumption than that of the deceased. Moreover, the similarity in the frequency of Kikyo and Gao souls is, to a certain extent, even closer than that of twins. Kikyo remains excessively kind, dash-hearted, at this moment. In the Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke stood outside the barracks, a pair of black-framed glasses perched upon his nose, complemented by a broad captain's haori, presenting an image of an earnest individual. The scenes from the chat group unfolded one by one before the eyes of this familiar-faced captain. An intriguing soul, wielding a semi-spiritual form, could release binding spells of level 60 or above without incantation. It is truly exciting to ponder what degree of power she could attain upon completely abandoning that shattered corporeal form. However, given the disparity of worlds, it is unlikely that there exists a Zanpakuto in this realm. Weapons associated with souls may perhaps relate to her proficiency with bows and arrows. Of course, it is also possible that nothing will manifest at all. Aizen Sosuke, however, did not concern himself with such matters. After all, Kikyo utilizing Kid was merely an experiment that he had completed at present. Aizen was more preoccupied with Inuyasha and that peculiar demon sword. The demons of that world are, in a sense, somewhat akin to hollows. It would be splendid if he could capture a few to observe. He wondered if such an opportunity would arise in the future. Aizen gazed at the H-Gyoku in his hand, his fingertips idly toying with it. Were it not for the desire to avoid being scrutinized by the Dragon Balls, he might have wished upon them to perfect the H-Gyoku, from the words of the group leader in the past. Aizen Sosuke was well aware that wishing on the Dragon Balls likely entailed Shunran collecting laws from various worlds. Therefore, to circumvent any uncertain variables, despite having amassed enough points to utilize the Dragon Balls, Aizen had no intention of employing them just yet. Aizen Captain! Aizen Captain! A girl with a round bun hairstyle, dressed in Shinigami attire and wooden sandals, approached at a hurried pace. Aizen casually hooked the H-Gyoku away within his clothing. "Is there something you need, Vice Captain Hinamori?" Aizen inquired with a congenial smile. "Captain, that 3rd Division Captain, Ikamura-jin, says he wishes to speak with you, though he did not specify the matter. Oh, I see." Aizen gently pressed down on Hinamori's bun of black hair. "What are you worried about, Vice Captain Hinamori?" Hinamori hesitated for a moment before speaking. The 3rd Division Captain gives off a rather unsettling aura, like that of a cold, venomous snake. You must be cautious when meeting him. Although such words should not have been uttered, especially not by her as the Vice Captain, Hinamori chose to trust her captain in his presence. "Fear not. We are both captains. Ikamura-jin is not quite as dreadful as you perceive." "Oh dear, it seems I've overheard something quite unpleasant." A voice, slightly sharp yet calm, resonated, laced with a hint of irritation at that moment. The 3rd Division Captain, Ikamura-jin, stepped into the barracks. Ikamaru, Captain, Hinamori's demeanor became flustered. "Why did you enter without waiting for an announcement?" At that moment, Hinamori resembled a thief caught in the act. Aizen patted her shoulder and stepped forward to shield her behind him. "Ikamaru, Captain, is it not rather inappropriate to enter another division's barracks without permission?" Aizen adjusted his glasses as he spoke. "Oh, come now. I was merely in a hurry," Ikamaru replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hinamori for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Aizen. "Captain, the Soul Commander has requested for you and me to visit the Central Spiritual Arts Academy to instruct the students. Surely you have not forgotten. However, your Vice Captain casually slandering her captain is quite a grave offense. You know, Ikamaru, Captain, that assertion is rather flawed. After all, your face hardly inspires confidence in your benevolence." Upon hearing Aizen's words, Ikamaru's expression momentarily froze. He wanted to retort, "You think you appear virtuous?" but refrained, knowing well that Aizen was far from it. Manipulating the feelings of his vice captain, while expecting her gratitude, was truly despicable that you're such a dog. Especially considering Hinamori, who is currently shielded behind Aizen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ikamaru felt a twinge of pity for the girl, wondering how she would fare without Aizen's protection in the future. Aizen, Captain, shall we proceed? It would be unkind to keep the Academy's students waiting. Ikamaru forced a smile, fearing he might be tempted to draw his Zanpakuto and stab Aizen in the chest. Very well, but you must cease pursuing my vice-captain regarding this matter, understood? Aizen added. Upon hearing this, Ikamaru's eye twitched. Of course. After all, she is your beloved vice-captain, and I am not one to be petty. Subsequently, Aizen, Sasuke, and Ikamaru Jin exited the barracks. Before departing, Aizen reminded Hinamori not to worry, assuring her that he would protect her, no matter the circumstance. Once outside, Ikamaru glanced at Aizen Sasuke beside him. Aizen, Captain, do you truly hold your vice-captain in such high regard? What does it matter, Jin? I am merely responding to the child's admiration. After all, time is limited. Let this beautiful dream linger a while longer. There is no need to shatter it just yet, Aizen replied, lifting his gaze to the sky before leisurely responding that that's so. Then you are indeed benevolent, Ikamaru grinned, revealing his teeth. I in the realm of destruction. Bellies, yawning, arose from her bed and rubbed her sleepy eyes that I am utterly exhausted. The work of a destroyer god is so unremarkable. Casually dressing, Bellies exited her room. However, the angel Kusu stood outside the door. Good morning, Lady Bellies. What morning? We are not on a planet, Bellies yawned repeatedly. Kusu, how long have I slept? 2 weeks, Bellies. I felt no passage of time. It seems as though it passed in an instant. Perhaps you have adapted to the work of a destroyer god, in order to control the destructive power within themselves. Destroyer gods typically stabilize it through sleep, much like meditation on certain planets. Some destroyer gods can sleep for tens of thousands of years. I recall that in the 14th universe, there was an exceedingly slothful destroyer god who, due to excessive slumber, caused the death of the Supreme Kai, ultimately leading to a chaotic demise. Bellies. However, you need not worry about such matters. Kusu, noticing the expression of disbelief on Bellies' face, explained that destroyer god and the Supreme Kai had a symbiotic relationship. If the Supreme Kai perished, the destroyer god would also meet their end. Upon hearing Kusu's explanation, Bellies recalled that during her visit to the Omni King's palace, neither the Omni King nor the Grand Priest had mentioned this. Nor had there been any reference to her learning the creative powers of the Supreme K. It was as if they were entirely indifferent to the matter. Speaking of the Supreme Kai, I seem to have not seen the Grand Priest or the Omni King arrange for my Supreme Kai. Bellies questioned. You are not aware? Kusu tilted her head, her voice tinged with surprise. The Grand Priest gave you that rune-inscribed note, which essentially means he has already sold me to you. Bellies. In simple terms, the laws of the entire universe state that, aside from actions the Omni King wishes to undertake, such as erasing universes, he will not interfere with the 10th universe in any matters that do not drastically reduce the universal coefficients. In other words, the majority of laws established when a universe was formed do not apply to the current 10th universe. Even the Omni King and the Grand Priest, if they wish to measure the coefficients of the 10th universe, can only do so by calculating the overall universal coefficient and subtracting the coefficients of other universes to derive our universe's composite coefficient. It may seem that there is no distinction, yet it appears that there exists a significant difference. Keisai continued, saying, the pact established between you and me essentially binds us completely. Should your strength surpass mine, then my power will also ascend in tandem, to a degree contingent upon the limits you can attain. And if, perchance, Lady Perilous were to be slain, I too would meet my demise, much like the current relationship between the High Priest and the Omni King. Is that so? Perilous mused, feeling contemplative. She had not anticipated the profound connection between the High Priest and the Omni King. However, Keisai, regarding the secrets surrounding the High Priest and the Omni King, is it truly appropriate for you to divulge such matters to me? Fear not, Keisai replied, shaking her head. The present High Priest is merely my father, and he once imparted teachings upon us. Should we become adversaries, he would not show mercy. Perilous responded, is the High Priest's method of teaching not fraught with the risk of fostering a future where parental love is overshadowed by filial piety. Therefore, dear Lady Perilous, for the sake of our universe's future, let us strive diligently. I have a question, Perilous inquired. Does your immunity to the laws of the universe imply that you can act without restraint? Angels, even if not the most formidable, can effortlessly vanquish 12 gods of destruction. Keisai retorted, such power necessitates caution. Please abandon this perilous notion. I am merely an angel not well versed in combat. From another perspective, angels can only be regarded as the superior substitutes of the Kaioshin. The existence of the Kaioshin serves to amalgamate the destructive energies within the gods of destruction, preventing them from going berserk. Meanwhile, the role of angels is to adeptly guide the gods of destruction in wielding their destructive power. Isn't that what I was merely pondering? Perilous chuckled awkwardly. I also wish to engage in battles with other gods of destruction in the future. If I am outmatched, I would call for assistance. You should focus on your cultivation and avenge Lord Ramsay, as you have been quite lax these past few days. The angel's staff struck Perilous gently on the forehead, and she made no resistance, merely sticking out her tongue that I do not wish for this either, but I sense that my strength has reached an impasse. What about transformation? Due to the contract, Keisai detected a formidable force within Perilous. Were you not to practice in your normal state? Perilous pondered for a moment before speaking. That state, to be frank, is beyond my control. That it is not the ordinary Scion transformation. The typical Scion transformation merely influences personality. However, with the emergence of that state, Perilous feared that transforming into a Super Scion owl could become exceedingly troublesome, especially following Ramsay's death and the unexpected appearance of a new transformation after chasing Zamasu. Though it was fleeting, had she not sensed the peril of her consciousness being obliterated and suppressed the transformation with sheer will, the entire universe might have faced annihilation. That was 5 years ago. Shortly after Ramsay's death, when divine power had yet to be fully bestowed 0.5 years prior, Perilous had not yet mastered the state of destructive power. Without utilizing this power, her strength was merely at the level of a Super Scion 2nd grade. And now, Keisai, I cannot control that state. I fear something may go awry. Hence, I have almost fused the destructive power, the creative force, and the Scion transformation bloodline's power laws together. Such a transformation seems to equate to my current normal state. But that is precisely what is terrifying. That is not a mere ordinary Super Scion transformation. The power of a Super Scion, once the base strength reaches a certain threshold, results in a diminishing return of the transformation's effects or multipliers. It is akin to Dragon Ball Super, where a character barely able to contend in their normal state, upon transforming into a Super Scion, exhibits little to no enhancement in power 50 times. If calculated thusly, an opponent barely able to withstand one in their normal state would be obliterated upon transformation. But has that ever truly occurred? For instance, when Son Goku faced off against the 3 dogs of the 9th universe. The difference in power was negligible whether he transformed or not. Aside from the significant disparity with Super Saiyan 3, the rest were fundamentally similar. This phenomenon was particularly evident during the Tournament of Power against the Saiyan Kefla of the 6th universe. To provide another example, take Super Broly. After Vegeta's Super Red was repelled, Goku took advantage of a moment's respite and managed to hold his own in his normal state. The disparity was not considerable, merely incomprehensible. Since the advent of Dragon Ball Super, the strength of the gods of destruction has consistently risen. During the Tournament of Power, could Goku's Ultra Instinct truly triumph over an official god of destruction? Absolutely impossible. For example, in the manga, Vegeta, who was on the verge of mastering the destructive power, was effortlessly dismantled by Beerus in just a few blows. Only upon becoming an official god of destruction did Perilous grasp the vast gulf between a god of destruction endowed with divine status and a candidate. The sheer might of an official god of destruction in full power is unfathomable to a mere candidate, akin to assimilating the laws of an entire universe within one's being, with one's essence reaching an unimaginable zenith. Lady Perilous, should we venture to the Void Realm to test our prowess? Keisai mused for a moment before proposing to Perilous. However, Perilous remained somewhat apprehensive. Fear not, Lady Perilous. My strength has not been augmented. Keisai clarified. In other words, even if you were to transform, you would still be unable to best me. Perilous's cheeks twitched slightly. Though true, it was somewhat disheartening. Enjoying Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a god of destruction. Please add to your collection. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a god of destruction. Chapter 62. The Battle in the Void Realm. The Void Realm exists as an otherworldly space, isolated from all other dimensions. Access to this place typically requires the guidance of the High Priest. However, as the eldest sister among all angels, Keisai, having shed the constraints of the universe, can directly enter the Void Realm. At this moment, Perilous and the angel Keisai hovered within the confines of the Void Realm. Shall we create a battleground? Lady Perilous? Keisai inquired. Unnecessary. This suffices. Perilous, adorned in her god of destruction regalia, shook her head. Very well, then we may commence. Keisai, wielding her staff, wore an expression of tranquility. In the blink of an eye, Perilous's figure vanished from Keisai's sight, only to reappear behind her the next moment. With a fist enveloped in fierce energy, she launched a powerful strike towards Keisai. Keisai grasped her staff and positioned it behind her, using the gem-tipped end to block the incoming blow. When the angel's staff resonated with a subtle tremor, Keisai was propelled backward by the recoil, slowly turning to face Perilous, still clad in her purple angelic gown, with the angelic staff firmly in hand. Your power has increased significantly, Lady Perilous, Keisai remarked softly. Yet, it remains insufficient. You still have a considerable distance to bridge before reaching Lord Ramsay's level. Then behold this technique. Perilous raised her palm, unleashing a colossal destructive sphere the size of a planet towards Keisai. As the massive purple destructive orb approached, Keisai lifted her angelic staff. In an instant, a pristine white luminescence emanated from the staff. The crimson destructive sphere, illuminated by the brilliance, diminished visibly, vanishing entirely in mere moments. The powers of angels and gods of destruction are nearly equivalent, yet diametrically opposed. Utilizing forces of the same magnitude allows for the complete negation of destructive energy. Keisai continued to enlighten Perilous. I am aware. I have also learned much over these past few years. Reappearing behind Keisai with the technique of instantaneous movement, Perilous swiftly executed her next move. Yet as Keisai turned, Perilous declared, Solar Flare. The wind-up is far too grand. Lady Perilous, Keisai swiftly conjured a transparent mirror capable of deflecting light before her. A fist surged from behind, and a look of confusion crossed Keisai's face. However, utilizing her extraordinary innate skill, Ultra Instinct, she retreated 2 steps, evading the rear assault with agility. Have you developed a new skill? Upon witnessing 2 nearly identical Belizes standing side by side, Keisai was taken aback. Moreover, it appeared that there were not merely 2. She sensed 2 more identical presences behind her. Dividing her divine energy into 4 parts was a rather imprudent decision to know. Keisai, I am well aware that I cannot defeat you, but if I do not proceed this way, I fear I shall be unable to control that powered. Keisai paid little heed, her gaze fixated on the Belizes surrounding her in all directions. The immense energy was so overwhelming that it rendered her body incapable of bearing it, thus prompting her to disperse her energy before transforming as a seasoned angel. Keisai quickly grasped Belai's intentions. With 4 entities, the mental toll would indeed be far more severe. I understand that. Rather than risking a transformation that could potentially overwhelm my consciousness with overwhelming energy, this method of gradually expending mental power allows for a more manageable adaptation. The 4-body fist, a technique previously employed by Tenshinhan during his battle with Goku. Truth be told, this technique proved far more practical than Piccolo's doppelganger training, primarily designed for training purposes. Furthermore, Belais had devoted considerable time to mastering this technique. Thus, it begins. Since becoming a god of destruction, Belais had never utilized this transformation, although she had gleaned insights on how to transform after that fleeting moment. She dared not proceed without assurance. The fear of her consciousness spiraling out of control, potentially annihilating the entire universe, loomed large. There was a genuine possibility that Xeno would intervene and erase her. Over the years, she had sought solutions to mitigate this peril. With the angels in slumber, She found no means to seek assistance from others. That it was only after the recent awakening of the chat group and their journey to Teyvat that she learned some invaluable insights. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of training is rather broad. Particularly, non-divine training primarily revolves around energy. Without energy, one could be effortlessly defeated in an instant. The essence of life, energy, and the soul can be categorized into three aspects in the Dragon Ball realm. The essence represents the level of life. Energy signifies the breath of life, and the soul embodies the spirit. Even the so-called divine realms attained by Vegeta and Goku merely involve enhancing energy to a divine level, offering little actual improvement in terms of life and soul. Otherwise, the deceased Frieza would not have been so easily vanquished by King Yama. The pale energy surged upward. 4 radiant beams illuminated the realm of nothingness. A formidable energy weighed down upon Balai's pale aura. KSI murmured. The explosive energy persisted for nearly half a minute. My assumption was correct. By dispersing the energy, I can manage to control it. Observing the 4 versions of herself surrounding KSI, she sensed an almost unparalleled, terrifying energy. That hair resembles that of a hedgehog. A white Super Saiyan 3. Nonsense, this is certainly not Super Saiyan 3. Even in her normal state, she could easily seize Majin Buu by the head. Pressing his face against the ground along the equator of Earth, Kisai, be cautious. Her gaze shifted to the serene angel Kisai, who stood at the center of her 4 selves. Very well. And no sooner had the words left her lips than KSI felt a powerful impact. With a swift motion, KSI brandished her staff, deflecting the incoming punch. The resultant shockwave radiated outward from the 2 figures. But that was not the end. A voice emerged from behind, and KSI merely leapt upwards, causing Balai's to miss her target entirely. Another Balai's launched an assault, an onslaught of fists so dense their shadows were nearly imperceptible. Yet KSI effortlessly evaded, refraining from retaliation. Above KSI, a figure suddenly appeared, belonging to the 4th Balai's. Super Energy Cannon. The 3 Balai's restraining KSI simultaneously utilized instant transmission, swiftly relocating before being struck by the overhead energy wave. The terrifying energy wave traversed the realm of nothingness, creating a dazzling galaxy within the fabric of space. KSI too was engulfed by this immense wave of energy. However, following the energy surge, Balai's remained unwavering, her gaze fixed on the gradually dissipating energy, revealing the pristine barrier in its wake. Utilizing her angelic staff as a fulcrum, KSI conjured a barrier, encasing herself within its protective confines. You have made significant progress compared to 5 years ago, Lady Balai's, KSI remarked, her voice laced with admiration, as the barrier emanating from the glass orb atop her staff began to fade before swiftly disappearing. Shall we conclude? After the recent skirmish, KSI could roughly ascertain her god of destruction's current power level. Of course, this pertained to the strength of the 4 Balai's after dispersing their energy, rather than the level she had envisioned. KSI, what follows is the true battle. You must remain vigilant, Balai stated after a moment of silence. Transforming into her current state, Balai sensed that if she were to reclaim the energy of her 4 selves, her Scion bloodline would undoubtedly revert to a more primitive form. This regression might not significantly alter her appearance, but the uncontrollable sensation it evoked left her deeply unsettled. Balai's inhaled deeply. The 3 doppelgangers, aside from her original self, became translucent and gradually vanished. As the 3 manifestations dispersed, the energy emanating from Balai's surged once again, geometrically escalating. The magnitude of this energy dwarfed that of moments prior, leaving KSI, who had remained composed, momentarily astonished. Her hair, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, began to shimmer with a layer of white light. The once tranquil energy now transformed into something far more volatile. This energy was now on par with that of Lord Lamsey. A streak of white light traversed the realm of nothingness, accompanied by a barrage of heavy punches. Boom! Upon impact, a powerful energy field erupted around KSI. She swiftly retreated from the explosive cloud, gazing at the distant Balai's. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness. The current level was entirely different from before. Though as an angel, even without combat prowess, Her overall strength surpassed that of a god of destruction. She could effortlessly subdue her own god of destruction in this transformed state. However, Xi's intention was not to defeat Belize, but rather to observe her development and the growth in her abilities over the years, so as to establish a better training regimen for the future. KSI could not afford to teach Belize as she would any ordinary god of destruction. She had detached herself from the universe. From a different perspective, she had become what was once her disciple, now serving as the guide for the current god of destruction. Though she could not foresee the heights Belize might attain in the future, she would offer assistance as long as she was able. KSI shifted her staff to her left hand, slightly squeezing her somewhat numb palm. The ferocious energy felt entirely dissimilar to the Zen-like mastery she had taught. It resembled a manifestation of bloodline potential, an evolution following the amalgamation with the power of destruction. KSI scrutinized, but I could see that moment. Belize's demeanor appeared exceedingly indifferent. Her once soft white hair had transformed into sharp, snow-white spikes, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Accompanied by the intensely pale energy enveloping her, she emanated an aura that was utterly forbidding to others. Whoosh! Belize once again vanished from Xi's sight. Instant transmission? No, that was incorrect. There were no traces of spatial distortion. While KSI pondered this, Belize had already arrived before her, extending her fist in a powerful strike aimed at KS. This merely a matter of speed. KSI nimbly evaded, her angelic staff in hand. Lightly flicking the wrist of Belisai as the latter's fist thundered towards her, skillfully misaligning the attack. With a swift motion, she transferred the staff from her left hand to her right, narrowly missing the terrifying gust of wind generated by Belisai's fist, which even caused her ethereal white hair to flutter slightly. In the very next moment, as KSI dodged Belisai's onslaught, Belisai launched another barrage of punches. Countless fists transformed into mere afterimages, relentlessly striking towards KSI's body from all directions. She weaved left and right, spun and leaped, and despite Belisai's formidable strength, KSI's exceptional technique rendered her efforts fruitless. A roar akin to that of a wild beast erupted, a powerful shockwave surging forth. And in a moment of inattentiveness, KSI was swept away by the force of this explosion. Had her consciousness been engulfed? A grave expression crossed KSI's face. If that were the case, she would have to incapacitate Lady Belisai first. KSI, I implore you, grant me a moment. What? A voice suddenly echoed her mind, causing KSI to furrow her brows. Lady Belisai, the voice was tinged with uncertainty. I have devised a method to gain control. Could you please restrain my body for a moment? I require some time, but I shall do my utmost. But be cautious, for this matter concerns the soul. Do you understand? Although KSI was unsure of Belisai's intentions, she still cautioned her. Very well. As the voice faded from her mind, she observed Belisai's pupils losing focus entirely. After a moment's hesitation, KSI resolved to act according to Belisai's wishes. She swiftly advanced towards Belisai. With a roar, Belisai brought her palms together at the front, unleashing a colossal wave of pure white energy that surged straight towards KSI. Seeing this, KSI quickly evaded. However, just as she dodged the energy wave, Belisai's figure reappeared to her left, delivering a fierce kick. KSI blocked the incoming strike with the tip of her staff and retreated to evade further attacks. Following the failed assault, Belisai spread her arms wide, relentlessly firing energy spheres in KSI's direction. The barrage of luminous orbs shot forth like a torrential downpour, their blinding brilliance leaving little room for escape. Even for the adept, KSI raised her staff and whispered softly. A barrier materialized, enveloping her swiftly. The energy spheres crashed against the barrier without hesitation, producing a series of explosive sounds and stirring up clouds of dust. Taking advantage of the obscured vision, Belisai's speed was astounding as she darted behind KSI. With fingers interlaced, she delivered a powerful downward strike. Unbelievable ripples coursed through the barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. Witnessing the violent, destructive force entwined around Belisai's hands, KSI hastily dispelled the barrier. With the obstruction gone, Belisai's descending fist knocked her off balance, nearly causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, KSI gently tapped Belisai's back, concealed beneath her flowing white hair. Almost instantaneously, Belisai was sent flying, the intensity of the power began to stabilize, and the frenzied sensation subsided. Throughout their combat, Keisai had distinctly sensed the fluctuations of energy within Belisai. Thus, she decided to stall a little longer. Time passed, and within the realm of the Destroyer God, Keisai returned with Belisai from the void. As Belisai's feet touched the ground, a terrifying crack rapidly spread across the entire domain of the Destroyer God. Oh, I have exercised utmost caution in my control. Belisai gazed at Keisai with wide, watery eyes. Sighing, Keisai lightly tapped the ground with the end of her angelic staff, swiftly mending the fissures. Lady Belisai, you shall maintain this state for your training until you become accustomed to it. Can I revert back? Belisai questioned hesitantly. Your current energy has exceeded the limits of your body and soul. It is solely due to the transformation and ancestral bloodline that the threshold has been forcibly raised, allowing you to barely sustain it. Reverting to your normal state is not impossible. However, do you wish to sleep for several centuries to fully stabilize the energy within you? Keisai perceived Belisai's thoughts and noted that while not excessively long, many Destroyer gods would count their slumber in millennia. Let's skip that. Belisai's lips twitched. Several centuries. How many of those foolish friends would still be alive? How long would it take for me to revert? Once you have straightened out those spiky hairs caused by excessive energy and contained the rampant energy within your body to a manageable level, you'll be able to return. However, by that time, you may not even need a transformation. This state would essentially become your norm. Most transformations arise from an inability to sustain high energy loads, leading to what is termed a battle form. Very well. I shall do my best, Belisai pouted, dismissing the thought of sleeping for centuries. Although her current predicament was vexing, it was still manageable. Cautiously, Belisai made her way back to her chamber. She no longer wished to dwell on it, simply hoping for a moment of rest. As long as she didn't fall into a deep slumber, she could maintain her transformed state. Crack. The bed broke. It split right down the middle. Belisai, I barely touched it, and hadn't even fully laid down yet. Do you know how much of a blow this is to my fragile psyche? One might think I was engaged in some vigorous activity. Liking Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the Destroyer God. Please bookmark Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the Destroyer God. Chapter 64. Spider-Child Shiroji. Spider-Child. Woo, it's been so many days since I saw the group leader. I miss her. Uchiha Madara. Do you know where the group leader has gone? Ever since the last time the group leader mentioned a world mission to Sasuke, her avatar has not lit up since. Uchiha Madara. I am merely a humble administrator. How would I know the leader's affairs? Besides, we are not from the same world. Uchiha Madara. Irina, do not call me old man. I merely appear older due to my avatar, but in reality, I am younger than many. Jirfu. Their ages are several times mine. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Why does Irina refer to Ing as not by name or sister, and call Jirfu not brother but teacher? Yet when it comes to him, it turns into grandpa, clearly the influence of this dim-witted spider child. Ing, actually, Uchiha Madara, I am still quite young, truly. Most of the time, I am in slumber. My real age should not be significant. Jirfu, as the strongest mage in the fairy tale world, he cannot comprehend why Ing is so concerned about age. They're all at least several hundred years old, that world's first princess. Ah, I seem to have stumbled upon something amusing. Someone has been super doubled. Uchiha Madara. The group leader often pops up when discussing nonsensical matters. Upon seeing the familiar nickname on the public screen, Spider-Child was ecstatic. Spider-Child, group leader, I finally see you. I thought something had happened to you, world's first princess. What could happen to me? I just spend more time on cultivation, world's first princess. Huh. Spider-Child, have you become a deity? Have I been offline for too long? Spider-Child, become a deity? What the heck? You can't mean that I must become a deity to revert to human form, right? Half human, half spider. Spider-Child, having experienced initial confusion, suddenly recalled a certain show lie, along with the evil god D, and a ludicrous idea began to form, world's first princess. Ah, did I say something? I didn't say anything. Seeing Spider-Child's avatar transformed in a human form, still with white hair and long eyelashes, reminded Belisai of Spider-Child's human appearance. Spider-Child. Woo, the group leader bullies me. You just said that to deceive me. The world's most esteemed princess. Very well. I concede that I previously stated that only by achieving divinity can one fully transform into the appearance of a human. Spider Child. Ah, indeed, it seems so. The expression on Spider Child's face was one of utter dejection. Despite having evolved to an incomprehensible level, she remains merely a half-human, half-spider entity, with no clear path to revert entirely back to humanity. This is precisely why Spider Child incessantly murmurs about the group leader. Aizen Sasuke, most esteemed princess in the realm of Spider Child, must one attain divinity to assume the human form among other races? Within the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke possesses a relatively profound understanding of Spider Child, who often engages actively in the group. Furthermore, Spider Child occasionally shares intimate photographs with the Demon King, indisputably feeding the other members with a dose of envy. The world's most esteemed princess. Indeed, what seems to be the problem? Aizen Sasuke, Spider Child's close friend, the Demon King Ariel, has not attained divinity. If her true form is that of Spider Child, how does she maintain her human guise? The world's most esteemed princess. Such excessive curiosity can be detrimental. However, it is permissible to inform you. The Demon King Ariel is, in fact, human. Aizen Sasuke. I see. Ultimately, being a being transformed by the Hogyoku, Aizen Sasuke readily deduces the nature of the Demon King Ariel from the group's leader's assertions. Meanwhile, a certain spider nearly drops her jaw in astonishment. Spider Child. Spider Child. Is this truly the case? The world's most esteemed princess. More genuine than pearls, Spider Child. Have you encountered Potamus? Spider Child. The leader of the elven race? I did engage him in battle previously. But midway through, the Demon King Ariel descended from the heavens and obliterated Potamus with a single stomp, although it appeared that the one crushed was merely a machine. Moreover, the tone and manner in which Ariel addressed Potamus. One could hardly believe there was no personal vendetta involved. The world's most esteemed princess, Spider Child, what I am about to disclose, the Demon King has not mentioned to you, so it is best that you treat it as unknown. Do you understand, Spider Child? Why is that? The world's most esteemed princess. Ariel was originally human, while Potamus has always been the leader of the elven race. In a certain sense, Potamus is the father of the Demon King Ariel. Spider Child. Spider Child gazes in disbelief. An elven father? A human Demon King? Ariel, Spider Child. Leader, you cannot be implying what I think you are. The world's most esteemed princess, precisely as you suspect. Spider Child, why would he do such a thing? All that comes to Spider Child's mind are the words cyborg. The elven leader Potamus abducted Ariel from humanity, transforming her into the primordial spider. The world's most esteemed princess. Although Potamus may not possess the strength of the current Demon King, he certainly has the capability to slay the Demon King. Given this premise, what do you surmise to be Potamus's motivation for such actions? Spider Child. To attain divinity, Spider Child has an inkling of the answer, yet remains uncertain. The world's most esteemed princess. Who knows? By the way, Little White, since you have evolved to the final stage of the system, according to my agreement with D, she will administer a test for you. Spider Child. The world's most esteemed princess. I'm unclear about the specifics of the test. It may very well align with D's own peculiar predilections. Upon hearing the group leader's words, Spider Child is instantly gripped by fear. Spider Child. Can I opt out? The world's most esteemed princess. Of course, Spider Child, that's splendid. The world's most esteemed princess. The malevolent deity D has grown impatient with Chiu Lai. And should you fail to attain divinity and pass her test within a certain time frame, the planet may very well face destruction. Spider Child. What do you mean if she does not attain divinity? The planet will be doomed. That sounds alarmist, does it not? So, she remains the hope of the entire world. Liking Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please save Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 65. Konoha. Obstructing peace in the shinobi world. Spider Child. What must I do to attain divinity? She does not wish to perish, after all the effort to become half-human. Half-spider. Dying would be a tremendous waste. The world's most esteemed princess. I cannot disclose that to you, as it is part of my accord with D. If you proceed according to the circumstances, you will undoubtedly find an opportunity, I can only tell you that your chance for divinity lies within an ancient ruin. The world's most esteemed princess. Of course, this pertains to what you will accomplish in the future. As for whether joining the chat group will lead to any changes, I cannot say for certain. Regardless, it is not a matter of great significance to me, Spider Child. I knew it. The group leader is a riddle-loving individual who enjoys toying with spiders. Bellies does not disclose the intricate details to Spider Child. Some matters, when spoken of vaguely, are more likely to remain intact. Once clarified, unforeseen changes may arise. In the original narrative, Spider Child attaining divinity is an exceedingly unexpected event. In truth, even if Spider Child does not achieve divinity, it matters little. Such deities are hardly of consequence, and even Dee herself does not particularly care, merely finding Spider Child amusing and granting her an opportunity. Having recounted Spider Child's tale, Bellies reflects on another matter within the chat group. She wonders how Uchiha Sasuke is contemplating the situation that, of course, whether he declines or agrees, does not elicit much emotional response from Bellies. At most, the collection of the laws of the Naruto world would be somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke will undoubtedly utilize the Dragon Balls. Gathering the laws of the Naruto world should not be overly difficult. And as for how the two will employ the Dragon Balls, Bellies has no intention of interceding. The world's most esteemed princess, Uchiha Sasuke, are you present? Uchiha Sasuke. I am here, leader. The world's most esteemed princess. How have you considered the matter? Would you agree? You may act according to your own judgment. There is no need to worry about my displeasure. Uchiha Sasuke. This matter was previously mentioned to me by Madara, yet I remain uncertain how to gain the genuine recognition of the majority of those alive in the shinobi world. The world's most esteemed princess. Any approach will suffice. The system will assess the recognition of the living in the shinobi world towards you through its rules. When it exceeds 50%, you may regard your task as complete. The world's most esteemed princess. To be candid, only when you achieve over half recognition can I, through the rules of the chat group, bring your planet into my jurisdiction. The world's most esteemed princess. At that point, I will revive you and your brother Izuna as a reward for the completion of your task. The world's most esteemed princess. However, this is limited to that singular occasion. Even I cannot arbitrarily contravene the life and death tenets of my jurisdiction. Otherwise, it would significantly impact the laws of my universe. The final statement is purely a ruse, yet it is best to refrain from violating the boundaries of life and death, as excessive ambiguity in these realms may adversely affect the development of the universe. Uchiha Madara. Most esteemed princess, should I assist Uchiha Sasuke in fulfilling his world task? What shall I receive? The world's most esteemed princess. How about the resurrection of you and your brother Izuna? Uchiha Madara. Very well. I accept. Uchiha Madara appears to fear that the leader may retract her offer. Points are a resource to conserve, especially since he does not intend to utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi. The group leader, the world's most esteemed princess, announces a world task, the task world being the Naruto world. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke accepts the task. Uchiha Madara accepts the task. This moment. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke gazes at the task list within the chat group, lost in contemplation. 5 years. Not too much, yet not too little. However, 5 years to gain the allegiance of at least half of the shinobi world is an impossible feat. He, Uchiha Sasuke, is not a feudal lord or a Kage of any great nation. Such influence is beyond his reach. Even for a Kage or a feudal lord, one must conquer at least half of the shinobi world to achieve such recognition. Uchiha Sasuke, most esteemed princess, is 5 years the only time frame. The world's most esteemed princess. Indeed, you may utilize Jinjutsu to control everyone, or even eliminate all those who oppose you, leaving only those who acknowledge you. All of this is permissible. The world's most esteemed princess, as long as you meet the minimum requirements of the task. I will reward you and Uchiha Madara according to the task specifications. Irina. Isn't that rather cruel? Irina, who is preparing for travel, feels a twinge of compassion. The world's most esteemed princess, the reward for resurrecting so many individuals is, in essence, a test I present to Uchiha Sasuke, that if he fails to achieve it, I will simply declare the task a failure without imposing any punishment. The world's most esteemed princess. However, if you are brought into my jurisdiction and your past actions lead to the evaluation of the planet falling below the minimum rating standard of the entire universe, I will unhesitatingly destroy it after granting you your rewards. The world's foremost princess. Of course, those who have been destroyed include you as well, and there are no exceptions, even if you are members of the group. Uchiha Sasuke. Having been in the group for quite some time, I presume Uchiha Madara has informed you of my purpose. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a prolonged silence, offering no response. Uchiha Madara. Does that imply that indiscriminate slaughter is forbidden? What are the criteria for the universe you govern? How can we be assured that upon entering your jurisdiction, we won't be obliterated in the next moment? The world's foremost princess. The specific evaluation criteria are determined by the cosmic coefficients, and I'm merely the executor. What I can tell you is that the assessment standards are generally related to the planet's ecology, the strength of life, the value of death, the lifespan of the planet, and its prospects, among other factors. The world's foremost princess, your current ninja world, although significantly diminished in value due to the influence of the chakra fruit, still has a considerable distance from the threshold of destruction. So there is no need for concern. Uchiha Sasuke. May I seek external assistance? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. Am I not considered external assistance? Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke. If you wish to help me, you can discuss it after you break free from your confines. Uchiha Madara. The world's foremost princess. Who are you looking for? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Not him. I have no desire to involve that individual. That I will prove him wrong. Konoha is an obstacle to peace in the ninja world. The world's foremost princess. Ah, it seems you already have a plan. Could you share with me who it is? Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru. He has a keen interest in immortality, and I am confident I can persuade him. However, I am curious about the group leader's opinion of Orochimaru, as it does not align with conventional understanding. There are certainly many thoughts swirling around in the realm of destruction. Belly smiled gently. Subsequently, she posted a message on the public screen. The world's foremost princess. That is permissible. But ensure your safety. If an accident occurs due to the revelation of the chat group, I shall not be held accountable. Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you, esteemed group leader. With the leader's consent, Uchiha Sasuke immediately felt a sense of relief. Seeking Orochimaru's assistance was not a daunting task for Sasuke. Having stayed with Orochimaru for 2 years, aside from his lecherous intentions, Orochimaru had treated him quite well. Liking Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 66. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke returned once more to Orochimaru's chamber, as usual. The room was attended by Kabuto, who was caring for the bedridden Orochimaru. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto did not even lift his head. Sasuke, it has been a while since you last sought me out. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a hint of lightheartedness. I have a favor to ask of you. Sasuke began. Uchiha Sasuke, do not overstep your bounds. Kabuto suddenly interjected, raising his gaze. The last time he had compiled information for Uchiha Sasuke, it had taken him countless hours of toil. Hearing that Sasuke had come to request Orochimaru's assistance again, Kabuto could no longer contain himself. Kabuto, let Sasuke-kun finish. Orochimaru coughed a few times and gestured to Kabuto to remain quiet. Your health is not in the best condition, Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's even paler visage compared to their last encounter, Uchiha Sasuke remarked calmly. Compared to you, this body is truly lacking. Orochimaru candidly expressed his desire for Sasuke's form. Is it meaningful to merely exist in a state of survival? Even if I were to possess you, how long could I endure? Changing bodies every 3 years is not a fabrication of Uchiha Sasuke. It is simply the reality of Orochimaru's repeated reincarnations. If the body were suitable, it could last a decade or more. Why that time, I would likely have discovered better means of sustenance. Orochimaru replied. You certainly have it tough, Sasuke acknowledged, unable to refute Orochimaru's explanation. Sasuke-kun, you have changed significantly these days. If I am not mistaken, you have awakened that pair of eyes, haven't you? Orochimaru's unhurried words revealed information that caused Kabuto's expression to shift dramatically. The Mangekyou Sharingan. These words instantly surfaced in Kabuto's mind, and if I were to confirm that, what would you intend to do? Uchiha Sasuke's dark orbs transformed into the Crimson Three Tomo. What could you possibly do? Orochimaru remarked, compared to the Mangekyou Sharingan, I'm far more curious about what event has led you to become so composed. Furthermore, Orochimaru paused. After reviewing the materials Kabuto gathered, what are your thoughts? I mean regarding the Uchiha massacre. Boom! As Orochimaru's words fell, a terrifying chakra engulfed the air. Uchiha Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan rapidly rotated, morphing into the six-pointed star shape of the Mangekyou. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Kabuto was taken aback, even though Orochimaru had explicitly stated it. He still found it hard to believe that Sasuke could now unleash that pair of eyes. Uchiha Sasuke exhaled a breath of stale air, allowing the chakra surrounding the room to gradually dissipate, leaving only the Mangekyou shape in his gaze. Cough, cough. Orochimaru coughed repeatedly, seemingly affected by the chakra Sasuke had released. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto hurriedly attempted to administer medicine to Orochimaru. I am fine, Kabuto. After coughing, Orochimaru smiled faintly. It is rare that you have not made a move against me. Your restraint is commendable. Your eyes must have been open for quite some time, with a profound understanding of the Sharingan. Orochimaru was more knowledgeable than anyone else. He had a vague idea of the peculiarities required for the Mangekyou Sharingan's evolution, and upon seeing Sasuke's Mangekyou, he was entirely convinced that, in truth, Orochimaru had already discerned that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan was Pain's Rinnegan. Orochimaru, why did you attack the third Hokage? Was it for Konoha, or because he was your teacher? Uchiha Sasuke's purpose in coming here was to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions before formulating a plan to end the predetermined future he had witnessed. Orochimaru had stated that his motive for killing the third Hokage seemed to be to set the wheels of fate in motion. What that motion entailed was open to individual interpretation. I see. It appears you, who seem to know the truth, still ultimately stand on the opposing side. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Sasuke-kun, I harbor no particular feelings towards Konoha. Are you satisfied with that answer? The Mangekyou Sharingan spun rapidly. In an instant, Orochimaru sensed the scenery around him shift. Genjutsu. However, Orochimaru did not rush or become angry. With the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke indeed had little hope of victory, but it was entirely impossible for him to kill Orochimaru. Having left numerous contingency plans throughout the ninja world, he had ample means of resurrection. That it would be regrettable if Sasuke were to kill him, as Kabuto, a capable and diligent subordinate, would likely perish as well. Yet the anticipated torment did not manifest. The Uchiha Sasuke before him merely regarded him silently. Sasuke, what do you intend to do? Orochimaru inquired leisurely. I know I cannot kill you. My purpose in seeking you out is to hope you will join me. Oh, Orochimaru neither accepted nor declined. So, what is it that you wish to accomplish, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru, since you are curious, then observe closely. The truths you wish to know are what I wish you to understand. The Mangekyou Sharingan spun once more, and the scene around Sasuke and Orochimaru transformed into a blood moon. The external world shifted. Kabuto was taken aback upon witnessing Orochimaru fall into a genjutsu. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto's face contorted. Cursed Uchiha Sasuke, who just claimed he wouldn't lay a hand on Lord Orochimaru. What now? Kabuto seized a medical kunai from the table, channeling chakra into the blade, preparing to attack Uchiha Sasuke in defense of his esteemed Orochimaru. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha. Orochimaru on the bed spat blood repeatedly, his face taking on an exceedingly ghastly expression. Lord Orochimaru. Do set down 1,000 volumes and hurriedly picked up the wooden bucket from beneath the bed to collect Orochimaru's vomit. No need for that, Do, Orochimaru said, disregarding decorum as he wiped his mouth with his hand. Sasuke, you have indeed presented me with an offer I cannot refuse, and your opportunities are truly enviable, the sage of six paths. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Obito, and that mysterious group leader. Haha. Orochimaru lifted his head, a manic expression emerging on his pallid face. Sasuke-kun, since you are the reincarnation of Indra, are you aware that you may be under the surveillance of the Sage of Six Paths? I know, the group leader is already masked that surveillance. Sasuke Uchiha replied. That's so. What do you say, Orochimaru? Will you accept? Sasuke-kun, how could I possibly refuse? You show me a broader horizon. Orochimaru collected his thoughts. took a deep breath, and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Within 5 years, I shall help you realize your desires and find Obito's corpse. Since that reclusive figure from the ninja world is willing to assist, it would be a waste to leave it in the Pure Land. However, the specifics of the plan will have to wait until I recover my hands, if that is agreeable. That works, Sasuke nodded. Orochimaru envisioned a future, and it was only natural for him to have his own ideas. In Boruto, Orochimaru was the sole character who had not been diminished, but rather enhanced in the realm of Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the God of Destruction, Chapter 67, featuring the evil god D and Kurapika, within the universe where the spider exists in the underworld. Meitu, that's enough. I wish to take a break and leave work for later. Sitting at his workstation, evil god D stretched his arms across the table, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Not so fast. Lord D, you can't just sneak off and leave the work to me. Who is the ruler of the underworld here? You or I? A woman in a maid outfit with shoulder-length hair stood behind D, incessantly tapping her fingers on the table to remind him to focus on his tasks. By the way, if it weren't for your aura, I wouldn't have known where to find you. Are you having fun? You certainly have the leisure to indulge, don't you? You're a student, and yet you don't retaliate when bullied. Instead, you assist others in their reincarnation, Meitu remarked, exasperated by her superior. That was an accident. Besides, that little spider name sure is rather interesting. Evil god D commented with keen interest. Humph, how can you say that? Inviting powerful beings from other universes could lead to complications if our universe's coordinates are exposed. Meitu warned D, I am serious this time that I intend to establish a connection with that deity named Bellies. If possible, I wish to take the next step. Upon hearing this, Meitu fell silent for a moment, then sighed, it's your decision. You are the highest deity in this universe, even if I wish to oppose you. If you truly intend to proceed, I cannot stop you. Just as it was impossible for her to pull evil god D back to work if he truly wished to escape, that D reclined in his chair. Gazing at the maid, Meitu beside him, I end my battle with that other universe's administrator. I realized I am not her match. Most importantly, her life force feels extraordinarily youthful. Weren't you the one who said she was merely a projection? Indeed, evil god D sighed, his tone grave. Yet even with the entire universe's buffs, defeating her would likely leave me severely injured, a youthful universe administrator. Such a powerful world could indeed be perilous. Meitu pondered this. Thus, I plan to join that chat group to observe the very least. I wish to gauge her character before further discussions. While my interactions with her have been limited, my experience allows me to deduce that she is not the type to adhere to the Black Forest rule or impose unreasonable demands. Like you, does she advocate for equivalent exchange? Most likely, her assistance to that little spider suggests as much. Upon hearing these words, the maid shrugged her shoulders. You need not share such details with me. I'm merely your subordinate. However, I hope you will consider your decisions carefully. Understood, D nodded. Evil god D raised an eyebrow. What is it? I might need to step out. It's time to test that little spider. D declared. Will she come? If possible, please take me along, Meitu said earnestly, and no matter where D went, having a companion against such formidable foes was better than being alone, of course. D nodded, then grasped a stack of documents from the table and placed them in front of the maid. I'll leave this matter to you, and no need to rush. I'll 1T dock your pay, my dear Meitu. Meitu stared in disbelief as evil god D opened a portal and departed. The spatial rift closed. She sighed. I hope Lord D's decision is not a misguided one. In the chat group. After discussing Uchiha Obito and the spider, a new member from the Hunter x Hunter universe, Kurapika, began to speak. Group leader, what price must I pay to resurrect my clan members? Kurapika, much like Uchiha Sasuke, had lost his clan, though his loss was less severe as it was enforced by outsiders rather than by kin. That is impossible unless there are 2 individuals from your world in the group. Only then can you use Sasuke's method. The world's first princess replied, I see, is there no other way? Kurapika asked, you can only collect Dragon Balls. With them, you can resurrect one person at a time. The world's first princess explained. Kurapika felt a twinge of frustration, yet reviving a single clan member was certainly better than none at all. Kurapika, Have you obtained your hunter license yet? The world's first princess inquired, realizing she was unaware of the current state of the hunter world. Was Kurapika still before or after the hunter exam? Not yet. I plan to participate in the hunter exam this year. There's about half a year until the registration period, Kurapika replied. So, you haven't learned none yet. The world's first princess expressed interest in the nin system from the Hunter x Hunter universe. It appeared somewhat similar to the energy in the Dragon Ball world, but was far more versatile, perhaps even touching upon laws that, of course, she was not entirely certain of the specifics present. Kurapika was merely an ordinary person and had not yet encountered none. Meanwhile, the world's first princess was in a state that would not permit Kurapika to agree to her visiting his world. Putting aside her current capacity to occasionally leave destruction in her wake, even while asleep, Kurapika would be foolish to allow her into his realm. It was likely that, in her carelessness, the planet itself could be shattered into pieces. She intended to assist others while gleaning insights into the laws, not to cause destruction. What is none? Kurapika pondered, suddenly alert. He had previously learned that the Dragon Ball's wishes were, to some extent, correlated with the world's strength. Although not entirely connected, it was evident that his world was far from ordinary. After all, a Dragon Ball required 6,000 points to exchange for, certainly not the hallmark of a mundane realm. None, in essence. Is the energy of the body, or rather, life force, that I am not entirely sure, as I am not from your world. The laws differ, and so do their manifestations, the world's first princess explained, in summary. Just know it is an extraordinary ability. Is it possible for me to learn none? Kurapika's voice trembled slightly as he worked. If he could master none, perhaps he would have the opportunity to seek revenge against the spider. In your world, the hunter exam requires the mastery of none as a core subject. In other words, once you become a hunter, the Hunter Association will send someone to specifically teach you how to wield none. Bellies also imparted some common knowledge about none from the hunter world to Kurapika. In the hunter world, Kurapika found a tranquil spot to sit down and meticulously analyze the content shared by the group leader. Although this information was considered common knowledge for hunters, it was akin to opening a new door for him. Kurapika, world's first princess, I heard from other group members that you could discern the predetermined past and future of all members through the chat group. In that case, will I learn none in the future? And what exactly is none? World's first princess, you are quite astute, Kurapika. You have grasped the crux of my words. Your none ability belongs to the materialization category, and upon activating your crimson eyes, it will transform into a rare attribute, a S for the specifics of your none ability. I shall refrain from elaborating, as I cannot guarantee that your future learning will adhere to the established path. Each individual develops their none within the same attribute uniquely. Who knows what kind of none ability Kurapika intends to develop upon joining the group? Kurapika, please, you must tell me. I will bear all consequences myself. After a moment of silence, Bellies revealed Kurapika's original none ability to him. Interestingly, Bellies was quite fascinated by the absolute time Kurapika would experience once he activated his crimson eyes. It seemed to involve abilities related to the laws. And logically, Kurapika's current strength should not allow him to access such a realm. Perhaps due to constraints and oaths, Bellies pondered for a moment and sent a message to the group. World's first princess. Kurapika, if you wish to learn none before the hunter exam, I can teach you, though the process may be somewhat perilous. Kurapika looked at the messages on the chat group screen, remaining silent for a long time. His future as a hunter, learning none with the help of the Hunter Association, was contingent upon his ability to become a hunter. The moment he joined the chat group, his future had already shifted. Kurapika could not assure that every decision he made during the hunter exam would align with his previous future, nor could he guarantee that he would definitely become a hunter, that he couldn't possibly consult the group about every choice he made. And aside from the feasibility of doing so, he felt too embarrassed to ask the group leader. After taking a deep breath, Kurapika's focus shifted back to the chat group. Kurapika, world's first princess. I want to learn. Regardless of the dangers, it is worth everything if I can master none. Kurapika understood very well that the opportunity to receive guidance from the group leader in none was an immense privilege. No matter what the future held, he was merely an ordinary person at present. Having only earned 10 points from check-ins, he could not afford anything on the group's trading platform. World's first princess. Then you should head to the Sky Arena. Above the 200th floor, all battles are conducted by non-users. The world's first princess sought a ticket to watch battles above the 200th floor in the Sky Arena and planned to live-stream it in the group. I need to analyze the laws of none by observing the battles of non-users. Kurapika, world's first princess. Is there a problem? Although my strength is considerable, I cannot deduce the laws of none without having seen it, especially since it pertains to a different world. Kurapika, well, that does make sense. Sitting in his chair, Kurapika's cheeks twitched slightly. This group leader seemed a bit unreliable. Would he endanger his life while attempting to learn none? World's first princess, Kurapika. If you cannot obtain a ticket for the 200th floor, try to find a young man named Yungu and a child named Ji Shi in the Sky Arena. World's first princess. They are both non-users. Yungu is a hunter from the Hunter Association. Kurapika, a hunter. Are you suggesting I learn abilities from them? Upon hearing the word hunter, Kurapika suddenly recalled that hunters and none were a standard pairing. World's first princess. That is unlikely. He won't teach you unless you obtain a hunter license. In the original story, Yungu did not initially intend to teach Gon and Killua abilities, although he did end up instructing them. However, teaching them none was not Yungu's primary task. He was merely there to bring his disciples to compete. World's first princess. What I mean is, try to livestream while you observe Ji Shi's match. I will see if I can analyze the structure of none across worlds. Kurapika. That seems rather unreliable. World's first princess. By the way, Kurapika, you can also participate in the Sky Arena's matches. Remember, it is best to compete in every match while in the state of your crimson eyes, getting accustomed to turning them on and off at will. Who knows, you might find it easier to awaken your none in that state. Kurapika. While that is true, I am concerned. World's first princess. Can't you wear colored contact lenses? No one below the 200th floor will be able to tell you belong to the Crimson-Eyed clan. Kurapika. I belong to the Karuta clan. World's first princess. The name is a bit hard to remember, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same to me. Kurapika. After Bellies conveyed the necessary information to Kurapika in the realm of the Destroyer God, her consciousness withdrew from the chat group, as Angel Keisai was looking for her. Lady Bellies, I have analyzed the two eyes of God, Keisai said, holding the eyes of God, and slightly bowed as she noticed Bellies approaching. You seem quite pleased, Bellies inquired, surprised at a bit. Keisai replied shyly. Then her expression turned serious as she continued. These two eyes of God can indeed enhance the laws of our universe, and can be used to conduct experiments on certain planets to strengthen the cosmic rating coefficient. Please elaborate. Images of the eyes of God from the Genshin universe floated in Bellies' mind. Keisai organized her thoughts and explained. The primary function of the eyes of God is to strengthen a certain aspect of the user's ability by locking in their desires. This enhancement is typically most suitable for the user, essentially sacrificing comprehensive development to focus on a single advantage, thereby facilitating the comprehension of laws. In other words, Keisai paused for a moment, when the user can grasp the laws. The constraints of the eyes of God will cease to exist, and the willpower will be returned to the user. The laws, that kind of power, even the weakest form, cannot be easily comprehended, Bellies murmured. Pondering, but what if one fails? In the Genshin universe, the eyes of God are external magical organs. As the user dies, the eyes of God fade until the next recognized individual appears. In the game. Very few can unlock the eyes of God a second time. It seems only Ningguang from the Ye Miko Shrine and Kitahara Kaza, known as the Leaf Emperor, are capable of this. Lady Bellies. Did you not predict this? Keisai remained silent for a moment before stating, when the user dies, the power solidified into desire is absorbed and stored by the eyes of God, until a second user appears. It is uncertain whether this new user will inherit the previous user's desire. We lack sufficient experimental subjects. However, one thing I can confirm is that the creation and emergence of the eyes of God, aside from collecting the solidified power of desires, is to assist users in mastering the laws more easily. Is it possible to mass-produce them? Bellies inquired. No problem. But since I'm not entirely familiar with the laws of the world where the eyes of God exist, the items produced may vary significantly, Keisai said, lightly gesturing with her staff, causing fragments of laws to begin gathering in the air before her. With a soft crack, A crimson-marked Eye of God fell to the ground. Bellies casually picked up the Eye of God from the ground. The moment her delicate fingers touched it, the Eye of God emitted a faint glow. Bellies even felt a slight binding of energy within her body. A lively fire attribute. A surge of violet destructive power erupted from Bellies, instantly dissolving the constraining sensation that enveloped her in a heartbeat. The goddess I shattered into countless shards, cascading to the ground through the gaps between her fingers. Bellies found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in her transformed state, she had yet again failed to master her strength. Despite her utmost caution, the goddess I had been obliterated in an instant. As she admired Dragon Ball, after being rescued, I am the god of destruction, she noted the chapter titled Chapter 69, the gluttonous spider swallowing the bomb whole, observing the fragments slipping from her fingers like grains of sand. She sighed and remarked, "You seem to have exerted yourself a bit too much. This so-called goddess I is not inherently powerful. It's intended for the training of weaker beings. I had no way of knowing." Belly shrugged. "I thought you would have crafted something more durable. Oh, you want another? I can easily make one for you," she offered, holding 2 goddess eyes she had brought back from Teyvat. "Never mind," Bellies waved her hand dismissively. "There's no rush. If needed in the future, I can simply create a few and toss them onto various planets to observe the effects. Perhaps when the Naruto world is brought over, I can throw a few up there for experimentation." The natural energies of the Naruto world bear a striking resemblance to the elemental forces of the god as you wish. Kashi nodded in agreement. After some time, Bellies continued to lurk in the chat group, which was unusually quiet as everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, since discovering that Kikyo could train in a spiritual state. The cultivation-obsessed Uchiha Madara could hardly contain himself. After all, completing the world task would allow him and his brother to be resurrected, so he was in no hurry to utilize the Dragon Balls for revival. To assist Uchiha Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Izuna, Madara entered a state of training and purchased methods to enhance his strength from the chat group. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence of the chat. "Spider Child, help! Great leader, world's first princess, Spider Child. While I was heading to the Demon Clan's camp with the Demon King, we stumbled upon a peculiar ruin, and then we encountered Bottomus. Our group began to explore the ruin. World's first princess. Get to the point. Spider Child, Bottomus, myself, and the Demon King teamed up. Is it that ruin?" Bellies mused thoughtfully. Spider Child, yes. In short, at the bottom of the ruin, we discovered a bomb capable of annihilating the continent, and it seems like it's about to detonate. A bomb capable of destroying the continent. An artificial object, as the Abyss Princess, observed from the shadows in Inazuma. She found Spider Child's message intriguing. Spider Child, exactly. I'm not sure if it's Bottomus' doing, but I sense some connection. However, he cannot control the bomb either. It has 3 minutes until detonation. World's first princess, Spider Child. Do you wish to take on a human form? Spider Child. Wah, great leader. Why are you bringing that up now? Little Spider just wants to survive. We can talk about being human later. World's first princess, Spider Child. If you swallow that bomb, you might become a god. Upon hearing Bellies' words, Spider Child, who was frantically darting around the ruins with the Demon King, slowly developed a question mark over her head. Spider Child, leader, please don't jest with me. Swallowing something like that, even if I have skills, I might not even leave behind ashes. How about you come over and disarm this bomb? World's first princess, I can't. I'm currently in a training state, and my power is somewhat unstable. If I come to your side, it might not just be a continent that gets destroyed, but the entire planet, Spider Child. World's first princess. Is it true that Spider Child can become a god? With a thoughtful expression, pondered that the leader would not jest about such matters. This implied that in the predetermined future, Spider Child could indeed become the deity of that world by means of this bomb. World's first princess. Well, that was in the past, or something done by the Spider Child before joining the chat group. World's first princess. As for now, I truly cannot say. Perhaps with a bang. It will leave nothing but bones. Spider Child. Wait. You mean I really have to swallow it? Seeing the messages in the chat, Spider Child was utterly bewildered at a bomb of such magnitude, glowing with a light akin to infrared rays. Would it even be digestible? Her 8 legs trembled, and after a few coughs, she glanced at Bottomus. "Hey, Bottomus, don't you have any way to stop the bomb?" "No. Once it begins its countdown, even I cannot intervene," Bottomus replied nonchalantly. "After all, it's merely a clone. Dying is of no consequence. Spider-Child, what a despicable fellow. What should I do? What can I do?" Spider-Child, can I ask a question? If I swallow this thing, what are the odds that I'll survive?" "World's first princess, 50%, Spider-Child. Is it really that high? Hearing you say that gives me confidence. Hurry. What the leader means is that it's either success or failure. Be mentally prepared." Spider-Child, that's basically saying nothing. Is there a possibility of being both successful and failing at the same time? Spider-Child gritted her teeth, staring at the bomb's countdown, which now had only 30 seconds remaining. "Wow, I'm going for it, for the sake of becoming human." With a loud shout, Spider-Child lunged toward the bomb with incredible speed, catching even the Demon King and Bottomus off guard. Roar! With her mouth agape. Spider-Child swallowed the bomb whole. Her audacious act left the Demon King, Ariel, and Bottomus in shock. Hey, don't just eat everything." The Demon King felt her scalp tingle in alarm as she rushed to Spider-Child's side. Even someone who devours anything like her hesitated to consume such an energy bomb that Spider-Child, trying to throw her life away. In truth, the Demon King had another method to forcefully transcend the limits of her own power, using her immense strength to counteract the bomb's force. However, that would severely deplete her lifespan, possibly leaving her with only a month to live. In the original story, the Demon King Ariel had defeated Bottomus's true form using this very method. "It's hopeless," Bottomus smirked. "Shut up." The Demon King compressed and released her formidable energy, sending Bottomus crashing into the wall. Ariel paid no further attention to Bottomus, a mere clone, whom she could eliminate with a wave of her hand. Her concern lay solely with Spider-Child. Little white, Spider-Child clutched her body, rolling on the ground in agony, her face contorted in pain, causing the Demon King's heart to ache. "Why are you so foolish? I had other ways. There was no need to swallow the bomb." Time ticked away, and the Demon King Ariel could only stand by helplessly, watching as Spider-Child's struggles grew weaker. Damn it, the Demon King gritted her teeth. Had they not encountered Bottomus by chance, neither she nor Spider-Child would have ventured this deep into the ruin, nor would they have accidentally triggered such a continent-destroying bomb. Useless. That bomb's power is beyond what your spider friend can consume. Even you would likely be powerless against it. Bottomus extricated himself from the wall, still wearing a haughty smile. "Die." Ariel raised her hand, her dark eyes radiating a chilling aura as overwhelming energy surged forth. Crashing down upon Bottomus. Boom! Bottomus exploded into fragments, scattering metallic debris across the ground. "Humph. Even if Baiji dies, it will not be by your hand." Ariel took a deep breath, stepping back slightly while her gaze remained fixed on Spider-Child. "If I could absorb a portion of the bomb's energy, perhaps I could." Ariel contemplated her abilities. However, given Spider-Child's current unstable state, external interference could lead to a sudden imbalance, resulting in an explosion. "Must I simply watch?" Ariel keenly discerned the chaotic energy surrounding the Spider-Child, which began to gravitate toward stability. Moreover, a cocoon began to form around the Spider-Child. This stabilization of energy signified that Xiaobai had traversed the most perilous phase. "Is she evolving?" Ariel pondered uncertainly. Nevertheless, her apprehensive heart eased slightly this moment in the chat group. Spider-Child, it's been a while since we've seen you in the group, that world's first princess. Perhaps she is currently evolving after just consuming a bomb. Or she might have been obliterated. We are merely waiting for a banquet. Group leader, while your words hold merit, I implore you to refrain from further commentary. Like her of Dragon Balls, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please save this, Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 70. The Divine Orochimaru. Irina, group leader, it can't be true, can it? Although Spider-Child has not been in the group for long. She has always been the life of the party, and everyone is quite familiar with her. If a member were to suddenly perish, Irina felt a twinge of sorrow to world's first princess. Do not fret. Irina, Xiaobai will be fine. Her avatar hasn't dimmed, has it? Irina. Is that so? Irina instinctively glanced at the Spider-Child's avatar, which still seemed to be illuminated in the realm of the god of destruction. Bellies observed the contents of the chat group. She had made a pact with the evil god D, thus harboring no concerns for the spider child. Even if something were to happen to her, the evil god D would undoubtedly retrieve her. Unlike the original narrative, where the evil god D treated the spider child almost frivolously, the current agreement indicated that, based on the serious negotiations previously held with her, even if the spider child ultimately failed to ascend to divinity, the worst outcome would merely be a lower evaluation. The evil god D's focus was not on the spider child herself, but rather on her underlying significance. Hence, the existence of a spider child could only be described as a fleeting curiosity for D during moments of leisure. Sounding a bit vexed, the world's first princess inquired, "Uchiha Sasuke, what are you currently engaged in?" "Uchiha Sasuke, I am en route to the land of rivers with Orochimaru. He wishes to reclaim his hands sealed within the Shinigami and subsequently revive Uchiha Obito." World's first princess, ISNT Uchiha Obito's corpse in the possession of Kurizetsu. Are you confident? Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru claims he has a plan that in the world of Naruto. Under Orochimaru's lead, Sasuke and his companions approached a vicinity near Konoha, roughly in line with the original setting. Perched atop a towering cliff, Sasuke gazed ahead, in the distance. Konoha shone brightly. It was truly serene, yet did not belong to him. Sasuke's gaze subtly shifted to a certain point at the edge of Konoha. That was the Uchiha clan's relocated estate, desolate amidst the dark night, starkly contrasting with Konoha's vibrancy. Would he still feel a pang of nostalgia upon seeing Konoha again? Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. In a vision displayed during Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan, he had previously stood in this very spot during the Fourth Great Ninja War, gazing at Konoha just as he did now. Perhaps, yet it mattered little. Sasuke no longer harbored much sentiment for Konoha. After a sigh, Sasuke glanced at his left arm, where Karen was snuggling closely, prompting his exasperation. "Karen, enough already. Let go of my arm, Sasuke. Sasuke," she responded, loosening her grip upon hearing his earnest words. After watching the Naruto plot unfold, Sasuke vaguely understood why Karen depended on him so heavily. Was it due to an unexpected rescue during the CHNEN exams? He was neither Karen nor inclined to overthink. He would let things unfold naturally. His primary objective now was to fulfill the world task of the chat group, to resurrect his parents and clan members. "Sasuke, before you choose to transplant the cells of Hashirama Senju, I suggest you consider integrating some of Karen's cells. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are distant relatives, and Karen possesses a remarkably pure Uzumaki lineage. This might mitigate the risks associated with the subsequent transplantation of Hashirama cells." "Absolutely, whatever cell Sasuke desires, I can provide," Karen exclaimed enthusiastically, indicating that even exchanging cells between them would be acceptable. This matter could be postponed. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Orochimaru, didn't you say you were going to retrieve your hands? Shouldn't we expedite the process?" Shortly after Sasuke's words, several figures vanished from the cliff into the night sky. Whispers echoed from the cliff, drifting towards the forest behind, within the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru located the Shinigami mask and commenced the release of the Reaper's seal. Sasuke produced a scroll and casually tossed it onto the ground. With a puff, the scroll emitted smoke, revealing 5 lifeless white Zetsu. As for how the white Zetsu came to be, it was simply that Uchiha Obito had not had the chance to disclose the location of his white Zetsu collection before his demise, essentially his hidden stash. Hence, Sasuke, through the chat group, learned where Uchiha Obito had concealed the white Zetsu and conveniently acquired 5 inactive specimens. Similar to the original story, Orochimaru skillfully exploited a bug in the Shinigami's technique. The Shinigami could only slowly dissipate in a state of helplessness and confusion. Truly, the resilience of the white Zetsu was remarkable. Orochimaru grinned, raising his hands in triumph. "Sensei, I wonder what your expression will be upon witnessing my reclaimed hands. I am genuinely curious." Orochimaru chuckled darkly before forming hand seals. With a forceful slap of his right hand against the ground, he initiated the impure world reincarnation. A cacophony of anguished wails ensued as the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage materialized before everyone. However, in the next moment, before the 4 Hokage could regain their senses, coffins emerged behind them, swiftly enclosing all but the third Hokage. I can't afford to let the first Hokage roam freely. Orochimaru grinned. Once the coffins were secured, 3 of them were gradually buried underground. At this juncture, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regained consciousness. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei," he cackled. The third Hokage, still disoriented, had yet to fully awaken when he heard the voice he had longed for. "Orochimaru! Indeed, it is I da surprised?" Orochimaru refrained from mocking him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Sarutobi-sensei, the Shinigami technique you prided yourself on has been unraveled by me. In other words, your death was in vain." "Orochimaru, you scoundrel!" The third Hokage's face contorted in rage, seemingly poised to strike Orochimaru. "That one do." Orochimaru formed hand seals, interrupting the third Hokage's incantation. "How infuriating! My body is immobile." The third Hokage glared at Orochimaru. "I truly regret not eliminating you sooner." "How unfortunate," Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, his snake-like eyes narrowing. "There is no remedy for regret available in this world." "What do you intend to do to Konoha?" The immobile third Hokage could only glare furiously. Unable to act, "It's not about what I wish to do to Konoha, but rather what my disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, believes should not exist." "Disciple Sasuke?" The third Hokage's gaze followed Orochimaru's gesture, landing upon Team Hawk and Kabuto. At the forefront of these figures stood a familiar youth, whose appearance had significantly changed over time, yet the third Hokage still recognized him faintly. "You are Sasuke, liker of Dragon Balls, after being resurrected. I'm the god of destruction. Please save this, Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction." Chapter 71. The third Hokage and Sasuke's plan to it had been nearly 3 years since the third Hokage had seen Sasuke. Gazing at the slightly hunched, wrinkled elder-clad in gray armor, Sasuke's expression was complex. "Sasuke, have you betrayed Konoha? Why do you consort with someone like Orochimaru?" The voice of the third Hokage carried a hint of reproach. How could Itachi, who endured so much to preserve the Uchiha bloodline, betray Konoha? "I cannot simply pretend I did not hear this, Sarutobi-sensei." Orochimaru's mocking tone echoed back. "Sasuke-kun, but you sought me out yourself or do you believe that the third Hokage thinks there's a better teacher for you within Konoha? Moreover, does that person even wish to mentor you?" Orochimaru's words left the third Hokage speechless. The situation regarding Sasuke was exceedingly complicated. In a certain sense, mentoring Sasuke to grow stronger posed a significant risk to Konoha, as there were times they feared he might uncover certain truths. Furthermore, in the ninja world, few possessed abilities that could rival Orochimaru's, whether as a teacher or through innate talent. "Sarutobi-sensei, after your demise, what do you think will become of Sasuke?" Orochimaru laughed dismissively. "You cannot possibly believe that Danzo would honor the agreement made between you and Itachi Uchiha." Having gleaned from Sasuke's memories, Orochimaru knew that soon, when Naruto sought out Sasuke, there would be an attempt on Sasuke's life by Sai. An order issued by Danzo himself that if Sasuke remained in Konoha after the third Hokage's death, how could the roots, which sought to protect Konoha, allow such an unstable element to persist? The threat posed by Itachi Uchiha? Nonsense. How long could those eyes sustain him, exhausting Konoha in the process? Besides, he was Itachi Uchiha, not Madara Uchiha A.S. for leaking secrets to other nations. That was even more laughable. The Uchiha clan and Itachi, who had always been under scrutiny, possessed little in the way of secrets at the time of Itachi's defection. Over the years, much had changed. Even the secret passage that allowed entry into Konoha undetected was likely under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. It was merely that he was deceased at the time that it is no wonder that in Boruto, Sasuke would say that visiting Orochimaru was a necessary course of action. It was not solely for learning. It was more about escaping Danzo, although at that time, Sasuke was unaware of this fact. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage did not retort, clearly contemplating the actions of his old friend, realizing that it was indeed possible for something to be done to Sasuke Uchiha after his passing. "Sasuke, I stand here, which signifies that I am aware of all truths." Sasuke Uchiha's voice was tranquil. The third Hokage sighed. "I am deeply sorry regarding Itachi. When unable to resolve a problem, Is it not customary for your Konoha higher-ups to eliminate the one who poses the question? At this juncture, further discussion seemed futile. Regarding the mention of Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke displayed little emotional fluctuation. Sasuke, I have always aimed to prevent enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. With his eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke Uchiha interrupted the third Hokage's words with a fierce shout. Eyes akin to Itachi's. Observing Sasuke surpassing the three-tomo Sharingan, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. Third Hokage, after the Nine-Tails incident, you drove the Uchiha to the fringes. I refuse to believe you did not consider the consequences of such actions. The Uchiha endured for 8 years while your higher-ups consistently failed to provide an explanation. For a full 24 hours, they were under relentless surveillance. Yet no evidence was found, and still, no clarification was given. How do you think the rest of Konoha viewed this? How did the citizens perceive it? Sasuke's voice softened, and then a thought struck him, prompting a sardonic smile. However, you are not without similar actions. For instance, Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is common knowledge, yet the identity of the fourth Hokage's son remains entirely concealed. Sasuke, how do you know about Naruto's identity? The third Hokage's expression turned to one of shock. Alas, it is regrettable, third Hokage. The information regarding Sasuke-kun has always been compiled by me. A white-haired figure adjusted his glasses and stepped forward, gazing at the third Hokage. You were that T? The identity of T had been revealed to him during the CHNIN exams by Kakashi. Although it was uncertain whether he was a spy for Orochimaru, the third Hokage inhaled deeply, disregarding the surrounding matters and focusing on Sasuke. Is there truly no room for negotiation? What do you intend to do about Konoha? Third Hokage, you stated that Itachi's actions were for the sake of peace, did you not? Indeed, should the Uchiha engage in war against Konoha, it is highly likely the third Hokage's words were cut short. UF4, collectively over 200 years of age, coax a 13-year-old boy into exterminating his own clan. Should the Uchiha be the only ones to consider the consequences of war with Konoha? While you higher-ups do not contemplate the costs of annihilating the Uchiha and the repercussions of invasions from other nations. No, you have considered it. Hence, you devised a plan to achieve the greatest benefits at the smallest cost. Avoiding blame while appearing righteous, even deterring other clans. How noble is the will of fire. Sasuke's voice grew increasingly frigid. So, if Konoha obstructs peace in the ninja world, may I not destroy this stumbling block? After all, for the sake of peace, Konoha ought not to exist. Sasuke, you are being too radical. I did not approve of Danzo's actions. True, you did not object, but neither did you veto them, did you? Sasuke Uchiha replied coldly. From Konoha's perspective, annihilating a hostile clan at minimal cost while reaping benefits is entirely reasonable. I do not even find it objectionable. However, what you have done disgusts me. Nevertheless, there is nothing more to say. Your wife perished during the Nine-Tails incident at the hands of the masked man, believing it to be the Uchiha's doing. Hence, you seek to eradicate the Uchiha, which is entirely understandable, driven by personal emotions. Third Hokage, you likely wish to eliminate the Uchiha, do you not? You need not respond to me. The actions regarding the Nine-Tails were not perpetrated by the Uchiha of Konoha. I have uncovered who committed those deeds. Yet it is unnecessary to disclose that to you. Sasuke suddenly smiled. Right or wrong has lost all significance to me. That I share this with you solely to accomplish one thing, to ensure that all executioners involved in the Uchiha massacre pay the price. Whether from the Umbu or Root, all those responsible for the slaughter of the Uchiha clan shall pay with their lives. The executioners of these individuals will be you, the inheritor of the will of fire, as well as the second Hokage, who deemed the Uchiha inherently evil. Sasuke, you cannot do this. The third Hokage grew anxious. What? Is it permissible for you to annihilate the Uchiha, yet I am not allowed to eliminate those individuals? Sasuke's expression grew cold. I have already shown considerable restraint by not allowing Sarutobi and Shimura to face extermination. My actions cannot be compared to your insurrection against the son of the Uchiha clan leader, urging him to annihilate his own kin. Alternatively, I could offer a different condition that a thought crossed Sasuke's mind, and he chuckled coldly that I can spare them. But how about you personally eliminate the Sarutobi clan? By the way, That includes your grandson, Kanomaru. Sasuke. What? You spared no one, young or old, nor even women and children. Is that not what you compelled Itachi to do to the Uchiha? Ignoring the third Hokage's desperate cries. Sasuke gestured subtly at Orochimaru, who nodded in response. Subsequently, a coffin appeared behind the third Hokage, slowly drawing him inside. After arranging the reanimation of the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke, are you truly planning to exterminate the Sarutobi clan? Sasuke sighed. That you've seen it. If they do not obstruct me, then I shall not concern myself with them. However, those who have harmed the Uchiha clan must not be spared. The third Hokage's memory should contain the names of those who acted at that time. I see. No problem. I will have T assist in compiling that list. However, will the execution of these individuals fall upon the third Hokage and the second Hokage? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, that matter is non-negotiable. But Orochimaru, do be cautious with the second Hokage. He possesses the ability to undo the reanimation. Haha, no problem. You can rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I will not be as careless as Orochimaru, with a gaze that could only be comprehended but not articulated. Cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Yakushi Kabuto. After completing these tasks, Sasuke projected his consciousness into the chat group. On the public screen, a large full-body selfie appeared. It depicted a young girl. Her pure white hair was gently concealed beneath a felt hat, and her skin was as delicate as porcelain, exuding a faint aura of sanctity against the backdrop of her white robe. In the chat group, after Spider-Sun uploaded her selfie, her tone took on a somewhat melancholic note. Group leader, please help me ascertain if there is something wrong with my body that I've transformed into a humanoid form. Yet I feel utterly perplexed. Where are my abilities? Where is my magnificent health bar? Where is my panel that rivals a demon king? Everything is gone. I feel like a blank slate. How am I supposed to survive from now on? Am I destined to live off the favors of the demon king Ariel? Oh, little spider, I refuse. The world as premier princess reassured Spider-Son. Do not fret, for your levels of life and soul have transcended the limitations imposed by the system. In a certain sense, the system cannot affect you. Spider-Son implored, could you please elaborate, esteemed group leader? I am quite anxious. The world as premier princess continued. Congratulations, little Baiji. You have shed your spider exterior and transcended to a divine state, becoming an entity on par with the dragon god Lai. However, at this moment, you remain inferior to him. Spider-Son exclaimed, wait. A deity? Does this mean she has succeeded? But why does it feel akin to consuming a potion that resets my character in a game? Yet I cannot utilize my abilities. What could be the reason? I can barely walk 2 steps without gasping for breath. Anyone would believe I am recovering from a severe illness, the world as premier princess explained. Before your ascension to divinity, the abilities you wielded were merely templates preordained by the system. You were merely utilizing them, not truly mastering them. She further clarified, Spider-Son, you have attempted to upload your skills to the chat group. But it has failed, correct? Spider-Son confirmed, yes, indeed, I have tried multiple times, but each attempt resulted in messages indicating that my skills were incomplete and could not be uploaded. The world as premier princess elucidated. This is because the system's template skills do not constitute abilities you have genuinely mastered. You are merely using them through the system, which is why they cannot be uploaded. Do you understand now? With this explanation, Spider-Son began to grasp the reason behind her inability to wield magic. It appeared she had only known the surface of the matter without understanding the underlying principles. I think I understand now. But esteemed group leader, what is happening to my body? The world as premier princess replied, advancements in both life and soul levels occur simultaneously and will necessitate an adaptation phase. This depends on you. It will not take too long, so there is no need for concern. Spider-Son sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Thank you, esteemed group leader, for clarifying my doubts. There is no need for such gratitude. Rather than expressing thanks, focus on mastering your powers. I cannot predict when the evil god D will initiate challenges for you. Spider-Son mused. About that evil god D, I feel there might be something amiss with my memories. It seems something does not align. I in the destruction realm of the 10th universe. Bellies raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had sensed something, but uncertainty lingered. Once you fully grasp your powers, everything will become clear to you. So do not rush, Baiji. Spider-Son nodded, still filled with questions, as she departed the ruins alongside the Demon King Ariel. Shortly after her departure, a black-haired girl appeared at the ruins' lower level. It was only a slight nudge. Yet unexpectedly, Little Spider consumed that object. Should I consider this as chaos, or simply that fortune favors the foolish? Not only did Spider-Son swallow the bomb, but she also managed to endure, successfully breaking free of the system's constraints. In truth, her intention was to mitigate the bomb's impact alongside the Demon King. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The figure of the evil god D gradually became translucent, with future trials awaiting her once she fully recuperated. Her final adversary would not be a simple foe. His goal would be to kill her to save his own planet. Having spoken, the ruins were left devoid of any presence. Outside the ruins, Spider-Son and her companions were en route to the Demon Clan's encampment. Does this mean you have ascended to divinity, akin to Chiu-Lai? The Demon King Ariel scrutinized Spider-Son with incredulity, reflecting on her own arduous journey to divinity. Having experimented with various methods, including the unexpected synthesis of the formidable bottomas, this little spider had only been alive for a short time, yet had achieved such remarkable progress. Are you not deceiving me? Ariel questioned once more, concerned she might have misheard. It was the group leader who mentioned it. I previously spoke of the individual capable of contesting with the evil god. Baiji shrugged in resignation. I still require time to fully regain my powers. Without the system's assistance, it seems I must relearn how to cast magic, which is quite bothersome. Ariel interjected, I can assist you with magic. While I may not have transcended the system's constraints, I have lived long enough to possess a good understanding of these matters. Thank you, Ariel. Baiji expressed her gratitude. There is no need for formality. What intrigues me more is what you mentioned earlier about wishes. Is it truly possible? Baiji had recently referenced the Dragon Balls, capable of fulfilling any wish. Yes, it is genuine, but I must completely master my abilities before I can upload the skills to the chat group in exchange for points. Baiji herself was puzzled by this stipulation. More importantly, she was curious about the points required to exchange for the Dragon Balls. What criteria determined the points for exchanging the Dragon Balls? A mere 5,000 points seemed insufficient. Leaving her perplexed, based on the 5,000 points, her world appeared comparable to that of Uchiha Madara and the others. Was this merely the limit of the current planet when excluding the evil god D? Baiji was uncertain, but refrained from inquiring within the group. She was determined to assist Ariel in rescuing her mother, the angel Shalia, who was imprisoned at the lowest level, existing as a system spirit, a once divine being. As Spider-Son contemplated how to amass the points needed to exchange for the Dragon Balls, in another realm, the destruction domain of the Dragon Ball universe, the 10th universe, the recent chat group members had been unusually quiet, either occupied with tasks or engaging in minimal conversation. Belly stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat exasperated. Since her transformation, her appetite had increased significantly, seemingly embodying the form of a true scion. After her ascension, her consumption had drastically decreased. She could even forego eating entirely. Why then, did she suddenly feel compelled to eat? She picked up a fruit from the tree of might nearby and took a bite that was somewhat tart but palatable as a snack. Speaking of food and science, Bellies found herself pondering the fates of Vegeta and Nappa from the 7th universe, a tinge of curiosity stirring within her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Harsh Girl has joined the chat group. Ding! Scion Prince has joined the chat group. Is this a coincidence? Bellies thought, observing the new arrivals with a rising question mark. Scion Prince? Vegeta? No, I merely mentioned him. There was no need to summon him here. Bellies glanced at the introductions of the newly joined members, focusing first on the other newcomer-s information. An individual from the anime series Night and Magic. It narrated the tale of a high-end programmer and mech model enthusiast who, while crossing the street one night, was struck by a truck and transported to another world. The protagonist, Elns D. Ekibiria, who possessed magic and mechs, developed a unique mech through programming, embarking on an epic journey. Bellies closed the profile of Harsh Girl and hesitantly clicked on the Scion Prince's avatar. The word Scion Prince, hailing from the same world as the group leader, flashed boldly, leaving Bellies momentarily speechless. Oh no, why is it Vegeta? She truly does not wish for anyone to join the Dragon Ball world, at least until she possesses the strength to contend with the Omni King. She hopes to keep it that way. The gods of destruction are prohibited from interfering with the operations of other universes, nor can they pilfer resources from them. This is a consensus among all gods of destruction and angels. This is also why, during her last visit to Universe 7, Bellies did not abscond with items, such as the sins of beings, for such actions are strictly forbidden, should an angel discover any transgressions. The consequences would be severe, of course. If one were to remain undetected, it might not pose a problem. However, how could Bellies be assured of remaining unnoticed under the watchful eyes of the angels? Should she simply expel them? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Currently, Universe 10 seems to exist outside the jurisdiction of the Omni King, yet it is still nominally within his domain that if Vegeta were to join the chat group, it could inadvertently create a parallel universe that in such a case, the Omni King or the Grand Priest would likely investigate. Despite the original narrative portraying such occurrences as trivial, the emergence of a parallel universe could provoke a serious response from the two in the Omni King's palace, potentially leading to the erasure of even the gods of destruction. In reality, Bellies' forays into Universes 6 and 7 to gather Dragon Balls also fell within the realm of actions capable of generating parallel worlds. However, at that time, she had the Grand Priest's consent and did not contemplate the implications further. Upon her return, Bellies had even taken care to examine the box containing the time-space rings, which were relics of the former Supreme Kai. To her relief, she found no additional time-space rings present. After contemplating for a moment the visage of the Scion Prince, Bellies ultimately decided against expelling Vegeta. After all, why bother? It was not as if she were like the despicable Ing, who would refuse to tolerate even her closest kin. She immersed herself in the chat group. Uchiha Madara was currently elucidating the rules of the chat group to the newcomers. Then the Scion Prince interjected. Chat group? What is this nonsense? What are you insignificant insects babbling about in my head? The female artist retorted, May I inquire, which world does the esteemed individual above hail from? As a time-traveling protagonist and a magical programmer, AI swiftly organized the pertinent information in her mind. Those who exhibit such arrogance are typically individuals of considerable power. Uchiha Madara replied, Scion Prince, newcomer, please mind your words. There are many formidable beings from different worlds in this group, and you would do well not to offend them with your remarks. Aside from having deliberately guided the battle against the previously mentioned Makura, this was the first time Madara had encountered such an audacious newcomer. The Dragon Ball world, Scion Prince, he seemed to be a rather pampered individual. However, Uchiha Madara was no longer the fool he once was. He understood his responsibilities and would not easily be provoked. Even with a glaring mark on his forehead, he would maintain a cordial facade, ensuring that all parties remained amicable to the world's first princess. Scion Prince, Vegeta, all information regarding the chat group has been transmitted to your mind. Please review it carefully. World's first princess. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am the group leader, Bellies, and do refrain from provoking other members. Such actions are exceedingly perilous. Scion Prince. How do you know my name? As he traveled aboard his spaceship toward Earth, the still slumbering Vegeta found himself automatically added to the chat group due to his lack of response to the invitation. At this moment, his hazy consciousness began to awaken from slumber. Outside the window, the visuals of the cosmos rushed past, indicating that he had yet to reach his destination. Thoughts began to swirl in Vegeta's mind. A chat group. How could they transmit information to my memory without my awareness? Even Frieza could scarcely achieve such a feat. Could he? Is this some advanced technology from another planet? Vegeta glanced back at the chat group. At that moment, after his spoken words, another message appeared. The group leader? Is this the title of the individual in charge of this so-called chat group? By merely joining, will I uncover my past and future? Is it truly that extraordinary? Or is it a trap? Vegeta quickly skimmed through the information he had received in his mind. Scion Prince. So, this group leader, you're the most formidable one here. World's first princess. Not quite. I am merely slightly stronger than you. Scion Prince. Do you know who I am to dare claim superiority over me? I am the prince of the strongest warrior race in the universe. World's first princess. Ah, you mean the Scion Prince. whose race was nearly annihilated, leaving only a few cats behind. Yes, I am aware. Still soaring through the universe, Vegeta nearly erupted in fury, threatening to obliterate his own spaceship. Scion Prince, you shall not insult the dignity of the Scions. Wait, what did you mean by annihilated? Suddenly, Vegeta realized something that wasn't his planet destroyed by a meteorite. That was what Frieza had informed him, that world's first princess. The literal meaning. After joining the chat group, I can glean insights into your past and future. So it is not surprising that I know the truth behind the annihilation of the Scions. Scion Prince. Who is it? Who did this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. That world's first princess. I advise you to tread carefully. There's a listening device from Frieza within your scanner. Do you understand what I mean? Who do you think could have annihilated the Scions? Upon reading the messages on the chat group's public screen, Vegeta's eyes reddened with fury. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he extended his hand to his eye socket, crushing the scanner with a resounding pop, reducing it to fragments. With a fierce expression, Vegeta growled, "After all these years, Frieza, you have been toying with me like a fool, and I still diligently assisted you in conquering planets, enjoying Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please save Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction." Chapter 74. Belly's contemplation. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10, she pondered whether parallel worlds had emerged. Upon hearing Belly's intent, Kess's face was marked by confusion. Indeed, Belly's affirmed with a nod. Kess, do you remember which universe I hail from? Universe 7. Kess was perplexed as to why Belly's would bring this up, that I wish to interfere with Universe 7, but I am concerned that it may lead to the emergence of parallel worlds. Belly's words rendered Kess silent for a moment. Are you certain? The gods of destruction interfering with other universes would not sit well with the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Furthermore, any actions taken by a god of destruction in another universe will be promptly detected by the angels. To be frank, Kess hoped that Belly's would abandon this notion that I have a relative in Universe 7, which is why I wish for you to monitor the cosmic frequencies that I see. Kess sighed. It is understandable. Your time as a god of destruction has not been long, and having a relative is quite normal. However, if you aim to transfer planets to Universe 10, I fear that will not be feasible. I am aware of the rules. I will not undertake such a reckless endeavor without the strength to negotiate. Transactions involving planets between different universes are prohibited. This rule was established by the Omni King's system to prevent unfair competition. In the original narrative, the martial arts tournament between Universes 6 and 7 likely attracted the Omni King's attention partly due to the planets being placed on the trading scale. Did Beerus and Compa know that planets could not serve as bargaining chips? That remains uncertain. Perhaps they once knew but subsequently forgot. After all, which god of destruction would concern themselves over whether a planet could be traded? In any case, if any transgressions occurred, the nearby angels would intervene. So who cares? Thus, the tournament between Universes 6 and 7 took place. That it is unclear whether the angels of those universes failed to remind their respective gods of destruction due to their own reasons, hoping to address it after the tournament, or whether the Omni King had made a remark during the tournament that led the angels to refrain from mentioning it in any event to acquire planets from other universes. The approval of the Omni King is essential. Lady Belly's, I should not say much, but given your familial ties, I feel compelled to speak. Kess regarded Belly's, pausing for a moment before continuing. If possible, refrain from interfering. Regardless of the potential emergence of parallel universes, for if your actions are discovered, the consequences could be quite severe. While my standing may allow me to prevent the angels of Universe 7 from pursuing the responsibility of Universe 10. As angels, they will inevitably report the matter to the gods of destruction. Once such consequences manifest, the planet, along with your loved ones, is highly likely to be obliterated by the destroyer of the 7th universe. After listening to Keisai's explanation, Belly's fell into a contemplative silence, and after a considerable pause, she nodded. I understand. I will remain vigilant. Keisai, relieved by her response, said, Then I shall take my leave. Should there be any signs of parallel universes emerging, I will inform you through our contract. The decision to halt will rest in your hands at that time. I shall always stand by your side, Lady Belly's. Once Keisai departed, Bellies pondered her next steps. She was certain that Vegeta could not be discarded. As for whether to assist him, Bellies remained uncertain. The chat group could indeed serve as a means to avoid detection by the angels. Yet if she were to step into the seventh universe, the unmistakable aura of a destroyer, incongruous with that realm, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the angel Whis. Bellies was unsure of the current development of the seventh universe's timeline, but it was highly probable that it aligned with Vegeta's arrival on Earth or during the Namek saga. This meant that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Vegeta was likely to meet his demise at the hands of Frieza. This was a fate Bellies was loath to witness, even if resurrection was a possibility later on. However, this remained an exceedingly uncertain variable. What if he did not return? In the depths of hell. Given Vegeta's actions over the years, he would undoubtedly have his memories erased. Once his memories and soul were cleansed, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to restore him, thus deducing that she might have to intervene on Namek. Bellies sought Keisai's confirmation on several matters. How troublesome. Due to her unstable emotions, the chaotic energy she emitted began to spread uncontrollably around her. As a result, a moment of instability led to a crack forming in the surface of the Destroyer realm, splitting it in two. Throughout the entirety of the Destroyer realm, an immensely potent energy lingered, and even if Frieza were to appear here, he would find himself in peril within the next moment.